Dragon Country, Tianhai City, Tianhai First High School. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thousands of students gathered on the playground. Wang Yue, awakened D-level profession insect breeder. On the high platform, an old man in a gray robe with white hair raised Wang Yue's hand, and his voice was loud and clear. As soon as these words were spoken, the students from Class 3 immediately burst into loud laughter. A low-tier profession is bad enough, but he's still raising insects? What's the difference between this and going home to raise pigs? So what if you study well? In the end, you'll just end up in a vocational school. If he could awaken a rare talent, there might still be hope, but with Wang Yue's family background, he'll never be able to gather a rare talent stone in his life, right? The students from Class 3 chattered, causing the school leaders on the platform to frown repeatedly. Which class are those students from? This is an awakening ceremony, how can you be so noisy? Seeing the principal showing his authority, everyone quickly quieted down. But on their faces, the mocking smiles still remained. On the high platform, Wang Yue seemed to be nailed to the spot, his hand clenched tightly into a fist. His grades had always been excellent, whether it was monster knowledge, detailed explanation of tools, or dungeon history, subspace analysis and other subjects, he had always been number one in the class. With his overall performance, as long as he awakened a C-level profession, he could enter a martial arts university. But he never imagined that fate would be so unfair to him. Professions range from F to SSS level, with A level being the limit that ordinary people can reach. S level can dominate the province, SS level can shake the entire country. As for SSS level, that was already a national level existence. F, E, and D levels are all logistics professions, with almost no combat ability, and the awakening probability is 50%, often ridiculed as low-tier professions. Wang Yue had always believed that hard work would be rewarded, but this 50-50 chance never fell on him. At this moment, the excellent report card he had earned from over a decade of hard study was completely reduced to waste paper. In contrast, his 50 classmates shared a different mood. People are naturally envious, and Wang Yue's quiet and introverted personality had led many classmates to dislike him. And today's scene undoubtedly brought great comfort to everyone. No matter how good you are at studying, in the end, you'll still become an insect breeder. Just thinking about Wang Yue working sweatily in a bug-filled pen, some people couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the high platform, the old man glanced at Wang Yue. Are you ready with the talent stone? Wang Yue's face became serious, and he shook his head. The old man seemed to have already expected this, grabbing Wang Yue's hand and placing it on the exquisite stone platform. He cast a spell, and immediately, a blue light shot up from the platform, piercing the sky. Ding! 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 On the surface of the stone platform, 3 light rings gradually extinguished. Seeing this, the students below were stunned. Then, they burst into even more exaggerated laughter. What the heck, Wang Yue has no talent at all? A pure breeder, there's nothing purer than this, ha ha ha. Such is the way of the world, who would have thought that Wang Yue, ranked top 5 in the grade, would end up breeding insects? Even the old man on the platform couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Too bad, too bad. At this moment. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly rumbled with a deep thunder. A fierce wind began to blow, lifting dust and fallen leaves from the ground. In the depths of the clouds, red lightning began to swirl. Everyone on the playground was instantly drawn to look up. Is it going to rain? That can't be helped, once the awakening ceremony starts, it can't stop, we'll just have to endure it. Wang Yue is really a jinx, even the heavens must think he's a useless waste. Old Dong, what's going on? On the platform, the principal pressed down on his hat and shouted in the wind. A natural anomaly. The old man muttered to himself, his gaze toward Wang Yue holding a trace of doubt. As he spoke, the dark clouds in the sky had gathered right above everyone's heads. Small red lightning crackled within. This weather is too strange, could lightning strike us from the sky? What are you saying? With old Dong here, what's there to fear? And it seems that this dark cloud is centered on the stage, so it shouldn't affect us. Boom! In the next moment, a dark red beam of light descended from the cloud and directly entered Wang Yue's body. Unique grade talent, infinite rebirth, has awakened. A red notification box appeared in front of Wang Yue's eyes. Unique grade talent? Wang Yue froze for a moment. The tiers, from low to high, are common, rare, exotic, epic, legendary, mythical. But in his 18 years, he had never heard of the unique tier. Infinite rebirth enhances bug pet tier, unlimited times. Upon seeing the description of the talent, Wang Yue's pupils trembled. Enhanced tier, unlimited times. This meant that no matter what tier the bug pet was, it would become mythical once it was in his hands. This talent was simply a bug-level ability. Mythical level items, even for an SSS-ranked profession, were rare and few. And mythical level pets not only had high stats, but more importantly, their growth potential far surpassed that of ordinary pets. Once nurtured to the final stage, any one of them could easily destroy the world. With this talent, he could definitely compete with those prodigies. Thinking of this, Wang Yue bit his lip. No matter why he awakened this talent, as long as the heavens had given him this opportunity, he would seize it tightly and make a name for himself in this cruel, survival of the fittest world. The red light faded away. On the stage, everyone below, all with stunned expressions, over 1,000 eyes gathered on Wang Yue. "Student, are you feeling alright?" The principal, his hair in disarray, walked up to Wang Yue. Wang Yue nodded. "Principal, I'm fine." The principal sighed in relief, then turned to Old Dong. "Old Dong, what's going on? I've hosted the awakening ceremony for 12 years, and I've never seen anything like this." Old Dong stroked his beard and walked up to Wang Yue. "Young man, do you feel anything unusual?" "Master, I just awakened a talent." Wang Yue naturally knew that it was best to keep this kind of thing hidden. But the result of the awakening ceremony determined an important matter. That is, what kind of school the awakened person would enter. Powerful awakeners could enter higher-ranking martial arts universities through a rating by awakening officers like Old Dong. Not only would they receive resources far beyond what others get, but they would also gain access to vast platforms and become figures admired by everyone. After graduating, they could obtain a martial arts license. The license brought huge monthly subsidies, free entry to dungeons for leveling, and eligibility for the warfront lines. These were just some of the obvious benefits. Students who didn't pass the awakening officer's rating could only flow into the lower-tier, technical schools. Every day, they worked themselves to death, but their wages were less than the subsidies from the former, and they couldn't even afford to enter dungeons, becoming nothing more than machines serving others, unable to ever rise up. Wang Yue didn't want to go to a technical school, so he spoke out, hoping to pass the rating and enter a martial arts university. But he wasn't stupid. Words like unique grade and red talent were not something he would say. After all, these words were highly recognizable. If they got into the ears of some insider, he would be helpless. Old Dong narrowed his eyes and grabbed Wang Yue's wrist. "Test again." A blue light shot up into the sky. Ding! 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 The 3 light rings on the stone platform still went out. Wang Yue's face darkened. Then he opened his profession panel, and the profession information appeared in front of him. Name, Wang Yue. Race, human. Profession, bug breeder, D. Level 1, 0%. Talent, infinite rebirth, unique red. The red infinite rebirth talent had already fallen into his talent slot. But the 3 light rings on the stone platform remained dark. Seeing this, Wang Yue was also confused. Old Dong snorted coldly, and slapped Wang Yue's hand away. "Lies. My awakening ceremony is of the exotic tier, it can test from common to mythical. Why is it that it cannot test your talent?" Wang Yue, rating result, not qualified. Old Dong blurted out. These words turned Wang Yue's years of effort into bubbles. However, his expression showed no change. Next, Niu Wenbin. Under the various gazes of the classmates in Class 3, Wang Yue stepped down from the high platform. "What the hell? What's going on with this red light? Wang Yue doesn't happen to have some kind of divine king bloodline, right?" "Indeed, man, I thought an alternate space was going to form. Could it be that Wang Yue is really the chosen one?" "Bullshit. Divine king bloodline? It's useless. Once the rating result came out, no matter what Wang Yue says, he won't be able to enter the martial arts university." After the strange phenomenon, although the classmates still didn't think highly of Wang Yue, they didn't dare to openly mock him anymore. Wang Yue walked to the last row of the line, his mind constantly pondering. The ordinary grade awakening device can measure talent from ordinary to rare. The rare grade awakening device can measure talent from epic to legendary. And the rare grade awakening device can measure mythical talent. Now, even the rare grade awakening device couldn't measure solitary talents. Does this mean that solitary is higher than mythical? But why has Wang Yue never heard of such a grade? The end-of-world game has been active for over 300 years, and during this time, there have been attempts to create epic level or even legendary level awakening devices. But the measurement limit has always been mythical. Thinking of this, Wang Yue felt that not revealing the details of his talent just now was a wise decision. Meanwhile, the awakening ceremony on the stage continued. Niu Wenbin, awakening C-class profession, dual-wielding swordsman. Old Dong, I request to use the talent stones. The tall and strong Niu Wenbin pulled out 3 stones of different shapes from his pocket. There was a stir from the audience. Is this what a rich person looks like? He's showing 2 rare talent stones, and even a mythical talent stone. That mythical talent stone is worth over $1 million, it's like my whole life savings. Approved. A blue beam of light shot straight into the sky, accompanied by 3 smaller beams, 1 blue and 2 green. Niu Wenbin awakened 1 mythical level talent and 2 rare level talents. Rating result, qualified. The classmates' faces showed expressions of envy. The admission rate for martial arts universities is 10%. Excluding that 1% of true geniuses, these are the rich kids who forcefully boost their strength through spending money. Wang Yue looked at Niu Wenbin running down from the high platform, then looked at the solemn awakening teachers on the stage. Dongshi, Formation Master, a level 35. Lu Lei, Alchemist, B level 31. Chao Tianwang, Enchanter, B level 32. After awakening their professions, you could see the information panel of other awakened individuals. Auxiliary professions above level B generally learn a skill called intensification after level 30, which helps others awaken their professions. These awakening teachers are heroes worshipped by thousands in the safe zones. In danger zones, they are the treasures fought over by various guilds. With just one sentence from them, they can decide the rest of a student's life. Wang Yue clenched his fists. Martial Arts University. No matter what, I must enter the Martial Arts University and become one of these outstanding figures. After the awakening ceremony ended, Wang Yue went to the school's computer room. Through the array set by the light mage, combined with the light threads, these computers could perform remote communication. Students could search for information on universities, career forums, and some news here. There were a lot of people every day. Wang Yue found an empty seat and opened a computer. He entered a shopping website and went to the insect breeding section. Tiger Fight Armor, 200 yuan, Blacktail Scorpion, 230 yuan, Fire Red Ant, 160 yuan. All kinds of strange insects appeared before his eyes. Since he had awakened such a powerful talent, Wang Yue wanted to get an insect quickly to test its effects. But after looking around, these insects seemed to be too expensive. Wang Yue only had 100 yuan on him right now. After searching for a while, Wang Yue finally found one with a decent price. Mountain Earth Centipede, 125 yuan. He immediately opened the communication software and started negotiating with the seller. Finally, with the help of the huge subsidy, with 100 yuan, he bought this mountain centipede, shipped within the same province, to be delivered the next day. Yo, isn't this our class's bug breeding tycoon? A mocking voice rang out from behind. Niu Wenbin and several rich second-generation youths, arm in arm, appeared behind Wang Yue without him noticing. He bent down, eyes widening to look. Damn! You really went and started raising bugs? The people around him burst into laughter. No wonder you're such a top student, your adaptability is impressive, ha ha ha. Old Niu, give him a break. Technical schools aren't like our martial arts universities, they don't even have summer break, so he has to seize the time. Wang Yue closed his laptop and didn't look back. I only raise bugs, not old cows, please leave. What the hell did you say? Niu Wenbin instantly flew into a rage, grabbing Wang Yue's shirt. Don't get it wrong. I'm a martial arts student now, completely different from you. I'm someone you'll always look up to in this lifetime. Right now, he was already a C-level dual sword fighter, with 3 powerful talents boosting him. If they fought, he could definitely crush Wang Yue. Slap. To everyone's surprise, Wang Yue wasn't afraid at all. He slapped Niu Wenbin's right hand away. Straightened his collar. Niu Wenbin, you don't need to make things worse here. I can make a bet with you. At the latest, in 1 month, it won't be me looking up to you, it'll be you needing to look up to me. Niu Wenbin froze, staring blankly at Wang Yue, as if time had frozen. The next second, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yue, have you gone crazy? Me looking up to you? Do you think my rare talent is something you can match in several lifetimes? Wang Yue didn't speak, just stared at Niu Wenbin with a scrutinizing look. That gaze actually made Niu Wenbin feel a chill. Recalling the natural phenomenon from the afternoon, Niu Wenbin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling somewhat at a loss. Humph. His expression changed. It's my childishness, wasting time on a crazy person like you. Let's go. After Niu Wenbin left, Wang Yue sighed. It was really frustrating when such a fool came up to him. People like Niu Wenbin would only learn their place when slapped in the face hard. He would only become obedient after understanding his own strength. In this cruel world, Wang Yue believed only one thing. Strike hard first, to avoid 100 blows later. At night, Wang Yue returned to the dorm. The 5 roommates looked lifeless, clearly they hadn't passed their awakening ratings. Wang Yue, which technical school are you planning to apply for? I've already decided Tianhai Culinary Technical School. Cooking is definitely a better future than serving dishes. A small, thin boy took the initiative to start a conversation. Wang Yue sat back in his seat and casually said, I haven't decided yet. Probably Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School. Tianhai Comprehensive? Wang Yue, don't say I didn't warn you. The more comprehensive the school, the more scattered the knowledge. When you graduate, it'll be hard to find a job. I recommend Tianhai Animal Husbandry Technical School. You can start your own business and make big money. We'll see. Wang Yue replied indifferently. No time left, we only have one day to choose a school. If you miss the deadline, you'll automatically be assigned to Tianhai Comprehensive. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 3, Going Home. Which technical school to attend didn't matter to Wang Yue. He would never be content to waste 3 years of his youth in a technical school. Luckily, technical schools usually had a rise to martial arts system once a year. They would select 0.1% of the strongest students and transfer them to martial arts universities. Besides that, if someone made significant achievements, there was a small chance they could be specially admitted to a martial arts university. However, this probability was very small and could only be encountered, not sought. So Wang Yue had to grab this opportunity to rise to martial arts, no matter what. 1 day later, Wang Yue received the school assignment notification. As expected, he was assigned to Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School, to start in 1 week. As the saying goes, materials don't even own their own time. The various technical schools didn't allow their students any rest, so they only gave 1 week of free time. Leave it for school preparation. After all, the earlier you start, the more time can be squeezed out. Sitting on the bus home, Wang Yue took a final look at Tianhai High School, the place where he had fought for 3 years. The scenery outside the bus window became more and more desolate, and fewer people were on the bus. 3.5 hours later, the sky had already started to darken. Stop sleeping, everyone! Wangjia village is here. If you need to get off quickly. A loud shout woke the passengers from their sleep. 2 or 3 people got off the bus sparsely, including Wang Yue. Walking on the rural dirt road. A short young boy followed Wang Yue closely. You go, which vocational school are you going to? He was Wang Yue's fellow villager, named Wang Mo. Although he had awakened to a C-class profession, his grades were mediocre, so he hadn't passed the awakening ranking. Tianhai Comprehensive. Wang Yue didn't turn around and kept walking ahead. Wang Mo caught up with Wang Yue in a few steps. You go, don't be downhearted. I've said it a long time ago, how could children from ordinary families like us get into martial arts universities? He walked side by side with Wang Yue. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and a mouse's son knows how to dig holes. Although we can't soar in the sky like dragons or phoenixes, having a skill, digging holes in the ground, that's not bad. The profession of insect breeder is quite rare. In our class of 1,500 students, you are the only insect breeder. If you can develop it well, you will be the top insect breeder in Wangjia village. My grandmother's remedy for old cold legs includes a herb made from mountain centipedes, which shows that this insect breeding industry has great potential. Wang Mo stretched out his arm and was about to put it around Wang Yue's shoulder as he spoke. Just as he was about to touch, Wang Yue stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Mo's wrist. Then, he slowly let it go. Wang Mo was stunned. A confused expression appeared on his face. What's wrong, you go? If you consider yourself a mouse, then go dig holes. I always believe in one thing. Wang Yue looked into his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Noblemen and generals, are they born with it? Whoosh! The evening wind pierced through the dirt road, lifting the corners of their clothes, making the white poplar trees by the roadside rustle. Wang Mo stood dazed in place, watching Wang Yue walk further away. Wang's home. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Wang Yue pushed open the old wooden door of the house, making a long creaking sound. Little Mao. Wang's mother was cooking when she heard the sound and hurriedly hobbled over. How's it going, little Mao? No one bullied you at school, right? Wang Yue hung his school bag on a wall hook and walked into the room. Don't worry, Mom. People in the city are civilized. No one bullies me. Where's Dad? Wang's mother froze for a moment. Oh, him. He went up the mountain to take a look. He said the best time to find glow mushrooms is now, and he'll be back soon. Going up the mountain this late? Wang Yue furrowed his brows. A single one can be sold for 50. Wang's mother hurriedly explained. Your dad is an old mountain visitor, he knows the area well, he won't lose it. Glow mushrooms are common grade materials, and they are essential ingredients for making magical potions. Although common grade is the lowest level, for a family like Wang Yue's, it is definitely considered a treasure. Wang Yue sat down at the bedside, hesitated for a few seconds, and spoke. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't pass the ranking. I have to go to vocational school. Wang's mother didn't turn around and kept frying the dishes. What are you sorry for, silly child? Mom doesn't expect you to be rich or famous. As long as you live peacefully, that's better than anything. Is the front line a joke? The news says every day that evil creatures are eating people. It makes my heart shiver just to listen. Vocational school is good, safe. As long as my son can come back safe and sound, that's the best blessing from heaven. She turned around, and in her hand appeared a plate of braised chicken wings. Look, I made this for you. Try it. The plate of braised chicken wings, full of color, aroma, and flavor, suddenly made Wang Yu's nose tingle. Wang Yu's family wasn't wealthy, but both his father and mother were always willing to give him the best of what they had. Mom, I'll go out to get a package first. Let's eat together when Dad comes back. Feeling his emotions slipping out of control, Wang Yue rushed out of his house. He walked towards the east. He arrived at the village's courier station. A day had passed, and the centipede he had ordered online should have arrived. Sure enough, amidst the sparse shelves, Wang Yue immediately spotted his package. After signing for it, Wang Yue took the package to a spot deep in the wheat field. By now, the sky had almost completely darkened. He opened the package, and a 40 centimeters long plastic box appeared. Wang Yue opened the lid, and a long, brown centipede lay quietly inside the plastic box. Name, Mountain Soil Centipede. Race, Insect. Rank, Common White. Level, 1. Health, 40. Mana, 0. This centipede was about 1 meter long, roughly the size of a woman's wrist, not looking like a centipede but more like a small snake. However, seeing such a large insect still made Wang Yue feel uneasy inside. Wang Yue then opened his character panel. Name, Wang Yue. Race, Human. Occupation, Insect Breeder, D. Level, 1, 0%. Talent, Infinite Molt, Unique Red. Health, 120. Mana, 60. Attack, 10. Magic Power, 0. Armor, 0. Magic Resistance, 0. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 0.31. Agility, 10. Insect Breeding Space, 0/1. Skill, Insect Contract, consume 60 mana to establish a contract with an insect target. Success rate depends on the target's strength. Cooldown, 24 hours. The level 1 stats are linked to the profession rank. The higher the profession rank, the higher the initial stats and the more growth gained per level. In the later stages, a rank of profession's health can be 30 to 40 times that of a rank F profession. Wang Yue's poor panel stats made him sigh as he looked at them. The Infinite Molt talent description said it could enhance the insect pet's rank. To use it, a contract with the insect pet must first be established. But this contract success rate is not 100%, and if it fails, one has to wait until the same time the next day to try again. The skill activated, and a small white light appeared on the foreheads of both Wang Yue and the Mountain Soil Centipede. Insect contract successful. Contract established with Mountain Soil Centipede. Mana instantly drained, falling from 60 to 0. Fortunately, the first contract succeeded. Otherwise, he would have to wait until tomorrow night. Looking at the Mountain Soil Centipede again, Wang Yue could see more details. Name, Mountain Soil Centipede. Race, Insect. Rank, Common White. Status, Larva Stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 40. Mana, 0. Attack, 10. Magic Power, 0. Armor, 0. Magic Resistance, 0. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 0.63. Agility, 20. Skill, Bite, deals, attack 150%, physical damage, with a 20% chance to poison the target, reducing 1 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Chapter 4, Infinite Molt. The Mountain Soil Centipede was more agile, and its only skill, Bite, was quite ordinary. Even at level 1, Wang Yue could easily defeat it. After the contract was established, the Mountain Soil Centipede seemed more spirited, its attitude toward Wang Yue now less indifferent. It lifted its head and carefully examined him. Meanwhile, Wang Yue's insect breeding space increased from 0 to 1. Insect breeding space, 1/1. This stat referred to the maximum number of insect pets an insect breeder could contract. A level 1 insect breeder could clearly only contract 1 insect pet at a time. Wang Yue placed the plastic box on the field, and the Mountain Soil Centipede crawled out along the side of the box. Seeing a wild rabbit not far away, Wang Yue pointed his finger and said, "Go." The next moment, the Mountain Soil Centipede suddenly lunged forward, biting into the wild rabbit's back. The rabbit struggled desperately, but it was too late, and soon collapsed under the centipede's mouth. Wang Yue was very satisfied. It seemed that as long as the insect contract was successful, the insect pet would obey his commands. Having contracted his first insect pet, it was time to try out the unique talent. Use Infinite Molt. Do you want to use Infinite Molt to upgrade the Mountain Soil Centipede to rare rank? Yes. In an instant, a red light covered the entire surface of the Mountain Soil Centipede, and its body rapidly changed. A few seconds later, the red light faded, revealing a more terrifying centipede before Wang Yue's eyes. Its body had grown massive, turning entirely purple, measuring 2 meters in length, and its thickness now resembling an adult's arm. Dark red legs stretched out. Dense and thick, the sides were covered, making the heart tighten at the sight. Name, Wind-Catching Centipede. Race, Insect. Grade, Rare Green. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 120. Mana, 0. Attack, 30. Magic Strength, 0. Armor, 0. Magic Resistance, 0. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 0.63. Agility, 40. Skill, Gale Strike, rushes toward the target at high speed, dealing 220% attack, physical damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The attributes greatly increased, and this panel could be said to be on par with a C-class profession. One skill alone could cause 66 points of damage. Even if facing someone like Niu Wenbin, who had a rare talent, it would still take half of his life. But even so, how could Wang Yue be satisfied? Continue using Infinite Metamorphosis. Would you like to use Infinite Metamorphosis to upgrade the Wind-Catching Centipede to a rare grade? Yes. The red light appeared again, enveloping the Wind-Catching Centipede, but this time, there was no major change in size. The red light faded, and the centipede's skin changed from purple to red, growing 2 long antennae, and its face looked even fiercer. Name, Gale Centipede. Race, Insect. Grade, Rare Blue. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 210. Mana, 60. Attack, 50. Magic Strength, 30. Armor, 10. Magic Resistance, 0. Physical Penetration, 10%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 0.63. Agility, 80. Skill, Gale Ball, consumes 30 mana, charges for 1 second, and fires a Gale Ball, dealing 260% magic strength, wind attribute damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. The attributes increased again, and it could deal noble magic damage. With the current panel of the Gale Centipede in someone else's hands, it would definitely be a killing weapon, comparable to a B-class profession. But Wang Yue didn't even look at it carefully, directly using Infinite Metamorphosis again. Would you like to use Infinite Metamorphosis to upgrade the Gale Centipede to an epic grade? Yes. The familiar red light covered it, and this time the size changed significantly. The originally 2-meter-long Gale Centipede had grown to a shocking 5 to 6 meters, its thickness reaching the size of an adult's waist. The red light faded. The enormous centipede, all red, flattened the wheat in the field. The 2 antennae became longer, with faint currents running along them. It raised its head and let out a screech. At the same time, a dark cloud formed a vortex above Wang Yue's head, and the atmospheric pressure over Wangjia village rapidly dropped. The red fiery centipede leaped into the air, spiraling in the sky. Its 5 to 6 meter long body coiled above the yellow wheat fields, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. Name, Storm Centipede King. Race, Insect. Grade, Epic Purple. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 800. Mana, 300. Attack, 100. Magic Strength, 80. Armor, 30. Magic Resistance, 10. Physical Penetration, 20%. Magic Penetration, 10%. Attack Speed, 0.63. Agility, 180. Skill, Fury of the Storm, consumes 200 mana, instantly strikes a lightning bolt, dealing 330% magic strength, lightning attribute damage to targets in range. Cooldown, 16 seconds. If the previous metamorphosis was a large increase, this time it was a qualitative change. One skill could deal 264 points of lightning damage, enough to instantly kill Niu Wenbin. Would you like to use Infinite Metamorphosis to upgrade the Storm Centipede King to a legendary grade? Continue. The red light appeared again, and this time, the size grew even larger. And the sky fell into fury. Boom! A thunderclap struck down, and in an instant, the fierce wind blew, engulfing Wangjia village in a howling storm. The red light dissipated, and in the sky, a mighty dragon was circling. It was about 8 meters long, its body as thick as a tree trunk, resembling an ancient god descending. Name, Eye of the Storm Devourer. Race, Insect. Grade, Legendary Orange. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 1600. Mana, 600. Attack, 230. Magic Strength, 260. Armor, 100. Magic Resistance, 40. Physical penetration, 20%. Magic penetration, 20%. Attack speed, 0.87. Agility, 400. Skill, Thunderstorm, consumes 400 mana, chance for 5 seconds, turning a 1 km radius into a thunderstorm, with a chance of lightning striking, dealing 80% magic strength, lightning damage. Additionally, the Eye of the Storm Devourer's base attributes increase by 30%. The effect lasts indefinitely and can be cancelled at any time. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wang Yue looked at the Eye of the Storm Devourer and suddenly shouted loudly, "Cancel Thunderstorm immediately!" His father was still up on the mountain picking night mushrooms. If the thunderstorm caused him to slip, it would be disastrous. It seemed to understand Wang Yue's words, and the Eye of the Storm Devourer let out a loud roar. In an instant, the wind stopped, the rain ceased, leaving only the swirling dark clouds. Wang Yue frowned and added, "Be careful, don't make such a big noise." To Wang Yue's surprise, the Eye of the Storm Devourer actually nodded at him, its expression almost like a well-behaved little cat. It seemed to be thanking Wang Yue for its training. It seemed that although its form had changed, its soul remained that of the original Mountain Earth Centipede. Seeing how agreeable it was, Wang Yue decided to let it experience what it felt like to be a mythical creature. Would you like to use infinite metamorphosis to elevate the Eye of the Storm Devourer to mythical rank? Yes. With Wang Yue's light words, a dark red light, accompanied by a flicker of lightning, completely engulfed the Eye of the Storm Devourer. Zzzzzzz. Under the night sky, the outline of the massive creature began to twist and expand wildly. At that moment, Wang Yue felt something was wrong. The transformation was too great. Its body, originally 8 meters long, stretched within an instant, reaching a terrifying size of over 20 meters. Its massive body now rivaled that of a millennium-old giant tree, with a diameter over 2 meters. The dark red light dissipated. The Mountain Earth Centipede from just a few minutes ago finally revealed its highest form. Its segments jutted out, giving off a matte metallic dark red glow under the lightning. Its body was covered in iron-like armor, each segment seemingly forged from molten lava, with dark red lightning threads faintly flickering between the gaps. Its head was held high, looking fierce and sharp like an ancient battle helmet, with a pair of compound eyes blood red like blood, swirling with a murderous intent to devour all beings. 2 long antennae, like dragon serpents reaching into the air, each 4 to 5 meters long, making a soft, low whistle in the night wind, as if they could tear apart the very wind. The most suffocating part were its hundreds of pairs of legs. From a distance, it looked like threads. But as you got closer, you would realize that each of these threads was as dark as black iron and as thick as a strong man's arm. Dense and orderly, they moved slowly in unison. This was no longer a centipede, but a calamity sent by the heavens. At this moment, the isolated wheat field turned into the altar of the arrival of a mythical creature. Name, Calamity Sky Centipede. Race, insect. Rank, mythical colorful. State, larval stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 3500. Mana, 1200. Attack, 400. Magic power, 450. Armor, 500. Magic resistance, 420. Physical penetration, 40%. Magic penetration, 20%. Attack speed, 1.09. Agility, 450. Skills, Disaster, consumes 400 mana, chanting for 5 seconds, turning a 3 km radius into a thunderstorm with a chance to strike down a thunderbolt, dealing 120% magic power, holy attribute damage. At the same time, the Calamity Sky Centipede's base stats increase by 50%. The duration is indefinite and can be cancelled at any time. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skills, Frenzied Feast, consumes 50 mana, immediately devours the target, dealing 550% attack, holy attribute damage. If the target is killed, it increases health by 50 and body length by 0.1 meters. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Skills, Armor EX, provides 300 armor and 300 magic resistance, passive. Wang Yue looked at the Calamity Sky Centipede stats panel, becoming more and more satisfied. With the Armor EX boost, its armor reached 500 points. More importantly, its magic resistance was also at 420 points. Unlike cheap armor, this was high-quality magic resistance. With the advanced skill Disaster, which brought thunderstorm power, it also had an infinitely growing skill. Moreover, the damage dealt by the skills was all holy attribute damage. Except for a few special methods, holy attribute damage is hard to weaken, almost equivalent to true damage. And with the Calamity Sky Centipede as the first insect companion, it undoubtedly left ample time for its growth and development. Come. Wang Yue waved his hand, and the Calamity Sky Centipede, which was circling in the night sky, obediently lowered its body, bringing its head closer to Wang Yue. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, lifting Wang Yue's bangs. Its head alone was larger than Wang Yue's entire body. Wang Yue stretched out his right hand and gently stroked its dark red armor on its head. Cold, hard, with an indescribable sense of nobility. Use infinite metamorphosis again. The Calamity Sky Centipede has reached its highest rank, and cannot be promoted further. As expected, even with the unique talents enhancement. The highest rank is still a myth. Come back. Wang Yue thought while opening a vortex wormhole beside him, and the disaster Heavenly Centipede directly drilled into it. With a body length of 20 meters, it was like a train entering a tunnel, taking over 10 seconds to completely pass through. Professionals like beast tamers can take their pets back into their space. Otherwise, with a body this large, the disaster Heavenly Centipede would certainly attract unnecessary attention. After recalling the disaster Heavenly Centipede, the cloud cover in the night sky gradually dispersed, and the summer evening breeze began to blow. Feeling it was time, Wang Yue prepared to go home for dinner. He returned along the same path. After walking for 10 minutes, Wang Yue saw his house. In the twilight, the small earth house glowed with lights, and smoke curled up from the chimney. Suddenly, Wang Yue's expression froze. Outside the house, there was a circle of people gathered. They were the neighbors, all gathered at his doorstep. At the innermost, a few careless-looking people stood. A bad feeling rose from Wang Yue's heart. He quickened his pace and ran toward home. As he got closer, Wang Yue saw clearly that there were 4 people standing outside, and the rest of the crowd was gathered further behind. On the faces of the neighbors, there were looks of worry, indifference, and even gloating triumph. Among the 4 guarding the door, 2 had already awakened their professions. Name, Wang Yue. Race, human. Profession, short dagger assassin, C. Level, 4. Health, 540. Mana, 220. The other person was also a C level. Name, Zhang De. Race, human. Profession, hunter bowman, C. Level, 3. Health, 320. Mana, 250. 2 C-level professionals gathering at the Wang family's door was no small matter in Wangjia village. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost, the hunter bowman named Zhang De was the first to spot Wang Yue, glaring at him and shouting. Get out of the way. Wang Yue used all his strength to squeeze through the 4 people and reach the door. The sight before him made his eyes turn red with fury. His parents were kneeling on the cold concrete floor, their eyes filled with tears, looking at the person seated in the chair. And sitting in the chair was none other than the village bully, Wang Yue. He was holding a pair of chopsticks, picking up a piece of braised chicken wing, shoving it into his mouth carelessly. His bald head glistened under the oil lamp light. Noticing Wang Yue's intrusion, his fierce, cow-like eyes shot a glance at him. Oh, little Mao is back? Wang Yue was not afraid at all, meeting his gaze directly. What do you want? TCH. Wang Yue spat out a chicken bone mixed with saliva, his voice suddenly rising. What do I want? Didn't your parents tell you? Debts must be repaid, it's the law of nature. Wang Yue's chest heaved, his eyes reddened, but he couldn't react in time. Bang! Wang Yue kicked the chair aside, stood up, and with his exposed beer belly, walked toward Wang Yue. If it weren't for my kindness in lending money to your family, with your dad being a mute and your mom a cripple, how could they afford to send you to the city for school? I don't understand, why is it so hard to get just 10,000 bucks from your family? Hearing this, Wang Yue's heart tightened. He had never thought that every penny for his education had been stained by the humiliation of his parents. It felt as if his throat was being strangled. I will definitely repay the money, don't make things difficult for my parents. He then looked at his parents in the house. Dad, Mom, get up, don't kneel to him. Little Mao, what nonsense are you talking? To Wang Yue's surprise, his mother's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. She knelt on the ground, forcing a smile, and crawled toward Wang Yue. Yue, last time, that 30,000, didn't we settle it? Why is there another 10,000 now? She clutched Wang Yue's pants tightly, her eyes filled with pleading. Don't you remember? When you were a kid, you had a high fever, and it was your uncle who carried you in a cart for dozens of miles to the county hospital. Get away. Wang Yue violently shook his leg, throwing Wang Yue's mother aside. This 10,000 is interest. You 2 old fools can't even figure out the numbers and now you want to blame me? Little Mao is going to vocational school, the tuition must be 10,000, right? Where? Xiaowei, things can't be done this way, you're just letting interest pile on interest. Wang Yue's fat, rugged head suddenly twisted violently. Old hag, what the hell did you just say? I think you don't want your other leg anymore. With that, he raised one foot and kicked toward Wang's mother's only remaining good leg. Wang Yue. A thunderous shout interrupted Wang Yue's action. Wang Yue stood at the door, his arms tightly held by 2 underlings. His face dark, his body radiated a strong murderous intent. His eyes were locked, staring fiercely at Wang Yue. Dare to touch my mother. You will die. Hearing this deafening roar, Wang Hongwei's fat head slowly turned. His eyes also locked onto Wang Yue, staring fiercely. In that instant, the world seemed to press the mute button, and the surrounding villagers all held their breath. Why? Wang Hongwei, he was the only level 9 B-grade professional in their village. Who would dare to resist him? A rookie, awakened to a D-grade profession, only level 1? Among the crowd, many people began to sigh for Wang Yue. The kid was a good kid. But after tonight, he would likely be crippled. At this moment, standing in the crowd was Wang Mo, who had returned with Wang Yue. Watching Wang Yue's suicidal actions, he snorted coldly, and a faint smile even curled at the corners of his mouth. A rat. Still a rat with no self-awareness. How could 2 rats give birth to a dragon? Instead of digging its own hole, it went to provoke a hyena? Ignoring my advice, this was the result. Thinking of this, Wang Mo felt even more that Wang Yue deserved it. At the same time, it strengthened his belief in his rat-like identity. He even felt a slight expectation for the tragic events that might happen to Wang Yue next. Damn it! How do you talk to your Uncle Hongwei? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The voice came from the short dagger-wielding underling, Wang Dachao, who was holding Wang Yue's arm. After speaking, he let go of his grip and suddenly shoved Wang Yue outward. Wang Yue stumbled from the force and fell to the ground. You go outside and reflect properly. Kids shouldn't interrupt adult matters. Wang Dachao had received help from Wang's mother when he was young. This was the only way he could repay her. In Wangjia village, who didn't know how ruthless Wang Hongwei was? Dare to borrow money from him, and basically, the whole family was doomed. They'd have to work for Wang Hongwei for the rest of their lives to repay the debt. Even if Wang Yue's family could scrape together 10,000 today, Wang Hongwei would come knocking for more tomorrow. There was no choice. After all, he was a level 9 B-grade professional. Who would dare to resist, unless they wanted the whole village to be driven to the brink of death? He just hoped that his actions earlier could ease Wang Hongwei's anger and spare Wang Yue this time. That would count as saving a life. However, the scene he imagined did not happen. Wang Hongwei's cold voice rang out. Don't stop me. Today, I'm going to break his arm. Upon hearing this, everyone knew Wang Yue was done for. They all scattered, leaving a large open space at the door to. Name, Wang Hongwei. Race, human. Profession, Venom Mage, B. Level, 9. Health, 820. Mana, 960. Wang Hongwei's profession panel, Wang Yue saw it as soon as he entered the door. 820 health, a single bite from the disaster sky centipede could end him. Xiaowei, you're being naughty again. Seeing that his parents were safe, Wang Yue relaxed. On Wang Hongwei's forehead, veins were pulsating with visible intensity. You're asking for death. With that, he cast a spell, and a black-green vortex began to form in his right hand. Toxic Blast. No sooner had Wang Hongwei spoken than a disgusting, black-green, slimy ball shot toward Wang Yue. This was a skill learned by a level 8 Venom Mage, dealing 100% magic power, poison damage, and adding a debuff to the target, causing 10% magic power, poison damage per second for 1 minute. With Wang Hongwei's magic power of 30, he would deal a total of 210 damage. For Wang Yue, with only 120 health, if this hit, he would die a painfully slow death. But in broad daylight, Wang Hongwei didn't have the courage to kill. He planned to cancel the debuff just before Wang Yue died, maybe crippling his head or body instead. After all, Wang Yue still had to make money and pay off loans with the rest of his life. As the toxic blast was about to hit Wang Yue, some of the frightened villagers had already closed their eyes. Bang! It hit! The sound of the spell explosion clearly rang in everyone's ears. -6. The damage number clearly appeared. Everyone was stunned. 6 points? Wang Hongwei's toxic blast only dealt 6 points of damage? -0. -0. -0. The subsequent poison damage left everyone even more dumbfounded. The poison damage per second, it had completely dropped to 0? Earlier, Wang Hongwei had used this skill when he had a conflict with a nearby village. Back then, the damage was as high as 30 points, and the poison damage jumped by 3 points every second, scaring everyone. Now you tell me, the poison damage has completely disappeared? Chapter 7, Your Mother is My Mother. Everyone's eyes focused on Wang Yue. In front of him, a massive swirling black hole appeared. This is a casting effect only summoning classes have. Why is it so big? The kid from the Lu family next door is also a summoner, but his black hole is only the size of a stone pillar. This one looks like a cave. No, Wang Yue awakened the bug breeder class, which belongs to the beast taming category. Could he have contracted a bug pet? A bug breeder should be raising bugs, right? Even if there's a bug pet, it's impossible to have such an effect. If it really is a bug pet, then this bug's magic resistance is off the charts. 30 points of damage got reduced to just 6? His bug pet, poison immunity? People were discussing in whispers. Meanwhile, Wang Yue, standing in the open space, looked completely confused. These rural villagers didn't understand the actual damage calculation formula, but he knew it. Actual damage equals base damage times 100/100 plus magic resistance. 30 points of base damage, yet only 6 points dealt. Wang Yue quickly calculated, and a terrifying number appeared in his mind. Magic resistance, more than 400 points. What kind of bug is this? As a level 9 venom mage, he had been through at least 80, if not 100, dungeons. He had never seen a bug with magic resistance over 50. Not to mention bugs, even evil creatures typically had around 100 magic resistance. Staring at the deep, enormous black hole, Wang Yue suddenly felt a sense of unease. He could feel a powerful aura being released from within the hole. Gulyolu. His throat rolled nervously. Wang Yue's panel was clearly visible to Wang Yue. 120 health, level 1, D-tier bug breeder. With such a pathetic panel, how could he possibly have a bug pet with more than 400 magic resistance? Could it be that Wang Yue's bug pet had some sort of poison resistance? As he thought this, Wang Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, that must be it. This makes things easier. Aside from Toxic Blast, he had many other skills. Fireball, Cursed Missiles, these basic mage skills weren't poison-based. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to make the casting gesture. Little brat, stop pretending to be mysterious and show me your bug pet. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the black hole in front of Wang Yue. The immense air pressure lifted Wang Yue's clothes. Just hearing that sound, some of the onlookers already felt their legs weaken. As for Wang Yue, he was completely stunned, frozen in place, foolishly staring at the black hole. Slowly, a terrifying and violent head poked out from the black hole. It was so large, it was as big as the village truck. Crimson armor, brutal compound eyes, thick long whiskers. The creature stared at Wang Yue, as if inspecting a corpse. Name, Disaster Sky Centipede. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Colored. Level, 1. Health, 3,500. Mana, 1,200. A stat panel automatically appeared in front of Wang Yue. Wang Yue was completely dumbfounded. Thud. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground. Still in a daze, his right hand remained frozen in a spellcasting gesture. Myth. Mythical? A D-level insect breeder contracted a mythical insect pet? 2 streams of snot filled Wang Yue's nostrils. Kill him. Before Wang Yue could react, Wang Yue's voice reached his ears. Whoosh. In the next moment, the enormous and monstrous head charged at Wang Yue like a giant truck. Thud. The 2 massive crimson pincers instantly clamped onto Wang Yue, slamming him into the ground with a sound of bones breaking. Aya. Minus 284. Damage numbers immediately popped up, and Wang Yue's health dropped drastically. Crack. Minus 286. Another bite, and Wang Yue's health bar was nearly empty. No. Don't. No. Under the monstrous head of the creature, his terrifying screams echoed, releasing a strong stench of blood. But the Disaster Sky Centipede completely ignored him, continuing to bite down. Blink spell. Bang. With a scream of desperation, the Disaster Sky Centipede's jaws flashed with yellow light, and Wang Yue instantly teleported away. At this point, his bones were shattered, his body covered in blood, and he could barely stand. His bloated face was filled with the desire to survive, and the fear of impending death. Thud. He knelt again, but this time, it was on his own accord. Xiao Mao. No, you Gu. You Yi. Spare my life. Please spare me. I don't want to die. I deserve to die. I'm a beast. I loan money at high interest. I was wrong. For the sake of being from the same village, please spare me. Spare me. I will be a good person from now on. I will protect the village and never misbehave again. The egg-shaped bald head wildly knocked on the ground, covered in yellow mud. Wang Yue's expression was unchanged, hiding behind the half-emerged Disaster Sky Centipede, carefully observing the surroundings. Oh? You don't want the 10,000 anymore? I don't want it. I'll go home right now and return the money to the elders. Wang Yue raised his head, his face covered in snot and tears. From now on, your mother is my mother. Whoever dares to bully our mother, I, Wang Yue, will fight them to the death. After saying that, he turned and shouted into the house, Dad. Mom. I was wrong. I was unfilial. Shut up. Wang Yue shouted angrily, someone like you is even worthy to be part of my Wang Yue family? He controlled the disaster sky centipede, its huge head glaring at Wang Hongwei. Tell your little brother to go home and return all the money he extorted from my parents. Wang Hongwei kowtowed rapidly, immediately shouting to the terrified Zhang De behind him, go under my bed, take the 150,000 cash, and give it to the elders, hurry. And Wang Yue continued shouting, you hit my insect for 6 points of damage, the medical fees are 100,000. Wang Hongwei's face turned pale, stammering, and another 100,000. Go away, I'll go right now. Zhang De hurriedly started to move. And Wang Yue's words made Zhang De stop in his tracks again. That plate of braised chicken wings was made by my mom with great effort, it's worth 100,000, bring it here without a single penny missing. Wang Hongwei gritted his teeth, his fingers digging into the ground as he shouted at Zhang De, take all the money under my bed. 10 minutes later. Zhang De carefully placed a large stack of bundled cash at Wang Yue's doorstep. Yi, I've given all the money, please let me off, treat me like I don't exist. Wang Hongwei braced himself with both hands on the ground, still kneeling, pitifully asking. Take your little followers and get lost. Wang Yue glared at him, but after speaking, the corner of his mouth curled up into a barely noticeable smile. Killing Wang Hongwei like this would be too much of a loss. Hearing Wang Yue's words, Wang Hongwei immediately got up and scurried away. He put away the disaster-level heavenly worm. Wang Yue was about to return to his house but noticed Zhou Wei and a group of people staring at him with intense, burning gazes. Wang Yue, where did you find this giant monster? Big brother Wang Yue, your big bug is so cool. Can you bring it home to show me? Heaven's eyes are open. Our Wangjia village will have a dragon too. At this moment, Wang Mo from the village also clenched his fists. This development was completely different from what he had imagined. He should be happy for Wang Yue, but for some reason, Wang Mo felt a twist in his heart. Why is this happening? His fingers tightened, and his nails dug into his flesh. Could it be that Wang Yue's ancestors have an SSS-level bloodline? Thinking of this, he felt somewhat relieved. Yes, it must be that way. Otherwise, how could Wang Yue control a myth-level pet? At this point, a woman with permed hair spoke up. Xiao Mo, look at others. Your profession is a level higher than Xiao Mao's, why is there such a big difference? Don't bother me. Wang Mo suddenly waved his hand. Wang Yue's family definitely doesn't have an ordinary bloodline, how could we compare? What Xiao Mao? Is that how you address him? If you make Lord Wang Yue unhappy, be careful he feeds you to the worms. After saying this, Wang Mo ran out desperately. Cough? How dare you speak like that? Come back here. The woman twisted her bulky body and quickly chased after him. On the open ground, Wang Yue glanced at the villagers with various expressions and called out softly, the matter has been settled, it's getting late, everyone should go home now. Xiao Mao, if you ever make it big, don't forget our Wangjia village, this is the place that gave birth to you and raised you. An old man with gray hair and a cane slowly walked out. Hearing this, Wang Yue almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Gave birth to you and raised you? Did this mean no one stood up to help when his family was bullied by thugs? Although he thought this in his heart, Wang Yue still remained polite on the surface. Don't worry, if that day really comes, I, Wang Yue, will never forget your kindness. Upon hearing this promise, the villagers finally felt satisfied and dispersed in all directions. Wang Yue returned home. His father and mother were still sitting on the ground, their eyes somewhat vacant. Dad, Mom, we won't be bullied by others anymore. The ground is cold, get up quickly. Wang Yue hurriedly helped his parents up. Xiao Mao, when did you tame that monster? Wang Yue scratched his head. I caught it behind the school. Mom, Dad, don't worry about these things, let's eat. Alright. Let's eat. Wang's mother turned toward the table, looked at the leftovers, and suddenly froze. Dad, Mom, this meal was ruined by Wang Hongwei and the others, but now we have money. Let's go to the county and eat out. Late at night, Wang Hongwei walked alone on his way home. In his hand, he still held a bottle of beer. His face was red, and his steps were unsteady. He didn't want to admit it, but his level 9 B grade occupation was defeated by a level 1 D grade occupation, making him kneel and beg for mercy. In front of so many villagers, he lost face. And the 300,000 to 400,000 he had painstakingly saved were all instantly wiped out. Bang! He grabbed the beer bottle and smashed it against the wall, the bottle shattering instantly. Little bastard. Wang Hongwei clenched his fist and swung it violently at the air. I don't believe you'll stay in Wangjia village forever. The day you leave, I'll make your family pay. Under the moonlight, Wang Hongwei drunkenly shouted, his mouth emitting the smell of alcohol. Suddenly, a huge long shadow covered his entire body. He froze, raising his head to look at the sky. In the night sky, a scarlet heavenly dragon silently floated and circled. On the dragon's head, a boy was standing. It was Wang Yue. Disaster heavenly centipede, use frenzied feast. A faint voice echoed. The next second. Put. Wang Yue didn't even have time to scream before he was swallowed whole by the disaster heavenly centipede. Minus 2,200. Player killed, disaster heavenly centipede plus 50 health, plus 0.1 m in body length. Not even a corpse was left behind. The next day, in the morning, Wang Yue looked at the 350,000 cash in his house, lost in thought. In an instant, receiving so much money, he really hadn't decided how to use it. After thinking carefully, he decided to leave 200,000 at home for his parents in case of emergency. He would store 150,000 in his bank card, and carry it on him for personal use. As for whether the fact that he had a myth-level creature would be exposed, Wang Yue wasn't too worried. Wangjia village was located in a very remote area, so news didn't spread that fast. More importantly, when dealing with a bug trainer, once killed, his insect pets would immediately go berserk. Depending on the personality of the insect pet, it would either fight to the death or fall into depression and perish, greatly lowering its value. Moreover, as long as it wasn't the top-tier powers in Tianhai City, Wang Yue, with the disaster heavenly centipede, had the strength to fight back. Xiao Mao, where are you going so early? Wang Yu's mother hobbled over, full of concern. We've offended that Wang Yue, so be careful these days. It's fine, Mom. I'm just going to the county, I'll be back by tonight. Wang Yue put on his shoes. Now that he had money, he decided to enter a dungeon. A dungeon was a subspace completely controlled by the government, a place for beginners to level up and fight monsters within a safe zone. The nearest dungeon to Wangjia village was in the county. Of course, no dungeon was free to enter. The expensive ones could cost tens of millions for a next entry. Cheaper ones, like the county dungeon, still cost over 10,000 per entry. After paying, any experience or items gained in the dungeon could be taken away. Although the level 1 disaster heavenly centipede was strong, if it met a higher level awakener, the outcome would not be good. So, the primary task right now was to level up. Entering dungeons was the most stable and effective way to level up. At 3 p.m., Wang Yue finally arrived in the county. He got off the car and first had a bowl of boiled noodles. After eating and drinking, Wang Yue headed to the dungeon point in the county. Having been established for several decades, the infrastructure was rather rundown, with only a small room the size of a toilet. Hanging above was an iron plaque, He County Dungeon Point. Wang Yue touched the bank card in his hand and walked toward the small door under the plaque. Hey! Suddenly, a sweet voice called out. Wang Yue turned around and saw a charming, slender girl standing not far away. The girl was accompanied by a simple-minded boy. Name, Lu Jianing. Race, human. Class, Tree Demon Priest, A. Level, 3. Health, 1020. Mana, 1250. Name, Lu Meng. Race, human. Class, Hammersmith, B. Level, 3. Health, 560. Mana, 140. The simple-minded boy was a B-class profession, while the sweet girl was an A-class profession. Such talent could rank among the top in Tianhai City, she could be considered a true gem of the world. At the same time, Lu Jianing was also examining Wang Yue. Are you from Wangjia village next door? Wang Yue nodded. Lu Jianing walked up to Wang Yue, touched her smooth chin, and said, Don't tell me, you're also here to enter the dungeon? Is that not allowed? Put. Lu Jianing immediately burst into laughter. Come on, big brother, do you even know what a dungeon is for? Wang Yue didn't want to bother with her and walked straight toward the dungeon point. Hey, why are you walking off? Jianing, why are you even bothering with him? A mere D-class profession, he probably hasn't even passed the Martial Arts Academy entrance exam. The simple-minded boy came up, seemingly unhappy with Lu Jianing's actions. Hey, Lu Meng, how dare you lecture me? Lu Jianing shot him a glare, and Lu Meng immediately shut up. Wait for me. Lu Jianing chased after Wang Yue and entered the small room. Chapter 9, Entering the Dungeon. Inside the room, a man with a sharp, monkey-like face sat behind the service counter. Upon seeing Wang Yue, he straightened up. The dungeon point is 12,000 each time. Wang Yue pulled out his bank card and swiped it against the card reader. The man seemed a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure, taking out a yellow and a purple talisman, along with an electronic screen from below the stage. This is an alarm talisman. Once used, it will immediately notify the rescue team, and they will arrive to save you within 10 minutes. This is a teleportation talisman. If you can't wait for the rescue team, or if you lose the alarm talisman, use this to return. And here is the dungeon map, with markings for the boss location and resource points. Wang Yue nodded. The recommended level for this dungeon point is 1 to 5, purely for beginners to level up. So generally, nothing unexpected happens, and the supervision is a bit weaker. Wait, what about me? Lu Jianing entered through the door, also pulling out her bank card and swiping it against the card reader. And D-rank profession, pretty good at pretending, huh? I want to see how capable you really are. Wang Yue glanced at Lu Jianing but ignored her, turning around to lift the plastic curtain and enter the side passage. Hey! Running away again. At the end of the passage, a spiral glowing with white light floated in midair. This is the teleportation point for the dungeon, essentially a magic circle. Through this magic circle, one can be teleported to the designated dungeon. Although he had already learned this knowledge in textbooks, seeing the real thing made Wang Yue feel a bit excited. He took a few steps forward, and a prompt immediately popped up. Would you like to enter the dungeon twilight stream? Yes. As soon as he spoke, countless white light beams surged from all directions, enveloping Wang Yue's vision. Currently teleporting. Twilight stream. Bang! A white light column suddenly struck down. As the light dissipated, Wang Yue found himself standing in a field of gravel. Looking around, he had arrived in a mysterious valley. Looking up, the twilight was dim, the sky a dark, deep blue. A huge valley was split in two by a crack, leading the path ahead to divide into two. The babbling stream was surrounded by oddly shaped plants with thick, red and green leaves. There was a complete silence. Bang! Bang! Just as Wang Yue was observing his surroundings, two white light beams lit up behind him. Lu Jianing and Lu Meng appeared behind Wang Yue. Hey! I'm talking to you, why are you acting so aloof? Lu Jianing strode towards Wang Yue with her slim, graceful legs. I have nothing to say to you. Wang Yue looked at Lu Jianing's slightly flushed face and felt a bit speechless. Nothing to say? Big brother, do you know where this place is? It might be life-threatening. Lu Jianing declared firmly, hands on her hips. It has nothing to do with you. Wang Yue finished speaking and walked towards the small path on the left. You! Lu Jianing's slightly flushed face turned completely red. As the pride of Lu family village, she had lived in endless love and attention from her family since she was little. After awakening her A-rank profession yesterday, she received even more resources from the village. For example, this twilight stream, she had already visited for the second time. All expenses for coming here were collected by the village, available for her to use freely. To prevent her from getting bored, Lu Meng was specially arranged to accompany her. With such pampering, combined with Lu Jianing's good looks, no boy had ever treated her so coldly until today. Only Wang Yue made her feel as if she had great talent but couldn't show it off, leaving her with a feeling of frustration. Watching Wang Yue's departing figure, Lu Jianing felt a wave of discomfort in her heart. Why wasn't he paying attention to her? Thinking of this, Lu Jianing shouted loudly at Wang Yue, alright. Since that's the case, let's compete and see who reaches the finish line first. She turned to Lu Meng, we'll take the right path, don't mind him. Lu Meng grumbled indignantly, a psycho like him shouldn't even be acknowledged. On the left path. Wang Yue saw that the clingy one didn't follow him and summoned the Calamity Sky Silkworm. He leapt onto the head of the Calamity Sky Silkworm. Then controlling the Calamity Sky Silkworm, he flew close to the ground. After all, most of the monsters here are land creatures. Wang Yue came here, not to rush, but to level up, so he didn't want to miss any monsters. This afternoon, he must let the Calamity Skyworm eat its fill. The giant Calamity Skyworm was crawling on the ground, and soon it spotted a wild monster. Name, Streamstone Hermit Crab. Race, Beast. Grade, Common White. Level, 2. Health, 48. Mana, 0. This hermit crab was the size of a roadside stone, with one claw small and the other large. Seeing Wang Yue approach, it rushed at him sideways. Feast. Just as it got close to Wang Yue, it was swallowed whole by the Calamity Skyworm. Killed Streamstone Hermit Crab, plus 10 experience points. Calamity Skyworm plus 10 experience points, plus 50 health, plus 0.1 meters in length. Opening the panel, Wang Yue saw that his leveling progress bar had risen a notch. Level 1, 10%. The Calamity Skyworm was the same, its progress reaching 10%. It seems that using a bug pet to kill monsters grants equal experience to both the pet and the awakener. Wang Yue sat down on the head of the Calamity Skyworm, guiding it to crawl forward again. After crawling for hundreds of meters, a red fat mushroom the size of a tree stump appeared in Wang Yue's sight. Name, Shining Mushroom Fairy. Race, Plant. Grade, Common White. Level, 3. Health, 60. Mana, 20. Seeing Wang Yue approach, it trembled and immediately released a string of purple bubbles. At this moment, the cooldown of the feast skill had not finished, so Wang Yue had to wait. Puff puff puff. The purple bubbles floated to the head of the Calamity skyworm, causing a series of damage. -1. -1. -1. As soon as the feast cooldown finished, Wang Yue immediately commanded the Calamity skyworm to swallow the Mushroom Fairy. Killed Shining Mushroom Fairy, plus 15 experience points. Calamity Skyworm plus 15 experience points, plus 50 health, plus 0.1 meters in length. Where the Mushroom Fairy died, a green glowing item suddenly appeared. Wang Yue was stunned. So lucky, the first one dropped equipment? Equipment, complete mushroom cap. Slot, head. Grade, rare green. Attributes, magic power plus 1. Although it was rare equipment, based on the added attributes, it was clearly just a piece of fashion. Would anyone really wear a mushroom on their head? Wang Yue was not interested, but this kind of fashion was still quite valuable. If he encountered a rich buyer, he could almost sell it for nearly 20,000. Not bad, at least he could break even. Wang Yue put it in his item slot and continued to explore forward. Meanwhile, on another road, Lu Jianing and Lu Meng were rushing forward. Jianing, we are here to level up, isn't your approach a bit inappropriate? They clearly encountered many monsters along the way, but Lu Jianing ignored them all for the sake of rushing. Don't make noise. I must clear the level before him. As she spoke, a shining mushroom fairy stood in front of them. Dare to block my way? Seeking death. Tree spirit summon. As soon as she finished speaking, a small tree spirit jumped out of the soil beside Lu Jianing and pounced at the mushroom fairy. Meanwhile, Lu Jianing did not stop, continuing to charge forward. Chapter 10, Dark Sorcerer. Soon, the two arrived at the deepest part of the canyon. Ahead was a round stone area. Lu Jianing slowed down, gesturing to cast a spell as she walked forward. Lu Meng also held a heavy hammer, following closely behind Lu Jianing. However, when the two entered the stone area, they were both stunned. Where is Gugu? Lu Meng placed the heavy hammer on the ground. Lu Jianing also had a puzzled expression. Normally, at the end of the two canyons of Twilight Mountain Stream, there would be a level 7 elite monster rock guardian Gugu. This was also the greatest value of this dungeon. But now, Gugu had disappeared. Lu Jianing clenched her fist hard. What's wrong with this dungeon? The moss core and earth gem that Gugu drops are good items. Without Gugu, what's the point of us taking this dungeon? Humph. That black-hearted admin, daring to scam us. I will definitely find him to settle the score when I go outside. Lu Meng scratched his head. Could it be that the one called Wang Yue went ahead of us and wiped out both Gugu? Lu Jianing touched her chin. Impossible, once a path is chosen, you can't enter another. This is also one of the characteristics of Twilight Mountain Stream. She walked ahead, lost in her thoughts. There's no other way, let's return and ask the manager. He should at least refund me half of this 12,000 fee, or I will get angry. Lu Meng sighed and followed Lu Jianing forward. At the end of the circular stone area was a narrow stone crack. The two squeezed through the stones to get out. Before them was a vast area of gravel, identical to the scenery when they entered. Humph, that annoying Wang Yue really can't keep up with me. Lu Jianing patted her little dress and walked to the other side of the stone wall, where there was also a stone crack, covered by a layer of translucent red membrane. The presence of this membrane indicated that Wang Yue had not yet emerged. Jianing, that guy won't be in danger, right? What if he is? He brought this on himself by barging in. Lu Jianing crossed her arms under her chest. I was planning to show some kindness and help him pass, but if he doesn't know what's good for him, then he can just leave it to fate. Lu Meng chuckled. I think he'll be half dead after killing a few hermit crabs. He'll probably use the teleportation charm to get out soon. Then we can go in and pick up the scraps. There might be some ancient ruins along this path. Not bad, you're not too foolish after all. Let's rest for a bit. Lu Jianing walked over to a large rock. Lu Meng turned around and suddenly froze. Wait a minute, Jianing, where's the teleportation array? Why is it gone? Lu Jianing followed Lu Meng's gaze and was also taken aback. The teleportation array that used to be at the end of the gravel area had completely vanished. Seeing this situation, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. What the heck? Even if the ancient ruins are gone, why is the teleportation array missing too? Lu Meng took a deep breath. It's fine, Jianing. We still have the teleportation charm, we can definitely get back. Lu Jianing's face turned red again. Even though our county is remote, this is just too poorly managed. I will definitely file a complaint once I get back. Suddenly, Lu Jianing frowned. Lu Meng's expression turned worried. What's wrong, Jianing? Have you noticed a problem? Lu Jianing stared blankly ahead. Our blue mana hasn't automatically restored at all, from just now until now. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng quickly opened his profession panel. His expression changed to one of shock. The automatic recovery rate for mana was 1% per minute, but they had been out for over 10 minutes, and his mana hadn't increased at all. He swallowed hard, stuttering, "Jianing, I feel like this place is sinister. How about we head back first?" Lu Jianing nodded, "I think so too." After saying that, she took out the teleportation charm and activated it. Whoosh! The purple teleportation charm seemed to ignite with an invisible flame and instantly vanished. Yet, Lu Jianing still stood in place. What is going on? Lu Jianing stared in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Meng was stunned too and quickly took out the alarm charm. "Don't be afraid, I'll call the rescue team right now." However, at that moment, the alarm charm disintegrated into dust, just like the teleportation charm. Both of them were left dumbfounded. What should we do, Jianing? Are we going to be trapped in this cursed place? Don't panic. There must be a reason for this situation. After saying that, Lu Jianing raised her hand and a small tree spirit emerged from the ground. Luckily, the skills can still be used. Lu Jianing looked at Lu Meng. "Let's split up to explore the area nearby. Whatever you do, do not use your teleportation charm. If it fails again, we really won't be able to get out." Just as the two were about to take action. "Who?" A heavy wail echoed from the sky. The two looked up. A gigantic boulder guarded the ancient ruins, now encased in a purple translucent bubble in the air. Next to it, a humanoid figure floated ominously. This is... Lu Jianing's face turned pale as she watched this bizarre scene in disbelief. With a wave of the humanoid creature's right hand, the purple bubble shot out in an instant. Bang! It crashed to the ground. Countless stones and dirt were stirred up. A terrifying number appeared, and Blood Bull Gugu died instantly. Lu Jianing and Lu Meng trembled, their chests heaving rapidly. As the humanoid creature drew closer, they finally saw its panel clearly. Name? Race, Evil Species. Class, Dark Mage, A. Level, 19. Health, 3280. Mana, 3660. A level 19. A rank Evil Species. Crack. Lu Meng's legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground. What? How could this happen? Lu Jianing also turned as pale as a ghost. She trembled uncontrollably from head to toe. Seeing this scene was basically a death sentence for both of them. The Dark Mage's body gradually descended, hovering above the two. It wore a tattered blue cloth coat, its skin shriveled like a corpse, with a pair of sunken eyes glowing red, looking at the two without emotion. Then, it raised a finger, and pure dark energy gathered at its fingertip. Run! Run! Lu Jianing shouted and split up to escape with Lu Meng. The Dark Mage drew circles with its fingertip, like spinning a basketball. The next second, it threw it directly at Lu Jianing. Boom! The dark energy hit Lu Jianing directly. -724. The black substance dissipated, and Lu Jianing lay on the gravel ground, covered in blood. Ah! Ah! She trembled, propping herself up with one hand, her face covered in dirt, tears streaming down her small face. No, please. Don't kill me. I am a genius. I have a bright future ahead. Please let me go, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Chapter 11, Instant Transmission. Just thinking that her promising life would come to an abrupt end at 18, Lu Jianing felt a wave of nausea. No. It shouldn't be like this. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I can give you anything. Lu Jianing's tears, snot, and saliva mixed together, her once pretty features now completely twisted. Bang! 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 The next second, she even banged her head against the ground. No! Please don't kill me. I am willing to be a servant. Evil being. Please spare me. Once a proud genius, now utterly reduced to a cowardly, desperate waste. However, the Dark Mage could not understand what Lu Jianing was saying at all. It raised its finger again. Buzzing. Dark energy gathered, the sound like a death knell. No. No. At the instant it was about to release. Boom. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder came from the clouds above. The energy ball on the Dark Mage's finger dissipated, and it looked up at the sky. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, unknowingly. Inside, lightning flickered. Pitter-patter. Intense raindrops poured down from the sky, soaking the entire land. Thunder rumbled louder. As a chaotic whirlwind began to blow. The Dark Mage stared blankly at the raging sky, as if pondering something. Suddenly, Boom! A lightning bolt struck down without warning from above the dark mage. The fierce lightning pierced through the sky. When the lightning faded, the place where the dark mage once stood was empty. Just a moment before being struck by the lightning, the dark mage had suddenly flashed and moved 5 meters away, dodging the fatal blow. Calamity Skyworm, use Frenzy Feast. A sharp voice rang out. In an instant, behind the dark mage, a gigantic figure charged out. The dark mage turned sharply, only to see a huge abyssal mouth. Crack! The Calamity Skyworm swallowed the dark mage whole. Minus 4,226. A huge amount of damage popped up. This damage far exceeded the dark mage's health limit. Instant kill. The dark mage, who had just been so arrogant, vanished in less than a second, swallowed by the Calamity Skyworm as if it had never existed. Kill the evil species, Calamity Skyworm plus 50 health, plus 0.1 meters in length. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Yue, who had been hiding behind a boulder, finally dared to come out. As a level 19A rank class, if it weren't for the Calamity Skyworm's overwhelmingly strong stats, Wang Yue wouldn't have been able to cope at all. It can be said. If that bite hadn't killed the dark mage and allowed it to react, then the 3 humans present would have died. But without taking this risk, Wang Yue couldn't leave, so he had no choice. After battling just now, his Disaster Skyworm had leveled up to level 3. Name, Disaster Skyworm. Level, 3, 12.5%. Health, 5750. Mana, 1680. Attack, 560. Magic power, 630. Armor, 580. Magic resistance, 468. Physical penetration, 40%. Magic penetration, 20%. Attack speed, 1.09. Agility, 630. Continuously using Feast, he raised the Disaster Skyworm's health to nearly 6,000 points. And Wang Yue himself also leveled up to 3 and learned a new skill, Experience Storage. The effect is that when a bug pet kills a monster, 50% of the experience gain will be stored in an experience pool, which can be used for other bug pets. For an ordinary bug breeder, this skill might not be very useful. But for Wang Yue, it was like icing on the cake, significantly speeding up the bug breeding process. Looking at where the dark mage had stood before, Wang Yue still felt a wave of anger. If it hadn't been for the elite monster being snatched away by this dark mage, he surely would have leveled up again. After all, killing the evil creatures doesn't give experience points. Suddenly, Wang Yue saw a black book emitting a blue glow, floating where the dark mage had just been. He manipulated the Disaster Skyworm to gently nudge the book with its head, carrying it down on the wind and delivering it to the ground. Consumable, Skill Book, Dark Mage. Effect, immediately learn one of the skills Dark Energy Ball, Dark Prison, Instant Teleportation. It's a skill book. The 3 skills on the book should be the ones released by the dark mage earlier. Wang Yue used it directly. Skill book used successfully, skill learned, Instant Teleportation. A prompt box appeared in front of him, and Wang Yue promptly opened his class panel to check the new skill. Skill, Instant Teleportation, consumes 80 mana, teleport to an empty space within 5 meters. Cooldown, 3 minutes. With a mana cost of 80, if Wang Yue hadn't leveled up to 3 and increased his mana to 84, he really wouldn't have been able to use it. But for Wang Yue, whose main body was relatively weak, it was still pretty useful. After the dark mage died, the spell restrictions in the area seemed to have been lifted. Mana began to recover naturally, and the vanished teleportation array reappeared. Wang Yue recalled the Disaster Skyworm into the bug breeding space and walked over to Lu Jianing. A terrible smell wafted through the air. Are you two okay? Lu Jianing's face was as if it had been steamed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I'm fine. She lowered her head, quickly glanced at Wang Yue, then hurriedly looked down again. Thank you, it was my poor judgment. After speaking, Lu Jianing seemed to realize her words were somewhat inappropriate, and her little face turned even redder. Ugly. Too ugly. Her previous embarrassing behavior had been fully exposed in front of Wang Yue. Just thinking about this made Lu Jianing twist her body, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But at the same time, a strange feeling also surfaced deep in her heart. Would you like I'll treat you to dinner as my way of thanking you. Lu Jianing tried hard not to stutter, but the more she tried to control it, the more tangled her words became. I'm busy. Unexpectedly, Wang Yue directly refused. After you two go out, you need to act as witnesses and demand compensation for our dungeon fees from the administrator. Lu Jianing was stunned, not expecting Wang Yue to come over to say this. She bit her lip. I understand, don't worry, the compensation will definitely not be less. Wang Yue nodded in satisfaction, then began to look around. Where's your boyfriend? Hearing this word, Lu Jianing's face showed an expression of disbelief. He's not my boyfriend. Lu Jianing raised her head and explained frantically, I have been single for 18 years, he is just a fellow villager who came to do the dungeon with me. Wang Yue, don't misunderstand. Wang Yue looked at Lu Jianing in some bewilderment. What difference did it make to him whether he was her boyfriend or not? After searching around, Wang Yue finally found Lu Meng in a stone cave. His large body curled up in the small stone cave, already fainted. Later, the two lifted Lu Meng together to go out. He even sought accountability from the administrator. The administrator solemnly apologized and offered compensation, saying that it had already been reported to higher-ups and someone would come to investigate. The Twilight Mountain Stream dungeon is temporarily closed. Chapter 12, Tianhai Vocational Technical School. 6 days later. Wang Yue was packing his luggage in his room, checking everything was correct before closing the suitcase and walking out of the room. During these 6 days, he had been leveling up in some desolate mountains near Wangjia village. The desolate mountains had far fewer monsters than dungeons, but there were still some wild mountain wolves and man-eating bears deep inside, enough for early level upgrades. In 6 days, Wang Yue had risen from level 3 to level 5, and the health of the Calamitous Sky Caterpillar had reached 8,100, and he had learned a new skill, Recovery A. The effect was to restore 0.1% of health per second, passively triggered. With this skill and terrifying health, the Calamitous Sky Caterpillar had completely transformed into a monster that could withstand and deal damage. During this time, Lu Jianing surprisingly came to Wangjia village to find him twice, but he chased her away both times. Today was the day Wang Yue set off for Tianhai Vocational Technical School. Attending technical school gave Wang Yue a chance to enter a martial arts college. If he could graduate smoothly from the martial arts college, he could enter dungeons for free in the future, and even go to the warfront. But if he chose not to attend technical school, he would completely miss out on martial arts college. In that case, he could only work hard to earn money, then spend it to enter dungeons to level up, significantly slowing his growth. So, despite all the reluctance, Wang Yue still prepared to go to technical school to look for opportunities. Early in the morning, the sky was still hazy, like a blue veil covering the sky. Wang's mother had already prepared rice balls, and when she saw Wang Yue come out, she hurriedly handed one to him. Xiao Mao, get along well with your classmates at school, don't act impulsively while doing things, listen to your teachers, okay? Don't worry, Mom, you and Dad take care at home, remember to contact me if something happens. Wang Yue stuffed the rice ball into his bag, crossed the small yard, and saw his father standing in the shadow of the door. His father had always been weak and timid, always silent, not even knowing how to resist the bullying of the villagers. Dad, I'm going to school, don't go mushroom picking at night anymore, there's money at home. Wang Yue glanced at his father with concern, patted his arm, and turned to leave through the gate. Wang's father and mother stood at the door, watching Wang Yue leave. Dad, Mom. Go back, I'll be back during the holidays. Wang Yue turned to glance at his parents, then resolutely walked forward. Hey, where are you going? Suddenly, his mother's voice called from behind. Wang Yue turned around and saw his father running over a few steps, holding a small parcel wrapped in a handkerchief. He carefully handed the small parcel to Wang Yue. Wang Yue took the small parcel and opened it layer by layer. Inside were several stacks of small denomination banknotes and some neatly stacked coins. I told you, Xiao Mao doesn't lack money now, who needs your little bit? Wang's mother hobbled over from behind. Looking at this bundle of money, her tone was a bit helpless. This is what your dad has saved over the years, it's for you to buy clothes in the city, but yesterday. As she said this, Wang's mother looked at Wang's father. Did you think your son is as useless as you, still so stubborn after I told you at dark? Hearing this, Wang Yue's eyes slightly reddened, tightly gripping the small parcel in his hands. No, I just need this money. He raised his head and looked at his parents. Dad and Mom, don't worry, your son will definitely make a name for himself. At the county train station. Now that he had some money, Wang Yue decided to change his mode of transportation. He no longer wanted to experience the 3-hour bumpiness of the bus. Wang Yue. A familiar voice rang out from behind him. Wang Yue helplessly turned around and, sure enough, found Lu Jianing standing behind him. Seeing Wang Yue, Lu Jianing's eyes sparkled as she rushed over. I knew you would be here. Come on, big sister, don't you have anything else to do? Wang Yue really didn't expect this girl to follow him all the way here. Since he had saved her by chance last time. The girl was like enchanted, clinging to him time and again. Wang Yue could see that Lu Jianing had some interest in him. To be honest, Lu Jianing was indeed beautiful, with a perfect height of 168 centimeters, a pure yet charming face, and a slim figure, especially her 2 long, slender legs, which could be said to have no competition within 10 miles. But at this moment, Wang Yue had no thoughts of dating. Even if he did, he felt nothing for Lu Jianing. Hey, don't say it like that, I just didn't want you to go hungry on your way, so I brought you lunch. Lu Jianing said while pulling out a box of plastic lunch from her small bag. Your school really lacks vision, letting a talent like you go to a technical school. She extended her hands forward, handing the lunch to Wang Yue. Here, take it, this is freshly made by me early in the morning. Inside, there was a rich variety: shrimp, fried pork chops, broccoli, all were delicacies. I don't want it, you eat it yourself. Wang Yue replied coldly, leaving Lu Jianing stunned in place. Since he had no feelings for her, he couldn't send her the wrong signals. That's what Wang Yue thought. What if he accepted this lunch today, and Lu Jianing misunderstood it as mutual affection? That would be troublesome. Although Lu Jianing was beautiful and proactive, Wang Yue had more important things to do right now. Dating was too troublesome for him. You. Whether you want it or not, you must take it. I made this with great difficulty early in the morning. Do you know how hard it is to wake up early? Just because you woke up early doesn't mean I have to eat it. Wang Yue turned and left directly. At the same time, the train slowly arrived at the station. Wang Yue gave Lu Jianing no opportunity and directly slipped into the carriage. Wang Yue. You come out. Lu Jianing rushed to the outside of the carriage, shouting at the inside, but was firmly stopped by the ticket collector. In an instant, tears of grievance filled her eyes. Wang Yue, wait for me. Wang Yue sat on the seat, frowning, pinching the bridge of his nose. This spoiled, proud girl was like this. If she had feelings for someone, didn't everyone have to date her? It was somewhat ridiculous. Wang Yue just hoped that Lu Jianing's so-called wait for me was just talk, and she wouldn't come to cling to him again. The train slowly started moving. Wang Yue took out a rice ball, swallowed a few bites, then closed his eyes and drifted into a light sleep. More than an hour later. We have arrived at Tianhai Station, please disembark promptly if you are getting off. The electric sound of the broadcast rang out. Wang Yue rubbed his eyes, stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Taking the train was indeed more comfortable than the bus. Following the crowd, he got off the train. Wang Yue took a taxi to Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School. As soon as he got off, he noticed a young crowd, carrying all sorts of bags, pouring into the school gate like a tide. As the largest technical school in Tianhai City, the entrance of Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School wasn't impressive, rather, it had a dilapidated feeling. The weather today was gloomy. Under the dark clouds, the red signboard looked dull, and the large characters on it were already rusty. Across the road, there were several small hotels, internet cafes, and billiard rooms. Everywhere exuded a very lively atmosphere. Following the crowd, Wang Yue entered the school. Once inside the gate, a long line formed. At the end was a registration desk. 20 minutes later, Wang Yue finally reached the registration desk, showed his identification, and received his campus card. Referred to as a campus card, it was actually just a waterproof plastic card that recorded student information. Following the information's guidance, Wang Yue arrived at a shabby dormitory building. Chapter 13, The Dominance of the Tech School. As soon as he walked in, Wang Yue smelled a musty odor. His dormitory was on the second floor. Wang Yue carried his backpack and arrived at the door of a rundown dorm room. The dorm room door was wide open, and as Wang Yue stepped in, the place was filled with smoke, the floor was dirty, and in the tiny 10 square meter space, it was crammed with 7 bed frames. Each bed frame was divided into upper and lower levels. In a single dormitory, there were actually 14 students living together. In such a harsh environment, even Wang Yue, who came from a rural background, frowned. Currently, there were a total of 9 boys in the dormitory. Some gathered around playing cards, some smoked alone, and others held explicit magazines, chuckling foolishly. Hey! A new brother has come? A boy standing by the door, smoking, was the first to notice Wang Yue. My name is Zhang Bai, wanna smoke? After speaking, the boy took a cheap cigarette from the pack and handed it to Wang Yue. Wang Yue shook his head. I don't smoke this. The boy showed an incredulous expression. Don't smoke? Wang Yue didn't want to engage with him and instead walked towards his bed. According to the freshman manual, his bed should be in the deepest corner, on the lower bunk. However, there were already 3 students gathered here, eagerly playing do di zhu. 2 of them were smoking, flicking ash directly onto the wooden board of the bed. Wang Yue's expression darkened as he unloaded his bag and quietly said, "Move aside." The 3 boys turned to look at Wang Yue upon hearing his voice. One thin boy with yellow hair, eyes fierce, stared at Wang Yue and said, "What did you say?" Punch. Wang Yue's fist slammed down hard onto the right side of the yellow-haired boy's face. The boy fell onto the bedboard, his cheek swelling up and bruising, blood also oozing out. At this moment, everyone finally saw Wang Yue's professional panel. 5 levels. Among the 10 people present, except for Wang Yue, who was level 5, all the others were level 1. And those who could come here to study were basically all from low-tier professions, so Wang Yue's attributes were twice as high as everyone else's. Brother. I was wrong, we'll leave right now. The yellow-haired boy covered his face and started gathering the cards with a defeated look. Clean up your cigarette butts. If I catch a whiff of smoke, you can forget about your beds. Wang Yue's tone was icy. Upon hearing this, the other roommates who were smoking quickly stubbed out their cigarettes. Initially, Wang Yue wanted to get along with his roommates, but after what just happened, he felt these people were unworthy. Technical colleges were chaotic, and only with a strong fist could one prevent being bullied. After laying out his blanket, Wang Yue lay on the bed, pondering quietly. Most students in technical schools were resigned to their fate, just wanting to develop steadily and secure an ascension opportunity 1 year later, which was almost guaranteed. But a year was too long. Just being here for half an hour made Wang Yue feel completely uneasy. Aside from the ascension route, if there were significant contributions, there was also a chance for direct promotion. But how to seek out these significant contributions? Wang Yue thought and thought but could not come up with any useful ideas. For now, the priority was to quickly level up, get out more, and seek opportunities for contributions. While Wang Yue was thinking, 3 more students entered the dormitory. Except for Wang Yue, the others began to get familiar with each other. "Haogu, it's really you." Just as everyone was discussing, an excited voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, the chatter ceased. Wang Yue, who was meditating, couldn't help but open his eyes to take a look. At the door stood a tall and handsome young man. He was dressed in brand-name clothes, and with his outstanding aura, it was clear he was not from an ordinary family. "Zhang Bai, I really didn't expect to be in the same dormitory as you," the young man said, pulling out a pack of premium cigarettes and tossing one to Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai's eyes lit up as he caught it with both hands, bowing and scraping. "Wow, being able to hang out with Haogu is simply a blessing I've earned over 3 lifetimes. In second high, who doesn't know about Haogu's strength? If it weren't for the academic grades in the awakening assessment being too high, Haogu would never come to this broken place." Upon hearing this, displeasure clearly appeared on the young man's face. Zhang Bai also realized he had said something wrong, and he quickly covered his mouth. Wang Yue quietly watched the scene. A professional panel appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Pai Juanhao. Race, human. Profession, dual sword fighter, C. Level, 4. Health, 815. Mana, 330. A level 4 C grade profession, yet possessing over 800 health, is already 3 to 4 times the normal level. Without even looking, it's clear that this is another wealthy second-generation offspring, forcibly boosting his attributes with items and talent stones. But because of his low scores in the liberal arts, he ended up spending so much money and still got into a technical school. "To be honest, I really don't want to go to that martial arts high school." Pai Juanhao lit up a cigarette himself. "The waters there are too deep. I think it's nice here with the brothers." Yeah. "Brother Hao, without you, what's the point for a bunch of us brothers here?" Zhang Bai tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "I've already checked. Xiao Wu is in class 3, Xiao Qi is in blacksmithing class 1. I'll have them come to see Brother Hao right now." Pai Juanhao waved his hand. Forget it. I'll organize a gathering in a few days, then let's have all the brothers from high school come over, we can have a good chat." The onlookers, no matter how foolish, understood from the conversation that the boy in front of them was a great figure, someone who could command the winds and rain in the technical school. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Pai Juanhao straightened his clothes and cleared his throat. "Brothers, nice to meet you. I am Pai Juanhao, from Tianhai No. 2 Middle School. Maybe some brothers have heard of my rumors, sorry to make you laugh." In an instant, everyone turned into well-behaved kids, echoing back. "Brother Hao, good. You are so awesome, Brother Hao. Our dormitory is going to rise up." Suddenly, that little yellow-haired guy jumped down from the bed. "Brother Hao. I've heard of your reputation for a long time, I didn't expect to see you today." His face was excited, bowing as he ran all the way to Pai Juanhao. "My name is Hijia, Brother Hao, you are this." As he spoke, the yellow-haired Hijia gave a thumbs up. "You are undoubtedly the top tyrant of the technical school, brother, I will follow you from now on." Pai Juanhao nodded in satisfaction, holding the cigarette in his mouth, and flicked another one from the box to Hijia. "We're all in the same dormitory, we're brothers. In the future, we share blessings and face difficulties together. Share blessings and face difficulties together." Hijia immediately echoed, also learning from Zhang Bai to tuck the cigarette behind his ear. TSK. Pai Juanhao pinched the cigarette, his expression somewhat displeased. "Come on, why aren't you guys lighting one? Don't tell me you're trying to quit smoking." Chapter 14, Establishing Authority. Hijia's face changed, glancing towards Wang Yue. "Brother Hao, he can't stand any smoke, how dare we smoke?" As he spoke, he showed half of his bruised face. "Look, because I accidentally flicked some ash on his bed, he just punched me, really impressive." A fierce light gleamed in Pai Juanhao's eyes as he immediately raised his voice. That. "Who says we can't smoke in the dormitory?" Hijia made a face at him. Pai Juanhao turned his head, following the direction Hijia pointed, taking a few steps to Wang Yue's side. "Buddy. What's up? Do you have an opinion about us?" He leaned down, one hand resting on the bed frame, glaring at Wang Yue. But just that glare made Pai Juanhao stand still. "Level 5? He never expected that in this broken place, there was someone who was even one level higher than him. He, a C-grade profession, spent over 200,000 to find a team to level up in a dungeon, only to reach level 4. And this little D-grade profession, in just a week, managed to reach level 5? A strong sense of unwillingness surged in Pai Juanhao's heart. This esteemed tech tyrant, if you want to smoke, please go to the balcony, there are clear rules in the dormitory prohibiting smoking. This sentence completely ignited Pai Juanhao's anger. What the hell did you say? Originally, Wang Yue didn't care as long as the ash didn't fall on his territory. But the more Pai Juanhao acted this way, the more Wang Yue didn't want to indulge him. Could it be that the tech tyrant can't understand human words? Pai Juanhao's eyes turned bloodshot. Whoosh! Without giving Wang Yue any chance to respond, a fist came crashing down. Bang! However, this rapid fist was easily caught by Wang Yue. Then a kick flew out, hitting Pai Juanhao squarely in the chest. Ouch! Pai Juanhao cried out in pain, falling hard onto the cement ground. Looking up again, Wang Yue had already gotten up and was standing before him. Damn you! Pai Juanhao sat up with his hands on the ground, the palms glowing slightly, forming two sword-like beams of light. Wang Yue's expression changed slightly. He was about to take swords out from his inventory. With Pai Juanhao's background, his weapons would definitely not be bad. Dual sword warriors don't have high stats in normal conditions. But once they hold swords, their combat power increases significantly. Just as Wang Yue was torn over whether to summon the Calamity Sky Centipede. What are you two doing? A loud shout pulled the attention of both Wang Yue and Pai Juanhao back. At the door stood a rugged-looking male teacher, with big eyes glaring at both of them. Name, Zhou Zhenhai. Race, human. Occupation, boxer, C. Level, 11. Health, 800. Mana, 55. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue hurriedly helped Pai Juanhao up. Teacher, we met too late, so we were just sparring. An 11-level boxer, although his health and mana looked lower than Pai Juanhao's, in a real fight, he could easily beat someone like him. And Pai Juanhao's gaze towards Wang Yue was filled with fury. Having taken a hit without reason, and now it was time for a proper fight, you're saying it was just sparring? I don't care what you were doing, if I catch you fighting in the dorm again, Zhou Zhenhai will never let it go. Zhou Zhenhai's voice boomed, echoing through the entire dormitory. The assembly bell has sounded 3 times. Why are you still here in your dorm? At this moment, everyone reacted and hurried downstairs to gather. 10 minutes later, a group of people rushed to the playground. At this point, the playground was already packed with people. Wang Yue arrived at the designated position and began to listen to the speech from the school leaders. The 2.5 hours of speeches could be summed up in one sentence. You are all livestock, make sure to contribute to the school. Finally getting through the speech. There was actually a class division meeting. As a student of Class 2, Wang Yue and a bunch of classmates squeezed into the classroom. The small, stuffy classroom somehow accommodated over 70 students. In the classroom, Pai Juanhao and 12 other roommates all sat together, while Wang Yue sat alone on the other side. After a while, a short middle-aged man with a bald head and rimless glasses, sporting a beer belly, walked up to the stage. Once on stage, his lewd little eyes surveyed the many students below. He cleared his throat. Hello everyone, my name is Sun Dafu, and I will be your counselor for the next 3 years. First of all, welcome to Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School. Seeing the crowd's lackluster reaction, Sun Dafu snorted coldly. I won't say too much nonsense. I've taught students like you, if not 1,000, at least 500. I know what kind of people you are. If you want to graduate from here, it's neither hard nor easy. Don't cause trouble, don't make a scene. This is the basic quality of comprehensive technical students. Besides that, to graduate smoothly, we only look at one indicator, and that's skill points. The school will regularly assign various internship tasks, and as long as you complete them, you can earn a certain amount of skill points. Reach 500 points, pass the defense, and you'll graduate smoothly. Sun Dafu strolled around the stage with his hands behind his back. Looking at you all, you probably are not unfamiliar with this system. Since that's the case, I'll announce a task to help everyone familiarize themselves with the process. Sun Dafu walked up to the podium and casually flipped open a booklet. The first internship task is to follow an external adventure team into the pig-headed tribe dungeon for 3 days, providing them with necessary supplies for food, clothing, and shelter. He looked around, his tone flat. Skill points, 5, any students want to go? The students below fell silent in an instant. Who would have thought this technical school was so eager to start pressing for labor right after entering? Providing supplies for the team sounded simple. But it could turn dangerous if things didn't go well. Even if luck wasn't that bad. If she really went, that would be the lowest level of the team. To serve the team members, that's the most basic duty. If the team members are unhappy, they'd take it out on you. It's a living internship as a dog servant. Most importantly, the skill points are only 5. Some good tasks, like being a supporter at the competition, can earn 10 points for just one morning, plus you can watch the match. Of course, whether you get such good work depends on how well you can curry favor with the counselor. Hence, the students below were on high alert, all holding their breaths. This is the intimidation tactic, a warning from Sun Dafu to the new students. However, among the many students, there was one person whose expression was different from the others. That person was Wang Yue. Supply of resources? What supply of resources? This is a fantastic opportunity to join a dungeon. Wang Yue had heard of the Pigman tribe dungeon. The next time, it would cost a full 800,000. Since he could stay in one place, just controlling his bug pet to grind monsters wouldn't raise suspicion. This rare opportunity, Wang Yue truly didn't want to miss. After thinking through some details and confirming there were no problems, Wang Yue slowly raised his hand. Humph. But before Wang Yue's hand could go up, Sun Dafu let out an unhappy grunt. I knew it, everyone gets along so well, facing such a great opportunity, and everyone is so good at yielding. In that case, I'll have to draw lots. Chapter 15, Just a Dog Lover. Hearing this, Wang Yue had to lower his hand. It made sense, after all, such a good opportunity was something everyone wanted, and drawing lots was the fairest method. Sun Dafu walked to the podium and reached into the black box on it. In less than a second, he pulled out 2 slips of paper. He opened one and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Which students are Yao Linlin and Hao Wenbo? As soon as these words were spoken, some students' gazes immediately fell on the 2. One was a beautiful girl with delicate makeup. The other was a weak-looking boy wearing glasses. Seeing it wasn't them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then cast either mocking or sympathetic glances at the 2. Meanwhile, Wang Yue felt a sinking feeling in his heart. As expected, such a good thing wouldn't come to him. The girl named Yao Linlin frowned, pouting her lips, clearly quite unhappy. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., meet at the east gate of the school. Someone will come to pick you 2 up. Sun Dafu didn't show the slips of paper in his hands but directly tossed them back into the black box. Suddenly, Yao Linlin stood up. Teacher, I think this allocation is totally unreasonable. Oh? Sun Dafu was taken aback for a moment, squinting his eyes and adjusting his glasses. Yao Linlin, what do you think is unreasonable? It's well known that the Pigman tribe dungeon is dirty and vast, and the Pigman race is quite lecherous. I believe girls shouldn't be sent to such dangerous places. Sun Dafu sneered coldly. Yao Linlin, this is the result of drawing lots, how can we just change it? But looking at Yao Linlin's charming face, Sun Dafu changed his tone. However, you do have a point. How about this, come to my office tonight, and we can discuss solutions in detail. Noticing Sun Dafu's lewd gaze, Yao Linlin shivered all over. This. Some ordinary-looking, perceptive girls nearby had already started advising Yao Linlin. Linlin, you should go have a good chat with Teacher Sun, he definitely won't let you go to such a place. Right, Linlin, Teacher Sun is such a nice person, he wouldn't just stand by. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue sitting below felt increasingly confused. Yao Linlin seemed quite resistant? Connecting everyone's expressions, he realized an important issue. This task didn't seem to be a good assignment at all. In an instant, Wang Yue suddenly understood. He couldn't help but scold himself a couple of times for being foolish. However, if that's the case, he felt no psychological burden anymore. In the next second, he stood up directly. Teacher, I volunteer to replace Yao Linlin to carry out the task. When these words came out, all the students in the class were suddenly stunned. Originally, all the gazes on Yao Linlin focused on Wang Yue. Wow! The uproar rose like waves in the sea. Oh my god, who is this student? A hero saving a beauty. No way, he can't really think that doing this will make Yao Linlin like him, right? This guy looks okay, but his outfit has a rustic vibe, it's obvious he's from the countryside, really a toad wishing to eat swan meat. And Yao Linlin also glanced at Wang Yue. On the stage, Sun Dafu frowned and looked at Wang Yue with displeasure. This student, are you serious? Wang Yue nodded, putting on a noble expression, respecting the elderly, loving the young, and protecting women is our dragon nation's traditional virtue. Since classmate Yao Linlin doesn't want to go, then let me do it. Humph. Sun Dafu stared hard at Wang Yue. Think carefully, supplying materials is not so easy. I'm not afraid, teacher, just give the task to me. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into another uproar. But this time, it was mixed with some mockery. All right. Sun Dafu seemed also angry. Since you want to go so much, I'll grant you. He turned around, took 2 forms, and walked down to the stage, roughly handing one to Wang Yue. He threw the other one to a boy named Hao Wenbo. Meeting dismissed. Nighttime. In the boys' dormitory. Wang Yue lay on the bed, while outside, a dozen roommates gathered together, laughing and eating barbecue. Come on, everyone, eat as much as you want. Tonight, we have to eat happily. Drink to the fullest. Pai Juanhao held a can of beer high. Brother Hao is so generous. Huang Mao Hijia was the first to echo, raising his beer, shorter than Pai Juanhao and clinking glasses with him. Brother Hao is generous. The others also echoed, downing their beer. After laughing and eating for a while, they started boasting. To tell the truth, back in our school, I was also a big shot. Big shot? You think you're as impressive as Brother Hao? What do you mean? What level is Brother Hao at? In my opinion, the gap between people is huge. Just look at Brother Hao, and then look at someone else. TSK TSK. He. Anyway, I would never do something embarrassing in public. Embarrassing in public? Pooping in public is more like it. If you can't handle a steel drill, then don't take on porcelain work, really just a clown. Pai Juanhao also glanced in Wang Yu's direction. Then he intentionally said, some people are just a bit childish, liking to be different, let's ignore him. Eat, after we finish eating, I'll take everyone out for karaoke. Wang Yue lay on the bed, eyes closed, ignoring the crowd. His mind was full of thoughts about how to make the most profit in tomorrow's adventure. As a freeloader, he must keep a low profile. If the team members discover he's secretly farming monsters, there might be a conflict. So farming monsters should be left to the insect pet, while he stays safely in the team. Thinking about the possible situations, Wang Yue became more cautious and started planning. Meanwhile, across the building, in the girls' dormitory. Lin, this afternoon you confronted the counselor. He won't hold it against you, right? And that boy, I think he's a bit handsome. I've already found out, that boy is named Wang Yue, his hometown is Wangjia village. A dozen girls surrounded Yao Lin, chattering non-stop. Okay, stop gossiping. Although Yao Lin acted impatiently, her expression was clearly enjoying it. She continued, that son Dafu thinks I'm stupid, still going to his office at night to discuss ugh. After she spoke, she made a vomiting gesture. I also felt it, he has no good intentions at all. Oh my god, that's terrifying, he won't go after me, will he? Lin, what about Wang Yue, what do you say? Should I go test him out? Yao Lin's face suddenly looked a bit unhappy. Alright, stop mentioning him, just a licking dog. A rustic guy. Rather than accompany him, I might as well go accompany son Dafu. Chapter 16, The Pighead Tribe. Alright, Lin, you're so clear-headed. It's just that Lin is good-looking, and on her first day of school, she's causing such a stir. Sisters, we should learn from Lin. Hearing Yao Lin say this, several girls began to worship her. So what if he helps me with the quest? Does that mean I have to marry him? That's dumb. Yao Lin rolled her eyes. Don't say that, he is sincere. A girl spoke with a teasing tone. Let's see how he performs later, Yao Lin tossed her head, arms crossed, feeling extremely proud. The next day, at 2 in the afternoon. The sun was shining brightly. Wang Yue held a form as he arrived at the east gate of the school. Looking outside the school, he saw a luxury pickup truck parked outside. The frail Hao Wenbo was already standing by the car. Opposite him stood a sturdy man. Hey! Seeing Wang Yue, the sturdy man waved at him. Wang Yue stepped forward. You must be Wang Yue. We have brought the supplies. For the next 3 days, you will follow us and obey the captain's orders. Wang Yue followed the sturdy man's gaze and looked into the pickup truck through the window. Inside the truck sat 2 men and 2 women. One handsome young man, dressed in trendy clothes, sat in the back seat, chatting and laughing with the 2 women. From this scene, he should be the captain of the whole team. Understood, Wang Yue nodded, suddenly frowning, I see that the car is already full. How do we get there with 2 people? Are we taking another car? Hearing this, the man looked at Wang Yue in disbelief, as if looking at an idiot. I mean, even if you are a new student, you can't think of something so ignorant, can you? He gave a thumbs up and pointed to the cargo bed, look, you 2 can stay up there. After speaking, the sturdy man turned and walked away. He didn't even look back, going around to the other side of the vehicle, opening the door, and climbing into the driver's seat. Brother Yu. Hao Wenbo's small eyes stared blankly at the ground as he greeted Wang Yue. Wang Yue looked at Hao Wenbo speechlessly. This boy was not as arrogant as his roommate, but he looked far too weak. No wonder he didn't even dare to resist when drawing lots. Wang Yue sighed and thought it over, accepting the request to sit in the cargo bed. After all, he was there to gain experience from the quest, so it was good enough to go for free. Right now, leveling up was the top priority. Wang Yue jumped onto the cargo bed, and a moldy smell wafted up. It was piled high with various cardboard boxes full of canned goods, bottled water, and other living supplies. The space left for them was already quite cramped. Hao Wenba also climbed up, sitting silently in a corner. Soon, the vehicle started moving, carrying the two of them in a truck full of goods along the distant road. 2 hours later. The environment around Wang Yue had changed to a desolate wilderness. The cars on the highway had become fewer and fewer. Finally, in the Emerald Mountains ahead, a building appeared. This building consisted of 2 towers, connected by a straight skybridge. The building was made entirely of steel, with much of the red paint peeled off. Compared to the county's quest point, it was much more imposing. The powerful pickup truck screeched to a halt in an open area in front of the building. The 3 men and 2 women inside the truck got out one after another. At this moment, Wang Yue finally saw the profession panels of each person. That handsome young man was indeed the highest level, an 18th level B-class profession arcane assassin. And the sturdy man was the second highest level of the team, a 14th level B-class profession barrier master. The remaining older man, about 40 years old, looked lifeless and was a 13th level B-class profession light priest. The 2 women were both C-class professions. One was an 11th level shadow dancer and the other a 9th level hook warrior. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get down." A loud shout came. The voice came from that handsome man. Through the recent job panel, Wang Yue learned that his name was Wan Chunliang. Beside him, Hao Wenba jolted and quickly jumped out of the car. Nodding and bowing, he approached Wan Chunliang. "Damn it, that Sun Dafu fellow is getting better at fooling around, actually sending these 2 fools to do our logistics?" Wan Chunliang looked at the dumbfounded Hao Wenba, growing angrier by the moment. "What are you doing in front of me? Do you have something to say?" For some reason, Wan Chunliang yelled at Hao Wenba. Hao Wenba was clearly startled, frozen in place, at a loss. "You're blocking the way, idiot," a woman laughed nearby. Hearing this, Hao Wenba quickly stepped aside, his eyes starting to redden. Wan Xinliang's expression showed extreme disgust as he walked past him. "If you keep being so blind, I'll beat you to death." Wang Yue jumped down from the car and followed behind the others. Under Wan Xinliang's lead, a few people entered the tower on the left. Wan Xinliang showed a document to the staff, and everyone was allowed to pass. Walking through the tower. Inside was an ample open square. This square was built at the foot of a great mountain, with beautiful scenery, and an occasional mountain breeze blowing, which cheered everyone's spirits. "Young Master Liang, is this the dungeon of the pighead tribe you mentioned?" The shadow dancer Jan Lanza draped her hands over Wan Xinliang's arms. "Exactly, the poison-dipping daggers you need are as common as dirt here, we can farm dozens in 3 days." Wan Xinliang's pace didn't slow at all, he didn't even glance at the stunning woman beside him, walking forward. But Jan Lanza seemed very happy, tightening her grip on Wan Xinliang's arms even more. "Young Master Liang and my breakthrough materials," another hook warrior, Bao Teng, was not to be outdone and also wrapped her arms around Wan Xinliang's. "Hey! Look at you two, acting like you've never seen the world before. Trust me, in 3 days not only will you break through to level 10, but I guarantee each of you will level up at least twice." "Wow! Long live young Master Liang." The 2 women couldn't suppress their excitement, waving their arms in wild cheers. In the midst of their words, the group had arrived at the dungeon point. Unlike the previous Twilight Mountain Stream's teleportation array, this time, the teleportation whirlpool was green. "We'll go in one by one, De Kong, you bring up the rear." Wan Shunliang signaled the stout man with his eyes. Then he led the way into the green whirlpool. In a few seconds, they disappeared inside. Next, the 2 women and 2 men entered one after another. The stout man named De Kong nodded his chin, signaling Wang Yue and Hao Wenba to go in. Wang Yue was the first to step into the whirlpool. "Would you like to enter the dungeon pighead tribe?" "Yes." Countless green lights appeared, filling Wang Yue's vision. Transmitting. Splash. The next moment, Wang Yue felt his body lighten. When his feet landed again, he had arrived at a dark grassland. Chapter 17, Camping. Ahead, 2 men and 2 women were getting ready to set off. Splash. Another light beam appeared behind, and De Kong followed up. Wan Shunliang glanced over. "Everyone is here, then let's set off. Remember, no one is allowed to act on their own without my permission." De Kong carried a searchlight, walking at the front. The 2 women looked around at the gloomy environment, quickly clinging to Wan Xinliang's arms as they walked forward with him. "Young master, this place is so scary." "Don't worry, only the final boss is a bit threatening, the other monsters are just experience bags." Wang Yue continued to follow the team as they set off. The grass in the grassland seemed to possess some sort of evil energy, brushing against his calves, he could feel the sticky sensation on it. Upon entering the dungeon, Wang Yue wasn't in a hurry to farm monsters but collected specific information instead. After all, he only had 1 bug pet at the moment, and before hunting, he needed to ensure his safety. After progressing for about 40 minutes, a wooden watchtower appeared not far away, glowing with a bright flame. Sha, Ting Ting, you two stay back. Wan Shenliang was indifferent, waving his hands to both sides and began to chant. At the top of the tower stood a pig-headed man. Upon seeing everyone, he immediately shook a bell and shouted, "Fight fast and decisively, don't let this group of foolish pigs send a warning." As soon as the words fell, Wan Shenliang brought his hands together, and a blue arcane missile shot out. Boom! In an instant, it blasted to the top of the tower, smoke billowing, and a damage number popped up. -284. The pig-headed man's health immediately hit the bottom and fell down, unable to move. The tower door swung open, and suddenly, 7 or 8 more pig-headed men surged in from inside. Name, Pig-Headed Soldier. Race, Beast. Quality, Common White. Level, 11. Health, 320. Mana, 0. Name, Pig-Headed Archer. Race, Beast. Quality, Common White. Level, 12. Health, 260. Mana, 55. These pig-headed men's levels mostly ranged from 11 to 12. For some lower-level team members, they still posed a considerable threat. Swish! Before several people could react, a poison arrow flew over. Thud! It hit Dakong directly. -42. Use the explosive talisman. Wan Shenliang said, then sent another arcane missile flying. Understood. Dakong took out a red talisman and threw it at the pig-headed men. Boom! A missile and a talisman hit simultaneously, erupting in a massive explosion. Wang Yue stood at the back of the battlefield, silently watching the scene. The two women in front were giggling and chatting about something, while Hao Wenbo was crouched on the ground, trembling with fear. A great opportunity. If not now, then when? Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Wang Yue turned and jumped into a nearby grass pit, running forward. He didn't want to be constrained by these fools. Resources in a dungeon are limited, having already had Wan Shenliang kill nearly 10 monsters. If he didn't act soon, how could Wang Yue gain experience? After running for a few hundred meters, Wang Yue summoned the disastrous sky insect, jumping onto its head, making it hover near the ground. Use Calamity. Wang Yue wasted no time and immediately commanded the disastrous sky insect to begin a thunderstorm. This would significantly slow down the team's marching speed. The fewer monsters they kill, the more experience Wang Yue could share. Hearing the order, the disastrous sky insect raised its head and roared, dark clouds instantly gathering in the pitch-black sky. Booming. The pouring rain, accompanied by surging lightning, fell like divine punishment from the heavens, covering the entire grassland. The silent grassland finally surged with energy. Thunderous roars echoed in the sky, and occasionally, bolts of lightning pierced the night sky from the dark clouds. A 3-kilometer diameter range covered nearly half the map. Strangely, around the disastrous sky insect, there seemed to be an invisible protective shell, keeping the storm completely outside. Thus, even though the raging wind and rain battered outside, Wang Yue remained dry. Kill Pig-Headed Soldier, plus 65 experience points. Kill Pig-Headed Archer, plus 70 experience points. Kill Pig-Headed Soldier, plus 65 experience points. Before Wang Yue could act, lines of system notifications appeared before him. It seemed that the lightning generated from the Calamity skill had hit some wild monsters. Wang Yue laughed wildly towards the sky, charging into the sky atop the disastrous sky insect. Meanwhile, in the adventure team, everyone was exposed to the pouring rain, staring confusedly at the sky. Ahead lay a few pig-headed corpses. Young Master Liang, what's with this weather? Dakong asked hesitantly. Wan Shenliang stroked his chin as well. He had been in this dungeon many times, yet had never encountered a change in weather. Young Master, our gear is all wet, look. Dakong approached Wan Shenliang. I know damn well. Wan Shenliang waved his hand fiercely, keep moving, this weather is nothing, stay with the team. Boom. Before his words fell, a bright flash of lightning struck down, directly hitting the tower ahead. -1620. A massive number appeared before everyone. In an instant, everyone was stunned. This bolt of lightning was enough to wipe out their entire team. If another struck, surely they'd all perish. The downpour pounded on Wan Shenliang's face, outlining his terrified expression. Young Master, this. Everyone, set up camp right away. Dakong, quickly set up the barrier. First, set up the lightning avoidance formation. Wan Shenliang shouted frantically in the rain. Half an hour later, a tall army green tent rose from the grassland. Inside the tent, Wan Shenliang wrapped in a blanket, his face tense. Dakong, is the lightning avoidance formation ready? Dakong threw an alcohol block into the stove and nodded. Everything is fine, young Master Liang. Damn! 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 Wan Shenliang curled up in the blanket, his expression frenzied as he shouted loudly. Seeing him like this, everyone dared not approach. Young Master Liang, the thunder is really strange. Why don't we run first? Life is more important after a long time, Jiang Lansha finally couldn't help but ask. Damn! The next second, a tin can smashed onto Jiang Lansha's forehead. Run? You want me to run from this trashy dungeon? Do you think I am as useless as you? Wan Shenliang's eyes reddened, there must be something going on behind this. You want me to give up? I won't. He clenched his fists and looked up, roaring, when I find you, I will blast you into a mist of blood. This crazy scene made Jiang Lansha touch her forehead, completely too afraid to speak. At this moment, a middle-aged priest, who had been silent, stepped forward. Young Master Liang, have you noticed that insect master named Wang Yue has disappeared? What? The team members were stunned and looked around, realizing that Wang Yue was indeed missing. Are you all born from shit? Did you not notice when one person disappeared? Wan Shenliang glared at everyone, his gaze like ice. As soon as he finished speaking, Dakong quickly walked to the edge of the tent, beside the dazed Hao Wenba. He kicked him hard. The weak Hao Wenba fell to the ground. Damn you! Where is Wang Yue? Chapter 18 Red Rain. Hao Wenba trembled, sitting on the ground, his face filled with terror, tears immediately streaming down. Dakong, don't scare the child. Bao Ting swayed over with a shallow smile. That trash was so scared during the battle, he nearly shrank into the ground. How would he know where Wang Yue went? Dakong nodded. That's true, these vocational school students are the least reliable. The other one probably scared out of his wits and died outside. Everyone fell silent. The middle-aged priest spoke again. What I mean is, Wang Yue just disappeared, and we are facing this strange weather. Could it be because of him? Before the middle-aged priest could finish, Bao Ting's mocking voice rang out. Oh come on, uncle, you're being too paranoid. A first-level vocational school student can cause such a big commotion? That person is not first level, but has already reached level 5. It's precisely for this reason that I have been paying attention to him, the middle-aged priest rebutted. So what? Bao Ting spread her hands. So what if he's level 5? When I was in vocational school, any suitor I had was at level 5, these low-level people surely died in some corner long ago. The middle-aged priest sighed and stopped speaking. Stop the nonsense. Wan Shenliang waved his hand. Just say he died in an accident when we go back. First find out the cause of this damn weather. A day later. The dark clouds remained, and the rain continued to pour. On the steep, slippery mountains, a pig-headed soldier was climbing up. Before him was a dark cave. The pig-headed soldier's face lit up with joy as he hurried inside. After taking a few steps in, whoosh! 2 huge crimson eyes suddenly opened. Around those huge eyes were also stars of smaller eyes. Put! The poor pig-headed soldier instantly met his end. Deep in the cave, surrounded by the Calamity skyworms, Wang Yue stretched out a big lazy yawn. He opened up his job panel. Name, Wang Yue. Race, human. Profession, insect master, D. Level, 8, 21.48%. Talent, infinite molting, unique red. Health, 280. Mana, 130. Attack, 25. Magic power, 5. Armor, 5, magic resistance, 0. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Attack speed, 0.31. Agility, 20. Insect breeding space, 1/2. After a day of crazy monster hunting, Wang Yue's level had suddenly reached level 8. And the insect breeding space had finally increased, allowing Wang Yue to contract another insect pet. With the increase in level, the required experience points keep increasing, and now reaching level 9 requires a staggering 25 points. Thanks to the experience storage skill, Wang Yue has managed to level up from level 3 to now, accumulating 2,350 points of experience in his experience pool. Unfortunately, this experience cannot be used on himself, otherwise, Wang Yue would have directly reached level 9. The stats of the Calamity Sky Termite have also been significantly enhanced. Name, Calamity Sky Termite. Level, 8, 21.48%. Health, 12,200. Mana, 2,400. Attack, 800. Magic power, 900. Armor, 750. Magic resistance, 540. Physical penetration, 40%. Magic penetration, 20%. Attack speed, 1.09. Agility, 900. Wang Yue reignited the campfire and started roasting the meat from the hunt. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Suddenly, a rustling sound entered Wang Yue's ears. He looked up and saw a child-sized white termite peeking out from the woodpile he had cut down. Wang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Name, wood-eating white termite. Race, insect. Quality, common white. Status, larval stage. Level, 6. Health, 55. Mana, 0. It was actually a wild insect monster. These insect monsters are quite common in various dungeons, and it was perfect that he encountered one. Although, based on its stats, it seems not as strong as the Calamity Sky Termite. After all, a level 1 mountain soil centipede has a health of 40 points, while this wood-eating white termite is level 6 and barely has 55 points of health. However, as long as he upgrades it to the mythic tier, Wang Yue believes it will definitely not be weak. It's just a matter of functional differences. For Wang Yue, each upgrade is like a lottery. Although he might not get the function he currently needs the most, it must have its unique usefulness. Thinking of this, Wang Yue directly approached the wood-eating white termite. He activated the insect contract skill. A small white light appeared above the termite's head. Insect contract successful. Contract established with wood-eating white termite. Name, wood-eating white termite. Race, insect. Quality, common white. Status, larval stage. Level, 6, 0.81%. Health, 55. Mana, 0. Attack, 20. Magic power, 0. Armor, 0. Magic resistance, 0. Physical penetration, 10%. Magic penetration, 0%. Attack speed, 0.63. Agility, 40. Skill and acid, sprays a ball of venom, dealing, attack 120%, poison damage, and reduces the target's armor by 15%, lasting for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Wang Yue carefully reviewed the wood-eating white termite stats and skills. From the panel, this insect belongs to the debuff type, mainly aimed at reducing the enemy's armor. He wondered what it would be like when upgraded to mythic level. Infinite Rebirth, activate. Do you want to use Infinite Rebirth to upgrade wood-eating white termite to rare level? Yes. The familiar red light appeared again. Using Infinite Rebirth, using Infinite Rebirth, using Infinite Rebirth, using Infinite Rebirth. Wang Yue no longer had the patience he had last time to watch the entire evolution process of the wood-eating white termite. With his talent continuously activating, the wood-eating white termite's body underwent drastic changes. Giant jaw termite, queen termite, pale termite, blood-sucking breeder. Until the last upgrade. In the chaotic red light, a hint of lightning surged faintly. Here it comes, the final mythic tier. The Calamity Sky Termite, which was resting on the ground, seemed to also sense the aura of the red light. It turned its ancient helmet-like crimson head, its brutal compound eyes fixed firmly on the red glowing orb. In the next second, the red orb suddenly expanded to the size of a tank. The lightning above became even more furious. At the same time, on the ground, streams of blood appeared out of thin air, like rivers with consciousness, flowing towards the red orb. Wang Yue stared blankly at this scene, feeling quite astonished inside. How could the mythic level of this wood-eating white termite be so sinister? In just a few seconds, the entire cave floor had turned into a silent pool of blood. Outside the cave, the originally dark green slope of grassland was now covered with large patches of fresh blood. At the center where Wang Yu's cave is, a swirling vortex was continuously forming. At the same time, in the tent where the expedition team was located. Liang Xiao. Not good. The rain outside, this rain. Wan Chunliang was currently gnawing on a piece of steaming beef. Seeing De Kong rush in panic, he immediately felt disdain. What the hell are you panicking for? Just say what you have. De Kong stopped in front of Wan Chunliang. This rain is too evil. It actually turned red. Chapter 19, must capture it. In the cave. The lightning and red light gradually faded away. A pale giant shadow gradually appeared before Wang Yue. Its shape resembled a mountain covered in armor, its texture similar to cold white jade, as if an ancient god holding the power of breeding filled the entire cave. The jagged head rises with 8 twisted sharp horns, like a crown forged from instruments of torture. 6 legs sunk deep in a pool of blood, like the roots of a cursed tree grounded in the earth. What is most frightening is its abdomen, resembling a mountain. Under its translucent outer skin, countless blood vessels can be faintly seen, pulsing like a surging undercurrent with a primitive rhythm. Each tremor creates new ripples on the surface of the blood pool. That is the proof of countless lives brewing in the womb. Name, Blood River Ant Mother. Race, insect. Rank, mythical colorful. Status, larval stage. Level, 6, 0.81%. Health, 7100. Mana, 1500. Attack, 50. Magic power, 300. Armor, 120. Magic resistance, 120. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Attack speed, 0.31. Agility, 20. Number of ant babies, 0/60. Skill, all things return to Ant Mother. Passive, the Blood River Ant Mother can produce ant babies, which are 70% of the Ant Mother's level. When the Blood River Ant Mother, or its contractor, takes damage, it immediately transfers the damage to one ant baby. Can be turned on off. Skill, Soldier Ant Production, immediately spawns a Soldier Ant egg, automatically triggers. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wang Yue viewed the Blood River Ant Mother's panel. Without a doubt, this is not a combat-type insect pet, but a breeding type, mainly using ant babies for battle. When he saw her first skill, Wang Yue's eyes lit up. This is exactly the life-saving skill Wang Yue needs most right now. Ant babies taking damage, and according to the skill description, even if the enemy's damage is high enough to instantly kill an ant baby, as long as there are enough in stock, it can take damage 60 times. Wang Yue immediately allocated all 2,000 points of experience from the experience pool to the Blood River Ant Mother. Experience allocation successful. Blood River Ant Mother's level increased to 8. Name, Blood River Ant Mother. Level, 8, 1.02%. Health, 8,500. Mana, 1,700. Attack, 70. Magic power, 420. Armor, 160. Magic resistance, 160. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Attack speed, 0.31. Agility, 30. Number of ant babies, 0/80. With the level increase, the maximum number of ant babies has also reached 80. That means it can take damage 80 times. Just as Wang Yue was feeling exhilarated, the abdomen of the Blood River Ant Mother suddenly began to undulate. A white ant egg instantly condensed in the blood pool, then sank into the blood pool. And on her panel, the number of ant babies also reached 1/80. It was the Blood River Ant Mother herself using the Soldier Ant Production skill. Summon Soldier Ant. With a thought, a soldier ant the size of a go-kart appeared in the blood pool. Its body resembled white jade, covered with sharp exoskeletons, like the armor of a soldier, reflecting dazzling light under the flames. Overall, it looked like a carefully polished piece of art. Name, Blood River Soldier Ant. Race, Insect. Rank, Epic Purple. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 5, 56.7%. Health, 1620. Mana, 360. Attack, 252. Magic power, 108. Armor, 72. Magic resistance, 21. Physical penetration, 30%. Magic penetration, 10%. Attack speed, 1.21. Agility, 180. Skill, Blood River Hunger, inflicts, attack 150%, physical damage to the target and reduces the target's, magic power 100%, health limit. Cooldown, 8 seconds. The derivative creature of the Blood River Ant Mother has actually reached the epic rank. Its skill is even more insane, capable of ignoring armor and directly weakening the enemy's health limit, and it seems to be permanent based on the description. Wang Yue was very satisfied with this upgrade. He gathered the Blood River Ant Mother and Blood River Soldier Ant into the breeding space. Wang Yue summoned the Calamity Sky Scorpion, sitting on it, and charged towards the cave entrance. This dungeon has already been mostly cleared, only missing the final boss. Based on Wan Qiliang's previous words, Wang Yue speculated that the final boss would not only drop a lot of experience but might also drop C-grade level 10 breakthrough materials. Breakthrough materials are downwardly compatible, as long as they are usable for C-grade. As a D-rank profession, Wang Yue could surely use it. Half a day later. Go! Wang Yue sat upright on the back of the Calamity Skyworm, pointing with a finger. A black hole suddenly opened at his fingertip, and a Blood River Ant soldier crawled out, charging toward the pig-headed soldier on the ground. With a pig-like wail, blood splattered across the grass. Kill pig-headed soldier, plus 95 experience points. Half a day passed, and Wang Yue had practically explored every corner of the map. Even the number of young ants from the Blood River Ant Queen had reached the maximum limit of 80, yet he still hadn't found the location of the final boss. However, having 80 extra health bars indeed gave Wang Yue a sense of security. He maneuvered the Calamity Skyworm, wandering through the pouring rain on the grassland. Suddenly, a military green tent came into Wang Yue's view. This should be the team's tent. Unexpectedly, after going in circles, he had returned here. Suddenly, an idea popped into Wang Yue's mind. Since he had a life-saving skill, why not go directly to the team and grab the dungeon map? The dungeon map marked the boss locations, so he wouldn't have to search so hard. Wang Yue jumped down from the Calamity Skyworm, a few hundred meters from the tent. He sent the Calamity Skyworm into the sky to observe the movements around the tent. Although confident in his own strength, Wang Yue still wanted to avoid conflict if possible. It would be best to sneak the dungeon map out. Meanwhile, inside the tent, the adventurers stood at the tent entrance, all speechless. Liang Xiao, did you see that? That monster appeared again and burrowed into the clouds. De Kong excitedly shook Wan Chenliang's arm. Why yeah, I saw it. Even Wan Chenliang, the wealthy young master, trembled, his eyes filled with fervor. Majestic. Powerful. This is the pet I have dreamed of. If I can tame it as a mount, it would be so awesome. Beside him, a middle-aged priest had his hands on his forehead, emanating a faint blue glow. This was a priest's skill, mind's eye, allowing him to probe for information from a distance. The next second, the middle-aged priest suddenly opened his eyes, his expression frantic with a hint of joy. I found it, Liang Xiao. This celestial dragon it's actually a mythical level wild monster. And its level is very low, only level 8, this is truly a rare opportunity. Mythical level. As soon as this was said, everyone froze. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The first to react was still the middle-aged priest. No wonder this well-functioning dungeon suddenly had torrential rain, it was all because of it. Thanks to Liang Xiao's bravery in exploring, we could discover its true whereabouts. Liang Xiao, you need to contact home right now, send at least one A-rank level 30 leader to bring high-level beast tamers, high-level hunters, and high-level restrainers over. This opportunity is hard to come by. Wan Chenliang vigorously nodded, clenching his right fist. I'll contact my old man right now, I must capture this mythical level celestial dragon. Chapter 20, The Flame and Blood River Envoy. In the midst of the conversation, a small figure appeared before everyone. It was surprisingly Wang Yu's classmate, Hao Wenba. Liang Xiao. Hao Wenba, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, cautiously walked toward Wan Chenliang. The past 2 days, he had been working like a horse to serve these lofty team members. Cleaning their mess, cooking, and even massage were just the basics. At the half-joking request of Wan Chenliang, he was asked to call himself a servant. Hao Wenba swallowed hard, hesitating for a few seconds, and said, even though I don't know what happened, since professionals are coming, can I go back now? I feel very weak. Hearing this, the team members were all stunned. But at the forefront, Wan Chenliang's face had turned completely dark. Did I ever say that if you keep being so blind, I will beat you to death? Bang! Wan Chenliang kicked out, sending Hao Wenba crashing onto the muddy ground. Foolish dog! I make you weak. 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 Wan Chenliang showed no mercy, kicking Hao Wenba's head repeatedly, 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Hao Wenba's face had swelled up like a pig's head, blood flowing from his cracked skin. Seeing Hao Wenba's blood nearly run out, Wan Chenliang finally stopped kicking. Tell me. What the hell are you? On the ground, Hao Wenba trembled, his voice weak, servant. I am a servant, young Master Liang. I was wrong. Kong, Wan Chenliang shouted, take this kid with you to set up the beacon array. Support will arrive soon, don't let them not find us. Outside the tent, Wang Yue hid in the grassland, slowly approaching the camp. Suddenly, through the pouring rain, he saw a strong man carrying a bloodied, half-dead skinny guy, walking slowly towards him. Wang Yue flipped over and hid behind a large rock. He recognized the strong man, named Kong, who was Wan Chenliang's underling. And the skinny guy was likely his classmate, whose name seemed to be Hao Wenba. In just 2 days, how did this guy end up looking so terrible? No wonder everyone was so resistant during the drawing lots. Kong approached to within a few hundred meters of the tent and threw Hao Wenba to the ground. He then tossed a shovel onto him. Pick up the shovel and dig as I instructed. If you don't finish in 2 hours, I will not spare you. Hao Wenba lay exposed in the heavy rain, coughing several times, struggling to support his body. He picked up the shovel from the ground, shakily striking it against the ground. 1 hit, 2 hits, the shovel hit the muddy earth, making a weak cracking sound, but the ground showed no signs of sinking. Hurry up! Do you want to die with this speed? Kong came behind Hao Wenba, shouting sharply. Hao Wenba gritted his teeth, speeding up his digging, his body trembling more and more. Damn it! Kong kicked Hao Wenba in the thigh. Hao Wenba immediately fell into the muddy water, scrambling to get up, swinging the shovel wildly. Mud splattered onto Kong's pants. Damn! Kong didn't think twice and punched Hao Wenba in the face. Thud! Like hitting a rag doll, Hao Wenba flew away. Falling to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. But it was not enough. Kong stepped forward, kicking Hao Wenba's chest fiercely. The force felt like it could kill him. Wang Yue watched silently from the side. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Enough already, do you really want to kill him? Originally, he didn't want to meddle in these matters, but the direction in which Hao Wenbo flew was just towards him. Even if he ignored it, if Da Kong discovered he witnessed a murder, it would be a matter of life and death. Considering that the other party once called him brother, he decided to help him just this once. Hearing Wang Yu's voice, Da Kong froze suddenly. In an instant, he turned around, showing a hint of surprise on his face. It's you? In the pouring rain, Wang Yue stood tall, walking slowly towards them. It's just a copy mission, does it have to come to losing lives? Losing lives? Da Kong sneered, just killing a dog, do you think just because you are human, you are really a person? Suddenly, his expression froze. Level 8? In less than 2 days, you went from level 5 to level 8? Da Kong's face began to twitch frequently. Where have you been? No, you have to come with me to see young Master Liang now. Saying this, he kicked off with his right foot, extending his big hand towards Wang Yue. A level 14 B-class profession, even an auxiliary type like a barrier master, has 3 to 4 times higher attack power than an 8-level D-class profession. And the level of attack power is often linked to physical strength. So subduing Wang Yue would be almost effortless. But Wang Yue showed no fear, lightly waving his right hand, and a black hole opened in an instant. A Blood River ant soldier, the size of a go-kart and resembling white jade, pounced out from the midst. Dick Kang's expression changed instantly, and he desperately tried to dodge to the side, but it was already too late, he was knocked to the ground by the ant soldier. 189. Damage numbers popped up, and a stream of blood shot out. Dick Kang immediately lost part of his health. Epic level. How could a kid like you possibly contract an epic level insect pet? You must know that one family, as one of the 2 great families of Tianhai City, possesses only a handful of epic level items due to their influence. Even the noble son Wan Shenliang has only received 1 epic level item in all these years. But a young kid like this could so easily pull out an epic level creature. Although terrified, he was at least level 14 and had experienced many storms. He immediately rolled out from under the ant soldier. A bomb symbol was thrown towards Wang Yue. He knew that for summoners or beast masters like Wang Yue, normally, if the main body died, their summoned creatures or pets would lose control and go into a frenzy. Although this Blood River ant soldier was epic level, it was still in its larval stage and not very large. Once it went berserk, it would be like a headless fly, causing little harm. So only a fool would have a life and death struggle with an insect pet. A moron like that, easily exposing his own location, was practically full of flaws. First, kill Wang Yue, then deal with this epic Blood River ant soldier. If luck was good, he could forcefully save the blood ant's life to offer to the family head, and his status would surely rise straight up. The red explosion symbol flew quickly, rushing towards Wang Yue. Boom! It hit immediately, and the shockwave ruffled Wang Yue's bangs, gradually spreading to engulf him. Dick Kang's face couldn't help but radiate joy. 184. It worked! A wild smile broke out at the corner of Dick Kang's mouth. This was his treasured flame explosion symbol, a rare quality item costing over 10,000 yuan per use. Upon hitting, it would also attach a burning effect to the target, causing 10 points of fire damage every second. And this burning buff could not be extinguished by rain, no matter how heavy the downpour, it wouldn't work. For the time that followed, he just needed to wait for Wang Yue to burn to death. As the smoke cleared, Wang Yue stood firm in the pouring rain, slightly raising his head, looking expressionlessly at Dick Kang. His health bar was completely full. Even his clothes showed no damage at all. Only the flames at the edges of his clothing proved that the earlier explosion had indeed hit him. Dick Kang's joyful expression froze. He stumbled. He stared dazedly at the burning Wang Yue in the downpour, a surge of indescribable fear rising in his heart. What shocked him even more was that the flames on Wang Yue's body gradually sank into his surface, into a dark red liquid. It was as if Wang Yue himself was made of this dark red liquid, just covered with a layer of colorful skin. As the flames dissipated, Wang Yue was completely unharmed. Chapter 21, This is Dark Magic. Is this all a mid-level B-class profession can do it over 10 levels? Wang Yue raised his finger, looking at the wisp of residual smoke above and blew it out with one breath. The nearly 200 points of damage were all evenly shared with one ant soldier in the breathing space. At this moment, Dick Kang was utterly dumbfounded. He trembled uncontrollably and then turned to flee. Use Blood River Devourer. Wang Yue didn't give him a chance at all. As soon as he spoke, the Blood River ant soldier quickly chased from behind. With 180 agility, the ant soldier reached Dick Kang's back in just a few seconds. Its heavy body pounced onto him. 2 white jade-like large pincers suddenly gleamed with a blood-red light. The usually composed Dick Kang finally couldn't help but scream. Put. A bite down. 283. Dick Kang's health bar instantly dropped again. At the same time, blood threads at the wound seemed to be pulled, connecting to Wang Yue. Dick Kang's complexion turned pale in an instant, as if his energy was being drained. His health bar also changed from 1149/1620 to 1149/1512. His health limit was completely reduced by 108 points. My blood. My blood. De Kong stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing on his panel. Evil magic, this is evil magic. How can you use such wicked means? Return my blood. Give me back my blood. He struggled crazily on the grass while shouting frantically. The rain soaked his entire body, blood flowed endlessly on the ground, looking incomparably tragic. But the Blood River Ant soldiers didn't care about him at all, continuing to bite down. Instant teleportation array. De Kang's voice was so scared it quivered, instantly pulling out a purple rune block. A flash of purple light. A beam of light rose up, and De Kang's figure vanished without a trace. The next second, the purple beam landed in a tent 200 meters away. Wang Yue shook his head inside. These people all have life-saving skills, right? Can't they just let me kill them happily once? It seems that De Kong should be going to report to Wan Shenliang. But it doesn't matter, with 80 tubes of blood in hand, Wang Yue still doesn't believe anyone can pose a threat to him. Even if captured, he has teleportation to help him escape. Wang Yue looked at the side, at Hao Wenba on the grass. He was covered in blood and rain, his hands propped up on the ground, sitting on the grass. Trembling all over, the fear in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Hey! Yes! Before Wang Yue could speak, Hao Wenba responded instinctively, shouting loudly. Even though his whole body was already weak. This shout of yes left Wang Yue speechless. He walked straight towards Hao Wenba. We're all classmates, you don't need to treat me like this. Hao Wenba relaxed slightly upon hearing this. You better run, he's going back to call for people, soon the main force will come. Hao Wenba's face was filled with terror. Your Blood River Ant soldiers are indeed very strong, but they are only level 5, they cannot win against an entire adventure team. Wang Yue rubbed his chin, looking at him in confusion. Aren't you afraid they will kill you? Hao Wenba was taken aback, his expression of fear immediately turning into despair. This. Wang Yue came to Hao Wenba's side, looking down at him, sighing. Do you have a contact for the school? I can help you get in touch and have them send someone to pick you up. Hao Wenba lowered his head, gripping the grass tightly. Suddenly, he laughed. Ha, impossible, someone like me, an E-class waste, is just meant to serve others, who would care about me? Moreover, this dungeon has strange weather, it must have encountered some unexpected event, I even heard there was a dragon. Saying this, Hao Wenba's tone became heavy. Just right, enough reason for my death. Indeed, this good-for-nothing who can't do anything, don't deserve to live in this world. Wang Yue frowned. Are you really willing to die like this? Willing. Hao Wenba seemed to have heard a ridiculous phrase. I actually don't have much ambition, I know my talents are mediocre, so I just wanted to be an ordinary person, living a plain life. But coming here, I truly realized that this is simply impossible. How can we, these third-rate waste professions, possibly live properly as a person? Even if I'm not bullied now, I will be stepped on in the future. Saying this, Hao Wenba looked up at Wang Yue again, as if he had made a certain decision. Brother Yu, you should run, they will come soon. Wang Yue shook his head, such a good place, I won't leave. What? Wang Yue looked at the distant tent, calmly saying, I want to get the dungeon map and defeat the boss before leaving. If you can survive until then, you can ride the back transmission array to go back. Hao Wenba's eyes widened, defeat the boss. Yeah. Wang Yue sat on a nearby stone, since they are in such a hurry, I wouldn't have to go find them myself. Summoning the huge Blood River Ant soldier to his side, Wang Yue gently stroked it. Hao Wenba was still immersed in shock, not returning to his senses for a long time. Brother Yu, you're not joking, right? Why not run? Getting the map to defeat the boss? That could get you killed. Wang Yue turned his head, looking into Hao Wenba's eyes, speaking word by word, to become stronger. Hao Wenba's expression instantly froze. In that moment, for the first time, something touched his heart. Silence. Between the two, there was an unimaginable quiet. Only the sound of torrential rain pouring down could be heard. In an instant, a blue missile, trailing behind, shot toward Wang Yue's position. Boom. It struck Wang Yue directly, exploding upon impact. 291. You goo. Are you alright? Hao Wenba looked at the scene in disbelief, tears immediately streaming down. Smoke and dust scattered, and Wang Yue had already risen to his feet. Around him, a circle of dark red light lit up. Of course, he remained unscathed. Does everyone in your team love to ambush like this? Wang Yue looked into the distance. 3 men and 2 women were walking from ahead. Wan Xinliang's hands glowed with blue light, smiling with excitement as he looked at Wang Yue. Kid, that red light on you should be your insect pet skill, right? Wang Yue chuckled lightly, you really guessed it right. I'll take out your insect pet first. After speaking, 2 arcane missiles shot out again, this time targeting the Blood River Ant soldier in front of Wang Yue. Boom boom. The sounds of explosions echoed as this time, the damage was indeed substantial, totaling 477 points of damage. The Blood River Ant soldier's health immediately dropped by a quarter. Although it was epic level, its rank was only level 5, and facing the bombardment from an 18-level A-class mage, it indeed struggled. Go! Wang Yue commanded the ant soldier to charge toward the crowd. De Kong, activate the protective formation. Wan Chunliang showed no signs of evasion, a wicked smile on his face, and continued his chanting. De Kong formed seals with his hands, and a golden shield appeared boldly in front of everyone. Bang! The flying Blood River Ant soldier slammed into the golden shield, immediately falling to the ground. Whoosh whoosh. 2 more groups of arcane missiles shot toward it, producing intense explosions. Dash 480. The Blood River Ant soldier's health had already dropped to half. With a useless master like this, even if you're epic level, kneel before me. After saying this, Wan Shenliang began to chant again. Chapter 22. There are masters. Without saying a word, 2 more missiles shot from his hands. However, the ant soldier, after enduring 2 explosions, seemed enraged, its body suddenly flashing as it dodged the missiles, which exploded on the ground. It then sped up, heedless of everything, and crashed forcefully into the golden shield. Bang! The once smooth golden shield suddenly cracked with a gap. Wan Shenliang's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. Then he clasped his hands together, and a blue magic sphere gradually appeared between them. In the next moment, countless mini-arcane missiles rained down. You like to dodge, huh? Try my arcane machine gun. Wan Shenliang's expression was insane as he wildly shot out energy. Missile after missile exploded in a chain, but the Blood River Ant soldier didn't care, moving across the lawn, repeatedly crashing into the golden shield. Bang bang bang! The gap in the golden shield gradually widened. Meanwhile, the Blood River Ant soldier's health meter rapidly fell. Crack! Finally, when the Blood River Ant soldier was at low health, it broke through the golden shield. And instantly pounced toward the crowd. Damn! Quickly protect me! Wan Shenliang immediately stopped casting and shoved Jiang Lansha, who was nearby, away. Liang Sha? The beautiful Jiang Lansha was instantly thrown out, right in time to meet the charging Blood River Ant soldier. In an instant, she was pinned to the ground, the massive jaws crashing toward her face. The scream echoed through the sky, blood splattering, as her once delicate face was instantly disfigured. Boom! But the next second, the arcane missiles came rushing in, clearing the last bit of health from the Blood River Ant soldier. The ant soldier raised its head, and in the end, still fell to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. Everyone's chests heaved, their faces filled with terror, gazing at Jiang Lansha's miserable state on the ground. That bite to the head had taken away half of her health. And the wounds on her face would accompany her for the rest of her life. Ha, ha! Wan Shenliang breathed heavily, trembling as he pointed at the blood on the ground. Epic level, so what? Dare to oppose me, I'll leave you with nothing. Beside him, De Kong felt unease but couldn't help but lament the lost opportunity for advancement. Lian Xiao, this epic monster was killed just like that. Isn't it a bit too regrettable? Are you blind? Wan Shenliang turned around and cursed, if we don't kill this bug, how can we kill that bug master? I will never allow a useless D-rank in front of me to jump around with this stinky bug. Not far away, Wang Yue quietly watched this battle. Beside him, Hao Wenba had completely broken down, collapsing in the muddy ground. Yu Gu, it's over. It's all over. We are going to die here. Kid. Wan Shenliang pointed, the bug pet is dead. It's useless to say anything now, you're doomed. Wang Yue stepped forward a couple of steps, unable to hold back a laugh. Oh? Is that so? As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and once again revealed a black hole on the ground. A Blood River Ant soldier slowly crawled out, surveying its surroundings. The entire scene instantly fell silent. Except for Wang Yue, everyone else was dumbfounded. Lian Xiao, what is going on? 2 epic bug pets? De Kong rubbed his eyes, nearly losing his balance. Just now, a Blood River Ant soldier had already inflicted a serious psychological shadow on him. Now you tell him there is a second one? Wan Shenliang was also in shock. He stared blankly at the brand new Blood River Ant soldier, feeling as if his worldview had shattered. His family was the top force in Tianhai City, but even the current family head couldn't afford to be so lavish. Moreover, the opponent was named Wang Yue. Aside from the Wan family, the other big family in Tianhai City is not even named Wang. More importantly, Wan Shenliang's mana was almost exhausted. This meant that as a mage, it was nearly impossible for him to fight against this new Blood River Ant soldier. What the hell are you? Wan Shanliang shouted with his last bit of strength. Hand over the dungeon map, and I can treat everything as if it never happened, or else. Wang Yu's eyes sharpened. Upon hearing this, Wan Shanliang seemed a bit surprised. Lian Xiao, let's just give it to him. This person is very strange, I feel he is not to be trifled with. Bao Ting said, her face pale, gently shaking Wan Shanliang's arm. Dream on. Wan Shanliang suddenly pushed Bao Ting away, his eyes red as he glared at Wang Yu. Don't you just want the map? Come on. Kill me, and you can have the map. Go on. Wang Yu shook his head, it was the first time he had heard such a request. Since that's the case, he could only satisfy him. In an instant, the Blood River Ant soldier charged forward, heading straight for the team members. Lian Xiao. It's really coming on. Wan Shanliang couldn't stop trembling, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Having been privileged since childhood, how could he withstand physical pain? He originally thought of using his identity to intimidate this kid in front of him. Unexpectedly, this kid was a stubborn fool. Damn it! If you dare to touch me, I will kill your whole family. Wan Shanliang's face turned red, but it was too late. The Blood River Ant soldier had already arrived in front of him, opening its gigantic jaws, rushing at him like a white demon. No, don't. Whoosh, whoosh. Just when Wan Shanliang could no longer hold it back, a beam of light shone on his face. Weeds and rain all flew back from their original paths, swirling backwards. The Blood River Ant soldier, due to the immense gravitational force, stopped moving forward and gradually retreated. Behind it, a super-large light sphere was slowly forming. Finally pulling the ant soldier in, it started spinning continuously. Wan Shanliang saw this scene, his face revealing an ecstatic expression. It's Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang, you've come. Everyone looked up and saw figures standing firm in the rain 50 meters away. A few were on a semi-transparent floating platform, slowly moving towards the crowd. The leading middle-aged man stood tall, half-bald, but with a face like a chiseled knife. He wore a pair of rimless glasses, coldly staring at every move on the ground. Name, Liang Wenwei. Race, human. Occupation, spatial mage, A. Level, 32. Health, 5,184. Mana, 6,760. An A-rank profession at level 32. The profession panel left the people underground in shock. Even Wang Yu's expression became serious. And the few people around the middle-aged man. They are all high-level beast masters, hunters, and restraint masters, with an average level of over 20. The overwhelming pressure was palpable. A middle-aged man named Liang Wenwei raised his left hand, and a swirling energy emanated from his palm. Then, he clenched his fist. Boom! The light sphere on the ground instantly exploded, and the strong shockwave blew everyone's hair in all directions. -986. The power of a single strike was almost enough to instantly kill a Blood River Ant soldier. Wan Shanliang was beaming with excitement, almost going mad. Kid, you're dead. You're dead. Ha ha ha. Chapter 23, Blood River, Open. The lineup led by the middle-aged man moved above everyone's heads. A light blue platform gradually descended. The middle-aged man named Liang Wenwei approached Wan Shanliang. He raised his hand again. Around the weak ant soldier, several blue flat surfaces quickly emerged. They assembled into a square shape, tightly enclosing the Blood River Ant soldier. Liang Wenwei gently waved his hand, and the blue cube suddenly shrank, drifting into the air and returning to Liang Wenwei's palm. Second young master, may I ask where the mythical creature you mentioned is? Liang Wenwei put the small cube into his pocket and adjusted his glasses. Wan Shanliang's mouth curled up crazily. Uncle Liang, it should be right in the clouds above us. First, kill this kid, and then we can go capture it. Hearing this, Liang Wenwei turned his gaze to Wang Yu in front. Who are you? His voice was exceptionally cold, devoid of any emotion. Wang Yu stepped forward, meeting Liang Wenwei's gaze. Without saying a word, you want to take away my epic insect pet? Is this how your Wan family greets people? A hint of confusion appeared on Liang Wenwei's stiff face. An 8th level breeder? Uncle Liang, don't waste time with him. Both of his ant soldiers are done for, hurry and kill him. I want him to kneel and beg me. Wan Shanliang's eyes turned bloodshot, completely frantic. Hearing this, Liang Wenwei's brow tightened. 2 ant soldiers? This epic level creature, this young man in front of him actually has 2? For a D-class profession, this seemed too extraordinary. This situation could only mean 2 things. 1, he had encountered some fortuitous event. 2, his family background was exceptionally prominent. Liang Wenwei was well read in occupational diagrams. He remembered that breeders unlocked their second breeding space only at level 8. To level up immediately and gain an epic level creature was clearly more likely to be the latter. Wang Yu, right? You dare to touch me? I'm going to imprison you in the dungeon and torture you for a year. But Wan Chunliang clearly wasn't thinking about anything else, yelling furiously at Wang Yue. How Wenba stood beside Wang Yue, the hope that had just ignited instantly turned to despair. You, brother Yu, it's over now, you'd better admit defeat, maybe there's still a chance to salvage it. Wang Yue just coldly stared at Liang Wenwei, unfazed. Wang Yue, let me ask you. Liang Wenwei slightly raised his hand, stopping the agitated Wan Chunliang, and asked Wang Yue, I wonder what conflict has arisen between you and our young master? Wang Yue laughed heartily, I want to ask your young master too, does he always bite people upon meeting them? Liang Wenwei's frown deepened. Wang classmate, I know you think you have some leverage, but now that both your insect pets are dead or injured, is it a bit too rude to be so arrogant? Wang Yue. Wan Chunliang roared, breaking through Liang Wenwei's obstruction, pointing at Wang Yue and cursing, you left your post. You harmed our team members, and now you're pretending to be stupid? A mere logistical staff member. If it weren't for this instance, you would never have the chance to speak to me in your life. Death sentence. I'm sentencing you to death. He glared at Hao Wenba next to Wang Yue, and you, little brat. Are you itchy for a beating again? You also need to die. Turn around and tell him, who do you think you are? Wan Chanliang spat as he yelled. Hao Wenba shivered all over, his knees going weak, almost kneeling down. He trembled and looked at Wang Yue. We are. Suddenly, Hao Wenba saw Wang Yue slightly turn his head. The gaze coming over was one of calm and determination. In an instant, Hao Wenba was stunned. The scene just moments ago, chatting with Wang Yue, flashed back into his mind. Tears spilled from the corners of his eyes for no reason. He clenched his teeth tightly. Turning his head, he shouted at Wan Chenliang, we are human. We have our own dignity too. His hoarse yell echoed across the vast grassland. On the opposite side, everyone could not help but tremble with shock. Not just Wan Chenliang, even followers like De Kong and Bao Ting had their mouths slightly open. Who would have thought that this kid, who could be stepped on by anyone, would dare to say such words now? And this statement made everyone, except Wan Chenliang, fall into deep thought. How many times had they, for the sake of survival, acted like dogs for others? Today, hearing such a shout from someone at the very bottom of society stirred mixed emotions within them. Wang Yu's lips curved into a slight smile. It seemed that saying this made Hao Wenba exhaust all his strength. With tears streaming down his face, he wore a smile. I've said it out loud, I have no regrets in dying now. However, from a distance, Wan Chenliang was completely consumed by rage. It's turned upside down. It's turned upside down. His mana had just recovered enough to use a magic missile, and he shot it towards Hao Wenba. If you don't recognize your own position, die for me. Wang Yue waved his hand, opening a black hole on the missile's path to intercept it. He looked at him expressionlessly, like observing a clown. You! Wan Chenliang immediately rushed forward. Young master, please calm down, Liang Wenwei blocked him, raising his right hand, with magical power surging. Young man, I have been very lenient towards you, but you keep trampling on the limits of the Wan family. In this case, don't blame me for using harsh measures. Mr. Liang, I know you are not as immature as your young master. I hope you consider the consequences when making decisions. As he finished speaking, 3 or 4 large black holes suddenly appeared around Wang Yue. The black spirals slowly spun. Then, streams of dark red blood flowed out from within. 3 or 4 torrents of blood gathered on the ground, forming a blood river 2 to 3 meters wide, constantly extending towards the opposite bank. This is... Liang Wenwei's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene. He had fought for the Wan family for more than 40 years but had never seen any profession capable of doing this. Young master, please retreat. Wan Chenliang watched the sinister blood river spread and finally remembered the terror of being slaughtered by the blood river ant soldiers, involuntarily stepping backward. Snap. Wang Yue snapped his fingers crisply. Crack, crack. From somewhere, the sound of bones clashing echoed. Ant soldiers emerged from each black hole and crawled onto the ground along the blood river. Each one had a ferocious face, with a texture like white jade, marching forward aggressively. The killing intent sword, pressuring everyone. This. Plop. Wan Chenliang fell into the muddy ground, his eyes nearly popping out. The others frantically retreated. What a joke, a single ant soldier had already left everyone helpless, and now you tell me there's an entire army of ant soldiers. Young master, I don't want to go into the dungeon anymore. Let me go home. Let's retreat quickly, young master. This guy is definitely not a normal human. Young master, please don't leave me behind. I have always been loyal to you. Once a proud team, it instantly collapsed like a house of cards. And Wan Chenliang, sitting on the ground, stared in horror ahead, desperately kicking his legs, trying to retreat. Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang, you have to save me. Chapter 24, that is my bug pet. Liang Wenwei stood alone in front, stunned as he watched the scene. The Blood River now had more than 20 Blood River ant soldiers. Each one was of epic quality. And from the black holes around Wang Yue, new ant soldiers continued to emerge. What kind of strength is this? What kind of background must one have to support such a bug master? Thinking of this, Liang Wenwei instantly broke into a cold sweat. The boy in front of him, named Wang Yue, might be someone the Wan family could not afford to provoke. After all, the Wan family was just a big family in Tianhai City. And Tianhai City was just a small city in Henan province, after all. Liang Wenwei vaguely remembered that there was a big family with the surname Wang in Nanyuan City, the capital of Henan province. Such power, only they could have in all of Henan. Thinking of this, Liang Wenwei was even more sure of his guess. He was just about to speak when he saw Wang Yu's thin lips part slightly. Also, the mythical creature you mentioned, that is my insect pet. Wang Yue stretched out his right hand and called to the sky. In an instant, the heavy rain that had been falling for 2 days vanished completely. Whoosh! The thick, dark clouds above everyone's heads broke apart in an instant. The long-lost light poured down from the lofty heights, illuminating the grassland. Amidst the beams of light, a creature resembling a heavenly dragon circled high in the air. The bright light gave it a sacred aura. But upon closer inspection, one would find that this heavenly dragon had no dragon claws. Instead, countless, neatly arranged legs grew from both sides of its body. This creature had absolutely nothing to do with the divine. In the next second, the circling heavenly dragon shot straight down. The impact of its massive body brought a terrifying wind pressure. Boom! Everyone present, except for Wang Yue, was knocked off balance by this powerful wind pressure. With just a moment's distraction, that gigantic, terrifying creature appeared before everyone. Even Liang Wenwei could not help but stumble. It was too big. Its body length alone reached 20 to 30 meters. Twisting and turning, it occupied most of the grassland, with its head out of sight. Covered in blood-red battle armor, 2 domineering antennae shot up towards the sky. 2 giant compound eyes violently stared at the crowd, guarding beside Wang Yue. If you all still have some sense, don't think about it. Liang Wenwei's face was already pale. In endless regret, he even felt a sense of absurdity. Just relying on these few people, actually thinking they could capture such a godlike creature. It was ridiculous that just a moment ago, they had barged in so ostentatiously, only to realize they were under the watch of Wang Yu's insect pet. His throat rolled up and down. He struggled to calm his anxious heart and forced himself to stand up. Young Master Wang Yue. Liang Wenwei deeply bowed. Just now, we juniors did not know the weight of our actions and bumped into the young master. Since nothing happened, please forgive us. After saying this, he seemed to think of something. He immediately took out a small square from his pocket, cautiously tossing it. The square instantly enlarged and shattered, and the previously captured Blood River ant soldiers landed safely on the grass. If the young master has any requirements, we will try our best to meet them. Wang Yue called the returning Blood River ant soldiers to his side, gently stroking its head. This copy is very interesting. You give me the map, and I want to go kill the boss. Hearing these words, Liang Wenwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally eased a bit. It seemed that this was just the play of a super second-generation rich kid. He probably had never gone to such a low-level dungeon before, curious about what the final boss looked like. Alright, young Master Wang, I will now present the dungeon map to you. Liang Wenwei turned his head, his expression resolute, and approached Wan Chenliang. Second young master, please give me the dungeon map. This situation is already far beyond my handling. Unexpectedly, before Liang Wenwei could finish speaking, Wan Chenliang on the ground hurriedly pulled out the dungeon map and tremblingly handed it to Liang Wenwei. Liang uncle. You give the map to young Master Wang, tell him, it was I who failed to recognize Mount Tai, offended him, and please do not hold it against me. Liang Wenwei closed his eyes and sighed. Understood, second young master. Wang Yue ordered a Blood River ant soldier to take the dungeon map. Sent to my own hands. Upon opening, the boss's location was clearly listed. He nodded, alright, since it's all a misunderstanding, let's disperse. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something. He summoned a Blood River ant soldier to come to Hao Wenbao's side. Due to the recent wind pressure, Hao Wenbao was now sitting on the ground. Tears were streaming down his face, as if his soul had left his body. Classmate Hao, just follow them back to school. This ant soldier will ensure your safety. Hearing the voice, Hao Wenbao slowly began to regain his senses. He looked up, full of gratitude towards Wang Yue, and sniffled. Thank you, brother Yue. After getting the map, Wang Yue recalled the ant soldier army and left on the disaster sky centipede. According to the map, he learned that the final boss of this dungeon needed 3 key items dropped in the level to summon in specific locations. Later, Wang Yue spent half a day exploring the entire map, collecting all 3 items. Finally, he summoned the dungeon boss, Pighead Matriarch. Of course, the battle process was without any suspense. In less than 3 minutes, the Ants' soldier army divided and consumed the opponent. A C-grade level 10 breakthrough stone successfully dropped. With this stone, Wang Yu's internship journey could be considered a complete success. Outside the dungeon. By the time Wang Yue came out, it was already night. A crescent moon hung in the clear night sky. The members of the adventure team had long left before he came out. With no choice, he had to spend a lot of money to take a taxi back to school. Tianhai Vocational Technical School. Even at midnight, the school gate was still brightly lit. In fact, this was the time when vocational school students were the most excited. Due to various internships, Tianhai Vocational Technical School had no curfew. Outside, various food stalls emerged one after another. Some good brothers teamed up to buy supper, some internet addicts went to the internet cafe, and there were shy couples walking into small inns. Everywhere was a lively atmosphere of life. A taxi drove up and stopped at the school gate. Wang Yue opened the car door, got out, and walked toward the school. All kinds of students approached from the front. Some brushed past. And some, upon seeing Wang Yue, looked at him as if they had seen a joke. This scene made Wang Yue feel even more confused. It seemed he hadn't done anything noteworthy, yet so many people seemed to know him. Oh? Isn't this Lin's personal sword-wielding guard? Brother Sword, you're back? Finally, a familiar-looking boy took the initiative to greet him. Be careful, or they might beat you up. Ha, the boy's companion tugged at his arm and quickly pulled him away. Wang Yue turned to glance at the 2 students who were leaving quickly, completely puzzled. Lin? Personal sword-wielding guard? What was that about? These 2 people left absolutely no impression on Wang Yue. Having left school for nearly 3 days, he couldn't be this famous. Could it be that someone who looked like him had caused some kind of funny incident? Shaking his head, he tossed those thoughts aside. Walking along the nighttime path of the school, a cool summer breeze greeted him. It blew his bangs up. This pighead dungeon trip allowed Wang Yue to level up from 5 to 8, obtain a new bug pet, and get a level 10 breakthrough stone. He had truly gained a lot. The next goal was to level up to 10 with all his might. As for martial arts university, Wang Yue hadn't thought that far ahead. Right now, he just wanted to get stronger quickly. Since graduating high school, Wang Yue had experienced a lot and seen many things. This made him thoroughly understand the rules by which the world operated. In high school, because everyone was unaware of the potential awaken after students graduated, many people in society respected high school students very much. This also led to many high school students harboring unrealistic fantasies. After all, offending a high school student today might mean that they awaken an S-level profession after graduation, leading to a reversal of fortune in 30 years. Wang Yue had also heard about it. Like an egg, no one knows what it will hatch into in the future. However, once this egg hatches, things will be settled. An ordinary and plain student will instantly become the top prey. Only by continuously leveling up and becoming stronger can one stand in this society and gain respect. Although the students in technical schools are all being lazy, it doesn't mean that other peers are also being lazy. Those students who got into martial arts colleges might be training hard at this moment. His D-rank job is already a shortcoming. If he cannot catch up with their efforts, he will definitely fall behind. So, he must seize every opportunity to improve his level. Lost in thought, Wang Yue had already arrived at the bottom of his dormitory building. It was nearly 1 a.m., and the whole building was dark. He went upstairs and opened the door. It was pitch dark inside. A glance showed 7 empty beds, all deserted. Someone lying in the corner bed shuddered suddenly. With a knife? No, you, brother you. Wang Yu's gaze fell on the person. He realized it was the little yellow-haired guy who had been playing cards and smoking on his bed on the first day of school. It seemed he was called He. Wang Yue silently stepped into the room, and on the floor, there were cigarette butts, crumpled tissues, and soup stains everywhere. A strong, choking smell filled the air, mixed with a foul and fishy scent. Brother you're back? He hurriedly pulled up his pants, panic all over his face, and got off the bed. Suddenly, he froze in place. The shock on his face was hard to hide. He saw Wang Yu's job panel. The level column boldly showed the large number 8. In just 2.5 days, Wang Yue had gone from level 5 to level 8. What speed is this? Even those gifted elites probably couldn't level up this fast. Wang Yue didn't respond to him but walked straight to his bed. On it, a pile of clutter was stacked high. One could say everything that could fit in a dormitory was piled up there. Brother Yue, no, it's not like this, just listen to me. Gah! Before Jie could finish, Wang Yue grabbed his neck. Bang! He slammed his face into the clutter on the bed. With a level 8 attack, the physical enhancement left Jie, who was level 1, without any chance to resist. Did I ever say you could touch my bed? Jie was pressed tightly against the clutter, feeling a burning sensation on his forehead. A few tears instantly flowed out from fear. You said it, you said it. Brother Yue, it was Hao Gu and the others who left it like this, it has nothing to do with me. Although in his memory, Wang Yue had never said such a thing. Where are they? They went out to the bar. They left me here to keep watch. After saying this, Jie felt his neck loosen. He slowly raised his head with a face full of grievance. Move this stuff away, I want to rest. Hey! Hey! Jie immediately nodded and hurriedly picked up a piece of clutter, placing it on the floor. Wang Yue sat expressionlessly on a chair, silently watching Jie sweat. What's with a knife thing? Why do so many people call me that? Jie busily moved boxes, stammering, this, brother Yue, how about we don't talk about this topic? Wang Yue immediately stood up. No. Brother Yue, I'll tell you, please don't get angry. Just say it. Jie put the box in his hands down and swallowed nervously. It was Pai Juanhao who said it. You helped Yao Linlin during the logistics tasks in the dungeon before, and then he said you were Yao Linlin's personal bodyguard with a knife. Over time, everyone started calling you with a knife. And for some reason, this matter, along with your enrollment photo, has spread to several classes next door, so everyone calls you with a knife. After Jie finished speaking, he quickly turned his head to the side, looking at Wang Yue with fear. However, to his surprise, Wang Yue showed no emotional response. Instead, he sat back down in the chair. Brother Yue, you're not angry? Continue moving. Wang Yue remained expressionless. He truly did not expect such a misunderstanding to arise. However, it did match the style of these people quite well. Not daring to act directly, they began to isolate and give nicknames. But Wang Yue had never cared about reputation or such things. Everyone has a rumor or two. As long as it didn't bring him actual trouble, he saw no need to waste time on it. The more anxious and angry he was, the more he fell into their trap. Wang Yue sat upright in his chair, slightly closing his eyes to rest. Finishing a large dungeon was quite exhausting. Jie secretly watched Wang Yue while moving things around. Every time he saw that level 8 rank, he felt a wave of disappointment. School had started for 3 days, and he was still at level 1. He didn't even know what wild monsters looked like. Why was there such a big gap, even though they were both D-rank professions? During these 3 days, he desperately tried to please Pai Juanhao, hoping to seize this opportunity for a turnaround. But the more he flattered him, the more Pai Juanhao looked down on him. That gaze was full of hidden mockery and contempt. For example, today, he invited everyone from the dorm to the bar to flirt with girls, leaving him alone to keep watch in the dorm. Thinking of this, Jie bit down hard on his teeth. He had no father or mother since childhood and lived with his grandmother. With only one thought in his mind, it was to make others know his strength and stop bullying him and his grandmother. So, he dyed his hair yellow. So, he desperately fawned over the second generation. But the result was not as he imagined. Confused, weak, and helpless. Just stepping into society, Jie had witnessed countless warmth and coldness of human relationships. Suddenly, looking at Wang Yue, who was resting with his eyes closed, Jie had a thought. Once this thought started, it could no longer be suppressed. Thud. The next moment, Jie unexpectedly knelt straight down in front of Wang Yue. You gu, I. Wang Yue suddenly opened his eyes. He found Jie with tear-filled eyes, solemnly kneeling before him. He was taken aback. What's happening? Is it now fashionable to kneel for others? Yuga, I was wrong for smoking and playing cards on your bed and saying those things. I was too naive, trying to seem strong with such childish methods. I know you have some dissatisfaction towards me. I hope you can let the small offenses go. Please forgive me. This smooth talk left Wang Yue speechless. Just say what you want to say directly. Jie lowered his head, fingers gripping the ground. A few seconds later, he raised his head again. His tear-streaked face held a hint of determination. Yuga, I want to acknowledge you as my brother, please let me join you. Hearing this, Wang Yue fell into silence. After all this, it turned out to be for this matter. But Wang Yue had no interest in being a big brother. What era is it now, still playing this brotherhood nonsense? No, don't disturb me. Yuga, please, take me in. Jie, swear to be loyal to you. Jie still refused to give up. He knelt on the ground and crawled a few steps toward Wang Yue. I can help you with your matters, I can shield you, and I can bear your troubles. Wang Yue closed his eyes again, frowning, clearly displeased inside. Seeing Wang Yue's expression, He trembled and quickly retreated. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. "You Gu, do you know? I overheard that Pai Juanhao was plotting something. It seems related to you. I know you don't trust me, you can send me there, and once I infiltrate, I'll tell you all their schemes." Upon hearing this, Wang Yue finally opened one eye. "Is what you said true?" "I don't know if I heard it wrong, but everything I said is the truth." He's fingers gripped the ground tightly, looking at Wang Yue with hope. Wang Yue sighed. He opened the other eye. "Get up, we're all classmates, there's no need for such brotherhood distinctions." But He clearly took this statement as Wang Yue accepting him. "Thank you, big brother." He stood up, his face glowing with excitement. "Big brother, I will start investigating what Pai Juanhao is up to." "Don't call me big brother," Wang Yue glanced at He. "You can call me whatever they call me from now on. This. Don't rush it, continue to get along with them, and let me know any news as soon as you hear it. Of course, I won't let you listen for nothing. If you really get useful information, I will certainly reward you." Compared to so-called brotherly loyalty, Wang Yue believed only lasting interests could bring true loyalty. I understand, little brother." He suddenly cupped his fists and deeply bowed to Wang Yue. 20 minutes later. He had moved all the clutter away and carefully cleaned Wang Yue's bedding. "You Gu, why not use my blanket?" Looking at the sunken blanket, He spoke softly. Wang Yue stood up, glanced at the relatively dry and tidy bed, and shook his head. "Forget it, it's good enough. This is not the time to fuss over these things." Lying on the bed, Wang Yue did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he was thinking about He's performance tonight and if there were any unusual signs. After all, they had previously had a conflict, and it was odd for him to suddenly kneel and call him brother after 3 days of no contact. What he said, including the information he had gathered, needed further verification. Pai Juanhao and his group did not return to the dormitory until 2 o'clock the next afternoon. Finally safe at the station, that old man Zhou almost killed me. Wang Yue was sorting his belongings when Pai Juanhao was the first to step into the dormitory. "Oh? Isn't this brother Knife? Back from a mission?" Seeing Wang Yue, Pai Juanhao's face immediately showed a mocking expression. However, this expression only lasted a second before becoming stiff. Behind Pai Juanhao, a group of people walked into the room, laughing and chatting. But they were all shocked to see Wang Yue. Then, they showed expressions of surprise. They stood dumbfounded at the door. Wang Yue ignored everyone and put on his backpack. He walked straight out, passing by the group. He needed to hurry to a new dungeon location to hunt monsters, with no time to waste on these people. Tianhai City had 2 large dungeons, the Pighead Tribe and the Soul Island. Besides these, there were 5 large dungeons and 14 medium dungeons. This time, Wang Yue planned to go to a medium dungeon. The price was 80,000 yuan, expected to take half a day. Because this medium dungeon involved many participants, it usually required a reservation, so Wang Yue's time was quite tight. After Wang Yue left, the group finally slowly entered the dormitory. "Brother Hao." He smiled awkwardly at Pai Juanhao. "When did he level up to level 8? Pai Juanhao's face showed an expression of disbelief. He looked innocent. "I don't know, Brother Hao. He came back last night at this level and forced me to move all our things off his bed." Pai Juanhao looked at the clutter on the floor, and his face darkened. "Brother Hao, how about we don't provoke him anymore? At this rate of leveling up, if one day..." A roommate leaned over. Pai Juanhao's face twitched slightly, but he still forced a smile. "He is just a D-class profession, so what if he levels up to 18? He shows a gloomy face every day. If he likes to enter dungeons, let him go. The stats panel for a profession is tied to its rank. If only looking at the panel stats, normally, at the same level, A rank stats equal double B rank, quadruple C rank, 8 times D rank, and 16 times Z rank and F rank. Even so, Pai Juanhao still felt a bubbling anger inside him. The feeling of being ignored, of someone overshadowing him, was driving him crazy. Pai Juanhao took a deep breath. "Damn it, I need to catch up on sleep. I'm dying of exhaustion from partying all night." Late at night. In front of a small red house. The door suddenly swung open. A group of people, laughing and chatting, walked out. Among them were a young girl, a fashionable sister, and a steady uncle. An unfocused young man. In the bustling crowd, there are at least a dozen people. Among them is Wang Yue. His expression is not as relaxed as the others, instead, he looks very serious. If you ask why, it's because he feels his 80,000 yuan has been completely scammed. A medium-sized dungeon requires a total of 14 people to open. And this dungeon is indoors, with a map full of twists and turns. The already scarce resources have been swept clean like locusts passing through. After a fierce battle for half a day, he finally earned less than 1,000 experience points. Only then did Wang Yue understand the value of the pig-headed tribe dungeon that Wan Chunliang had reserved. Chapter 27, No Bullying Wang Yue, Jr. Wang Yue opened his profession panel. Level 8, 69.48%. Seeing this progress bar, Wang Yue felt a pang of heartache. Spending 80,000 yuan only raised the upgrade progress bar by half. It's important to know that he only has a total of 150,000. After deducting this cost, he has almost only 50,000 left. So upgrading is this expensive? It's hard to imagine how those less fortunate but talented kids will find a way to succeed in the future. Hey! Suddenly, a soft female voice came from behind Wang Yue. Wang Yue turned around. He saw a tall and beautiful girl standing behind him. Her height is definitely over 170 centimeters. She is just a little shorter than Wang Yue, who is 178 centimeters tall. She wears a wine-red fitted sweater paired with long, wide-leg jeans. Her figure is exceptionally graceful. A neat hairstyle of deep brown short hair looks very capable. You are also a student of Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School, right? The girl walked up to Wang Yue, her made-up face still showing a hint of youthfulness. What's up? Wang Yue looked at her and asked back. He didn't remember this girl from the dungeon, it seemed they had taken different paths. Hearing this, the girl covered her mouth and smiled. Don't be so nervous, I'm Zhou Mo, the chairman of the student council at Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School, nice to meet you. Wang Yue hesitated for a moment, then reached out and shook hands with the girl named Zhou Mo. The student council chairman should be a third-year student, 2 years older than the 18-year-old Wang Yue. Wang Yue then checked her profession panel. Name, Zhou Mo. Race, human. Profession, fighter, C. Level, 12. Health, 1030. Mana, 0. Wang Yue was slightly taken aback. In Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School, there are such outstanding people. This level indicates she has been busy for the past 2 or 3 years grinding monsters and leveling up. She even received a C-rank breakthrough stone to break through level 10. It's hard to imagine why she didn't attend a martial arts high school back in the day. Seeing Wang Yue didn't speak, Zhou Mo smiled faintly. I'm not here for any other reason, it's just that it's getting late, and we can share a taxi back, it'll be more convenient. How did you know I'm also from Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School? Hearing this question, Zhou Mo blinked her eyes. Recently, your situation has spread wildly among the freshmen, didn't you know? Wang Yue was stunned. His situation? Could it be that his deeds in the pig-headed dungeon were spread by others? For the girl I love, I took on a dangerous task without hesitation. You're really devoted and infatuated, you truly deserve to be a blade-bearer for the emperor. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yue instantly recalled what Jia had said to him last night. Good heavens, he didn't expect this matter to come up. He almost forgot about it. But for Zhou Mo to know him this way indicates that the situation is more serious than he imagined. In the taxi, Wang Yue and Zhou Mo sit together in the back seat. Zhou Mo suddenly turned and stared at Wang Yue. Wang Yue, Jr., do you really like that girl, Ye Linlin? Senior, you even know that girl's name? Oh, it's human nature to gossip. Zhou Mo crossed her legs. Wang Yue looked out the window at the fleeting scenery and said softly, what if I say I don't even have an impression of who she is? Ah? Zhou Mo's mouth slightly opened. I took the dungeon task just to gain a bit of experience, and some people with ulterior motives took advantage of this to create the current situation. Wang Yue explained quietly. So, you don't like that girl at all? Zhou Mo's mouth was already wide open. Wang Yue nodded. Oh my god. Zhou Mo turned around and shook her head. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. After a few minutes of silence, Zhou Mo suddenly turned back. Then haven't you thought about clarifying this? Otherwise, it's only going to get worse. Wang Yue chuckled. If I go through great lengths to clarify, that would be exactly what the instigator wants to see. He wants to see me trapped in the muddy waters of public opinion, struggling desperately. So, what do you think we should do? You can't just let it go like this. Zhou Mo leaned forward, her tone beginning to show some indignation. First, strengthen myself, then gain the power of speech. Only what I say will be believed. Otherwise, no matter how I explain, to others, I am just a foolish clown. Besides, people don't really want the truth, they just want a bit of fun to liven up their dull lives. So, I just need to continue with my plan. After these words, Zhou Mo gradually leaned back against the driver's seat. She looked at Wang Yue, who was staring out at the scenery, and for a moment, she was a bit dazed. Students in technical schools mostly just muddle through life. It was rare to see a boy like him, with such clear thoughts and ambition. To upgrade and become stronger, he even took the risk to enter this medium difficulty dungeon with a weak D-rank class. Zhou Mo herself was quite an ambitious girl. Immediately, she developed a bit of fondness for Wang Yue. They got out of the car. Wang Yue and Zhou Mo walked together on the road back to school. This was a small path, so there were not many people. The dim streetlights cast a warm atmosphere along the roadside. Wang Yue, this matter I will definitely help you with. I'll organize the student council to seriously deal with the rumors. You're so righteous, senior? What righteousness? As the president of the student council, that's my duty. The two chatted as they walked. Suddenly, they stopped. In front of them, the once clear path was now tightly blocked by several cars. Is that him? A cold voice sounded from behind. Wang Yue turned around to find 5 or 6 oddly dressed young men standing in front of him. Take him down, let's see how he likes getting. Before the young man could finish, Zhou Mo suddenly dashed forward. Bang! With a swift kick, she sent him flying. Then, in a matter of moments, she subdued the remaining young men. It happened so fast that it took less than a minute. Wrong person, wrong person. Get lost, if you dare to bully Wang Yue again, I'll break your legs. The few of them stumbled away in a hurry. These people must have been sent by someone around you, you need to be careful in the future. Zhou Mo returned to Wang Yue's side, her long legs striding confidently. Look at their levels, they are either 5th level C rank or 9th level D rank, clearly coming to pick on you. But don't be afraid, Senior is here to protect you. Zhou Mo laughed heartily and patted Wang Yue on the shoulder. To her, Wang Yue, an 8th level D rank bugmaster, might dare to enter the medium difficulty dungeon, but if he actually fought these punks, he would definitely get beaten up. It was even possible that his bug pet would be killed. Such an ambitious junior, Zhou Mo didn't want to see him get bullied. Seeing Zhou Mo like this, Wang Yue felt somewhat speechless. She talks about being unkind, yet acts like a tough leader, completely not showing the demeanor of a student council president. Well then, see you next time, Wang Yue. As they walked through the school gate, Zhou Mo waved at Wang Yue. If you want to go to the mysterious cabin dungeon next time, you can go with me. After saying that, she walked towards the road on the right. Wang Yue walked alone on the way back to the dorm. This senior girl was truly a unique flower in the whole school. As he walked, Wang Yue suddenly felt that the gazes of people around him were a bit unusual. Isn't that Knife Brother? How can he be walking with President Zhou Mo? It really seems like him. Does he not like Yao Lin Lin anymore? Oh my god, even Knife Brother has changed his heart. Men are indeed all no good. What nonsense are you talking? Knife Brother is probably just helping Senior Momo with some paperwork. Don't slander her. Hearing the noisy whispers, Wang Yue furrowed his brow and continued to walk forward. Brother Yu. As he reached a corner, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Brother Yu, you are okay. From the nearby bushes, Huang Mao Hijia rushed out. He was covered in dirt, obviously having been hiding for a long time. What are you doing here? Wang Yue was taken aback. Brother Yu, run. Don't stay in the dorm tonight. Hijia grabbed Wang Yu's arm, anxiously pulling him back. What on earth is going on? Pai Juanhao has gathered the 7 saints of comprehensive skills, planning to teach you a lesson tonight. Hijia had a worried expression, their levels are very high. They said they want to cripple your bugs so you can't level up anymore. Comprehensive skills? 7 saints? Wang Yue increasingly did not understand. Hijia scratched his head, it's just... In the days you were gone, Pai Juanhao and some rich kids imitated the great sage Sun Wukong to form the 7 great saints. These days, they have been running rampant in the school, and only you, brother Yu, didn't know they existed. Listening to Hijia excitedly explaining, Wang Yu's mind suddenly flashed back to the group of 5 or 6 strange-looking people at the school gate. It can't be them, right? Making themselves seem so impressive, creating a copy of the 7 saints. Wang Yue waved his hand at Hijia. It's nothing. Saying that, he walked toward the dormitory building on his own. Hijia remained in place, clenching his fists tightly. He watched Wang Yu's departing figure and suddenly slapped himself. I really lost my mind, letting brother Yu escape. Avoiding won't solve the problem. Only by facing difficulties head-on can one overcome them. Indeed, my level is still too low. Thinking of this, Hijia's admiration for Wang Yue rose even more in his heart. In the dormitory, Pai Juanhao and a few roommates were playing cards. 3 of them were playing, while the others watched, laughing, and chatting happily. Suddenly, the dormitory door opened. Wang Yue walked in. Oh, Wang Yue is back? Pai Juanhao looked at Wang Yue while shuffling the cards. But his whole body froze instantly. You're okay? Wang Yue, with his backpack on, walked to Pai Juanhao's side. Looking down at him, his eyes showed no emotion. What's the matter? Does brother Hao think I would have an accident? Pai Juanhao felt a chill rise in his heart as he met Wang Yu's gaze. A few days ago, he might still have dared to confront Wang Yue. But since witnessing Wang Yue's rocket-like leveling speed, Pai Juanhao had begun to feel an unknown fear towards him. Especially now that his plans were foiled again, an uneasy feeling began pounding in his heart. And no, as long as you're okay, Pai Juanhao forced a smile and continued shuffling the cards. Wang Yue walked past everyone. Whether I am okay or not, brother Hao doesn't need to worry. Anyway, I will make the culprit pay the price. Hearing this, Pai Juanhao's pupils shrank, his teeth clenched tightly. The playing cards in his hand began to deform from the intense grip. But on the surface, he still dared not retort. Let's not play anymore. Let's step outside for some fresh air, we shouldn't disturb Brother Yu's rest. Meanwhile, in the opposite building, the girls' dormitory. Linlin, serious trouble. A girl rushed in a panic. What is it? So much commotion. Yao Linlin was applying a facial mask and seemed a bit annoyed upon hearing the cry. That loser Wang Yue, he is dating Zhou Mo now. The moment these words were spoken, all the girls were stunned. Zhou Mo? You mean our student council president Zhou Mo? Oh my god, that old-fashioned knife brother actually managed to hook up with a beauty like senior Zhou Mo? What kind of world is this? If they really get together, I will be the first to oppose it. As Yao Linlin listened to everyone's discussion, her face clearly turned much worse, and she shouted out. What does it have to do with me? From the beginning, I never wanted to be tied to him. Let him go lick someone else. I don't want when someone mentions me, they think of that disgusting person behind my back. It ruins my chance at love. Seeing Yao Linlin's reaction, the girls quickly comforted her. Don't be anxious, Linlin, maybe it's fake. Yeah, I don't believe it anyway, that guy Wang Yue has the guts to chase the student council president. Right, Xiaoxin, don't rush, tell us who gave you this news? A girl rushed into the dorm, out of breath. Who told me? I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Yue went back to school with Senior Zhou Mo, and Senior Zhou Mo even smiled and waved goodbye to him. Hearing this, all the girls were stunned. On their faces, there was a look of indignation, as if Wang Yue had committed a terrible crime. Wang Yue this beast, how could he be so heartless? I even defended him in front of Linlin before. To be entangled with such a person right at the start of the semester is really disgusting. At that time, in front of the whole class, he assigned tasks to Linlin. I just thought he was an idiot. Suddenly, Yao Linlin covered her ears and screamed, Enough, don't mention that name to me again. In an instant, the girls fell silent. Yao Linlin sat back in her chair, not saying a word. After a long time, a girl with freckles approached Linlin and said slowly. Linlin, don't be angry, Wang Yue can't possibly win over Senior Zhou Mo. I think he just thinks he's famous now, feeling proud, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You might as well take this opportunity to get to know some new guys. When Wang Yue sees you have other suitors, he'll know to hurry up and realize his mistake. Hearing this, Yao Linlin's expression improved a bit. Where can I meet new guys? The 7 holy skills all have girlfriends. The girl chuckled, far in the sky, near at hand. Linlin, do you remember that creepy guy picking a lot? Can you just say it directly? There was also a boy who got picked, do you remember his name? Seeing the confused expression on Yao Linlin's face, the girl straightforwardly said, his name is Hao Wenba. I discovered secretly that he's definitely a hidden super-rich second generation. Chapter 29, Yao Linlin's plan. At this, the girls instantly had starry eyes. Yao, please tell us more. Even Yao Linlin, who had turned her back, slightly turned her head. The girl smiled mysteriously, you all didn't notice, but I ran into it by chance that day. It was an afternoon, and I was just about to go to the school gate to buy something to eat. Suddenly, I saw a luxurious pickup truck driving over. The girl stroked her chin as if recalling. That truck. TSK. At first glance, it started from several million. But that's not the point. The point is, a boy in a comprehensive technology school uniform actually got out from the passenger seat. That boy looked familiar to me. After thinking carefully, isn't he the boy who drew straws with Linlin back then, Hao Wenba? What's even scarier is that a huge, majestic white jade ant also crawled out of the car. I took a glance, and that white jade ant turned out to be an epic pet. Hearing this word, all the girls were dumbfounded. You must know, in the whole school, the richest and most showy rich boy could only bring out a rare level item. Epic pets are completely unrelated to a technical school like this. Seeing everyone's reaction, the girl was very satisfied. She continued, I was stunned at the time, but that was not the end. 2 more people got out of the car. One dressed in all designer brands, the tier is unknown but far surpasses the 7 holy skills. I looked at the occupational panel, heaven. An 18th level A-class profession, seemed to be called Arcane Assassin. And the other, slightly older, was also an A-class space manipulator, and he was a full 32 levels. The girl seemed to be under a spell, completely frozen. Dozens of eyes were focused on the girl who was speaking. Yao Linlin turned completely around, her gaze burning hot as she looked at the girl. These two people actually show immense respect for level 1 Hao Wenba. It's like they are his servants, careful and worried they might drop him. At this moment, the speaking girl looked at Yao Linlin and smiled. How about it, Linlin? Do you think such a status can match your beauty? The girls, including Yao Linlin, were completely stunned. After about half a minute, they finally regained their senses. Yao Yao, is what you said true? I feel like I'm dreaming. Is that really true? It can't be that you daydreamed during your nap, Yao Yao. After all, for students in a technical school, this was truly a bizarre situation. With such a family background, they had to be the top families of Tianhai City. Even a young master from such a family could force himself into a martial arts academy with powerful equipment and amazing talents, even if he had a level F profession. How could he fall to a technical school? And those two servants mentioned by Yao Yao. Just picking one would be a height that they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. And the epic level pet was an absolute display of status. After all, the level of an awakener can be raised. They had seen awakens of over level 30 during the awakening ceremony. But epic level wild monsters, no matter what level, are truly rare. Once they appear, they will definitely provoke competition among various families. Such a unique and unparalleled young master is actually their classmate? Or is he a low-key person hiding his identity? It's too fantastic, too magical. Many girls had already started fantasizing about the young master, who deliberately hid his identity, falling in love with their innocent selves. As the sun set, she and the young master sat on an epic level white jade ant, watching the sunset together, feeling the beauty of youth. You're the ones daydreaming. What I saw is absolutely real. I guarantee it. The speaking girl shouted, her fists clenched in defiance. At that moment, the previously silent Yao Linlin suddenly showed a look of regret on her face. I actually got assigned to a group with such a young master. If I had known, I would have gone into the dungeon with him back then. It's all that Wang Yue's fault. How dare he disrupt my chance at love. As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Linlin, don't be anxious, there's still time to make amends. After all, everyone doesn't know Master Hao's true identity yet. You can make the first move, said a girl beside her, giving Yao Linlin advice. Hearing this, Yao Linlin's troubled expression finally eased a bit. Then, should I go look for him tomorrow? The girls all nodded. Linlin, as long as you pretend you don't know anything, that kind of pure aura will surely attract Master Hao's interest. Don't worry, Linlin, we will all follow you tomorrow, secretly cheering you on. Yao Linlin gritted her teeth, barely able to conceal her excitement. A few seconds later, she slapped her thigh. Okay? Then I'll go run into him tomorrow. Thus, a room full of girls entered sweet dreams in the blissful fantasy. The next day. At 10 in the morning. Yao Linlin, with a group of girls, began to take action. Everyone was very excited, as this matter concerned their life's great plan. If Yao Linlin successfully entered the wealthy family, they, as Yao Linlin's roommates, would rise to great heights too. Yao Yao, are you sure Master Hao's dormitory is here? The group arrived at a dormitory building, and Yao Linlin couldn't help but ask. That's right, I saw him walk into this building with my own eyes the other day. Yao Yao patted her chest. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she quickly lowered her voice. He's coming out. All the girls were startled and hurriedly hid behind the wall. A small, thin boy walked out from the main entrance of the dormitory building. Surprisingly, it was Hao Wenba, who had previously gone on a mission with Wang Yue. Due to limited rooms, students from Wang Yue's class were assigned to 2 dormitory buildings. Hao Wenba just happened to be assigned to a different building from Wang Yue. It's really him. Yao Linlin clenched her small hands, incredibly excited. The other girls also lit up with shining eyes. However, what excited them even more was what was following behind Hao Wenba. A creature shaped like an ant, more than half a person tall and over 2 meters long, was closely following him. An epic pet, Blood River Ant Soldier. Its majestic form, high-quality texture, and white jade armor left all the girls in a daze. Although they had heard about it from Yao Yao last night, seeing it in person was an overwhelming shock. Not only these girls, but even other students coming in and out of the dormitory building showed shocked expressions. You all quickly check my makeup, is it natural? Yao Linlin was the first to react, immediately turning around to ask. Very natural. Linlin, you should go, this opportunity is rare. Yao Linlin took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and resolutely stepped forward. Chapter 30, Is Brother Dagger So Powerful? Good morning, Hao Wenba. Ah. As Yao Linlin approached, the huge ant soldier blocked her way. It startled her. Hao Wenba turned to look and quickly explained, it's okay, it won't attack anyone unless ordered. Yao Linlin felt her legs go a bit weak. She smiled awkwardly. Wenba, your pet is so impressive. Perhaps sensing his confusion, she tossed her long hair and introduced herself. I'm Yao Linlin, your classmate. Remember, we were both picked by the counselor? Hao Wenbo scratched his head. Do you need something from me? Yao Linlin blinked and quickly moved closer. Actually, it's nothing much. I just came back from an event and happened to see you. This reminded me of when we were both picked by the counselor. So, did you go to that instance for logistics later? Hao Wenbo silently nodded. Yao Linlin displayed a surprised expression. Wow, Wenbo, you're amazing. I heard that the conditions in that pig-headed instance were terrible, and you actually dared to go in and come back unharmed. Upon hearing this, Hao Wenbo sighed. His mind recalled the face of the pig-headed creature. If it weren't for that middle-aged priest, he probably wouldn't have been able to get rid of the swelling by now. Yao, if you have something to say, just say it. I have important matters to attend to. Wenbo, you seem so aloof. Yao Linlin pouted her lips but leaned in closer. She tried to accentuate her chest, bending down and saying, what important matter? I'm familiar with our school, maybe I can help. Hao Wenbo shook his head. You probably can't help with much. I'm looking for Wang Yue. Do you know where he is? These past 2 days, Hao Wenbo had also been troubled. Since Wang Yue had ordered this ant soldier to protect him, it had been closely following him. Eating, sleeping, and even going to the bathroom, he couldn't shake it off. After all, it was only following Wang Yue's orders and wouldn't take any requests from Hao Wenbo. Wherever he went, it attracted everyone's stunned gaze, causing a lot of trouble, making him afraid to go outside. More importantly, it seemed Wang Yue had forgotten about the ant soldier's existence. Yesterday afternoon, Hao Wenbo had already gone to look for Wang Yue once. But he was told that Wang Yue was not in the dormitory. With no choice, he had to go look again this morning. Even if he didn't see Wang Yue in person, he needed to find a way to leave the ant soldier in Wang Yue's dorm. Otherwise, the pressure on him would be too much. However, upon hearing Hao Wenbo's words, Yao Linlin suddenly froze in place. Watching Hao Wenbo's departing figure, she hurriedly chased after him. Wenbo! Wenbo! You misunderstood. I have nothing to do with that Wang Yue anymore. Although he used to pester me relentlessly, I made it clear to him last night, and he won't bother me anymore. Right now, I am completely single. Hao Wenbo stopped in his tracks, turning back with a furrowed brow. Classmate Yao Linlin, what are you talking about? Do you know where Wang Yue is? Yao Linlin froze for a moment, as if she realized she had gotten too excited. She gave a sheepish smile. Ahem. Wang Yue should be in the dormitory right now, let me take you there. Hao Wenbo had no choice but to nod upon hearing this. The group of girls hid behind the wall. Although they couldn't hear what the two were discussing, seeing them walk together filled their hearts with joy. They hurriedly followed closely behind them. Wenbo, your blood river ant soldier is so handsome, can I touch it? As they walked, Yao Linlin occasionally glanced at the ant soldier behind them. After saying this, she reached out to touch it. Don't! Hao Wenbo said lightly, interrupting Yao Linlin's movement. Let me make this clear, this blood river ant soldier is not mine, I have no idea about its personality. If you accidentally anger it, I can't help you. However, when Yao Linlin heard this, she was not surprised, instead, she covered her mouth and smiled. Wenbo, it's fine to say this to others, but why are you saying it to me? She hesitated, wanting to advise Hao Wenbo to stop pretending, while also trying to maintain her pure girl persona. Seeing Yao Linlin like this, Hao Wenbo could only shake his head helplessly. After about 10 minutes, the two had arrived at the bottom of Wang Yue's dormitory. The group of girls followed closely behind. The blood river ant soldier behind Hao Wenbo immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow! Did you see that? How can there be an epic wild monster in our school? That's not a wild monster, it seems to be that skinny guy's pet. Don't talk nonsense. That is indeed epic. If the young master hears this, you won't have it good. People around began to gather, encircling the two and the bug, chattering excitedly. Hao Wenbo's face gradually showed a worried expression. He had been afraid to go out these past few days, just to avoid such a situation. Luckily, he had just asked a classmate who said Wang Yue was in the dormitory. After asking the other person to call Wang Yue down, Hao Wenbo stood downstairs, quietly waiting with Yao Linlin. Yao Linlin leaned close to Hao Wenbo, feeling wonderful about it. She particularly enjoyed this feeling of being admired by everyone. After this, everyone would know that her relationship with Hao Wenbo was extraordinary. Wenbo, why are you looking for Wang Yue? Did he owe you money? He pursued me crazily before, maybe I can help you get the money back. After all, he wouldn't dare not listen to me. He. At this moment, Hao Wenbo no longer wanted to deal with Yao Linlin. In his eyes, she was just a self-talking crazy person. He now just wanted to quickly return the ant soldier to Wang Yue and escape this hellish scene. Finally, in Hao Wenba's eager gaze, Wang Yue appeared behind the dormitory gate. What's going on, making such a big noise? At a glance, Wang Yue saw his Blood River Ant soldier, and instantly understood everything. He quickly jumped down the steps and came to Hao Wenba's side. With a wave of his right hand. In an instant, a black hole appeared, trapping the Blood River Ant soldier inside. The ant soldier, which had attracted everyone's attention, disappeared in the blink of an eye as if it were magic. In that moment, everyone present was stunned. I can't believe this epic pet is actually a bug pet of the Blade Brother? Wow, the bug breeder isn't focusing on breeding, but playing these games with me. So scary, Blade Brother's epic bug pet could definitely take down all the rich kids in the school. No. I can't believe my eyes, Blade Brother has the strength but is still chasing Yao Linlin? Hao Wenba had a bitter face and looked embarrassedly at Wang Yue. I just wanted to return the Blood River Ant soldier to you. Wang Yue helplessly looked at the other party. Earlier, he had focused on leveling up, and since this wasn't a dormitory building, he had really forgotten about this matter. This is my fault. Since the ant soldier has been returned, you can go back first. Wang Yue deeply understood the importance of being Loki, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of this. Okay. I'm sorry for troubling you, Yugu. I'll thank you properly later. Hao Wenba also understood Wang Yue's meaning and turned to leave. Only Yao Linlin was struck by lightning, her mouth agape, standing there in a daze. Chapter 31, Pressure. Wang Yue, is this pet yours? Yao Linlin stumbled back a step, as if her soul had left her body. The outer circle of onlooking female roommates were all stunned. Dozens of people stood there, none of them saying a word. They were all in a state of shock and indignation. Facing Yao Linlin's questioning, Wang Yue completely ignored her. He turned and walked back toward the dormitory building. Wang Yue, wait. Unexpectedly, Yao Linlin pounced on him, tightly gripping his arm. How annoying, a sweet cry suddenly burst out. You have such a handsome pet, why didn't you tell me sooner? The reason I avoided you before was that I was afraid of delaying your efforts. But now that I know your background, I realize I was overthinking it. Don't you like me? I, Yao Linlin, dare to love and hate. Today, as long as you sincerely confess to me in front of everyone, I can consider being your girlfriend. Yao Linlin pulled on Wang Yue's sleeve, moving to face him, speaking loudly. The onlookers heard these words and started to discuss among themselves. Is this the power of an epic pet? Even Brother Knife has a chance to rise. Sad. I came to watch the clown, but now I'm the clown. I hope Brother Knife seizes this opportunity, the admiration of a goddess is not something you get every day. Yao Linlin's roommates also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, with Brother Knife's feelings for Linlin, I don't believe he can refuse this request. Yeah, no matter who this super second generation is, as long as he's Linlin's boyfriend, that's enough. What is Brother Knife waiting for? Hurry and confess, I'm dying of anxiety. In the center of the crowd, Wang Yue looked at the girl in front of him, already feeling displeased. Step aside. Wang Yue, what did you say? Yao Linlin was stunned, tightly pulling at Wang Yue's sleeve, her face starting to twitch. Don't you like me anymore? Hearing this question, Wang Yue didn't know how to answer. What does it mean to not like someone? He barely knew her at all. However, seeing Wang Yue's silence, Yao Linlin bit her teeth tightly. Finally, she couldn't help but shout out, is that Joe Mo so mesmerizing to you? I don't care. Since you like me, you have to be responsible for me. No matter what, you must give me an explanation today. Yao Linlin firmly gripped Wang Yue's arm, tears already spilling from the corners of her eyes. Either you compensate me for the Blood River Ant soldier, or you can't leave today. With these words, Wang Yue was stunned. For the first time in 18 years, he heard someone shamelessly being so self-righteous. Wang Yue, speak. What kind of man hides like a turtle? Step aside. Ah. Wang Yue swung his hand violently, and the petite Yao Linlin fell to the ground. His eyes were full of warning, glaring at Yao Linlin. First, I have never liked you. I helped you block a task just to grind monsters in the dungeon. Second, whatever happens between Joe Mo and me has nothing to do with you. Third, if I want to leave here, no one can stop me. Yao Linlin sat on the ground, momentarily not reacting, her eyes red as she stared at Wang Yue, cursing, Wang Yue. What are you pretending for? You dare say you never liked me? Shut up. Wang Yue shouted loudly, raising his index and middle fingers, pointing upwards. Whoosh. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared behind Wang Yue. A powerful and oppressive aura gushed out from it, as if the air pressure of the entire area suddenly increased. Yao Linlin trembled in an instant. She immediately closed her lips tightly, no longer daring to make a sound. A deep fear instantly climbed to her heart. Without the filter, she suddenly remembered her identity. An ordinary technical schoolgirl. With such an identity, how could she dare to speak boldly to the mysterious young master who casually summoned an epic insect pet? Endless regret finally surged like a tide. Yao Linlin trembled, tightly hugging her legs, curling up on the ground. Young Master Wang Yue. I am sorry. Hearing this, Wang Yue finally lowered his finger. The black hole, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, instantly dissipated. The onlookers all wore extremely serious expressions. Who? Only then did they stop holding their breath and exhale heavily. After a good 10 seconds, they slowly began to recover. This kind of pressure, no, it's not just epic, legendary, no, divine. Is this thing really something a technical school student can summon? So terrifying, if something from the black hole is really summoned, I feel like our school will be doomed. The crowd stood frozen in place, even after the black hole disappeared, no one dared to move. Suddenly, Wang Yue, who was Wang Yue? Come out quickly. A big uncle in a security uniform dashed over from a distance. Wang Yue turned to look. The security uncle squeezed left and right through the crowd, finally coming to the center of the clearing. Why are so many people gathered here? Where is Wang Yue? I am Wang Yue, what's the matter? The security uncle's face lit up as he looked at Wang Yue. You are Wang Yue? Hurry, come with me. There's a girl who insists on seeing you and refuses to leave the school gate. As soon as this was said, the onlooker's eyes sparkled even more. It was an expression of shock followed by eagerness for gossip. A girl is looking for brother with a knife? Doesn't brother with a knife have more than just Joe Mo as his partner? Still calling him brother with a knife, nonsense. Don't say he is the royal knife-wielding guard, even Yao Linlin isn't worthy to be Wang Yue's third. After all this, it turns out that this nickname was just a self-indulgent joke. So embarrassing, really embarrassing. And on the ground, Yao Linlin's face revealed a more collapsed expression. Wang Yue was also stunned. A girl is loitering at the school gate? A sweet and charming face floated in his mind. It can't be that girl, right? Thinking carefully, it really could be. Realizing this, Wang Yue hurriedly followed the security uncle. Uncle, please take me to see. As Wang Yue left, the crowd surged like a tide, following Wang Yue towards the school gate. Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School, North Gate. A delicately dressed sweet girl was nervously standing at the gate, her hands tightly clasped. Her skin was snow white, and she had long black hair cut with bangs, revealing half her forehead. Over her white t-shirt, she wore a light beige sleeveless knit vest, tied with a small pink tie at the neck. On her lower half was a pink checked pleated skirt, and her long, straight beautiful legs were covered with white pantyhose. She wore a pair of brown little leather shoes. It was clear she had dressed up carefully. She stared at the comings and goings of people within the school, her eyes full of shyness and expectation. Such a magical scene instantly attracted countless gazes at the school gate. Suddenly, the girl's eyes trembled. She noticed a seemingly ordinary boy walking from the school. Behind him, there were a large crowd of onlookers following. Who else could it be but Wang Yue? Wang Yue rushed out of the school gate, directly looking at the sweet girl, his brow furrowing. Lu Jianing, do you really have nothing you want to do? Chapter 32, Promises and the Zenith Prison. Lu Jianing's body trembled. But her face showed no anger, instead, it looked pitiful. She walked quickly toward Wang Yue with her beautiful legs covered in white tights. Wang Yue, what happened last time was my fault, I know I was too overbearing. I will try to change, please forgive me. Lu Jianing lowered her head, her tone very pitiful. As she spoke, she took out an exquisite box from her small handbag. This is an A-grade level 10 breakthrough stone, originally for me to break through at the village. Just take it as my apology. Wang Yue stood in place, helplessly looking at Lu Jianing. From her attire, it was clear she had put a lot of thought into this. And a breakthrough stone of her rank showed her sincerity. Losing this breakthrough stone could change Lu Jianing's entire life trajectory. However, Wang Yue had already obtained a C-rank breakthrough stone in the Pighead Tribe dungeon. So he really didn't need this apology. But seeing Lu Jianing's pitiful expression made Wang Yue hesitate to speak harshly. He sighed deeply. You don't need to do this. I know your thoughts, but right now, I don't have time for anything else. Have you thought about it? What is it like for a technical school student to date a martial arts student? They attend schools in different cities, their circles have no overlap, and their outlook on life is completely different. They won't have any result. So, I must become stronger, I must get the qualification for entering martial arts college in the martial arts assessment. Wang Yue reached out and gently patted Lu Jianing's shoulder. No matter what you want to tell me, just wait until I enter martial arts college, okay? To say such things showed that Lu Jianing had really cornered Wang Yue. If he directly refused this proud girl, with her temper, she would likely make his life even more difficult. Wang Yue was already in a critical period for his studies, and he couldn't let her act recklessly. He could only use a delaying tactic to soothe Lu Jianning's feelings. Once she entered martial arts college and met more outstanding peers, she should forget about him. However, at this moment, Lu Jianning's face was already full of tears. Okay. Why, you must not lie to me. Wang Yue sighed again. I won't. As for this rank breakthrough stone, just keep it. I'm not so down that I need charity. Lu Jianning wiped her tears and nodded. She tucked the small box into her bag. It's settled then. Wang Yue, this lady is waiting for you at Annan Martial Arts College. You must not make me wait too long. Hearing this, Wang Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he had managed to calm her down. Don't worry. I need to focus on leveling up during this time. You just take care of your own matters. Lu Jianning replied with an but still stood in place. Then I will head back now. You should hurry home too. Isn't it better to enjoy your summer vacation? Wang Yue grinned, waved at Lu Jianning, and turned to leave. Lu Jianning stood there, watching Wang Yue's departing figure, tears streaming down her face once again. After the school gate, the new students of Tianhai Vocational School quietly watched this scene as if it were a drama. After watching Wang Yue walk away, a heated discussion instantly erupted. Whoa! What's the situation with this beauty? She's an A-rank tree spirit priestess. The top awakened one in Tianhai City. Wang Yue. You made such a strong and beautiful girl cry? Are you even a human? I know this girl, she's not a student at our school. She's an admitted student of martial arts college and an absolute genius. Damn it, who was the first one to shout Wang Yue as the Blade Brother? Step out. Wang Yue is clearly the legend of our vocational school. So impressive. Among the excited crowd, only one person remained absolutely quiet. Pai Juanhao stared with wide eyes, fixated on the spot where Wang Yue had stood. As time passed, this incident quickly spread to every corner of Tianhai Vocational School. Wang Yue as the blade-wielding guard of Yao Linlin, this rumor was shattered. In its place, emerged the legend of Wang Yue publicly rejecting the genius goddess. From then on, students of Tianhai Vocational School could hold their heads high even in front of the arrogant martial students. Wang Yue became the figure countless boys aspired to be. 1 week later. At 10 a.m., the sun was bright. A large bus was driving on the mountain road. Brother Yue. You are simply a role model for us boys. Brother Yue, can you tell me the story between you and the genius goddess? Brother Yue. I have beetle nuts for 100 yuan a pack, want one? At the back row of the bus, in the left corner. Faced with the excited inquiries from the boys, Wang Yue helplessly waved his hand. Enough. Brother Yue needs to rest, can't you all see that? A boy with sharp eyes immediately shouted. This finally allowed Wang Yue to breathe a sigh of relief. Sorry, Brother Yue. Brother Yue usually works hard, everyone be quieter. Wang Yue let out a breath and smiled at the boy next to him. Then he turned his head to look at the sunny scenery along the mountain road. His mind couldn't help but recall his life of the past 7 days. His fame spread quickly, almost every day on the road, there were classmates greeting him. Over time, it became quite annoying and very hard to handle. After all, they did nothing wrong, he couldn't just beat someone up for no reason to make them shut up. As for leveling up, during these 7 days, Wang Yue's level was almost at a standstill. The city is not like the countryside, there aren't many wild monsters to level up on. Even if there are, the little experience they provide is far from enough for Wang Yue. Moreover, his 150,000 yuan savings were almost spent, leaving only enough for a year's necessary expenses. The progress to break through level 10 began to slow down significantly. However, Wang Yue felt it might also be because he was too eager for quick success. After all, the last time he saw Lu Jianning, as a talented girl, her level was only 7. No matter what, experience is life. At this moment, Wang Yue deeply understood this. Alright, stop the noise. Suddenly, a jarring electric sound arose. At the front of the bus, the counselor Sun Dafu held a loudspeaker, shouting to the students inside the bus, "We are arriving at Tianding prison. After we stop, everyone get off the bus in order and line up in the marked area. Everyone be honest, there are big leaders over there. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for turning hostile." As Sun Dafu spoke, the bus was making one final climb on the winding mountain road. At the very top of the mountain, a grand prison dramatically emerged. Chapter 33, Your Senior. At noon, 11 o'clock. The scorching sun shone brightly on the earth. At the very top of Tianding Mountain, next to Tianding Prison, thousands of new students from Tianhai Technical School were divided into sections, standing orderly on a flat ground. And at the front of the formation, a high platform rose up. An exquisite sunshade covered the entire high platform. Dear students. On the high platform, the principal of the technical school held a microphone, standing tall. I have gathered you here today to give you your first lesson at Tian High Technical School. You may have questions. Why is the first lesson held in such a place? The principal cleared his throat and took out a document. I have a report here. In Tian High City's second quarter crime records, 30% of criminals are graduates from technical schools. I don't know how you feel when you hear this data. But as the principal of the largest technical school in Tian High City, when I first saw this data, I felt deep sadness. After the sadness, I felt immense unwillingness. Are we, the students of technical schools, seen as social scum in others' eyes? At this point, the students below began to stir slightly. Some were filled with rage, some looked wronged. Others smirked, thinking it was to be expected. The principal continued, I believe as long as you are still passionate young people, you will feel the same anger and unwillingness as I do. So today, we gather at Tianding Prison, not only for a 2-day, 1-night visit and warning activity but also to remind everyone we are not scum. We students from technical schools can also become the backbone of society. As this sentence fell, the instructors of each squad began to lead the applause. Gradually, it turned into a lasting wave of applause. The principal stood on the stage, nodding in satisfaction, and returned the microphone to the stand. He slightly lowered his head and looked at the energetic middle-aged man beside him. Director Chin, would you like to add a few words? The man shook his head. The weather is scorching, let the students enter the prison and start the tour. Wang Yue followed the crowd and slowly walked toward the prison gate. It was a giant gate covered in iron spikes, over 3 meters high. From both sides of the gate, 2 main paths of the magic array extended outward. These 2 main paths firmly encircled the entire Tianding prison. The entire Tianding prison was clearly a large magic array. Entering the prison gate, they walked across a vast open space. Suddenly, a palm-sized white moth flew toward Wang Yue. Name, light moth. Race, insect. Rank, common white. Status, larval stage. Level, 1. Health, 20. Mana, 0. Wang Yue was taken aback. This type of moth was indeed common here, and it was not his first time seeing it. However, as far as he knew, this kind of moth had basically no value, and even online insect farming stores wouldn't sell them. Wang Yue followed the crowd and finally entered the prison interior. It was a massive building, with a height of about 10 meters. The surrounding walls were all made of steel. On the walls, there were rows of ordered cell doors. Countless, there were approximately 1,000 of them. Hello, students, I am the president of the Comprehensive Skills Student Union, JOMO. Today our student union will guide everyone for the tour. A tall, coldly beautiful woman stepped forward. She greeted everyone with a smile. Behind her were various officers and members of the student union. Oh my god, it's Senior JOMO. Senior JOMO, come join our group. Seeing such a stunning beauty, everyone seemed to feel less tired. In the crowd, JOMO looked at Wang Yue and winked at him. Wang Yue smiled awkwardly, then looked around. During this time, he had indeed belonged to the campus's celebrity, but he didn't want to attract too much attention. Fortunately, after winking, JOMO went to busy herself elsewhere. At the same time, a student union member came to Wang Yue's group and began the tour. Meanwhile, at the top of the building, in the monitoring room. Director Chin, do you think, should we have the students record their reflections? The principal stood aside, bowing and scraping. In front of him sat the middle-aged man from the high platform. Around him were 6 or 7 men in suits. The man called Director Chin was currently staring at the crowd below through the glass window. You don't need to be so troublesome, lower the platform. These students have it hard enough. If it weren't for that earlier incident that angered the higher-ups, I wouldn't need to come here personally to oversee. The technician beside him heard the command and immediately activated the small magic array on the control panel. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the ground beneath the students began to shake slightly. The entire ground slowly began to descend. On the surrounding steel walls, more cell doors were revealed. This is the characteristic of Tianding Prison. The entire prison consists of a deep tower and a moving platform. JOMO stood in front of the crowd, gesturing as she introduced. The more a criminal is located at the bottom of the tower, the more heinous their crimes. Severe offenders, life prisoners, and even death row inmates can be seen here in their true form. So everyone must uphold the law and take it as a warning. As the platform slowly descended, everyone began to display more shocked expressions. Because they saw familiar faces from newspapers and screens. This is the rapist who made the news last year. He is actually still alive. And that violent crime leader, doesn't he look just like the one inside? Next to each cell door, there was a text area. It displayed the crimes of each offender and their corresponding punishments. One by one, the criminals huddled in their tiny cells, some with gloomy faces, others expressionless. They seemed accustomed to the sight before them. Bang! After about 5 minutes of descent, the vast platform finally reached the bottom with a loud crash. A visibly larger prison door completely appeared before everyone. This is? Oh my god. Many students, upon seeing the scene inside the prison door, gasped, covering their mouths. In the dark cell, a slender man was bare-chested, bound to a cross by steel wires. His long black hair hung down, covering his face. His body was covered in bloody scars, clearly a victim of inhumane abuse. If not for the faint rising and falling of his chest, one would almost think he was a corpse. What was even more eerie was that although he was slender, his abdomen was distended, as if he were pregnant. Buzz. The loudspeaker above everyone's head suddenly blared. Ahem. Students, please remain quiet. The principal's voice came from the speaker. The criminal before you, I believe everyone has seen. It is with great regret to inform you that this heinous criminal, named Xie is your senior. As soon as this was said, everyone on the platform couldn't help but gasp. This guy is from our school? Oh my, what crime did he commit to be tortured like this? The loudspeaker continued to sound. Half a month ago, criminal Xie stealthily entered the residence of the city guardian of Tianhai, and cruelly killed the entire family. Chapter 34, 2 years from level 17 to level 30? The cruelty of his methods and the perversion of his mind are simply shocking. Such crimes are among the most heinous in the history of Tianhai City. Tomorrow, this beast will be publicly executed by dismemberment. And the name Xie will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame in Tianhai Technical School, nailed to the pillar of shame in Tianhai City, judged and reviled. Please remember, students, no matter how unsatisfactory life is or how much grievance you feel, always maintain your bottom line as a person. Any grievances must be voiced, the Tianhai Governance Office will stand up for you. Hearing this, the student's expression shifted from surprise to fear, disdain, and pity. Wow, this is reckless, he dares to kill the city guardian's family, does he really think he has 10 lives? This senior is too unfortunate, he has already reached the threshold of level 30, why destroy his own life? No, don't you find it strange? An A-class professional has actually fallen to our school? At that moment, the criminal Xie suddenly raised his head, looking at the crowd outside the cell, revealing an eerie smile. Everyone was startled, immediately closing their mouths and looking at Xie in fear. Wang Yue stood among the crowd. Hearing the principal's words, he finally understood why the school went through so much trouble to gather these students for warning education. It was probably for certain people to serve as a deterrent. He silently checked the senior's professional panel. Name, Xie. Race, human. Profession, flesh and blood Taoist, A. Level, 30. Health, 5,400. Mana, 4,240. From just one professional panel, Wang Yue knew that the slaughter of the city guardian's family was definitely not as simple as the principal said. An A-class awakened one, fewer than 50 are produced each year in Tianhai City, such a person is talent among talents. Yet Xie, an A-class awakened one, had fallen to Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School, there surely was something hidden beneath the surface. You find it strange? A gentle voice sounded beside him. Wang Yue turned to see Zhou Mo standing next to him. Senior, aren't you leading the team? Zhou Mo smiled softly, it's free activity time now. After speaking, she also turned her head to look at Xie in the cell. 2 years ago, when I just entered Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School, he was still the president of our student council. Wang Yue frowned. He? Are you talking about Xie? Zhou Mo nodded. At that time, he was only level 17, a warm-hearted person, unlike now, where he is terrifying. In my impression, he has always been hardworking. He neglected sleep and food, focused on becoming stronger, as if he carried some kind of mission. I heard from some seniors that he participates in the school's martial arts assessment every year. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should have passed the assessment in the first year, but for unknown reasons, he failed for 2 consecutive years. In the final year, his martial arts plan still fell through. Everyone could see his strength, but no one understood why he couldn't enter the martial arts university. After graduation, he completely disappeared. None of his teachers or classmates could get in touch with him. Until 2 years later, I heard news that he went alone to the Shouzheng family and committed a serious crime. At this point, Zhou Mo let out a deep sigh. Wang Yue listened quietly, without speaking. Through Zhou Mo's narration, Wang Yue could guess the truth behind the matter pretty well. However, other people's destinies had nothing to do with Wang Yue. All he could do was respect others' choices. But 2 years' time, from level 17 to level 30. This did catch Wang Yue's attention. His senior might have some way to quickly gain experience. Meanwhile, in the distance, Pai Juanhao looked at the two whispering figures of Wang Yue and Zhou Mo in the crowd, his eyes red, and his hands clenched tightly. He spent those 7 days almost in hell. Not only did his brothers get beaten up, but he was also isolated by the other 6 great saints. After Wang Yue's reputation turned around, even his dormitory roommates did not bother to curry favor with him anymore. Furthermore, Wang Yue was not only entangled with the genius goddess but also had an unclear relationship with the student union president, the Ice Mountain Flower, Zhou Mo. In Pai Juanhao's eyes, this life should belong to him. It was Wang Yue, this animal, who stole his life. Wang Yue, you bastard. Thinking of this, Pai Juanhao's nails dug into his flesh. Do you want him dead? Suddenly, a voice that was neither male nor female, resembling that of a eunuch, echoed in Pai Juanhao's mind. Who? Pai Juanhao suddenly woke from his hatred, scanning his surroundings. If you want him dead, just keep quiet. The voice in his mind appeared again. Communicate with me using your thoughts, I can hear you. Upon hearing this, Pai Juanhao broke out in a cold sweat. However, uncontrollably, he began to question inwardly. You, who are you? I am Jiao. Jiao? That's right, at your 3 o'clock direction, the criminal in cell 704. Pai Juanhao was stunned and looked in that direction. He saw a middle-aged man with gray hair and a thin frame sitting in a cell 20 meters away, to his right front. You, why can you talk to me? He. The voice of Jiao chuckled in his mind. Originally, it wasn't possible. The silence array outside the prison suppresses the attributes and abilities of us prisoners, greatly reducing our strength. But I am different. I am an emotion master. Emotion master? That's right, the stronger the target's emotions, the more effective my abilities become. Among the thousands of visiting students, only your hatred has reached its peak. Therefore, I can slip in. He. A look of anger appeared on Pai Juanhao's face, and he shouted inwardly, you damn convict, what do you want? Get out of my head. See, getting anxious again. Jiao's voice remained calm, since I can invade your mind, it means you must have your own obsession. We can cooperate. Get lost. Who the hell wants to cooperate with you? Oh? Is that so? Don't you really want that person named Wang Yue to die like a wild dog? If that's the case, then I'll just leave. Pai Juanhao's flesh trembled. Wait. Do you think I'm an idiot? You can't even save yourself, yet you want to make Wang Yue dead. He. Jiao's disgusting laughter echoed again, I knew you wouldn't be willing. It's simple, you help me escape, and once I'm out, I'll help you kill that boy named Wang Yue, how about it? Pai Juanhao swallowed hard. What the hell are you joking about? I'm a level 4 dual sword fighter, and you want me to help you break out? Even if you really get out, do you think the guards outside are just decorations? Chapter 35, Murder. Ha. In his mind, Jiao laughed wildly as if he had heard a funny joke. Guards. Kid, you underestimate us, the criminals on the 7th floor. Even in my lowest moment, I'm a level 36A rank professional. In Tianhai City, besides the top powers of the big families, and those old ghosts in the government office, who am I afraid of? That old ghost Qin Lu is only level 30, and an enchanter. As long as you help me get out, this whole prison will fall into my control in an instant. At that time, won't we be able to kill whoever we want? You want Wang Yue dead? Great, I can make him die in the most undignified way. Once the matter is settled, I will leave directly, leaving no trace. I guarantee, you can continue living your young master life, and no one will find you. Young master, what do you think of my deal? Pai Juanhao listened to the seductive voice in his mind and began to tremble all over. You first tell me, how can I set you free? It's simple, I have already used my skill to plant an emotional seed in you. As long as you touch the other person, you can infect them. Tonight, you sneak into the control room and transmit the emotional seed to the prison guards, they will soon fall into a deep sleep. There is a large array recording machine in the control room. You just need to follow my instructions to modify the array on it. Don't worry, after planting the seed, I can maintain mental communication with you within a kilometer. If anything happens, I can guide you at any time. After hearing the whole plan, Pai Juanhao shouted, bullshit. This is all your imagination, how could it be so easy for me to succeed in such a big prison? Get lost. Get lost. If you continue to tempt me, I will tell the guards to whip you a few hundred times. Jiao sighed deeply. Young man, why do you have such little confidence in yourself? You must know this world is just a giant makeshift stage. I, Jia, have traveled far and wide for over 50 years, and I've seen all sorts of things in this world. What you think is official, is not that official. Furthermore, my profession as an emotional thought master is very rare, there has never been a second awakener in Tianhai City's history. These low-intelligent fools have no idea about my skill mechanism. How could they set up special defenses? Pai Juanhao listened quietly, neither agreeing nor refuting. Seeing this, Jia Jiao continued. The boy you want to kill, his name is Wang Yue, right? I just observed him. He is low-key and cautious, never showing his emotions. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. If you don't crush him in his budding stage, he will surely step on your head and bully you for the rest of your life. With such a great opportunity, are you really going to give it up? Are you really willing to let such a worthless person jump on your head for a lifetime? Pai Juanhao's chest clearly heaved. To take 100 steps back, even if you fail halfway, you can say you were curious about the prison's array, so you sneaked in to do some research at night. My emotional seed will only make those guards sleep, it won't cause any harm. Even if you fail, you will hardly pay any price. But as long as you succeed, that little bastard Wang Yue will completely disappear. What are you still considering? Such a great opportunity will never come again. Pai Juanhao gritted his teeth, his face flushed, and finally couldn't help but shout in his heart. All right. I'll trust you this once. You must crush that boy Wang Yue into pieces in front of all the classmates. Deep night. Thousands of students were collectively sleeping on the ground. In the darkness, Pai Juanhao slowly stood up. 5 minutes later, he had arrived at a winding passageway. I only need to touch the target, I won't care about anything else. Don't worry, there will be a guard at the next turn, just act naturally. Hearing this, Pai Juanhao stopped in his tracks, feeling anxious inside. What are you doing? Are you really willing to be a failure? Pai Juanhao gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. Sure enough, as soon as he turned the corner, he saw a guard in uniform standing next to the gate. Hey, student, what are you doing? The guard glanced at Pai Juanhao, his brows furrowing in confusion. Ah! Pai Juanhao wailed, instantly clutching his stomach and sitting on the ground. Student? Without thinking, the guard hurried over to help Pai Juanhao up. In that instant, Pai Juanhao reached out, placing his hand on the guard's arm. I touched him, you quickly make him fall asleep. Bang! Crash! The next second, the guard's entire head exploded. Bright red blood sprayed all over Pai Juanhao's face. He fell to the ground, staring at the damage numbers appearing before him. Shut up! If you want to live, follow my orders. The voice of Jia Jiao boomed in his mind. Take the key from the corpse's pocket and enter the gate ahead. Wang Yue lay on the ground. He was not asleep. Instead, he kept seeing the figure of Xie Juchen in his mind. Fierce experiences, a huge belly, and that strange leveling speed. His senior had many secrets. If it weren't for the guards by each cell door, he would really want to ask him. After all, what Wang Yue lacked the most right now was experience. Brother Yue! Brother Yue, get up! Suddenly, he heard a hurried shout near his ear. Wang Yue opened his eyes and found a figure shaking his arm in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was He Jia, who had previously recognized Wang Yue as his elder brother. What's wrong? Damn! Someone was killed. Pai Juanhao killed someone. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue propped himself up. Calm down, tell me carefully what you saw. He Jia looked terrified, stammering, earlier, I said Pai Juanhao was plotting against you, so I kept a close watch on him. During the warning event today, his expression suddenly seemed off, and I felt something was wrong, so I stayed awake at night, deliberately keeping an eye on him. Just now, he indeed started to act, so I followed him. Then, I saw him blow the guard's head off. He Jia trembled all over, saying, Brother Yue, let's go find the counselor. I'm scared alone. Wang Yue held He Jia's shoulder, not standing up. At the same time, his mind began to race. Logically, Pai Juanhao, a dual sword fighter, could not possess such dark magic skills. And his actions were utterly illogical. Could he have been possessed by something? Wang Yue looked into He Jia's eyes and continued, without absolute safety, we shouldn't act recklessly. Think carefully, did you notice anything unusual while following Pai Juanhao? Unusual. He Jia's eyes glazed over, as if recalling details. Right, that corpse, after the head exploded, the body seemed to move a bit. Move? Wang Yue rubbed his chin, imagining the corpse's appearance in his mind. At that moment, boom! The entire platform began to sink again. And the big lights on the ceiling suddenly turned on. In an instant, the blinding light shone on the students. What the hell, what's going on? Why is the platform sinking again? Amidst the crowd's panic, the platform gradually sank to the lowest level and stopped with a loud bang. Hee 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 hee. A eunuch-like laugh echoed, and everyone looked towards the sound. They saw the cell door of room 704. Already twisted, broken. In the prison, a short, middle-aged man with gray hair stood inside. I'm out, I'm finally out. He leaped with all his might, arriving on the platform, then waved his hands. Countless fine threads shot out from his fingertips, immediately piercing into the surrounding students. In an instant, the students erupted in terrified screams. What's going on? How did that criminal escape? This is a level 36A rank criminal. Hurry, raise the platform. It's too late. He's already on the platform. Everyone was thrown into chaos, fleeing in the opposite direction from the short man as if they had seen a fierce tiger. The fine threads controlled by the man gradually lit up with a purple glow, like streams of energy being absorbed into his body. Jiao lifted his head, licking his tongue in delight. Ah, what pure fear, this feeling so nostalgic. Jiao. You are so bold. Just as everyone was in panic, a loud shout echoed from the sky. Above them, a dignified middle-aged man floated in the air. It turned out to be a level 39 B-rank profession, the Paladin. On either side of the Paladin were two men. They were all B-rank professions above level 30. Oh Warden, Jiao's expression turned fierce. Long time no see. As he spoke, he shot a purple energy ball towards the Paladin with his right hand. Not good. The Paladin extended both arms to guard his chest, revealing a golden barrier. Boom. Minus 1246. As the energy wave dissipated, the golden barrier already showed cracks. The Paladin suddenly noticed that a fine thread was connected to his body. In the next second, red energy pulses lit up along the thread. Fury. Roar. The more you lose control, the stronger I become. Jiao raised his hand again, launching a red energy ball towards the ceiling. This time, it caused an even bigger explosion. Minus 1827. As the smoke cleared, the floating Paladin and the two guards beside him had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. The Paladin's health bar had been reduced by more than half, while the two guards were nearly on the brink of death. After holding on for a few seconds, the three finally could not hold on any longer and fell from the air. Bang! They heavily landed on the platform. Kneel and beg me. Jiao's right palm glowed with a red energy ball once more, otherwise, you will die. The three turned pale but still struggled to support themselves and knelt on the ground. Please spare us. He. Jiao was overjoyed, a green energy suddenly lit up along the thread once again. He lifted his head and shouted at the ceiling, Old Ghost Qin Lu. The silent array has been altered by me, no one can get out, and if you have the guts, show yourself. However, what responded to Jiao was a void silence. He. Don't worry, once I gather all 7 emotions and 6 desires, I will come to settle the score with you. After finishing his words, Jiao looked like a demon at the trembling students on the platform. Poor resources, I will make good use of you to gather emotions. Thousands of students were all holding their heads on the ground, some covering their faces in tears, others completely scared stiff. In an instant, various cries and wails filled the air. Wang Yue crouched at the last row, silently watching the escapee before him. Name, Jiao. Race, human. Profession, Emotion Master, A. Level, 36. Health, 6120. Mana, 6420/6670. Another A-rank profession above level 30. Every time he encountered such a high-level expert, it put a lot of pressure on him, an 8th-level D-rank profession. Since encountering Liang Wenwei in the Pig Headman tribe dungeon, Wang Yue had privately calculated. The 8th-level Calamity Skywog, its strength should be comparable to a level 35 A-rank profession. Although the Furious Feast's damage was extremely high, the Calamity Skywog was quite large in size. When approaching the target, it would inevitably take some hits from skills. Moreover, these level 30 experts would have some life-saving skills. While killing was possible, the health of the Calamity Skywog would definitely be greatly reduced. However, Wang Yue still had the substitute death mechanism of the Blood River Ant Mother. Even if this person named Jiao sealed off the entire prison. Don't worry about anything. The whole situation is still unclear, I only need to watch the changes for now. Maybe Jiao will leave on his own soon, and Wang Yue does not need to be the first to poke his head out. In the distance, Jiao has already come before the students. He looked down at the students on the ground. Suddenly, he pointed with his hand. Hee kid, this girl is your girlfriend, right? The boy with glasses was taken aback, then nodded. Jiao continued to point to the side, then this is your brother? The boy with glasses looked a bit pale, but still nodded. TSK kid, can't you see? Your brother has liked your girlfriend for a long time. What? The boy crouching on the ground had his pupils shrink, staring blankly at Jiao. I am a sentiment master, I can see the emotions on everyone. Your brother clearly has a pink line extending from him, pointing directly to your girlfriend. You're talking nonsense. He is my best brother. The boy's face flushed, shouting loudly. He. Jiaqiu revealed a lewd smile and looked at the other boy with a buzz cut. Do you agree with what I said? The buzzcut boy lowered his head, biting his teeth tightly but did not refute. Bin, say something. The boy with glasses looked at his brother in disbelief, his face full of shock. Even the girl beside them stared at each other in astonishment. Jiaqiu stepped forward to the buzzcut boy. Since you admire this girl so much, I will help you. You two come out now and show it to everyone. As soon as these words came out, all the students on the platform were startled. What did you say? The boy with glasses suddenly looked up, glaring angrily at Jiaqiu. Isn't what I said clear enough? Jiaqiu smiled, show it to everyone, or you'll die. Chapter 37, Despair of Pai Juanhao. The boy with glasses stared fiercely at Jiaqiu, his eyes full of rage. IF*CK your grandfather. After saying this, he lunged at Jiaqiu. Bang! In the next second, the boy's head exploded with a sound. Red and white splattered onto his girlfriend and his brother. Show it to everyone, I don't want to say it a second time. Jiaqiu's face darkened. The remaining two were now filled with snot and tears all over their faces. Ah! The buzzcut boy suddenly shouted and lunged forward. An unimaginable scene unfolded before everyone. Jiaqiu was extremely excited, his face flushed as he connected a magic thread to the two. In an instant, the thread lit up with orange light, which Jiaqiu absorbed into his body. Wang Yue sat at the back. He quietly watched the boy with glasses as he died from a head explosion. His corpse did not twist suddenly as Jia had said. A feeling of inexplicable unease suddenly engulfed Wang Yue. He always felt like he had overlooked something important. Jiaqiu! Jiaqiu! Suddenly, a shout came from afar. In front of everyone's eyes, Pai Juanhao walked out from the tunnel in the wall, covered in blood. It worked! You really succeeded! Ha 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 ha! It's what you promised! I want Wang Yue dead. And that Zhou Mo. She has to die too. Rape her first and then kill her. Pai Juanhao seemed to be stimulated by something, his spirit somewhat excited, but his hatred for Wang Yue never faded. Jiaqiu stood in the distance, his face darkening instantly. A yellow energy ball was shot out in an instant. It brushed past Pai Juanhao, exploding against the steel wall. Pai Juanhao immediately knelt down. His face was full of fear. While in prison, you called me Jiaqiu, I didn't pick on you. Now, what should you call me? Jiaqiu's voice came. Jia, Master Jia, no, Jia, Grandpa Jia. Tears instantly streamed from Pai Juanhao's eyes, but he still stubbornly said, Grandpa Jia, you promised me to let you out, and you will kill Wang Yue. You can't break your word. As soon as he finished speaking, Pai Juanhao suddenly covered his mouth, nervously looking at the surrounding people. And unsurprisingly, all the classmates around him were now staring intently at Pai Juanhao. Their gazes, sharp as knives, seemed like they could kill Pai Juanhao from afar. He. Jiaqiu's twisted laughter rang out. Classmates, everyone has heard, if it weren't for this talent, how could I come out so easily? Seeing how much you all hate him, I'll give you a chance. In 10 minutes, if you can tear him to pieces, I'll let some people go. Eh? Pai Juanhao looked surprised. Then, it turned into deep despair. Grandpa Jia, are you joking? However, in the next second, he was directly knocked down by the furious crowd. People attacked Pai Juanhao with bare fists or pulled out weapons from their bags, hurting him madly. Fuck you, you dog. Why do you have to drag me down? Die. Just die. If you die, I can go out. Pai Juanhao's health visibly decreased, with blood splattering everywhere, releasing a strong metallic smell. There were also some students who, although they hated Pai Juanhao, were shocked by the violence of their classmates. Every violent student had a thread connected to Jiaqiu. Then, blue light shone from above. And a thin thread unknowingly connected to Pai Juanhao, shining with a dark light. Wang Yue still sat at the back, watching this cruel scene. It seemed that Jiaqiu's threads had the ability to stir emotions. But fortunately, Jiaqiu did not keep his promise to Pai Juanhao, otherwise Wang Yue would have to be involved in unnecessary disputes. Just as he thought this, Wang Yue suddenly felt a shadow blocking him. Looking up, he saw Jiaqiu standing right in front of him. A twisted old face was staring at him intently. Oh, you are Wang Yue? Is there something you need, Senior Jia? Wang Yue asked without much emotional fluctuation, instead responding with a question. Huh? Jiaqiu was stunned, then an excited smile appeared on his face. You're not afraid of me? Wang Yue deliberately swallowed, quickly lowering his head. With your powerful strength, how could I not be afraid? Jiaqiu snorted coldly, continuing to size up Wang Yue. Suddenly, a trembling female voice came from beside them. Wang Yue, don't you have an epic insect pet? He, take it out and save us. Wang Yue turned his head. He saw Yao Linlin squatting nearby, her face filled with terror but twisted with excitement. In an instant, Wang Yu's eyes grew cold. This woman's heart was too cruel. Epic? Jia Jiu's eyes widened suddenly. Kid, you have an epic insect pet? Wang Yue did not resist but put on a bitter smile. Senior, this woman is scared silly, just talking nonsense. Nonsense? Jia Jiu sprang forward with a palm, grabbing Wang Yue. Hand over the epic insect pet, or I'll make you die. Wang Yue deliberately clenched his teeth and sighed. Then he waved his right hand, opening a black hole to the insect breeding space. A blood river ant soldier emerged from it. Epic. It's really epic. Jia Jiu was overjoyed, instantly throwing out several thin threads to bind the blood river ant soldier. He looked at Wang Yue on the ground, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile. Kid, are you unwilling to die? Wang Yue chuckled bitterly, deliberately clenching his fists. Since ancient times, a mighty sword belongs to a hero. It is the luck of my insect pet to be able to follow a senior like you. The current situation was still unclear, the twisting bodies were inexplicable, and the Qin law mentioned by Jia Jiu had not appeared, so Wang Yue knew he must first hide his strength. Otherwise, he might suffer the fate of the clam and the snipe fighting, only to benefit the fishermen. But Wang Yu's words undoubtedly made the surrounding students murmur. Senior. Wang Yue actually called this prison break criminal senior. What can be done? That's a 36th level A-class profession. No matter how capable Wang Yue is, he can't stir up waves in front of this person. An epic insect pet. Just like that, he is willing to give it. Does this guy have some guts? This guy, before in school, acted like a big shot. I never expected he'd act so cowardly in a real situation. I clearly misjudged him. Zhou Mo squatted among the crowd, staring intensely at the scene before him, his hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. Jia Jiu was watching Wang Yue with a pleased expression. Suddenly, he raised a finger, and a fine thread shot towards Wang Yue, connecting to him. Then it began to absorb. However, this time, Jia Jiu's fine thread did not light up. Jia Jiu was taken aback and suddenly looked at Wang Yue. Kid, why are you not showing any emotional fluctuations at all? Something's not right, you little brat are tricking me. His eyes widened, and his whole face twitched. Jia Jiu, hate being deceived. Tell me. What secret are you hiding? Chapter 38, Flesh Womb. I genuinely don't understand what you mean, senior. Wang Yue remained sitting on the ground, unfazed. Don't understand. Jia Jiu smiled shrewdly, rubbing out a red energy ball. No worries, I'll kill you first and then study you well. Wang Yue furrowed his brow, helplessly saying, Senior, please wait, I need a place to speak with you privately about the secret you mentioned. This old man was truly sharp. If this continued, it would have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, Jia Jiu seemed to sense something. He lowered his body and quickly retreated. In an instant, he created a distance of several meters from Wang Yue. Swish! With a flash of blade light, a middle-aged man descended from the sky. Holding a frost blade in his hand, aiming to slash at Jia Jiu's original position. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his blade fiercely into the ground, standing up in a combat stance. Name, Qin Lu. Race, human. Profession, enchanter, A. Level, 30. Health, 5,310. Mana, 2,764. It turned out to be the man previously referred to as Director Qin by the principal. Jia Jiu let out a fierce shout, crafting 2 magic balls, one red and one purple, and without saying a word, he threw them at Qin Lu. Qin Lu bent down and charged forward, slicing through the red magic ball but was hit hard by the purple magic ball. Minus 587. The energy exploded, but the damage numbers that popped up were considerably lower than before. Beast, do you really think all enchanters are weaklings who can't even tie a chicken? Qin Lu's suit ripped apart, revealing a short silk robe glowing with blue light. Surrender now, if you resist again, don't blame me for taking drastic measures. Saying this, Qin Lu leaped forward with all his strength, aiming to slash Jia Jiu. Switch! Jia Jiu shouted, and instantly disappeared. At the same time, a trembling girl appeared in his original position. Qin Lu's face twitched, quickly adjusting the blade's edge, slamming it into the ground. Boom! At that moment, a massive energy erupted behind Qin Lu. Minus 772. Qin Lu stumbled, with a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but still protected the girl in front of him. He. Without even a teleportation skill, are you not a waste? Jia Jiu's laughter echoed from behind. Qin Lu did not respond, suddenly turning his head, and continued charging at Jia Jiu. Coming back? I want to see how you'll choose. Jiao kept backing away, waving his hands, shooting out multicolored rays. The targets were the many students. -961. -842. -1002. The rays pierced through the bodies of the students, instantly revealing exaggerated damage numbers. Most of the students at Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School were at level 1, with ranks mostly ED. How could they withstand such skills? In less than a few seconds, Jiao's rays had slaughtered at least 20 to 30 students. The previously tidy prison instantly turned into a bloody hell. I choose you to die. Qin Lu charged forward with red eyes, striking Jiao with his blade. -246. But that wasn't the end. Qin Lu continued to swing the frost blade, attacking Jiao with reckless fury. -251, -232, -264, -258. Each strike chipped away at Jiao's health, causing it to plummet rapidly. Jiao seemed to become enraged as well, letting out a furious roar, releasing countless rays from his body. Wang Yue, be careful. Just as Wang Yue stood up, he suddenly saw Zhou Emo lunging at him. She knocked him down to the ground. At the same time, a red light shot towards where he had just been. A black dot, smoldering, fell to the ground. Wang Yue was stunned and quickly said, "Senior sister, you hurry and run, don't worry about me." He originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to investigate Xiajuchen but didn't expect Zhou Emo to find him instead. Shut up. Zhou Emo tightly grabbed Wang Yue's hand and pulled him forward to run. I told you, I will protect you. The main door of the building just opened, we need to run out. Wang Yue sighed and had no choice but to follow Zhou Emo as they escaped. When they reached the open square outside the building, Zhou Emo's pace gradually slowed. Wang Yue looked up. The dark night sky was strangely covered by a faint red barrier. The previously silent formation had now turned into a huge prison, surrounding the whole jail. At the prison entrance, many students were huddled together, frantically banging on the faint red barrier. Zhou Emo held Wang Yue's hand tightly, her brows furrowing. Now we can only pray that Uncle can win. Otherwise, we will all die, and it will be a terrible death. Wang Yue sighed again, his face full of helplessness. He just hoped that Xiajuchen wouldn't die easily. Now Wang Yue was certain that he definitely had some method to gain experience. Inside the prison building, thunder and fire roared, bursts of colorful light flashing, and shouts were endless. Thousands of students watched this scene nervously. Boom! In the next second, a charred black figure flew out. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the blood amount reduced to only a trace. The students were so frightened that they immediately hid to the side. Seeing that no one else was coming out, they slowly approached. Not good, it's that uncle named Qin Lu. The students in front clearly saw the figure's panel and instantly revealed expressions of despair. We're doomed. Boom. As soon as the words fell, another figure flew out of the building. It crashed directly onto the student from before. Jiao was filled with terror, desperately crawling on the ground. Impossible. Why can you also use skills? A bone spike unexpectedly flew out from the building. Puff. It stabbed through Jiao, pinning him to the ground. With an astonishing amount of damage displayed, Jiao's health was reduced to 0. Seeing this scene, many students screamed once again. What's going on? Why are both of them at low health? Let me out. Let me go home. Mom. I'm never coming back to this technical school again. Can anyone save me? My family is rich. I'll give you everything if you let me out. In the chaos, a figure slowly walked out from the building. He was shirtless, with a slim figure and long dark hair. His belly was strangely swollen, as if there were life pulsating within. On his face was the same strange smile. You can tamper with the magic formation, can't I? Ha 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 ha. The person standing before everyone was the previously showcased Xiajuchen. You used the corpses of those guards? Jiao seemed to recall something, his face suddenly displaying horror, his hands gripping the dirt tightly, but unable to crawl forward due to the bone spike in him. You fool, did you never think everything you've done was to make a wedding dress for me? Ha ha. Xiajuchen opened his arms, his entire face twisting. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It worked. My flesh and blood fetus is finally coming to life. This time the experience will definitely be greater than last time. Once I break through level 40, I will definitely slaughter the entire Tianhai city. Chapter 39, do you know how much experience that is? Hearing Xiajuchen's mad roar, the students turned their heads to look at him. They were immediately shocked. This isn't our senior, is it? How did he escape too? Great. The senior is out. He will definitely protect us. In an instant, many people were in tears. Senior, that's great, that's great. A boy ran towards Xiejuchen, tears streaming down his face. I know you kill for a reason. You will still protect us, right? The boy reached Xiejuchen's side, and with a thud, he knelt down. Senior. Now the whole prison is only you, hurry to destroy the formation and save us out. Xiejuchen looked at the boy below who was shaking his legs, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will save you guys. The boy suddenly showed a look of wild joy on his face. But in the next moment... Put! Xiejuchen reached out his big hand and grabbed the boy's head directly. Ah. The boy's head began to deform, and he cried out in pain, his whole body struggling wildly. But Xiejuchen did not care at all, and red light leaked from his palm. The boy's entire body instantly twisted and deformed, unexpectedly being absorbed into Xiejuchen's palm. Xiejuchen tilted his head back, seeming to have eaten something delicious, his huge belly pulsing again. Dear junior brothers and sisters, don't worry, I will definitely protect you waste, so you won't fall into the dark society, I will make use of you to the fullest. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Xiejuchen rose from the ground, opened his arms, and roared to the sky. Blood-Flesh Grand Formation, open. In an instant, the barrier enveloping the prison turned from light red to blood red within seconds. Twisted runes gradually covered the entire barrier, appearing eerie and terrifying. You will transform together with all the criminals in the prison, into my most precious food. Xiejuchen's forehead bulged with veins, his expression extremely grim, opening his arms in the air. In the next second, countless scarlet energies gathered from the prison, reaching Xiejuchen's body. Thousands of students suddenly collapsed to the ground, starting from the edges, one by one aging and withering, until they turned into dried corpses. No! Senior, what is he doing? Save me. My arms are shriveling. Anyone can save me, who will save me? I would rather be killed by a criminal. I don't want to be refined like this, In an instant, the wails echoed continuously, and the entire prison truly resembled an abyss of hell. Wang Yue tightly gripped Zhou Mo, who was sitting on the ground and pale, staring fixedly at Xiejuchen in the sky. This formation was clearly refining some kind of item at the cost of the lives of many criminals and students. Wang Yue could ignore the criminals. But the students beside him, no matter how worthless, were still living lives. Moreover, the effect of this formation was clearly spreading to the center. Sooner or later it would affect Wang Yue and Zhou Mo. There was no time to wait. If he didn't act now, it might be too late. In just 4 or 5 seconds, Wang Yue had made up his mind. He used his right hand to cast a spell, and a black hole with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters suddenly opened on the ground. At this moment, Xiejuchen in the sky also began to change. His huge belly began to convulse and swell crazily, as if something alive was inside. Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, Xiejuchen's belly suddenly exploded. A ball of golden light slowly floated out from within. Gold! It's gold! Xiejuchen's eyes were filled with madness. I've succeeded. I've become. Saying this, he reached out to grab. The pure golden energy, like it had a life, rushed towards Xiejuchen's body. In the next moment, the level column on his profession panel began to jump. From level 30, it slowly rose to level 31. Then 32, 33, 34. The level jumped up like a rocket, rapidly climbing. 37, 38, 39. In just a few seconds, he had already reached level 39. It's not over yet. I feel it. The experience is still pouring in. Level 45? No. Level 50. The experience is about to explode. Xiejuchen's eyes were bloodshot, laughing madly as he took out a stone intricately carved with purple patterns, ready to absorb it. With the breakthrough stone in hand. Wait for me to break through to level 50. Who else in Tianhai City can stop me? Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Xiejuchen suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression beside him. He turned his head to take a look. A huge crimson head, like a giant evil god wearing an ancient war helmet, had already rushed toward him. Frenzy feast! Wang Yue shouted loudly, and the disaster celestial centipede suddenly opened its terrifying huge jaws. Suddenly biting towards Xiejuchen. Damn! Xiejuchen's eyes almost split open as he quickly stretched out his arm to protect his chest. However, this tiny action could not possibly withstand the terrifying impact of the Calamity Heaven Centipede. Boom! The Calamity Heaven Centipede bit down on Xiejuchen, directly smashing him into the ground. Minus 4,297. The terrifying number directly halved Xiejuchen's health, who was at level 39. This was not the end. The Calamity Heaven Centipede used its size advantage to pin Xiejuchen to the ground, crushing him crazily. Minus 412, minus 396, minus 418. The Calamity Heaven Centipede was already over 25 meters long, and had madly attacked Xiejuchen with its head, while on its back, it continuously lifted Wang Yue. Wang Yue arrived by the golden orb, watching the energy continuously leaking out. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned a Blood River Ant Soldier, which climbed onto the back of the Calamity Heaven Centipede. The level 5 Blood River Ant Soldier experienced a sudden surge in experience as it touched the golden light. 6, 7, 8. It kept rising until it reached the same level cap as Wang Yue. It took less than a second to rise 3 levels. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue couldn't help but reach towards the golden orb. Since his insect pet could use it, he could definitely use it too. The next second, a warm current surged from his wrist, gathering throughout Wang Yue's body. His experience bar skyrocketed as if he had activated a cheat, racing to the top in seconds. 8, 9. Until the experience at level 9 was full, that warm current continued to surge in. Wang Yue immediately took out the C-tier level 10 breakthrough stone, which dropped from the Pighead tribe dungeon, and used it directly. Do you want to use the C-tier level 10 breakthrough stone to break through to level 10? Yes. With Wang Yue's loud shout, the halted level began to soar again. Beast! Damn it! You stop this right now. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted as Xiajucheng, with blood-red eyes, shot up from below. Do you know how much experience that is? Do you know how much experience that is? Saying this, a bone spike shot out from his palm, stabbing towards Wang Yue. Do you think you can have the same absorption efficiency as me? Fool! You are wasting heaven's resources. Wasting heaven's resources. Chapter 40, Experience Pool Full. The sharp bone spike instantly pierced into Wang Yue's chest. Minus 675. After reaching level 39, a single normal attack from Xiajucheng actually dealt nearly 700 points of damage. Fortunately, with the Blood River Ant Queen's presence, Wang Yue's chest pulsed with blood, transferring all the damage. He quickly opened several wormholes and summoned over a dozen ant soldiers to charge at Xiajucheng. Level has broken through to level 10, rare level talent, breeding insects has awakened. At the same time, with the system's prompt, Wang Yue's level finally continued to rise. Level 11, 12, 13, 14. However, when the experience bar reached level 14, it began to slow down. Wang Yue was stunned. He didn't expect the experience to be so little. If it really only had this little, did Xiajucheng need to make such a big fuss? Or was it because of that absorption efficiency he mentioned? You beast! Xiajucheng's veins bulged, his eyes bulging out, as he swung the bone spike wildly at the ant soldiers. My hard work, my foundation. If I don't tear you apart today, I, Xiajucheng, vow not to be human. Damn! Wang Yue saw that the golden orb in front of him had dimmed, so he quickly stepped back, putting distance between himself and Xiajucheng. He continued stepping back on the body of the Calamity Heaven Centipede, while continuously sending forth Blood River Ant soldiers from the centipede's back, attacking towards Xiajucheng ahead. Meanwhile, on the ground, thousands of students looked in shock at the armored giant dragon coiled in the prison square, as well as the 2 figures atop it. That figure is Brother Yue? It's him! I saw it, he seems to be crazily releasing some white things. It's the Blood River Ant soldiers. Wang Yue doesn't just have one Blood River Ant soldier, but an army of thousands of ant soldiers. And this myth-level Calamity Heaven Centipede is also Brother Yue's insect pet. We are saved. We are all saved. In an instant, everyone wept tears of joy. Joemo sat on the ground in a daze, looking in disbelief at the figure of Wang Yue in the sky. Just now, Wang Yue, in front of her, summoned a mythical, domineering insect pet, charging straight into the sky. At this moment, Jomo's impression of Wang Yue as a weak and helpless junior completely collapsed. Until now, her mind was still blank. It turned out that the junior she had always wanted to protect was not in the same league as her at all. On the back of the disaster skyworm, Wang Yue saw that Xiajucheng had already been held back by dozens of ant soldiers and turned back to open his career panel, observing it closely. Name, Wang Yue. Race, human. Profession, insect breeder, D. Level, 14, 69.27%. Talent, infinite metamorphosis, unique red, insect breeding advancement, rare green. Health, 525. Mana, 260. Attack, 45. Magic power, 12. Armor, 10. Magic resistance, 0. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Attack speed, 0.31. Agility, 40. Insect breeding space, 2/3. A D-rank waste profession like insect breeder can learn very few skills. But fortunately, no matter how useless the profession, every 10 levels, there is a chance to awaken a new talent. After breaking through level 10, Wang Yue successfully awakened a rare talent, and the insect breeding space was increased to 3. Insect breeding advancement. The level cap of insect pets can exceed the contractor's level limit, up to 30% higher than the contractor. Wang Yue looked at the skill description and roughly understood its meaning. Under normal circumstances, the level of insect pets cannot be higher than that of the insect breeder. For example, Wang Yue is currently level 13, so the pet cannot exceed level 13. But with this skill, pets can break the limit, reaching a maximum of level 17. It seems like a divine skill. But if that were the case, this talent wouldn't be rare quality. You have to know, every insect pet that kills monsters shares its experience with the contractor. That means, without any external influence, every insect pet under the contractor must have a level less than or equal to the contractor. In this way, this talent is purely a useless talent. Wang Yue sighed. Sure enough, one should not have too many expectations for a D-rank profession. He looked again at his skill bar. Skill, insect contract, teleportation. Skill, experience storage, passive after an insect pet kills a monster, 50% of the experience gained will be stored in the experience pool for other insect pets to use. Current experience in the pool, 5.0105 million. Wang Yue was instantly stunned. The first two skills were normal, but the third skill showed that there was suddenly 5 million experience in the experience pool. Could it be that the experience unable to be absorbed from the golden light cluster has all overflowed into his experience pool? That's 5 million. This means that for a long time to come, Wang Yue won't need to worry about the most crucial upgrade issue of his insect pets. Moreover, paired with his new talent, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even though Wang Yue usually doesn't like to show his feelings, at this moment he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He directly poured all the experience into the disaster Skyworm and Blood and Ant Mother. He consumed 80,000 experience, instantly raising both insect pets to level 17. In an instant, Wang Yue felt the disaster Skyworm beneath him change again. Its body width stretched within seconds. What used to be over 2 meters wide, now suddenly reached over 3 meters. And the body length also began to grow rapidly. From less than 30 meters originally, it directly grew to over 40 meters. At the same time, its dark red armor became brighter and glossier, and the spikes on its body became sharper. Name, Disaster Skyworm. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Colorful. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 17, 99.99%. Health, 21,800. Mana, 4,800. Attack, 1,650. Magic Power, 1,800. Armor, 1,250. Magic Resistance, 920. Physical Penetration, 40%. Magic Penetration, 20%. Attack Speed, 1.09. Agility, 1,800. Skill, Natural Disaster, Frenzy, Armor EX, Passive, Restoration A, Passive. Skill, Mild Thunder, consumes 200 mana to create a weak electric current surrounding itself. When contacting enemies, it deals 90% lightning damage per second and has a 10% chance to paralyze the target. Duration, Unlimited, can be turned off at any time. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Paralyzed state, target's agility decreases by 40%. With the level up, the Disaster Skyworm has indeed entered the larval stage. Also learned a strengthening skill. In this way, the attack of the Catastrophe Sky Centipede has both magic damage and physical damage, making it almost impossible to defend against. The people on the ground, upon witnessing the evolution process of the Catastrophe Sky Centipede, were so shocked that they couldn't say anything for a moment. Chapter 41, Blood and Flesh Robe. At the same time, they felt a strong ecstasy of surviving Calamity. Brother Yue is awesome. Brother Yue is awesome. It's stable now, it's stable. That killer can't hold on anymore. I was wrong about Brother Yue. Brother Yue, I was wrong. Wang Yue, you are my idol. I want to be your concubine. At this moment, the Black and Qin LV and Director Qin also struggled to support themselves, staring blankly at Wang Yue. In their weathered eyes, revealing unmasked hope and excitement. Looking at the crowd going mad on the ground, Wang Yue only felt it was noisy. He opened the bug breeding space again and continued to check the panel of the Blood River Ant Mother. Name, Blood River Ant Mother. Race, Bug. Rank, Mythical Colorful. Status, Larva Stage. Level, 17, 99.99%. Health, 16,500. Mana, 3,450. Attack, 140. Magic Power, 865. Armor, 330. Magic Resistance, 330. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 0.31. Agility, 65. Number of Soldier Ants, 74/340. Number of Guard Ants, 1/17. Skill Everything returns to the Ant Mother. Skill Soldier Ant Production Plus, instantly spawns a Soldier Ant egg, automatically triggers. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill Guard Ant Production, instantly spawns a Guard Ant egg, automatically triggers. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The Blood River Ant Mother has also entered the larva stage, greatly increasing the upper limit of the number of young ants and updating her skills. The speed of producing soldier ants reaches 1 every minute. She can also produce a brand new type of young ant guard ants. Catastrophe Sky Centipede, use Tiny Thunder. Wang Yue spoke softly, and immediately, red thunder waves spread from the Catastrophe Sky Centipede. In front, standing on the back of the Catastrophe Sky Centipede, Xiajuchen instantly let out a cry of pain. -924. -906. Thunder attribute magic damage burst out. You beast. Xiajuchen trembled from the shock, finally unable to hold on and fell from the back of the Catastrophe Sky Centipede. This is all my experience. All my experience. Wang Yue waved his hand gently, summoning a black wormhole. Let me see your strength, guard ant. As soon as his voice fell, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the pitch-black wormhole. Like a violent engine, the sound gradually grew louder. In an instant, a giant white bug with huge wings, resembling a dragonfly, flew out of the black hole. Its size is several times larger than the Blood River soldier ant, comparable to a helicopter. Fearful, brutal, like an unusual alien being. Ga. It let out a strange cry, glaring with its 2 blood-red compound eyes, pouncing towards the falling Xiajuchen. Name, Blood River Guard Ant. Race, Bug. Rank, Legendary Orange. Status, Larva Stage. Level, 12, 69.99%. Health, 5,480. Mana, 1,440. Attack, 1,058. Magic Power, 435. Armor, 241. Magic Resistance, 50. Physical Penetration, 40%. Magic Penetration, 10%. Attack Speed, 1.21. Agility, 910. Skill Carnivore, causes, attack 180%, physical damage to the target and restores health equal to the damage dealt. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Skill Blood River Messenger, passive after killing a target, a blood river of the same size will be generated on its ground. All Blood River ants, or contractors, can freely enter and exit the Blood River. Wang Yue looked at the skills of the Blood River Guard ant and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a legendary bug, it has already started playing with mechanics. As long as it kills a target, it generates a blood river, allowing itself and its young ants to freely shuttle between the blood rivers. Like the barrier formation that trapped the crowd before, if there were a blood river outside at this moment, Wang Yue could easily go out. Whether for escaping or sneak attacking, it is undoubtedly very useful. In addition, there is a sustain healing skill. It seems that this Blood River Guard ant is very suitable for carrying out long-distance tasks, allowing it to kill and create a blood river, then transport soldier ants over long distances. In a few seconds of contemplation, the Blood River Guard ant had already flown to Xiajuchen's face. What is this thing? Even for a sinister player like Xiajuchen, seeing the strange-looking Blood River Guard ant, a chill swept through him. You, bastard. Why do you have so many strange and powerful insect pets? Xiajuchen raised his hand and shot out a bone spike, piercing straight into the abdomen of the Blood River ant guard, emerging from within. However, the Blood River ant guard seemed to feel no pain at all, viciously lunging at Xiajuchen. Rip. -906. It snapped a chunk of flesh, instantly replenishing the health it had just lost to Xiajuchen. Bang! Xiajuchen slammed hard against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The students scattered in all directions, looking on from afar at the fallen Xiajuchen. Just a few minutes ago, the once proud Xiajuchen was now left with barely a sliver of health, tormented by various insects. In the night sky, Wang Yue stood above the Blood River ant guard, looking down at Xiajuchen. He was very clear that if Xiajuchen only had the ability to shoot bone spikes, then forget about killing the entire Shoucheng family, he would find it difficult to even touch Liang Wen away from the Wan family. Indeed, seeing that Wang Yue was reluctant to come down, Xiajuchen slowly propped himself up. Ha ha ha. Wang Yue, you have destroyed my path, taken my treasures. You think this fleshly shell can trap me? Today, I will shed this human form, using blood and flesh as bait, to summon my true path. I want you to remember this moment for eternity. After saying this, Xiajuchen thrust a bone spike from his elbow into his own chest. Splat! With blood gushing forth, the last bit of health of Xiajuchen was completely drained. In the next second, a massive blood-red vortex gathered at the location of Xiajuchen's heart. His skin tore bit by bit, and countless writhing blood-flesh tendrils erupted from beneath, accompanied by pale bone armor. These tissues madly reassembled and intertwined. Finally, they formed a set of bone armor fused with flesh, covering Xiejuchen's entire body. Only his face remained, a gigantic gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, and at his forehead center was a large blood-red eye. True Lord of Blood and Bones, please. If the earlier Xiejuchen still resembled a human, at this moment, he had transformed into a monster. His body was exceptionally tall, appearing to be at least over 3 meters high. And the health bar on his character panel changed instantly. The previously depleted health was suddenly enveloped in a mist of blood. He. Wang Yue, today I will definitely kill you. Xiejuchen, or rather True Lord of Blood and Bones, suddenly swung his bony arm, and a massive bone blade forged from countless bones formed on his right arm in seconds. Whoosh! The next second, he leapt high into the air. Chapter 42, S-Class Profession? Bang! The gigantic bone blade slashed down at the Calamity Heavenly Centipede. In an instant of impact, a bizarre mass of blood-flesh tendrils exploded at the wound. Minus 1996. A normal strike dealt a whopping 2,000 damage to the Calamity Heavenly Centipede. For the first time, the Calamity Heavenly Centipede felt pain, rearing back and roaring. Desecration damage. Even Wang Yue was somewhat astonished. Based on the cutting effect of the True Lord of Blood and Bones, this strike was undoubtedly desecration-type damage. Just like holy damage, skills capable of causing desecration damage are exceedingly rare. Aside from some special methods, desecration damage is also quite difficult to mitigate. The Calamity Heavenly Centipede had high resistances, but against desecration damage, it was ineffective. Use Natural Disaster. Wang Yue immediately activated the Natural Disaster, and in an instant, boundless dark clouds covered the night sky, with torrential rain and lightning descending. Boom! The furious Calamity Heavenly Centipede twisted its body nimbly and crazily attacked the True Lord of Blood and Bones. The True Lord of Blood and Bones was massive, clearly lacking in agility. In just a few breaths, it suffered several attacks. -0. -0. -0. However, under the slight buff from the lightning, all the damage from its attacks against the True Lord of Blood and Bones came out as 0. Wang Yue couldn't believe it and quickly checked the panel of the True Lord of Blood and Bones. Name, Xiejuchen, Flesh and Blood Robe. Race, Demon. Profession, True Lord of Blood and Bones, S. Level, 39. Health, /. Mana, 14.1k/14.2k. Xiejuchen's profession had unexpectedly risen to S-Class. Not only was his health bar enveloped in a mist of blood, but even his race had changed to demon. Wang Yue felt incredibly troublesome. Seeing him like this, paying such a price, it is to perish together with himself. At the moment of impact, Blood Skeleton True Lord swung several blades again. Bang, bang, bang. All hit the body of the Catastrophe Sky Insect. The health of the Catastrophe Sky Insect instantly dropped to 1/3. Frenzy Feast. With Wang Yue's command, the Catastrophe Sky Insect dived toward Blood Skeleton True Lord, its bloody mouth accompanied by sizzling lightning, biting down. Blood Skeleton True Lord was sent flying far away by the huge force. However, as Blood Skeleton True Lord fell to the ground, the damage popped up as 0. Wang Yue's pupils constricted. Physical and magical damage immunity is one thing. But to think that even holy damage cannot take effect? Good. No wonder it is an S-grade profession, it is playing its own mechanics with me, right? However, if this is the case, then Wang Yue, who only has 2 bug pets, really has some difficulty to handle. After all, with Blood Skeleton True Lord's current damage, a single blow can kill a Blood River Ant soldier. The Blood River Ant Queen produces 1 soldier per minute, this time is enough for Blood Skeleton True Lord to slash 4 or 5 dozen times. Although there is instant movement to escape from the confinement magic formation, the opponent will definitely pursue relentlessly. Just as Wang Yue was pondering, Blood Skeleton True Lord suddenly leaped up. In an instant, it stepped on the back of the Catastrophe Sky Insect and charged toward Wang Yue. Wang Yue. Every step Blood Skeleton True Lord took caused the massive body of the Catastrophe Sky Insect to plummet violently. My path, shattered, then use yours. Crush your bones. Tear your soul. Break you, crush you, reshape my path. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue kept retreating, summoning another 10 Blood River Ant soldiers to bite at the opponent. However, Blood Skeleton True Lord was completely unbothered, allowing the soldiers to gnaw at itself before leaping again. A huge bone knife over 3 meters long instantly swung down toward Wang Yue's head. Bang! -2004. Direct hit, over 2,000 damage, directly killing 1 ant soldier in the breathing space. And the part of Wang Yue hit by the big knife once again turned into a pool of blood, blocking the blade. He retreated repeatedly, creating distance from Blood Skeleton True Lord. Then he stepped on a Blood River Ant guard, controlling it to fly away. The crowd on the ground all looked up at this fierce battle, despair rising once again. S-grade profession, why did it suddenly become S-grade? It's impossible to win. No matter how you look at it, Wang Yue is just a level 14 D-grade insect breeder, how could he possibly fight an S-grade? Didn't you see? That monster sliced off almost 10,000 health from that catastrophe sky insect with just a few blows. Wang Yue has tried his best, we are going to die. Director Qin Lu, lay on the ground, also watching this scene in despair. These students do not understand the value of an S-grade profession. As the director of the Education Bureau of Tianhai City, how could he not know? Although it is only one level apart from A-grade, the strength is like heaven and earth. S-grade awakeners not only have 4 to 5 times the stats of A-grade, but also come with some twisted mechanisms. These mechanisms could either mainly attack or mainly survive. If one cannot break the mechanisms, they cannot fight back. In the past 10 years, the number of A-grade awakeners in Tianhai City reached 5 to 600, but there was only one S-grade awakener. Once an S-grade profession awakens, who would be willing to stay in a small place like Tianhai City? They would certainly go develop into generals and commanders. This 39-level S-grade criminal, let alone a small city like Tianhai City, even the provincial capital Annan City, would require several experts to join forces to suppress. Director Qin did not know if Tianhai City would perish, but he knew that today he and these thousands of students were doomed. At the same time, Wang Yue stood on top of the ant guard, rapidly controlling it to fly while battling with Blood Skeleton True Lord and the Catastrophe Sky Insect. The health of the Catastrophe Sky Insect was visibly dropping. Wang Yue estimated that in less than a minute, he would need to retrieve the Catastrophe Sky Insect back into the insect breeding space. He quickly scanned the surrounding environment, seemingly searching for something. Now, there's nothing left to hope for but that. You've worked hard, come back. Seeing the Calamity Skyworm's blood volume running low, Wang Yue hurriedly opened a black hole, commanding the Calamity Skyworm to turn around. The gigantic Calamity Skyworm, covered in wounds, swung its tail, striking the Bloodbone True Monarch away with a thud. Then it turned its body and flew rapidly towards Wang Yue's black hole. Ultimately, its entire body dove into the black hole, being retrieved back into the breeding insect space. Ha ha ha. Wang Yue, you little insect, did you come here to offer yourself as a sacrifice for my blade? The Bloodbone True Monarch stood up from the ground, a cold smile spreading across his face. Don't rush, no matter how far away we are, I'll be with you. With that, he spread his arms. Immediately, he drew in 5 or 6 students from the left and right. Ah! Help me! Someone save me! Senior, spare me! I'm your junior, ah! The enormous blood-red eyes of the Bloodbone True Monarch glanced at these more than 10 students, releasing a terrifying laugh. Hee hee ha, good materials, good materials. Then he bellowed, refine. Ah! In an instant, as soon as the words fell, the 5 or 6 students twisted and compressed together, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, dead beyond saving. Then their shattered bones and flesh malignantly mixed together. In just a few seconds, they remarkably transformed into a pair of giant blood-red wings. Chapter 43, sorry, it seems I have one too. Whoosh! The Bloodbone True Monarch spread his wings, wielding his bone and flesh greatsword, charging towards Wang Yue in the sky. The wicked insect has been eliminated. I want to see how long you can last. Wang Yue was not flustered, controlling the Blood River ant guards, constantly darting around in the air. The Bloodbone True Monarch, with wings made from ordinary students, was surprisingly not slow at all, even faster than the agile 910 Blood River ant guards. In just a few breaths, he caught up to Wang Yue and swung his sword to chop. Whoosh! Wang Yue sank his ant guards, narrowly dodging this strike. However, when he looked back, he saw the massive Bloodbone True Monarch diving down from above. Smack! One of his giant blood-flesh hands firmly grasped Wang Yue, twisting around, and then madly hurled him down. Boom! Wang Yue slammed into the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust, creating a pit. Once again, the red light of the Blood River emerged from him, and he rolled to the side. In the next second, the Bloodbone True Monarch raised his great sword, crashing down from the sky. Boom! Then he swung again, and again, and again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was crazily chopping down at Wang Yue. Minus 1998, minus 2004, minus 1987. Damage transfer, let me see how many times you can transfer it. The one-eyed Bloodbone True Monarch, towering over 3 meters high, transformed into a whirlwind of uncontrollable flesh and blood. He swung his sword madly, without discerning a target or trajectory, solely intent on crushing the small Wang Yue in front of him completely. The blood on Wang Yue's body kept flowing, and the bone and flesh greatsword pierced through him. Meanwhile, the ant soldiers in the breeding insect space were dying at an alarming speed. Wang Yue's main body was merely a level 14 D-grade breeding insect master. If merely discussing panel values, his might only be 1% of the Bloodbone True Monarch's. If it weren't for the Blood River ant mother, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died in such close combat. Looking at the fierce and terrifying Demon King before him, Wang Yue felt a tinge of nervousness for the first time. A thin layer of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. But simultaneously, he felt an unexpected rush of excitement, as well as an unexpected calmness. As he retreated towards the pale red barrier, Wang Yue's gaze also pierced through the blood-bone true monarch, looking distantly at the spot where Zhou Mo was in the crowd. If this continued, he would have no choice but to escape with a sudden move. In that case, Zhou Mo and all the students in the prison would surely die. But if he lingered any longer, he would also die. Thinking of this, Wang Yue couldn't help but bite down hard on his teeth. This feeling of helplessness was too distressing for him. At the same time, among the students, the crowd had fallen into complete silence. They silently watched the battle between Wang Yue and the Bloodbone True Monarch, their hands already tightly clasped. A 14th level D-class profession actually fought for so long against a 39th level S-class profession. In everyone's hearts, they had already recognized Wang Yue deeply. To die with Brother Yue is worth it. Suddenly, a boy in the crowd shouted with tears. It was He Jie, who called Wang Yue his big brother. His cry instantly triggered a chain reaction among the crowd. When Wang Yue dies, we will all rush in and fight this monster. Tell my mother, even though I'm an F-class useless profession, I'm not a coward. Silly, everyone is dead. Where is there anyone to tell your mother? Zhou Mo stood in the crowd, her eyes also red, watching Wang Yue, who was desperately dodging. Even now, she still wanted to rush up and give Wang Yue even a little help. But her reason told her, if she went up now, she would only drag Wang Yue down. Wang Yue, you must not die. On the other side, in the open space, Chard, Director Qin was lying on the ground, staring blankly at this scene, his face full of tears. He clenched his fists and frantically beat the ground. Such a talent, actually fell to a technical school. This is my dereliction of duty. This is my failure. If he hadn't gone to a technical school, he wouldn't be here, let alone be killed by this beast. I destroyed a genius of Tianhai City. I am guilty. I am guilty. On Wang Yue's side, a bone knife once again pierced through his body. Minus 2007. He opened the insect breeding space, checking the remaining ant soldiers. Ant soldier count, 16/340. Ant guard count, 2/17. Counting the ant guards, there were only less than 20 ants left. At the same time, he also arrived at the boundary of the light red shield. Should he escape? Wang Yue bit his teeth tightly, looking up at the waiting ant guards in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. High in the sky, a small white flying insect appeared in his sight. Found it. After searching for so long, he finally found it. In this moment, Wang Yue's gaze became exceptionally firm. He jumped back with all his strength, and a dark wormhole opened from his chest. Ga. A newly produced Blood River antguard, with crimson composite eyes, madly pounced out. Its body was no smaller than that of the Blood Corpse True Monarch. With a powerful impact, it suddenly knocked the Blood Corpse True Monarch away. At the same time, another antguard waiting in the sky immediately dove down. It caught Wang Yue onto its body. Buzz buzz. As if operating at maximum power, it flew wildly upwards. The crowd watching from the ground were all astonished. What is Brother Yue doing? Is he trying to escape? Impossible, Brother Yue would never run away. He must be trying to buy time. It's useless. That Blood Corpse True Monarch also has wings and is faster than Wang Yue. Didn't you all just see? A scout-type student stood dumbfounded, suddenly speaking slowly, and no, wait. He is catching a moth. In the sky. Wang Yue, piloting the Blood River antguard, charged to the side of the small white flying insect. He grabbed it in his hand. Insect contract. Suddenly, a glimmer of white light shone from the moth's head. Insect contract used successfully. A contract has been established with the light moth. Infinite molting, infinite molting, infinite molting. Wang Yue shouted without thinking, like a whirlwind. The cute light moth in his hand was instantly enveloped by familiar red light. In a few breaths, it changed wildly. Heart Source Alea consciousness has reached the highest grade and cannot be upgraded. As the system prompt sounded, Wang Yue felt an overwhelming energy in his hand. In an instant, dazzling light burst forth. What the heck? What's happening? I can't see. Wang Yue, it seems Wang Yue is refining something. Why is this light getting brighter and brighter? What the heck? The entire Tianjing prison, along with Tianjing Mountain, was instantly enveloped in boundless light. Even the Blood Corpse True Monarch, with its huge eyeball, could not open its eyes because of the light's pain. In this infinite radiance, Wang Yue stared blankly at the peculiar mythical insect pet in his hand. Chapter 44, Analyzing the Principles of Everything. It was a large white moth covered in thick fur. It lay quietly in Wang Yu's palm, its entire body covered in soft fuzz like pure fresh snow, or like condensed light fluff. Two pairs of wide wings spread majestically, also covered in fuzz, radiating endless light around. Whenever it gently flapped its wings, light poured out like a living thing. The colorful white light, pure and gentle, enveloped Wang Yue, as if guiding him to a paradise of only light and reason. And its pair of pure black eyes gazed inward, faintly revealing the birth and extinction of stars, the rhythm of the universe. Just a brief glance between them made Wang Yu's heart quiver slightly. This mythical creature seemed a bit too high-end, didn't it? Wang Yue continued to look at its attribute panel. Name, Heart Source Alea Consciousness. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Colorful. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 1. Mana, 1. Attack, 0, Magic Power, 0. Armor, 0, Magic Resistance, 0. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 1.09. Agility, 10. Skill Heart Source Guidance merges with the Contractor, bringing them a second profession. Can only be used once. Seeing the attribute panel of this insect pet, Wang Yue suddenly felt something was wrong. Almost all the dimensions were at 0, and even health and mana were only 1 point. When he saw its skill, he was even more startled. Merge with oneself? Bring a second profession? He didn't expect this insect pet's effect to be so unique. Before Wang Yue could react, the heart source moth took flight gracefully. It floated, surrounded by a soft halo, hovering in front of his forehead. Then it transformed into a warm flowing light and directly entered Wang Yu's forehead, like returning home. A heat spread from his mind, and in an instant, a magnificent warm current surged through Wang Yu's entire body from top to bottom. Wherever it passed, the stiffness and limitations of his old body were washed away and reshaped completely. Until this transformation reached its peak. Boom! A pure and brilliant rainbow halo expanded explosively around him, sweeping away the surrounding dust. Heart Source Alea Consciousness merged successfully, second profession awakened Heart Lotus Lord. As the system voice fell, the heat and rushing feeling receded like a tide. In its place was an unprecedented clarity and transparency. Wang Yue suddenly opened his eyes. The world was already different. The dazzling light, at this moment in his eyes, was gentle as water. He could even see the flowing trajectory of the light clearly. A brand new profession panel appeared right before Wang Yue. Name, Wang Yue. Race, Human. Profession, Heart Lotus Lord, S. Level, 1, 0%. Talent, Sea of Consciousness Amplification, Epic Purple. Health, 1900. Mana, 3000. Attack, 100. Magic Power, 820. Armor, 10. Magic Resistance, 80. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 20%. Attack Speed, 0.31. Agility, 140. Seed Bank, none. Under Wang Yu's Bug Breeder Profession panel, there appeared a new S-rank profession panel. It seems this is the second profession brought by the Heart Source Moth. As he looked through various attributes, Wang Yue couldn't help but sigh. The S-rank really was S-rank, as even level 1 attributes were 7 or 8 times higher than those of a level 14 Bug Breeder. He continued to check the skills of Heart Lotus Lord. Skill I see, I hear, I gain, passive all effects witnessed with one's own eyes will be recorded in the seed bank, available for review at any time. Skill Heart Lotus Bloom, consumes a certain amount of mana to select and release an effect from the seed bank. After release, that effect will disappear from the seed bank. The mana cost is determined by the strength of the effect. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Wang Yue was momentarily stunned. This S-rank profession already involved mechanics, which was quite complex. After a brief glance, Wang Yue roughly understood the principles behind it. In simple terms, any skills or effects Wang Yue personally witnessed can be used by him for a sufficient mana cost. But it can only be used once. After using it, he must witness it again to replenish it in the seed bank. It's like stealing skills, gathering strengths from many schools. How should I say, encountering strong ones has a high upper limit, and encountering weak ones also has a low lower limit. Fortunately, Wang Yue himself is still a bug breeder. If he really encounters a weak one, he can use other insect pets to deal with it. If he meets a strong one, he can also steal their skills to strengthen his insect pets. Wang Yue checked his insect breeder profession panel again. Insect breeding space, 3/3. It seems that the Heart Source Moth, although merged into his body, still occupies one insect breeding space. In the insect breeding space, Wang Yue could also see the panel of the Heart Source Moth. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue directly took out 100,000 experience points from the experience pool and poured it all into the Heart Source Moth. In an instant, the Heart Source Moth's level soared to level 17. However, it did not learn any new skills, and the original heart source guidance skill was also gray, likely because it can only be used once. Wang Yue looked again at the panel of the Heart Lotus Master. As he expected, the level of the Heart Lotus Master had indeed risen to level 17. It seems that the level of the second profession is closely tied to the level of the insect pets. Profession, Heart Lotus Master, S. Level, 17, 99.99%. Talent, Mind C Amplification, Epic Purple. Health, 60-80. Mana, 9600. Attack, 160. Magic Power, 2624. Armor, 32. Magic Resistance, 120. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 20%. Attack Speed, 0.31. Agility, 220. Seed Bank, none. Skill I see, I hear, I gain, Heart Lotus Blooms. Skill Cultivate Seed, costs a certain amount of mana to upgrade an effect from the seed bank. The mana cost is determined by the strength of the effect. Cooldown, 60 seconds. After reaching level 17, not only did his attributes receive a significant boost, but he also learned the new skill, Cultivate Seed, which can upgrade stolen skills. With this skill, Wang Yue can crush opponents as long as his mana is sufficient at the same level. He just didn't know if this mechanism could deal with the Blood Corpse True Monarch form of Xiejuchen. After all, the other party is also S rank, but their level is much higher than Wang Yue's. While Wang Yue was deep in thought, the boundless brilliance around him gradually faded. He reappeared in the night sky, standing atop the Blood River Ant Guard. And the people on the ground, including the Blood Corpse True Monarch, could finally see clearly again. Wow, the bright light has finally disappeared. I really thought I was going blind. What just happened? I thought the Blood Corpse True Monarch sent me to heaven. It seems like, brother, you caught a glowing moth and then it blinded me. The crowd on the ground rubbed their eyes and looked up at the sky. Just a glance from afar, someone suddenly shouted. Wow! Look at Brother Yue, he has turned into a silver-haired guy. Chapter 45 Heart Lotus Master vs. Blood Corpse True Monarch. In the night sky, a silver-haired youth stood atop the Blood River Ant Guard. The evening breeze brushed past, lifting the silver strands on his forehead and fluttering the corner of his pure white t-shirt. Defined abdominal muscles were faintly visible as the fabric flew. His face was stern, with sharp angles carved like a sculpture. Only a pair of icy eyes gazed down at the world beneath him. It was Wang Yue, awakened as the S-rank Heart Lotus Master. Is that really Wang Yue? What on earth happened? His aura is different now. Could it be we are saved? Brother Yue. Go for it. On the ground, the people, although unable to see Wang Yue's face clearly, felt goosebumps all over just by looking from afar. Tears streamed down their faces as they clenched their fists, cheering for Wang Yue. Among the crowd, Zhou Mo also stared blankly at the sky, tears unconsciously welling up. Wang Yue stood on the Blood River Ant Guard, extending his arms and silently surveying the scene. He could feel that after the Heart Source Moth merged, his body had undergone a cleansing from head to toe. His flesh and blood were tempered to be as translucent and refined as glass. Even his hair seemed to have been completely purified by the glow of the Heart Source Moth, turning into pure, untainted silver. Even his height seemed to have increased a bit. Although his features had not changed, he looked entirely transformed in aura. Wang Yue. The Blood Corpse True Monarch stood on the ground, raising the massive bone knife in his right arm and pointing it at Wang Yue, shouting loudly. Tricks! Why did you suddenly change to white hair? Let me tear off your scalp and study it properly. Although he said this, for a moment, the Blood Corpse True Monarch did not dare to act rashly. Hearing the Blood Corpse True Monarch's shout, Wang Yue looked down at the ground. In an instant, a cold light flickered in Wang Yue's eyes. Faint shards of light flowed. A jumble of information suddenly surged into my mind. Name, Xiejuchen, Blood Flesh Robe. Race, Demon. Profession, Blood Corpse True Lord, Pseudo-S. Level, 39, 96.21%. Talent, Profane Enchantment, Epic, Purple, Primordial Demon Technique, Legendary, Orange. Health, 0/0. Mana, 14,100/14,200. Attack, 2015. Magic Power, 800. Armor, 0, Magic Resistance, 0. Physical Penetration, 40%. Magic Penetration, 20%. Attack Speed, 1.32. Agility, 1600. Skill, Blood Flesh Refine Corpse, passive can refine corpses, turning them into experience points or one's own organs. After breaking through level 30, can use Blood Flesh Refine Corpse to craft a Blood Flesh Robe. Skill, Blood Flesh Robe, can be used when own health drops to 0, refining one's own body and surrounding flesh, entering the Pseudo-S profession of Blood Corpse True Lord. Can only be used once. Already activated. Blood Corpse True Lord state, base attributes greatly increased, gaining the talents of Profane Enchantment and Primordial Demon Technique, health permanently reduced to 0, and permanently unable to gain experience points. Profane Enchantment, all damage is converted to profane damage. Primordial Demon Technique, when receiving damage, if own experience points are not 0, reduce own experience points by an amount equal to the damage, negating the damage. In almost an instant, Wang Yue understood all the skill mechanics of the Blood Corpse True Lord. So the Blood Corpse True Lord's damage immunity is based on replacing health with an equal amount of experience points. No wonder any damage from me is ineffective. At level 39, he must have at least a few million experience points, equivalent to several million health. If I truly fought him, it would be an endless battle. However, being able to use this move shows that Xiejuchen is really determined to fight to the death. After all, putting on the blood flesh robe means he will never gain experience again. It's equivalent to cutting off his entire future. Wang Yue shook his head. It's just 5 million experience points, Xiejuchen has really gone to such extremes. Wang Yue opened the profession panel of the Heart Lotus Lord. Seed Vault, Profane Enchantment, Primordial Demon Technique, Blood Flesh Refined Corpse, Blood Flesh Robe. All effects displayed by the Blood Corpse True Lord have been recorded in the Seed Vault. Each effect records in detail, whether it can be upgraded, mana required to release, mana required for upgrade, effects after upgrade, and other detailed information. Wang Yue checked one by one. He found that among these 4 effects, apart from Blood Flesh Refined Corpse, the others cannot use the Cultivate Seeds skill to upgrade, making them real dead-end killing moves. However, Blood Flesh Refined Corpse can be well developed. Blood Flesh Refined Corpse, current release consumes 800 mana, upgrade costs 1000 mana, release after upgrade costs 1400 mana. Upgraded effect, can refine and control corpses, turning them into experience points or one's own organs. After breaking through level 10, can use Blood Flesh Refined Corpse to craft and control the Blood Flesh Robe. After upgrading, Blood Flesh Refined Corpse can not only refine the Blood Flesh Robe but can also control the Blood Flesh Robe at any time. But the mana cost is indeed exceptionally high. It seems that mana is the core of the Heart Lotus Lord profession. Wang Yue. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Today you cannot escape death. The roar of the Blood Corpse True Lord pulled Wang Yue's thoughts back to reality. Despite the overwhelming information, only a few seconds passed in the real world. Seeing that Wang Yue remained unmoved, the Blood Corpse True Lord's anger grew even stronger. He suddenly unfurled his blood flesh wings that covered the sky, enveloping an overwhelming killing intent, and soared again. I will surely eradicate your spirit in form. Wang Yue saw this and stopped wasting time. He directly used the seed cultivation. In the next second, a round seed appeared out of thin air, quietly hovering in the palm of his hand. Wang Yue was taken aback. Wow, so the seeds in this seed vault have physical forms? In his days, a flowing, colorful halo radiated from the surface of the seed, as if breathing and whispering. Snap! With a soft sound, the seed fell back into his palm, its radiance contained. The effect seed of Blood Flesh Refined Corpse has been upgraded. Heart Lotus Bloom. Looking at the rushing blood flesh demon god, a thought surged in Wang Yue's mind, and the seed in his palm burst open in response. A lotus flower glowing with a 7-colored halo appeared in the air. Scatter! He waved his right hand lightly. The effect of the blood and flesh refining technique erupted. In the next moment, the blood and flesh wings of the blood skeleton True Monarch, which covered the sky, began to crumble like weathered decay, turning into a rain of crimson fragments that fell from the sky. The blood skeleton True Monarch in the air suddenly gasped in shock and plummeted from the sky. Boom! Dust scattered everywhere as the massive form of the blood skeleton True Monarch knelt on one knee, his blood-red giant eyes fiercely glaring at Wang Yue in the sky. Blood and flesh refining technique? No, it's impossible. How could a mere insect breeder like you peek into my Dao realm? Wang Yue silently looked at the distressed blood skeleton True Monarch. As expected, the upgraded blood and flesh refining technique took effect. He looked at the heart lotus in his hand, which showed signs of slight damage. Deciding to throw it out. Break! The lotus slowly floated down. In an instant, the blood, flesh, and bones of the blood skeleton True Monarch began to fall off just like his blood and flesh wings. The blood skeleton True Monarch showed fear for the first time, his massive left hand desperately pressing down on his flesh and bones. No! My Dao robe! Why is it falling off by itself? He suddenly looked up, his scarlet huge eyes trembling violently as he roared. Wang Yue! What have you done to me? Chapter 46, Exceptional Admission. I merely let something that shouldn't exist return to its original fate. Wang Yue replied calmly. Beneath his feet, the entire body of the blood skeleton True Monarch began to disintegrate like completely rotten wood. No! You can't do this. The blood skeleton True Monarch frantically grabbed for the scattered bones, his voice filled with panic. You can't kill me. You mustn't kill me. Suddenly, the blood skeleton true monarch seemed to think of something, and he shouted loudly. Wang Yue. Spare my life, don't you lack experience? My blood and flesh refining technique can refine experience, I can offer you all my experience. Let's team up to eliminate these ants, everything that happened here will have no witnesses. 5 million experience is nothing. Join me, in 1 year I can offer you another 10 million. Let all of Annam province respect you. Would you rather be a guard dog for these hypocritical cowards than join me in ruling the world? Wang Yue said nothing, only coldly stared at the blood skeleton true monarch. Then, he quietly said, Senior, you can rest easy. With that, he waved his right hand gently, and the falling heart lotus gradually shattered. At the same time, the fragments of bones on the blood skeleton true monarch's body began to gather again in the sky. In a few seconds, they formed a massive blood skeleton spear. In an instant, it rushed toward the shattered blood skeleton true monarch. Wang Yue. I will kill you. I will kill you. The blood skeleton true monarch's red giant eyes overflowed with blood, his large mouth howling in rage, stretching out his broken left hand and desperately grasping at the sky. With a deafening sound, the blood skeleton spear pierced directly into the chest of the blood skeleton true monarch. The thick mist over the blood skeleton true monarch's health bar finally dissipated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He seemed like a sandcastle, gradually disintegrating in the wind. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. The last proposal from the blood skeleton true monarch did stir a hint of desire in him. 10 million experience is enough for anyone to break through to level 50. When that time comes, if you are willing to be proclaimed, many past events can be overlooked by the authorities. But anyone with a bit of sense knows this was merely a plan of the blood skeleton true monarch. Cooperating with such a person is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Moreover, the method of blood and flesh refining used by the blood skeleton true monarch was too insidious and treacherous. Wang Yue could not bear that much karma. While pondering this, behind Wang Yue, the massive blood formation surrounding the entire prison slowly began to fade. The people on the ground, seeing this scene, finally burst into tears of joy and cheered loudly. Wow! We won! Brother, you won, we survived. Whoa 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 mom! I was almost dead. Really, I just saw the lights of death. In the crowd, Jomo's tensed body finally relaxed. She sat down hard on the ground, crying out loud. The next day. In the inspection room of Tianhai City Governance Hospital. Experience fatigue. Xin Lu threw the report he was holding onto the table. Are you joking? How could classmate Wang Yue suddenly have experience fatigue? The inspection staff responded timidly, this is usually a side effect of certain skills. Normally, a bug master shouldn't have this debuff, and we can't find the reason for it right away. How long will it last? The inspection staff lowered his head, Director Qin, don't worry. This kind of situation is quite common. At most, it will disappear by itself in a month. Xin Lu took a deep breath and pressed on the bridge of his nose repeatedly. He turned his head to look at Wang Yue beside him and said softly, Classmate Wang Yue. I'm afraid you will have to endure this for a month. Wang Yue smiled faintly, it's okay. Wang Yue knew very well why he was experiencing fatigue. It was mostly a side effect from using the flesh and blood refining technique to control the flesh and blood robe. Fortunately, this experience fatigue would last only a month. During this month, the efficiency of gaining experience would be greatly reduced. If he ended up like Xiejuchen, who could never gain experience, he would truly be useless. Xin Lu cleared his throat a few times, his expression shifting back from gentle to serious. Classmate Wang Yue is the pride of our Tianhai City. You all continue to work overtime and research these days to find out why classmate Wang Yue suddenly has this condition. Any conclusions must be reported to me immediately, and we must not delay classmate Wang Yue's upgrade time. The inspection staff nodded repeatedly, understood. We will immediately set up a special research team to ensure that classmate Wang Yue can lift this condition as soon as possible. Go ahead. Xin Lu nodded. Seeing the inspection staff leave, he turned back and looked at Wang Yue with excitement in his eyes. Classmate Wang Yue. You have really done a great service this time. A talent like you actually went to a technical school. This not only dirties the pearl but is also a serious dereliction of duty on my part as the director of the Education Bureau. He took a deep breath, took out a document from his pocket, and spoke with a solemn and eager expression. I have specially approved a document to admit you to Annan Martial Arts University, effective immediately. The city's recognition has already been arranged, but that is still far from enough. Xin Lu's voice became even more forceful. I have reported your great deeds upward to strive for provincial level and even higher level recognition for you. Moreover, regarding your training resources. He lowered his voice and patted Wang Yue's shoulder. I have applied for special training funds and top-level tool subsidies at the fastest speed to fully support your growth. Don't worry, I will personally supervise this matter and ensure it is implemented as soon as possible. Wang Yue smiled slightly. Thank you, Director Qin. What he valued most was the admission quota for the martial arts university. If he could achieve this goal, Wang Yue would be satisfied. As for the others, they were actually not worth mentioning. Qin Lu shook his head, a kind smile appearing on his serious face. What are you saying? Aside from being Tianhai City's hero, you are also my lifesaver, Qin Lu. In the future, if classmate Wang Yue encounters any difficulties, be sure to come to me for a solution. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the inspection room suddenly opened. A middle-aged man, nearly 50 and quite imposing, stepped into the room. Grand Guardian. Qin Lu was taken aback, immediately standing up straight, the expression on his face suddenly serious. Greetings, Grand Guardian. The imposing man walked over a few steps, his gaze fixed on Wang Yue, examining him repeatedly. You are Wang Yue. Seeing such a high-ranking official, Wang Yue was also taken aback. The Grand Guardian was akin to the lord of a city. In the past, even a word from him could determine the fate of Wang family village, let alone Wang Yue. Wang Yue felt this was something he should take seriously. He imitated Qin Lu's demeanor and said, Greetings, Grand Guardian. The Grand Guardian nodded with satisfaction. The application for your provincial recognition has already been specially approved. Tomorrow morning, the official media at both the provincial and municipal levels will follow up and report comprehensively on your achievements. As for the funding and equipment subsidies, the chief guard's words slowed down. In terms of process, I still need to personally confirm a few questions with you. Chapter 47, Provincial Recognition. Wang Yue felt a stir in his heart, already sensing a wave of pressure coming. Chief Guard, may I ask? According to the report, you possess a mythological level bug pet, as well as several epic and legendary level bug pets. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Wang Yue fell silent. Sure enough, this question was hard to avoid. After all, in front of everyone, Wang Yue had openly taken out a mythological level bug pet, which was an undeniable fact. At this moment, further denial would only seem suspicious. Since others could not see his Heart Lotus master profession, it was better to admit it openly. Chief Guard. I do have a mythological level bug pet. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yue could clearly feel the Chief Guard's gaze shining with intensity. As for those epic and legendary bug pets, Wang Yue continued to explain, they are essentially not bug pets, but rather summon creatures from my skills, and they do not last long. What is the maximum number of summon creatures you can maintain with your current abilities? How long can they stay in this world? The Chief Guard's speech noticeably quickened. Each summoned creature consumes my mana every second until my mana is completely depleted. Wang Yue remained calm and unhurried. Upon hearing this, the Chief Guard's eyes dimmed a bit. Bug pets could still be utilized through some extreme means, but summoned creatures had no other value. Was this mythological level bug pet obtained during your awakening? Wang Yue nodded. Many professions bring some equipment or items at awakening. Wang Yue bringing along a bug egg was a reasonable explanation, right? At this point, Qin Liu, who was standing beside him, looked increasingly uncomfortable. Chief Guard, according to the process, regarding the core details of the Awakeners, we should avoid suspicion. This is also to ensure Wang Yue's future growth and development. At the beginning of the nation, the core leaders of the Dragon Country issued the regulations on protecting the reasonable development of Awakeners. One of the rules is, for Awakeners with high potential, no official is allowed to actively inquire about any mechanisms or details of their profession. This rule was established to protect the future of the country. Without it, officials could arbitrarily peer into the abilities and weaknesses of every genius, thereby controlling them for personal gain. Over time, the very foundation of the nation would surely shake. Moreover, for Qin Liu, it was he who brought Wang Yue into this treacherous executive hall. If something happened to Wang Yue, who was his lifesaver, because of him, Qin Liu would never forgive himself. Thus, after listening for a long time, he finally couldn't help but speak up with these words. Upon hearing this, the Chief Guard's smile faded. His gaze calmly turned to Qin Liu, an aura of unspoken authority instantly emerging. Director Qin is referring to the regulations on protecting Awakeners, right? The Chief Guard's tone was steady, revealing no signs of joy or anger. I recall it explicitly states that the law primarily protects strategic talents with B-grade potential or higher. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Yue. Wang Yue's profession assessment is D-grade, which is certainly outstanding, but it seems, still not within the core protection range of this law. As the Chief Guard of a city, it is my duty to care for the talents of this city. Asking a few more questions is within my responsibilities. Furthermore, applying for subsidies requires submitting a detailed report. How can I fully advocate for Wang Yue without understanding the specifics? Qin Liu froze, his mouth tightening, and the color drained from his face, turning to a shade of iron blue. The Chief Guard smiled kindly. Young man, your performance is quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. However, the road ahead is still long, and the resources in Henan province are limited. These training funds and equipment subsidies still need to be evaluated comprehensively. The implication of this sentence is most likely that the subsidy has fallen through. But actually, Wang Yue didn't mind. Everyone minds their own business, and Wang Yue was content. The next morning, major official media outlets began to focus on reporting Wang Yue's achievements. The internet, television, newspapers, schools. Countless channels spread the news throughout the entire Henan province. Wang Yue really brought glory to our village, Xiaonan. You should learn from your brother Yu in the future. Captured an S-level escapee. Promoted to a martial arts school. This if only our family member could learn from Wang Yue. Wang Yue's father, Wang Yue's mother, you must share your parenting tips with us. Wangjia village, the entire village stood at the village head, their eyes focused on the only black and white TV in the village, showing expressions of either pride or jealousy. In the downtown area of Tianhai City, on the busiest street. Damn, Lao Niu, isn't this guy your high school classmate? Niu Wenbin, holding a young girl in his arms, suddenly heard several young men shouting beside him and immediately looked up. On the electronic screen of the city administration building, Wang Yue's heroic deeds were prominently displayed, alongside a photo of him. Even though Wang Yue had changed to white hair, Niu Wenbin immediately recognized him. Promoted to Henan Martial Arts High School. The words flashed into Niu Wenbin's sight. In that instant, the words Wang Yue had spoken to him in the computer room of Tianhai First High School flew into his mind like bullets. At most, within a month, I will no longer be looking up to you, but you will be looking up to me. Look up, look up. In that moment, Niu Wenbin seemed to realize something. Right now, isn't he the one looking up? He suddenly lowered his head, his face darkened, and he pushed the beautiful young girl in his arms aside. Wang Yue, you also entered the martial arts high school. Good. Then let's meet face to face. Tianhai City Vocational Technical School. It was class time. The new student teaching building. Every classroom erupted with waves of cheers. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu came from Tianhai Vocational Technical School. Our technical school students can also write legends. Stop messing around, the legend is Brother Yu, what does it have to do with you? Suddenly, a girl, panic-stricken, rushed into the classroom, crying. Teacher, something's wrong. I just went back to the dorm and saw, Yao Linlin, she. Wanjia Villa. Wan Shenliang sat on a luxurious leather sofa, watching the news on TV, and a mouthful of coffee sprayed out. Single-handedly challenging a level 39 S-class? Fortunately, I was sensible at that time, otherwise. Thinking of this, endless fear crawled up Wan Shenliang's spine. The entire Tianhai city was almost boiling with excitement over Wang Yue's achievements. At the same time, in another bustling city, far from Tianhai City, in Henan province. After Wang Yue was recognized by the entire province, through some unscrupulous media processing, he was suddenly portrayed as the legendary white-haired youth comparable to S-class and was published in local newspapers. In a luxurious mansion. The sun was shining brightly, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. An elderly butler, holding a newspaper, quickly rushed into the back of the mansion, towards the vast golf course. On the lush, expansive grass, a beautiful young girl in a sports shirt and shorts was passionately swinging a golf club. Her long, wavy golden hair fluttered every time she swung the club, releasing a charming, sweet fragrance. What was even more shocking was that behind the girl, there were 9 thick, long golden foxtails growing. Each one shining brightly in the golden sunlight. Miss. Something big has happened. The butler ran up hurriedly. According to media reports, in Tianhai City, there seems to be an S-class awakened one who is about to enter Henan Martial Arts High School. Faint drops of sweat glistened on the skin. Suddenly, the girl let out a soft laugh. I say, Uncle Wei, can't you see clearly? It says comparable to S rank, not actually S rank. These unscrupulous media just love to hype things up, don't you know? After saying that, the girl continued to read the report. A photo of a white-haired boy came into her sight. The girl's expression suddenly changed. D rank. Insect breeder. With her delicate golden eyes, she silently stared at the name on the newspaper. Wang Yue, huh? That's a bit interesting. After murmuring to herself, the girl returned the newspaper to the butler. At this moment, a middle-aged woman in a gray suit couldn't help but say, Butler Wei, our Henan province has already produced 3 S-rank newcomers this year in the 24 cities. If we add another, how will other provinces survive? The butler lowered his head in embarrassment, scratching his graying hair. I'm sorry, young lady, I was being foolish. The girl giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Uncle Wei, you're not foolish, you've always been a bit clumsy since I can remember. Upon hearing this, the old butler's face turned even redder. Suddenly, a faint vibration sound came from the middle-aged woman. The woman froze for a moment and quickly pulled out a communication device covered in runes from her pocket. Hello, this is Gong Fan. What, you say the S-rank level 10 breakthrough stone has already been approved by the provincial government for us? The woman's face lit up with joy. Great, great. You must notify all departments right away, take over all the city dungeons, and no one is allowed to enter. Once the breakthrough stone arrives, immediately plan Miss Sue's upgrade schedule. The woman hung up the phone, her eyes shining. Miss Sue, I just received word that the province has decided to give the only S-rank level 10 breakthrough stone to you. The girl's eyes sparkled, her finger resting on her pink lips. Oh, they really gave it to me. Wu Linyue comes from a low background, so that's not surprising, but that Chu family from ancient Temple City would be so generous? The woman in the suit scratched her face, offering an awkward smile. Maybe they got another breakthrough stone, so they're just going along with the flow, doing someone a favor. The girl silently nodded, then looked at the woman in the suit. Then the upcoming upgrade plan will be up to you, Director Gong. Once the top guardian of the city, she now acted as obedient and innocent as a child, immediately straightening her posture. Okay, Miss Sue, within a month, even if it takes all the city's resources, I will ensure you reach level 19. To sustain one person with the resources of a city. This is the terrifying power of S-rank. At the same time, Wang Village, Wang Yue's home. Wang Yue sat at his wooden desk in his room. In his hands, he held a thick book about insect monsters, reading attentively. After a while, he suddenly slammed the book shut. Leaning back in the wooden chair, he let out a slight sigh. He had intended to take advantage of the experience fatigue period to study the insect atlas closely. That way, when contracting insect pets in the future, he would have options and wouldn't have to rely purely on luck for mythic level effects. However, to Wang Yue's disappointment, existing books on the market only scratched the surface in their study of insect races. When it came to legendary insect races, there were only rough guesses, and not even the real names were recorded. Let alone mythic-level insect pets. Wang Yue leaned back in his chair, unable to help but recall his recent experience in the Zenith prison. Not only did he successfully contract his third insect pet, the Heartsource Moth, but he also obtained his second profession, Heart Lotus Lord. Moreover, he retrieved a staggering 5 million experience points from an older senior and stored it in the experience pool. In addition, he leveled all 3 insect pets to level 17, entering the larval stage, and learned new skills Subtle Thunder and Production Ant Guard. More importantly, Wang Yue's long-cherished wish to enter the martial arts academy had finally come true. It was still summer vacation, and in a month when his experience fatigue debuff wore off, it would be the perfect time for enrollment in the martial arts academy. No matter what, I must improve myself in the martial arts high school. Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from outside the house. Xiao Mao, come out quickly. That girl from Lu's village is looking for you again. Hearing this, Wang Yue put away his book and looked outside in confusion. So absorbed in thoughts about bugs, I completely forgot about you. Feeling helpless, Wang Yue had no choice but to get up and walk outside. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Lu Jianing standing in the main room. Wang Yue. As soon as Lu Jianing saw Wang Yue, her eyes lit up. She dashed to Wang Yue in an instant. Seeing Wang Yue's face, she suddenly blushed and suddenly stopped in her tracks. Wang Yue, your hair has really turned white. What are you doing here? Wang Yue scratched his head. Wang Yue, do you know? Your deeds have spread like wildfire in our village. I heard you were promoted against the rules. That's great. We can go to the Yan'an Martial Arts High together. In Lu Jianing's eyes, it seemed like there were 2 stars sparkling, and she excitedly clasped her hands. Let me tell you, I collected different reports from several media about your deeds. Every time I see those thrilling reports, I feel an immense regret. Why wasn't I there at the time? Wang Yue, you must tell me what happened that night. Hearing this, Wang Yue couldn't help but complain inwardly. If you had been on the scene, you probably wouldn't want to be there anyway. After all, Lu Jianing was the type to wet herself in front of a 19-level A-class evil being. Wang Yue helplessly shook his head. Alright, come in. An hour later. So, that blood skeleton true monarch was actually not a real S-class? Lu Jianing widened her eyes, unwilling to take her gaze off Wang Yue's face. Wang Yue nodded. In that hour, he had either embellished or slightly edited his story, finally satisfying the curiosity of this little girl. Of course, regarding his career in insect pets, Wang Yue concocted lies just like he had when facing the chief guard, revealing nothing to Lu Jianing. Lu Jianing continued to stare at Wang Yue's face. Suddenly, she smiled and said to Wang Yue, has anyone told you that you look very handsome now? Upon hearing this question, Wang Yue felt at a loss for words. There's no helping it, the effect of the Heartsource Moth on him seemed irreversible. Now, he had no choice but to report with this head of white hair. Just then, the voice of Wang's mother came again from outside. Wang Yue, it seems another girl has come looking for you. Chapter 49, Martial Arts High Special Train. At Wang Yue's doorstep, Zhou Mo stood nervously. Seeing Wang Yue come out, she immediately stepped forward. Wang Yue, Jr. Are you okay? Earlier, in the Tianding prison, she saw Wang Yue's hair turn white and worried that he was burning his life to gain strength. Later, through many inquiries, she learned that Wang Yue seemed to have fallen into a state of experience fatigue. 2 days of worry had kept Zhou Mo sleepless. So today, she decided to come and visit. Sister, you don't have to worry about me, I'm doing just fine. Wang Yue truly did not expect Zhou Mo would come to see him. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to say. Hearing this response, Zhou Mo still looked at Wang Yue with concern. She reached toward her back pocket of her jeans. She took out a light blue fruit that emitted a chill. I heard this can relieve experience fatigue, I don't know if it's useful. Zhou Mo said as she handed the blue fruit to Wang Yue, her face slightly reddening as she turned her head to the side. Wang Yue was stunned. He had seen this fruit at the special hospital in the government office. It was a rare quality, while not precious, it was definitely hard to find for ordinary people. Zhou Mo must have put in a lot of effort to find it in such a short time. However, regrettably, Wang Yue had already tried it at the hospital, and this Schwisher fruit could not alleviate the experience fatigue debuff at all. Even so, Wang Yue still accepted the fruit. Thank you, sister. I'll try it out in a bit. Zhou Mo nodded lightly. Suddenly, Lu Jianing rushed out from behind, watching Zhou Mo warily. Zhou Mo was taken aback. This is my friend from the next village, Wang Yue scratched his head. Who are you? What do you want with Wang Yue? Lu Jianing's tone was unfriendly. Zhou Mo, at sea level, felt even more awkward in front of A-level Lu Jianing. Lu Jianing, that's enough. Wang Yue turned around and scolded. This is my senior from Zhongji, who has taken good care of me, can you not be so rude? Hearing this, Lu Jianing's eyes instantly turned red, and she quickly said, I'm sorry, Wang Yue, I just... Go back, and don't make trouble, okay? Wang Yue's tone was serious. For someone like Lu Jianing, who only responds to tough measures, he had to be strict to make her behave. If he indulged her, she would definitely bring Wang Yue a lot of trouble. Wang Yue, please don't be mad, I'll go back home right now. Lu Jianing looked flustered and hurried back inside. Wang Yue let out a sigh. Sorry, senior, she's used to being overbearing. It's okay. Zhou Mo lowered her head. After a long silence, she finally spoke, Wang Yue, congratulations on getting into the martial arts university. I'll graduate next year, and I don't know if there will be a chance to see each other again. Wang Yue frowned slightly, senior, aren't you considering going up to martial arts? Zhou Mo scoffed lightly. Except for those exceptionally outstanding students, the opportunities to go up are a given for the rich kids. Hearing this, Wang Yue was quite surprised. Wang Yue, I actually understand, we are not from the same world. It's just a chance encounter that allowed us to have this moment. I just hope that someday in the future, you'll occasionally think of me. Wang Yue felt the atmosphere was a bit subtle, but he couldn't say more at this moment. Senior, I won't forget you. Hearing this, the tense expression on Zhou Mo finally softened a bit. She raised her head, looking at him with clear and determined eyes. Wang Yue, I will work hard, we'll meet again in a farther place. After sending Zhou Mo away, Wang Yue also drove Lu Jianing back. Right now, he was not in the mood for romance. His main goal was to make good use of the summer vacation to prepare for school. Time passed. In the last month in Tianhai City, day by day went by. During this time, the place he visited the most was the city library. He primarily went to research many books about the insect tribe. He also discreetly looked for information about unique level ranks. Unfortunately, there wasn't much useful information. However, the experience fatigue debuff was indeed slowing down day by day. A month later. In the morning, Wangjia village. Wang Yue, in a brand new outfit, was escorted by everyone in the village to the train station. Alongside him were other children from nearby villages who had also been accepted into the martial arts university. From over a dozen villages, they gathered more than 100 students. With gongs and drums, they marched grandly, escorted by numerous villagers, arriving at the train station. In the morning sky, there were faint clouds. Dew was still hanging on the iron rods at the train station. It was slightly cool. These nearly 100 new students of the martial arts university, all at B level or above, were bored waiting on the platform and began chatting. The martial arts university is amazing, they even send a special train to pick us up. Come on, do you think we are still ordinary high school students? From now on, we will be among the elite. This service is expected, right? I heard that every year, the martial arts university special train goes around the province, picking up new students from the 24 cities. I wonder where Tianhai City ranks. Wow! Is that for real? How long must this train be? Students from Tianhai City must have already boarded, it's just us kids from the villages still waiting here. I heard this trip to the provincial capital will take 3 days and 2 nights. Oh my, I've never been so far from home before. Some boys appeared to chat casually. His eyes, however, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced sideways at a slender girl with an incredibly sweet appearance. There was no way around it, this girl was simply too dazzling. Among a group of rustic village girls, she was like a crane standing among chickens. Her long, dark hair flowed smoothly, paired with slightly curled airy bangs. On her upper body was a pure white shirt, with a blue plaid bow tie at the collar. On her lower body, she wore a blue plaid pleated skirt that echoed the bow tie. More importantly, her shiny black stockings showcased long, slender legs. With a pair of black leather shoes on her feet, she perfectly embodied the schoolgirl JK style. However, there was a hint of anxiety on the girl's face. She looked around, seemingly searching for someone. A tall and sturdy B-tier magic shield warrior, seeing this scene, mustered his courage and approached. "Hello, classmate, may I ask what you are looking for? My uncle works at this train station, maybe I can help." "Get lost." Lu Jianning's expression changed dramatically, roaring like a lioness. The magic shield warrior shivered all over and realized his mistake when he saw her profession panel. It clearly displayed the big words A tier. Sorry, I'll leave right away." At the end of the platform, Wang Yue leaned alone against a double-row column. He silently checked his classmates' profession panels. Almost all were B tier, mostly at level 9, probably because they couldn't obtain the B tier level 10 breakthrough stone. But there were also a few people whose levels reached 11, 13, or even 16. Chapter 50, Gunsmith and Enchanted Swordmaster. Wang Yue. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang in his ear. Wang Yue didn't need to turn around to know it was Lu Jianning. "What do you want?" "Our carriages are not together." "That's exactly why. I wanted to see you one last time. After all, one of us is in carriage 3 and the other in carriage 65, which is far apart." Just now, like a lioness, Lu Jianning was now as gentle as a rabbit. "It takes a full 3 days from Tianhai City to Annan City, so you should take good care of yourself. Just take care of yourself." As soon as Wang Yue finished speaking, a loud train whistle sounded from afar. Toot! A warm yellow light came from behind. "The train is coming, the train is coming. Wow, such a high-end train. It's the Anwu train, this is the longest train in the province." In an instant, hundreds of students rushed to gather at the outer side of the platform. Wang Yue also stood up straight and looked back. Before him, a dark red train head, like a waking steel beast, steadily rolled in from the dim twilight. The train's head had a giant eye-like headlamp that shot out a blazing orange-yellow beam, piercing through the dusk. A thick chimney puffed out dense white steam, creating unmatched power as it thundered closer over the tracks. Boom, boom. The imposing Anwu train rolled straight onto the platform, gradually slowing down. Each train carriage was at least 3 meters high, its dark red exterior adorned with golden edges, exuding luxury. Through the misty windows, one could vaguely see students of various styles inside the fully packed carriages. They either curiously gazed out the window, or lounged asleep in their bunks, or focused on their own activities. Hiss. With a loud hissing sound, the entire train finally came to a stop. As the eagerly awaiting students watched, the train doors slowly opened. A tall, smiling, uniform-clad woman stepped down, standing proud. "Good morning, students. Welcome aboard the Anwu special train. The train's first stop is expected to take 7 minutes, please board quickly if you are in carriages 1 to 32. Her voice was soft but clear enough for every student to hear. "Wang Yue, I'm leaving now." Seeing that she called his name, Lu Jianning looked at Wang Yue reluctantly and slowly walked toward the frontmost carriage. The same went for over 30 other students, who also headed toward their respective carriages. "Wait, dude, my carriage number is 99, why isn't there my carriage?" A boy behind stood dumbfounded on the platform, unable to comprehend. 99 carriages? Then you need to wait for the third stop. A kind-hearted student beside him said. The boy was full of questions. Third stop? Yeah, don't you know? The Annan train is nearly 2.5 kilometers long. Our little platform can't hold it, so it has to stop 3 times. Wow! This train is 2.5 kilometers long? How else do you think we can fit nearly 10,000 new students from Annan Martial Arts University? But how can something that long turn? How can it break? Won't it be dangerous? Don't worry, with the best blacksmiths and space mages in the province escorting it, the Anwu train will be absolutely fine. The kind student promised earnestly. Wang Yue glanced at the ticket in his hand. His carriage was number 65, and he would have to wait for the third stop as well. After a few minutes, the Anwu train finally began its third stop. It slowly moved forward, docking with the platform, changing the carriage numbers from 33 to 64, now to 65 to 99. A train of martial arts universities had as many as 100 carriages. Wang Yue arrived at carriage 65, showed his ticket to the attendant, and stepped through the warmly lit door. Upon entering the carriage, a steady and luxurious noble aura completely enveloped Wang Yue. The wide aisle beneath his feet was covered in deep brown hardwood floors, shining smoothly like a mirror. Above him was a warm white ceiling, with exquisite crystal chandeliers casting bright but gentle halos, illuminating the entire space with elegance and warmth. On both sides of the aisle, neatly aligned were solid wooden room doors. Behind the red satin curtains seemed to hide a world of wonders. For some reason, looking at the layout in the carriage, Wang Yue felt a thrill of excitement and anticipation for the journey ahead. Wang Yue's compartment was in row 15, which was at the very end of the carriage. He approached the compartment, lifted the red satin curtain, and peered inside. Inside the cozy compartment, there were not only a table and armchairs but also upper, middle, and lower bunks, all made of deep-colored solid wood. These pieces of furniture had a polished warmth, exuding a quiet and elegant charm. A black-haired youth was facing away from Wang Yue. His posture was straight, hands gracefully crossed behind him, gazing out the cold window. Beside him, another young man with messy hair was sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. Fluffy bedding half buried him, an arm hanging loosely down, breathing long and deep, his expression relaxed as he indulged in sweet dreams, completely unguarded. The black-haired youth sensed movement and turned around. Ah! Hello! Seeing Wang Yue, he smiled slightly. His tall and upright figure resembled a slender young pine. Short black hair gently fell over his forehead, making his skin appear even whiter. A pair of pure black eyes, when he smiled, the corners slightly curved, revealing a pure kindness. But upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of distant calmness hidden beneath that clear surface. Hello, I'm Nangui Jing. The youth extended his hand actively. Wang Yue. Wang Yue took the youth's right hand, also introducing himself. At the same time, he checked the other's job panel. Name, Nangui Jing. Race, human. Profession, spell swordsman, A. Level, 17. Health, 2400. Mana, 1600. Seeing the panel, Wang Yue was slightly astonished. This youth was actually a level 17 A-class professional. It is important to know that the breakthrough stones for A-class level 10 can only be produced about 10 pieces per city each year, so they were not easy to come by. Even Lu Jianing, who was cultivated with the whole power of Lu family village, did not get one at first. In the end, he still relied on relatives and the government to acquire one through heavy spending. For this youth to find a breakthrough stone in his summer vacation and reach level 17 was already far beyond the level of his peers. Upon seeing Wang Yue, the boy named Nangui Jing also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. But soon, it was covered by a thick calmness. Oh, this is Sui Shan. Nangui Jing glanced at the messy-haired boy who was sleeping beside him. No need to mind him, he looks like this now, compared to when he is awake. The difference is not too big. Wang Yue followed Nangui Jing's gaze. Name, Sui Shan. Race, human. Occupation, gunsmith, A. Level, 15. Health, 1850. Mana, 1080. Wang Yue's lips curled up slightly. Wow, what a start, matched with two geniuses in the same cabin. Chapter 51, On the Move of the Anwu number. Ha! At that moment, Sui Shan on the bed suddenly straightened his back, raised his muscular arms, and stretched out with a big yawn. The movement was enough to make Wang Yue feel tired. Sui Shan rubbed his eyes, smacked his lips, his voice still heavy with sleep. Where are we? Why did the car stop? As he spoke, he reached for the frameless glasses on the wooden table. After putting them on, he instinctively adjusted them. Turning his head, he met Wang Yue and Nangui Jing's direct gazes. What the hell? Sui Shan was startled awake, instinctively pulling at the blanket, awkwardly looking at Wang Yue. This brother is. This is the last member of our cabin, classmate Wang Yue, Nangui Jing spoke calmly, with a hint of helplessness. Ah ha ha ha. Sui Shan bashfully scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. Hello, classmate Wang Yue, I am Sui Shan. Suddenly, his outstretched hand shrank back. And no, wait. Wang Yue? Sui Shan's eyes widened instantly. You can't be the Wang Yue from Tianhai City who defeated a level 39 S-class escapee with a D-class profession? After speaking, he leaned in a little closer, scrutinizing Wang Yue's face. It can't be wrong, that head of white hair, I remember it very clearly. Sui Shan's face lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. It really is you. I actually got assigned to the same cabin as you. I'm so lucky, looks like my stocks will definitely rise today. Being flattered like this, even Wang Yue felt a bit shy. After all, being too high profile when out and about isn't a good thing. He smiled slightly and said, it's not that impressive, it's just the media exaggerating. Nangong Jing stood by quietly, watching the two. You guys, what are you talking about? What the hell? You don't even know this? Suishan looked at Nangong Jing in disbelief, as if he was looking at an isolated ancient person. The S-Class criminal escape case in Tianhai City, you must have heard of it. Classmate Wang Yue is the hero who sanctioned the S-Class criminals. Nangong Jing clenched his right hand slightly, looking at Suishan with a resentful gaze. Hey, not everyone is as enthusiastic about the news media as you. If it weren't for worrying about your stocks, you wouldn't be watching this kind of news. You gun enthusiasts just can't stand even a few extra bullets being shot, right? What? Suishan turned to look at Nangong Jing, his expression instantly falling. What do you mean by us gun enthusiasts? Nangong Jing, you better explain that. And you sword players are just rigid and boring. How dare you say that about me? Say that again. Rigid and boring, rigid and boring. You guy. The two began to argue even more fiercely, almost about to fight each other. Wang Yue sighed and sat down in a chair across from the bed. These two are quite interesting. He picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip. It seems this 3 days and 2 nights registration trip shouldn't be boring. Ding dong. At that moment, a broadcasting prompt sounded from the top of the cabin. Good morning to all students of Anwu High. All new students from Tianhai City have boarded, and this train will soon depart from Tianhai City to Annan City. Please make preparations. The standard and pleasant voice came from the broadcast. At the same time, the Anwu number, which was 2.5 kilometers long, began to start up again, slowly moving forward. Nangong Jing and Suishan finally stopped their quarrel and each sat back down. As the speed of the Anwu number picked up, the desolate scenery outside flew by quickly. An awkward atmosphere spread in the cabin. How many days have you been on the train? After the train traveled for a while, it gradually stabilized. Wang Yue couldn't help but ask. My home is in a city called Bainan in the southwest. I've been on the bus for a day. Nangong Jing naturally took over the conversation while sitting next to Wang Yue. After saying that, he glanced at Suishan, who was lying on the bed. He got on the bus even earlier than I did. He must have been on it since the beginning. Hearing this, Suishan, who was turned away, shook his head. I was hoping that a pretty girl would join us halfway. Who would have thought it would be you, such a dull blockhead? It's really a letdown. You? Nangong Jing gritted his teeth. But a few seconds later, he managed to suppress it. If it weren't for Wang Yue here, I would make you pay for those words today. Wang Yue could only smile helplessly. Nangong Jing looked out the window, silently saying, Tianhai City should be the last stop for the Anwu train. Over the next 3 days and 2 nights, we will take the Anwu special line directly to Annan City. Anwu special line. Wang Yue's tone carried a hint of confusion. Nangong Jing turned back and said seriously, that's right, the Anwu special line is the exclusive track for the Anwu train, no other trains will be on this track, and we can go straight through. I see, Wang Yue nodded, it really shows that it's a martial arts university, they do things in a grand way. As the sky brightened, the students in other compartments of the train were gradually waking up. The 3 of them were sitting in the compartment, and they could already hear the lively sounds outside. I'm hungry, I'm hungry. I'm going to get breakfast and freshen up. Suishan put on a t-shirt and slippers and walked up to Wang Yue. Wang Yue, do you want coffee or milk? Coffee, please, thank you, Wang Yue replied politely with a smile. Suishan, although he looked brash, was actually quite warm-hearted. Got it. Suishan seemed to have received a task. He turned around, lifted the satin curtain of the compartment, secured it on the hook of the door, and bent down to walk out. With the door wide open, Wang Yue finally got a glimpse of the scene in the corridor. Though it was called a corridor, it was surprisingly wide. The entire corridor looked to be at least 4 to 5 meters wide. Morning light poured through the continuous windows, illuminating the whole space. Many students had gathered here, in groups of 3 or 5, either standing by the window laughing or sitting directly on the polished floor sharing snacks. Even more eye-catching was the sight of 7 or 8 students lined up nearby, doing push-ups on the floor in rhythm with their count. Sweat beads rolled down their cheeks, and the strong counting sounds mixed with the laughter of others, filled with youthful energy and vitality. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue also gradually relaxed. However, just a few minutes later, Wang Yue noticed some people sneaking glances at him. Some girls looked excited. Oh my, look at that boy with white hair, is it really him? Ah, it's really him, so handsome, so handsome. However, there were also some boys who revealed displeased expressions. Is it him? The only one admitted to Tianhai City through special criteria? Humph, probably just some rich lady's boy toy, crossing from D grade to S grade in challenge, do you believe it? I think the media is just glorifying someone again. In the end, it's just a useless occupation of raising insects. Why does he get to ride the same train as us? The girls were acting like infatuated fans, making more than a dozen boys in the nearby group burn with jealousy. Anyone who could get on this train had a strong background or exceptional talent, and their innate competitive spirit was almost overflowing. "Hey, brother, are you Wang Yue?" Finally, a broad and sturdy boy stepped out from the group, seemingly greeting Wang Yue, but his discontent was obvious in his tone. "What I'm called has nothing to do with you," Wang Yue replied coolly with a sideways glance. The cold gaze made the boy shiver involuntarily inside. He froze for a moment, and his face instantly turned red. "What's wrong? Can't I even ask?" Seeing that Wang Yue ignored him, the boy was even more furious. His broad body marched straight into the private room. "Are you selling bugs? I'll buy the medicine for $800. Wang Yue sat firmly in the chair, not even glancing at the boy. "What do you need the medicine for? To cure your brain? What the hell did you say?" In an instant, the boy's forehead bulged with veins. He raised his fist and swung it towards Wang Yue. Boom! With a loud bang, the boy was thrown out of the private room, smashing hard against the wooden wall across the hall. Wang Yue slowly lowered his hand, casting a disdainful glance at the boy. Such combative people are everywhere. To deal with them, you have to speak with your fists. Although the Heart Lotus Lord is a law-based job, boosted by the S rank, his attack power reaches a terrifying 160. These attributes on Wang Yue are more than enough to handle these B-rank students, who average an attack power of 50 to 70. Beside him, Nangong Jing tilted his head, looking at the boy who had been thrown out, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In the small group, the boys who were originally ready to watch the show all gasped in shock. After a long while, one boy ran over to help the boy who had crashed into the wall stand up. "Wang Yue, what do you want to do? Conflicts between classmates are normal. Why use violence? Who started it? I'm sure they know in their hearts." The plump boy groaned in pain, struggling to stand up with support, clutching his chest, glaring fiercely at Wang Yue. "Wang Yue, you took me by surprise. If you're brave enough, come again." Seeing the excitement, the surrounding students paused their activities and gathered around, chatting eagerly, showing expressions of anticipation. As soon as he finished speaking, the boys in the small group quickly joined in. "Wang Yue, fighting on the Anwu ship, you're too arrogant. Yeah, do you think we won't dare to beat you just because you're sitting with 2A rank students? Hurry up and apologize to this classmate, or don't blame us for being rude." Hearing these words, Wang Yue finally looked at the dozen or so boys. "If any of you are confident, then come and try. You." With this statement, the boys were stirred up, their faces flushed. "Hey, what are you doing?" At that moment, Suishan, struggling with 2 cups of coffee and a cup of milk, walked into the cabin. Seeing the tall figure of Suishan, close to 1.9 meters tall, everyone was momentarily stunned. This guy beat a classmate for no reason and won't admit it. A boy from the small group accused Wang Yue, pointing a finger at him. "It's not like that." A calm voice rang out. Nangong Jing stood up straight. "I was sitting on the inside and clearly saw that it was that student across from me who threw the first punch." Among the onlookers, several girls also stepped up. "That's right, that man tried to hit first. I saw it too," Wang Yue only retaliated. Hearing this, Suishan had already guessed what had happened. "You guys?" He glared at the dozen boys in the small group, opening his arms and placing the coffee and milk on the tables at both sides. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are your eyes blind?" Seeing everyone's gazes focus on them, the boys in the small group immediately got anxious. The plump boy who had just crashed into the wall finally steadied himself, his eyes surveying the area like knives. First sweeping over Wang Yue and Nangong Jing, then glaring fiercely at Suishan. Then he extended his finger. "Don't think just because you're A rank that we're afraid of you. If you're sensible, just stay aside. If you dare help Wang Yue, we'll beat you all together." In the early stages, the gap between B rank and A rank is still relatively small, so it's entirely plausible for these dozen B rank students to take on 2 A ranks. "Wang Yue, I'm backing you up today." Suishan showed no fear, and after saying this, his right hand glimmered, and he directly took out an exquisitely mechanical submachine gun from his inventory. The surrounding boys tightly clenched their fists. He fixed a fierce stare at Suishan. The battle was about to break out. "What are you all doing up front, classmates?" At that moment, a kind male voice sounded. Everyone paused, looking toward the source of the voice. At the doorway of the compartment stood a short, stout middle-aged man with a brown bushy beard. Next to him were 2 elegantly behaving female attendants. The train conductor. "The conductor is here, let's go, let's go." The students who were originally watching the commotion quickly dispersed, returning to their own compartments. Seeing the crowd scatter, the conductor walked towards Wang Yue, the 3, and the group of boys. His nose was large and noticeable, his face wore a hearty smile, and he was dressed in a beige shirt, giving off a reliable and steady vibe. "Good thing I came early, or you might have really started fighting, ha ha." The conductor laughed heartily, extending his thick palm to pat the small boy next to him on the back. The small boy stumbled as he was hit, almost falling over right there. Upon seeing the conductor, the boys immediately calmed down. Suishan also holstered his submachine gun behind him, putting it back into the item slot. Children, you're all classmates going to study at Ainanwu High, why are you causing trouble here? The journey is long, why not calm down, look at the scenery outside, and make a few new friends. When you get to school, you will naturally have a stage to showcase yourselves. The conductor's voice was gentle, with a power that made people willing to listen, and the previously tense atmosphere gradually relaxed with his words. Wang Yue couldn't help but scrutinize this gentle conductor upon hearing those words. However, in the next second, a piece of information rushed into Wang Yue's mind like flowing light. Skill, Earth's Garment, costs 500 mana to enter a disguise state. In disguise state, armor and magic resistance increase by 30%, and one can freely modify their appearance and career panel. Modified career panel is false information and cannot take effect in reality. The state fails upon being attacked. Cooldown, 24 hours. That I see, I hear, I gain skill of the Heart Lotus Sovereign had activated. Chapter 53, Insect Manipulation Journal. For a moment, Wang Yue was a bit astonished. He stared blankly, trying to comprehend this information. Then he looked again at the conductor, who was chatting warmly with the students. Name, Yu Tyran. Race, human. Profession, Master Blacksmith, B. Level, 32. Health, 2640. Mana, 850. In other words, not only is this profession panel fake, but this conductor is also fake. Wang Yue found it hard to believe his eyes. The annual enrollment at the martial arts high school is a major event in the province that affects the foundation of the entire Ainan province. This special train is loaded with nearly 10,000 elite newcomers from the whole province, the hope of the whole province. There are not only many A-rank awakeners providing protection but also rumored to have an S-rank expert stationed on the train. Far from the laziness of Tianzhong prison. Under such conditions, how could there still be unofficial people sneaking onto the train? What kind of strength and courage must that take? Gazing at the conductor's consistently warm smile, Wang Yue felt a chill. This guy is definitely not normal. A powerful mental state and utmost confidence in one's own abilities are indispensable. There's even a high probability that other accomplices of his exist on this train. Perhaps sensing Wang Yue's gaze, the conductor glanced over in Wang Yue's direction. In an instant, their eyes collided. Wang Yue immediately looked away, pulled his body back, and sat properly in his seat. He opened the insect space behind him to check. Ant soldier count, 340/340. Ant guard count, 17/17. The number of soldier ants from the Blood River Ant Queen was full. Seeing this, Wang Yue felt a slight sense of relief. If this madman really dared to do something, with over 300 blood units combined with the Calamity Heaven Centipede and instant teleportation, he should be able to escape. Wang Yue took a long breath. As for this fake conductor, he thought it would be better not to provoke actively. After all, their target might not be him at all. As long as this train arrives safely in Ainan City, he wouldn't care what they wanted to do. What's wrong with you? You seem a bit uncomfortable. The voice of Nangong Jing came. Cough, cough, it's nothing, just a bit of motion sickness. Wang Yue quickly adjusted his state. At this moment, Suishan also returned to the compartment with 3 cups of drinks. Wang Yue, your coffee. And Wood Nugget, your milk. He placed 2 cups on the table and picked up 1 cup for himself to drink. Is the train conductor gone? Wang Yue held the cup's handle but did not drink. Suishan was sipping his coffee when he heard the question and nodded repeatedly. He swallowed a mouthful and slowly said, Gone, the train conductor is really a refined and easygoing person. Wang Yue sneakily looked towards the corridor outside. Sure enough, the person was gone. Wang Yue, what's wrong? Suishan asked curiously. Wang Yue let out a sigh. He looked at the 2 people beside him and finally said, It's nothing. But, you all better not sleep too deeply tonight, there's something off about this train. These 2 people have pretty good personalities and are sincere to others, Wang Yue still wanted to remind them. Ah. Suishan scratched his face, looking at Wang Yue with a complicated expression. Boom, boom. The train kept moving. Wang Yue never saw that train conductor again. As time passed, his mood gradually calmed down. After finishing lunch, it was the train's nap time. Wang Yue simply climbed onto his bed, preparing to read some books related to insect species. His bed was on the top level, which was a good position for observation. He opened his backpack, which was filled with thick books. Wang Yue randomly pulled out 1 book and began to read quietly. After a while, Wang Yue felt that this book was a bit too poorly made. Not only were there numerous typos throughout, but it also recorded various mythical insect species. At a glance, it was clearly made up for popularity. Wang Yue turned to the next page. A section of bold text caught his eye. The types of insect pets are divided into combat type, reserve type, reproductive type, weapon type, and fusion type. Among them, 80% of insect pets are combat type, which makes the other types extremely precious. Ordinary insect species are generally divided into egg period, larval period, transformation/nymph period, adult period, and full body period. But if it's a legendary tier insect species, it can break through the limitations of the full body period and enter the insect king period. Insect king period. Wang Yue's pupils slightly contracted. This is interesting. He continued to read downwards. However, above the insect king period, there are other stages. Mythical tier insects, after reaching a certain level, will break through the insect king period and enter the metamorphosis or fury period. These are two different paths. After the metamorphosis period, it will enter the insect species' final stage, the divine body period. Insects in the divine body period have distinct human traits and can even converse with humans. If the fury path is chosen, then the final stage corresponds to the fury prison period. Insects in the fury prison period generally exhibit the extreme specialization form of the insect. Their insect characteristics are significantly amplified. Insects in the fury prison period are the most powerful, but at the same time, their personalities are also more violent, and their intelligence still differs greatly from those in the divine body period. Wang Yue carefully read these words. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. This author really knows how to weave a tale. The explanation was so systematic that Wang Yue almost believed it. He turned to the next page. In an instant, Wang Yue's whole body stiffened. A familiar image suddenly appeared in the book. Calamity Sky Centipede, larval stage. In the picture, there was a long crimson centipede. With a helmet-like head, imposing antennae, and densely packed dark legs. Without a doubt, this was a sketch of a Calamity Sky Centipede. Wang Yue's throat rolled slightly. He could feel. His own breath was racing wildly. In the next second, he flipped the book to the title page. Record of Insect Control was published in the year 346 of the Final Era, author, Reg. This book was written 10 years ago. Wang Yue had consulted over 100 insect species encyclopedias. He was quite sure that the image of the catastrophic sky scorpion had never appeared in any known literature. This guy called Reg was telling the truth. Wang Yue gripped the book tightly, staring incredulously at the dense text on the page. After several seconds, his brain finally came back to him. He quickly flipped back to the first page and resumed reading carefully. As he read, Wang Yue couldn't help but sigh. Although this book recorded some mythical insect species skills and characteristics, it did not note the lower tiers of these mythical insect species. This meant that Wang Yue could not find the evolutionary path for the mythical insect species he needed from this book. Perhaps his unique talent truly was too difficult for others to understand. Chapter 54, The Banquet. However, knowing about the existence of the final stages, the divine body phase and the mad prison phase, Wang Yue still felt excited. After all of his insect pets were mythical, and how to choose the direction of evolution in the future was a question worth considering. For the next afternoon, Wang Yue was fully focused on reading Record of Insect Control. The entire book mainly recorded various insect species experiences and the author's personal encounters in different subspaces. After reading the whole book carefully, the sky outside had darkened. Looking at the plain book in his hand, Wang Yue became increasingly curious about the author named Reg. He wondered where he was now. If he could find him, it would surely help his growth journey immensely. Hey, Wang Yue, the banquet is about to start. A voice suddenly came from under the bed. It was Suishan. Wang Yue put down the book and leaned out. Banquet? Under the bed, Suishan and Nangong Jing were already dressed in suits. The two, who were already tall, appeared even more striking in their black suits. Yeah, nearly 10,000 new students in the province are already here, so the school specially prepared a welcome banquet on the train for me, and it will start in less than half an hour. Suishan said while looking at the watch on his wrist. Wang Yue fell silent. He had no idea about such good news. The tuxes are in the fitting room at the back of the compartment. Everyone has a custom suit with their name on it, Nangong Jing kindly added. Wang Yue nodded. Okay, I'll go change now. 10 minutes later. Wang Yue, dressed in a brand new white suit, came before the two. Wow. Wang Yue, looking good. You're even more handsome. Suishan laughed heartily and patted Wang Yue's back. But, why is your suit white? Nangong Jing asked in confusion. Maybe it was randomly assigned. Wang Yue shook his head. What's wrong with white? It matches Wang Yue's white hair even better. Suishan gave a thumbs up. While the three were chatting and laughing, more than a dozen boys from that small group in the morning walked over, laughing and joking. Bo good, this suit is really cool. I've never worn such a stylish outfit. Look at your demeanor, tone it down a bit during the banquet. I don't want to embarrass myself with you. Hey, Bo-gu, you're pretending, isn't this your first time wearing it too? The boys laughed and joked as they approached Wang Yue and the other two. Suddenly, they froze. Dozens of eyes turned simultaneously to the three. In an instant, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Nangong Jing and Suishan, who were already tall and elegant, alongside the strikingly proportioned Wang Yue, made a visual impact that stunned everyone. In contrast, the boys from the small group had various body shapes and sizes, although they wore custom suits. But when worn by them, it reveals a strong sense of nouveau riche. The broad and stout boy in the lead snorted coldly and marched straight past with his group. These guys deserve a good beating. Suishan raised his clenched fist. Forget it, let's head to the banquet car. Nangong Jing pushed Suishan and Wang Yue, walking toward the car ahead. After passing about 6 or 7 carriages, the scene before them suddenly opened up. The nearly 5-meter-high dome was adorned with several crystal chandeliers, illuminating the entire space like daylight. Beneath their feet was a soft wine-red velvet carpet, embroidered with intricate golden school emblem patterns. Wow! It feels right, it feels right. Suishan rubbed his hands excitedly. Indeed, such elegance is fit for me. Wang Yue looked around and saw that many classmates had already arrived. Some held crystal-clear wine glasses, elegantly toasting in the crowd, while others gathered on the velvet sofas, sipping and whispering. There were also students grabbing handfuls of snacks, stuffing them into their mouths, causing nearby people to laugh. This car seems a bit larger? Wang Yue couldn't help but ask curiously. Nangong Jing nodded. As far as I know, the Anwu train has 10 such banquet cars, each 4 to 5 times larger than normal carriages. While they spoke, Suishan had already brought several plates of exquisite pastries to Wang Yue and Nangong Jing. Hey, what are you two waiting for? Eat up, or there won't be any left. Nangong Jing frowned. Can you not embarrass us? We're not here just for a buffet. He looked at the stage in the center of the banquet hall and said with a serious tone, once the banquet starts, the school leaders will present us with the martial arts certificates. Martial arts certificates? Suishan asked curiously, his mouth full of food. This is the most important thing for students at a martial arts university. Don't tell me you don't know. Nangong Jing crossed his arms over his chest, looking disdainfully at Suishan. Suishan laughed instead of getting angry. You really know a lot about martial arts universities, dreaming all day about going to Wugao, huh? Hearing this, Nangong Jing was momentarily speechless, revealing a serious expression on his face. Wang Yue also couldn't help but ask, isn't the martial arts certificate just a student ID? Nangong Jing shook his head, not quite. Each martial arts certificate records the student's martial arts points. Martial arts points? Wang Yue and Suishan both asked in unison. Exactly. Our ability to graduate from the martial arts university relies almost entirely on these martial arts points. After 4 years, only if our martial arts points reach a target score can we obtain a martial arts license and successfully graduate. Otherwise, we'll only receive a certificate of study, indicating that the student attended a martial arts university, but didn't graduate. Nangong Jing quietly explained. Huh? Are you kidding? Suishan immediately waved his fist. What's the point of going to Wugao without a martial arts license? I might as well go to a technical school. Nangong Jing sneered. Do you think getting into a martial arts university means it's all over? That's just the beginning. Annan Province has nearly 10,000 students entering martial arts universities each year, but in the end, less than 40% actually graduate. Hearing this, Suishan was completely stunned, as if his worldview had been severely shaken. So how do we earn martial arts points? Wang Yue asked. Trials. Nangong Jing's expression darkened as he spoke quietly. Over these 4 years, we need to constantly participate in various trials. Sometimes in teamwork, sometimes solo, or even competing against each other. The main examiner will assign us different martial arts points based on our performance in the trials. The martial arts points we earn will be stored in our personal martial arts certificates. So, if we lose this document halfway, the only outcome waiting for us is a certificate of study. Chapter 55, just a brief introduction. Upon hearing this, Suishan's face fell in disappointment. It turns out, it's like this. He slowly lowered his raised right hand. I thought, once I entered the martial high, everything would be fine. Hearing this news, Wang Yue also fell into deep thought. Before, he only knew that to graduate smoothly from a martial arts university, a certain amount of effort was required. But a completion rate of over 60% still surprised Wang Yue slightly. As for the martial arts license, Wang Yue felt he must have it. After all, holding a martial arts license would make it very convenient to join the army to participate in wars or to retrieve treasures from the subspace. These cutting-edge places are completely different worlds from the safe zones. Only by standing here can one obtain extraordinary resources and see a broader world. Such a hard-won opportunity, Wang Yue could not easily give up. As he talked with the 2 people next to him, Wang Yue noticed many gazes gathering from all directions. Suddenly, a girl with twin ponytails ran up with her head down, directly coming to stand before him. Her cheeks flushed red, and taking a deep breath, she said, "Why you hello can we get to know each other? My name is..." Just as the girl was about to introduce herself, a sudden excited scream came from behind her. "Damn! S-Class, it's really S-Class!" Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Under the golden archway of the banquet hall, a tall and slender figure suddenly froze. She stood in the center of the halo, wearing a shimmering golden evening gown, her long, slender white legs exposed beneath the high-slitted skirt, as straight as blades. The moment she stepped in, the entire banquet hall seemed to have been pressed into mute by an invisible pressure. Behind her, 9 golden foxtails spread out like an imperial curtain, swaying gracefully. A pair of charming fox eyes, though not looking at anyone, had already overshadowed the entire venue with their presence. It's the young lady of the Su family from Dongji City, one of the 3 S-Class awakened beings in the province. Gorgeous, so beautiful. Those who can awaken to S-Class professions are indeed different from us common folks. Quick, step aside, don't block Miss Su's path. After being shocked for a long time, the crowd finally erupted into waves of admiration. Wang Yue looked at the girl who walked into the hall. Name, Suli. Race, human. Profession, golden-haired nine-tailed fox, S. Level, 19. Health, 11,200. Mana, 4,900. Seeing these numbers, Wang Yu's heart tightened. No wonder it was a genuine S-Class profession. Compared to the fake S-Class of Xiejuchen before, it was like the difference between a brave warrior and a ghost. Moreover, with similar levels, this golden-haired nine-tailed fox's health was almost double that of the Heart Lotus Monarch, looking like a melee combat class. Thinking that such a stunning girl was fighting bloodily in the sea of monsters, Wang Yue felt it was very incongruous. As Suli entered the car, the banquet hall door slammed shut. She walked to the center of the hall, and her entire being seemed to be enveloped in an invisible force field. Wherever she passed, the air became stagnant. The students retreated like a tide, forming a distinct vacuum zone around her. Is this S-Class? It's the first time I've seen one. Suishan watched Suli from afar, his face slightly pale. It's hard to imagine that in the future we will be classmates with such a person. Wang Yue stood in the corner of the hall, silently watching Suli. Suddenly, he saw Suli's long eyes throwing a playful glance in his direction. At the same time, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Wang Yue was taken aback. Does this girl know him? Just then, a crisp sound suddenly rang above his head. In the next second, the entire banquet hall fell dark. Only colorful ambient lights drifted around the hall. To all the students of Annan Martial High, welcome aboard the Annan ship. A beam of light shone down from above the stage, and a middle-aged man dressed in a formal suit stood in the light, his voice steady and clear. May you all relax and enjoy communication at this banquet, which is a welcoming feast prepared for you by the school, and this also symbolizes the formal start of your martial arts journey. Next, I will present to each of you the core certificate of being a student at the Annan Martial Arts University, the Martial Arts Certificate. Please activate it and be sure to take good care of it, as this certificate is directly related to your graduation qualifications. If lost or damaged, it will severely impact your academic progress. As soon as the words fell, 2 rows of female attendants in uniforms quietly entered from either side of the hall. They held a stack of glossy, silver cards that shone with a metallic gleam, moving gracefully and orderly towards the students present. One attendant slowly approached Wang Yue, slightly bowed, and solemnly handed him a silver card with both hands. Following this, she went to Nangong Jing and Suishan, completing the same ceremony. Wang Yue looked down at the card in his hand, and he saw that the card seemed alive, emanating a soft blue glow the moment he touched it. 2 lines of glowing text suddenly appeared on it. Name, Wang Yue. Martial arts points, 0. Simple as it was, there was no other information apart from the name and points. Please activate your martial arts certificate, ensure the information is correct, and keep it safe. Next, enjoy the performance prepared by the school, and fully enjoy this pre-enrollment train dinner. The middle-aged man on stage finished his words and stepped down. At the same time, a woman wearing a mask and holding a microphone stepped onto the stage. Under the gazes of the students, she began to sing loudly. Seeing this scene, the students relaxed from the previous shock and began to chat and enjoy the music. Yet they still didn't dare to approach Suli at the center of the hall. I wonder how many martial arts points we need to gather in order to graduate smoothly. Suishan stared at his martial arts certificate with dissatisfaction. This classmate. Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out behind Suishan. Suishan was taken aback and turned his head instantly. He saw Suli behind him, playfully wagging 9 golden foxtails. Whoa! Suishan shivered and quickly retreated to the side. What do you want? Wang Yue and Nangong Jing, standing behind, stiffened in surprise. Suli covered her mouth and giggled, Are you Wang Yue's friend? Hearing this, Suishan shot a frantic pleading look at Wang Yue. Wang Yue, do you know her? Seeing the other party approach, Wang Yue had no choice but to step forward. Suli, may I ask what you need from me? Suli smiled mischievously and suddenly leaned close to Wang Yue. Don't be so nervous. I just want to get to know you. Chapter 56 Endless Reed Fields. Seeing Wang Yue silent, Suli squinted her eyes and showed a charming smile. Wang Yue, how about we play a little game? As she spoke, Suli extended a slender finger adorned with pink long nails. Whoosh! In an instant, a skull glowing with pink phosphorescence appeared out of nowhere. The next second, it slowly floated towards Wang Yue. Hey! What do you want? Nangong Jing's face changed. He swiftly drew a dark purple sword from its scabbard. Wang Yue, be careful. Suishan also tensed up and instinctively stepped back a few steps. But Suli seemed unfazed, pouting in a wrong manner. Oh come on, why be so fierce towards me? Nangong Jing and Suishan exchanged glances, their expressions resembling someone watching a madman. Suli glanced at the unmoving Wang Yue, her demeanor becoming increasingly wild. Wang Yue, this is a little gift I prepared for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the pink skull suddenly accelerated, charging straight towards Wang Yue. Hey Wang Yue! Get out of the way! Suishan reacted quickly, reaching out to grab Wang Yue. Slap! A crisp sound of impact rang out. Wang Yue reached out his right hand and caught the pink skull directly. The skull floated with an eerie pink light. In Wang Yue's hands, she struggled slightly, but could no longer move an inch. He quietly looked at the dazed girl in front of him. Suli, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. After speaking, Wang Yue threw the skull and left without looking back. Remaining, Nangong Jing and Suishan stared blankly at Suli, and after a few seconds, they hurriedly turned around to follow Wang Yue's steps. Suli stood frozen in place, her face full of disappointment. It seemed as if a precious wish had fallen through. She slowly turned her head to look at Wang Yue's departing back, snorting coldly. Not fun at all. At the same time, with Wang Yue and the others. Are all these S-class people so strange? Suishan walked in the bright corridor, pounding his chest. Crazy woman. There were so many good things at the banquet, and I didn't eat a single bite. Nangong Jing glanced at Suishan speechlessly, then turned to Wang Yue and said, Aren't you afraid she will hurt you? Not afraid, I think she is actually very rational. Wang Yue answered while walking. Just now, facing Suli, Wang Yue really felt that way. This girl named Suli was just enjoying the process of teasing others. So he didn't even look at the skill information provided by the Heart Lotus Master and directly went for the grab. Oh, Nangong Jing nodded thoughtfully. Hey, you two, look. There's a huge field of reeds outside. Suishan suddenly shouted excitedly, as if he had found some treasure. Hearing this, Wang Yue instinctively looked outside the window. Under the boundless moonlight, there was a vast sea of reeds. Tall silver-white flower clusters swayed in the wind. Serene and holy, as if it were two different worlds from the luxurious carriage inside. Wow, it's really spectacular. Suishan leaned against the car window, shaking his head with a sigh. Wang Yue and Nangong Jing also paused by the window, gazing at the seemingly magical expanse of reeds. Suddenly, a brownish figure sprang up from the reeds. Then, it completely disappeared. Wang Yue stared blankly outside. Hey, did you guys see that? What? Nangong Jing and Suishan turned their heads, looking curiously at Wang Yue. A creature that looked like a mud lump. Wang Yue was quite confident in his eyes, since merging with the heart source moth, his vision had been incredibly sharp. Just now, he clearly saw a brownish figure. Must be reeds. Suishan turned his head and looked outside again. No, definitely not reeds, it was alive. Wang Yue stepped a few steps closer to the window, trying to find that creature's trace again. But on the vast, boundless reed field, there was no sign of any movement. It was so quiet it made one feel uneasy. Maybe it's some kind of wild animal. Nangong Jing crossed his arms, also carefully observing the scenery outside the window. After watching for a few more minutes, Wang Yue still did not find that brownish figure. He sighed. Maybe I am overthinking it. After all, with such a large reed field, it would not be strange to have wild animals living there. He didn't need to dwell so much on the details. Perhaps the psychological hints brought by that fake train conductor made Wang Yue feel nervous deep inside. After the three returned to the compartment, they went to change and wash up. The train specially prepared pajamas for each student, truly thoughtful. Once Wang Yue slipped into bed, the banquet officially ended, and a group of laughing students rushed back to the compartment. Wang Yue lay quietly on the soft bed, quietly gazing at the students below who were talking and laughing, feeling no envy. It wasn't that he didn't care about campus friendships, rather, he thought that friendship was about quality, not quantity. That night. Boom, boom. The majestic and steady Anwu train continued to travel steadily along its predetermined track. In each carriage, the students slept peacefully and sweetly. Wang Yue lay on the upper bunk, his eyes slightly open, continuously contemplating the series of events that happened after getting on the train. The fake train conductor, the martial arts credentials, the figure in the reed field. He felt that something was a bit off. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, loudly entering Wang Yue's ears. Wang Yue was startled and immediately sat up from his bed. The entire carriage began to shake violently. The next second, a tremendous explosion sounded from the front of the train. Boom! The whole carriage seemed to crash into a mountain and came to a sudden halt. The enormous inertia threw Wang Yue's body into the air. Wang Yue reacted quickly, grabbing the edge of his bed, using the force from the inertia to jump to the ground. In the instant he landed, he saw Nangong Jing, who was sleeping on the second bunk, also jumping down from his bed, stumbling before steadying himself on the wooden floor. Thud! A muffled sound came, along with Suishan's painful voice. Hiss! Ah! He lay flat on the floor, rubbing his head. Then, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart, he pushed himself up and glanced around in confusion. What the heck? Hiss, it hurts. Wang Yue and Nangong Jing quietly looked around without speaking. Outside the compartment, cries of pain rang out from the other students. What the hell is going on? I feel like I'm going to break apart. My head, is there a healer to help me out here? Wait, why did the train suddenly stop? Nangong Jing silently walked to the window and pulled aside the heavy curtain. The scene before them instantly stunned both of them. Outside the train window, pure moonlight spilled in, reflecting off the endless fields of reeds. Chapter 57, Stay or Go. Just as Wang Yue and Nangong Jing were in shock, a bright light peeked in from behind the curtain of the compartment. Suishan, sitting on the ground, finally realized what was happening. He lowered his right hand that was covering his head, gritted his teeth, and his expression became extremely serious. Hey, are you all okay? A girl with braided hair peeked her head in through the curtain. In her right hand, a dazzling orb of light shone brightly. I'm a priest from the Holy Hall. Do you have any light-based professions? It seems the train's power has gone out. Suishan stood up from the floor and shook his head. The braid girl let out a sigh and walked towards the next compartment. The train stopped? Suishan's expression carried a hint of disbelief. Wang Yue nodded, let's go out and take a look. The three of them exited the compartment, only to find the carriage shrouded in darkness, with only a few students who knew light magic holding faint glows in their hands. Outside the window, the endless reeds stretched out as before. The bright moonlight poured in through the train windows, carrying a sense of desolation. Where are the attendants, where are they? They're gone, all the train staff have vanished. Shit, is there anyone around to help us? The whole carriage was immediately filled with panicked screams. The attendants who used to come running at the sound of a bell had now completely disappeared, not a single one in sight. The three of them pressed against the wall, cautiously observing their surroundings. Hey! It looks like the train door is broken. A boy stumbled to the door in the dark and started feeling around on it with his hands. Bang! Then, with one kick, he kicked the door open, revealing a silent stretch of reed fields outside. What the hell are you doing kicking the door open? What if a bad guy comes in? A student immediately voiced discontent with this rough behavior. Quit kidding, even if I don't kick, others in the other carriages will. It's better to go out early and see what's really happening. After he spoke, the boy leaped out of the carriage, landing on the ground outside, disappearing from Wang Yue's sight. Some bolder students also poked their heads out, surveying everything outside. Doesn't seem to be anything out there? Many people have come down, we should go take a look too. As they spoke, a few students followed the first boy and jumped off the train. Driven by a crazed sense of exploration, within minutes, more than half of the students on the train had rushed outside. Hey, let's go out and take a look too. Suishan looked at the two. Wang Yue nodded, waiting here was no different from sitting and waiting for death. The three of them jumped off the carriage. The tracks stretched forward across the wildland. A dozen meters away on both sides, they were tightly surrounded by an endless expanse of reeds. The height of the reeds was at least 2 or 3 meters, the flower spikes were nearly withered white, yet the stems and leaves remained lush green. The moonlight was exceptionally bright, pouring down from the high sky, even brighter than inside the carriage. Nangong Jing took a few steps closer to the reed field, carefully observing. Suishan discovered this reed field for the first time when we received our martial arts certificates and were on our way back to the compartment. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening then. It is now 1:30 a.m., and the Anwu train is a special grade express, traveling at about 60 kilometers per hour. At this point, Nangong Jing narrowed his eyes. By this calculation, this reed field has already extended 330 kilometers. And from our current position, we still cannot see the end. What? Suishan was dumbfounded and hurried to catch up with Nan Gongjing. Hey, you must be mistaken. What kind of reed field could be this big? Nan Gongjing sighed, so, I think this matter is not simple. While Nan Gongjing was calculating, many students had already begun to explore this reed field. Thousands of students descended from the sky, resembling a dense swarm of ants, some clinging to the edge of the reed field, while others had already burrowed into the reeds. So, now we have a crucial question. Nan Gongjing turned back, silently looking at the two. Should we stay here or go deeper into the reed field? Suishan looked speechless. Does it even need to be said? Of course, it's stay here. Go deeper to take a look. Nan Gongjing and Suishan shouted out simultaneously. As the words fell, both of them were stunned. Are you kidding me, Nan Gongjing? Stay in this place to wait and die? Suishan yelled. Are you an idiot? This reed field is totally abnormal. Nan Gongjing crossed his arms and, unable to endure, closed his eyes. Then he huffed, forget it, I don't want to talk to a fool like you. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and looked at Wang Yue. Right, Wang Yue, I remember on the morning you boarded the train, you seemed to have mentioned that something was off about this train. Nan Gongjing's expression held a hint of expectation. Did you find something that you can tell us? Hearing this, Suishan also leaned closer. Looking at the eager faces, Wang Yue directly said, our train conductor is an imposter. At this statement, Nan Gongjing and Suishan seemed frozen in place. For Wang Yue, he and the students on the train were already in the same boat, so he had no need to hold back this information. However, that was all secondary. The main thing was that Wang Yue thought the character of the two before him was decent, and they could be friends. So even without the prior conditions, Wang Yue would still tell them this piece of information. Imposter? Suishan's eyes widened. I don't understand, what does it mean to be an imposter? The conductor used a disguise skill, allowing him to alter his appearance and occupation freely. Wang Yue continued explaining. Upon hearing this, the two were even more shocked to the point of speechlessness. Wow, Wang Yue, you actually noticed this? Suishan said in disbelief. But if that's the case, then staying here does indeed pose some risks. Nan Gongjing's expression grew serious. I told you, I felt something was off here long ago. Suishan declared proudly, come on, let's go see what the hell this reed field really is. No way. Nan Gongjing looked around. Don't you notice that the number of classmates around us is slowly decreasing? Come on, that's because everyone went into the reed field. No, this reed field is so eerie. If it were a first exploration, they would definitely turn back after moving forward for a short distance. But look at the current situation, students keep entering without a single one coming out. Suishan immediately looked towards the direction of the reed fields, but the more he looked, the heavier his expression became. It really is like this. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At that moment, a rough shout rang out. A group of more than a dozen boys was swaggering over a short distance away. It was the small group that had clashed with Wang Yue and the other two earlier. The boys, wearing all kinds of pajamas, walked over confidently. Cowards will always be cowards, a bunch of softies, what excuses are you making for yourselves? The chubby boy at the front bragged loudly at the three brothers. Let these three guys see what a real man is. Chapter 58, Big Fish Eats Small Fish. This loud shout instantly attracted many classmates. Watching the group about to enter the reed fields, the students showed eager expressions. God, you guys really have guts. Brothers, can you help me find a student named Xiao Ben? He hasn't come out since he went in. Everyone be careful, we will wait for you to return. Hearing these words, the chubby boy couldn't hide his excitement. He glanced at Wang Yue and led his group of brothers over. I told you, you've got to see things to believe it. A bunch of little sprouts in a greenhouse, the more you think you are special, the more afraid you are to die. Wang Yue looked silently at the boy, making no retort. After all, having a fool to explore the path for him was something he was quite willing to have. The chubby boy turned his head again, looking at the students behind him. Classmates, don't worry, we are smart, we won't go and die for nothing. After saying that, the boys suddenly displayed their weapons, pulling out long swords, machetes, sickles, and other tools. They approached the reed fields, cutting through everything in their path. Onlookers immediately showed admiration in their eyes. Wow, why didn't I think of just cutting down these reeds? Amazing, amazing, at critical times, we still rely on them. The crowd was busy hacking away, and in less than 10 minutes, they carved out a deep path. At the end of the path, the chubby boy wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted, what a crappy reed field, I think you are just scaring yourselves, huh? Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter one after another. Suddenly, a boy froze in his tracks. You see, what is that? The crowd followed the boy's finger to look into the field. they saw a towering wave of mud rushing towards them in the direction of the boys. In an instant, everyone froze. Hey! Come back! Suishan was the first to react, rushing to the front of the crowd, shouting at the boys. Ah! The chubby boy frowned, looking at Suishan in confusion. Don't make me laugh. If you don't dare to come yourself, then just... Before he could finish, the ground beneath the boy's feet trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The dirt on the ground began to loosen crazily. What? Fear appeared on the chubby boy's face for the first time. Before they could react, a muddy giant mouth burst from the ground. Whoosh! The massive shadow instantly covered the onlookers. In the moonlight, the terrifying huge mouth swallowed the more than a dozen boys in an instant. A magnificent and towering mound of mud shot into the sky. Until it leaped out of the mud surface, everyone finally saw what it looked like. It was a giant catfish. Its body was dirty, rather, it was almost entirely made of mud. Boom! With another tail swipe, it leaped back into the mud, splattering mud everywhere. The boys who had been cutting with fervor just moments ago instantly seemed to have never existed, completely vanished. One boy fell to the ground, covered in mud. The remaining students turned pale, screaming and crowding towards the train in a frenzy. Students in the distance still didn't know what had happened here, seeing so many students rush into the train. Strange eyes turned towards him one after another. However, in the next second, from the distance of the reeds, that gigantic mud catfish leapt into the sky again, swallowing several students whole. Holy crap, no. Now the students were all in a panic, scrambling into the train. Wang Yue didn't flee, instead, he stood still, finally getting a clear look at the mud catfish's display panel. Name, Mud Abyss Catfish Puppet. Race, Element. Grade, None. Level, 39. Health, 58,400. Mana, 3,600. At the same time, the Heart Lotus Master skill activated, instantly analyzing a skill. Skill, Earth Armor, passive immune to poison damage. Reduces 80% of lightning damage, fire damage, and physical damage. Can continuously recover health in the earth. It turned out to be a level 39 wild monster, and it had no grade. The strange creature he caught a glimpse of in the reeds should be this thing. But such a setup was simply too bizarre. Wang Yue frowned slightly. Hey! Let's hurry back to the train. The voice of Suishan sounded in his ear, and before Wang Yue could react, he grabbed Wang Yue's arm, pulling him back with all his might. Whoosh! Not far away, the mountain-like mud catfish leapt up again, its massive body momentarily hanging in the air due to inertia. Then, it shook violently, instantly flinging countless huge blobs of mud. Chunks of mud the size of hills flew out, landing directly around the train. One of them landed squarely at the door of Wang Yue's car. Dozens of round, ball-like creatures with hands and feet and only a large mouth on their faces crawled out of the mud. Some charged towards Wang Yue and the others, while others dashed straight into the carriage. Name, Sludge Egg. Race, Element. Grade, None. Level, 15. Health, 500. Mana, 30. Seeing this scene, Suishan cursed under his breath and let go of Wang Yue's arm. He pulled out a mechanical submachine gun and unleashed a torrent of fire at the rushing sludge eggs. Nangong Jing also drew out his purple sword, bringing two fingers together and swiping across the blade, igniting a faint red flame. Swish! With one swing, he cleaved a sludge egg in half. However, just as they finished clearing the mud monsters in front of them, more sludge eggs surged in from all directions. Additionally, many sludge eggs charged straight towards the carriage door, and screams erupted from within. Holy crap! Hurry up and kill these monsters. Why don't you go? You think we're all idiots? Run! This thing will eat people. Seeing this, Wang Yue summoned a dozen Blood River Ant soldiers. Since the Blood River Ant mother had already reached level 17, the Blood River Ant soldiers also leveled up to 12, entering the larval stage. Their white jade exoskeletons had grown sharp spikes at the edges, making them look even more dangerous. At the same time, the originally normal large jaws had now greatly elongated, resembling two sharp tusks crossing each other. Facing the endless sludge eggs, the Blood River Ant soldiers showed no fear. One ant soldier opened its jaws wide in an exaggerated manner, like a pair of scissors, charging fiercely at the enemy. Clash. Minus 514. With a flash of cold light, a sludge egg was instantly sliced in half. With the disciplined ant soldiers joining the battle, the positions of hunter and prey immediately switched, turning the assault of the sludge eggs into a slaughter against them. In less than a few minutes, the situation on Wang Yue's side was completely under control, even showing signs of a counterattack. The ground was littered with sludge egg corpses, while the dozen or so Blood River Ant soldiers had hardly suffered any injuries. Chapter 59, Provocation from Suli. Wang Yue, are these epic insectoids all yours? Sui-shan asked, holding his gun with one hand, glancing around in shock. Even Nangong Jing showed a look of astonishment. You all keep the carriage safe, I'll be back soon, Wang Yue said expressionlessly, directly summoning a black hole on the ground. Buzz! A gigantic blood river ant guard charged out, carrying Wang Yue on its back and soaring into the sky. Wang Yue stood atop the ant guard, which was as big as a helicopter, chasing into the reed fields. A giant wave surged through the air. At the same time, looking down at the situation below. On the ground, thick blobs of goo burst out from the reed fields, rushing towards each train car. Some students, having no way to retreat, had to come out of the train cars, facing an endless swarm of mud monsters. Some students were carefree. Yet others were swallowed whole by the goo, struggling wildly as they were completely pulled underground. Xiao Chen. No. Help. Can someone save my girlfriend? She was taken underground by that monster. Stop talking nonsense, just give me a sip. I'm about to pass out. Help me, help me. I'm about to be eaten, ah. In an instant, the ground lit up with various colors. Spell barriers, wild blade strikes, fire blasts. Just a glance, and the skills used by these classmates were quickly stored in Wang Yue's seed bank. In just 10 seconds, the skills had already reached dozens. Wang Yue was also taken aback, he didn't expect this to happen, truly an unexpected gain. Although the skills were quite basic, they should still be somewhat useful after upgrading through cultivation seeds. As he flew forward, Wang Yue discovered Su Li's figure. She was laughing and playfully tossing a few pink skulls, devouring the goo around her. Oh! Suddenly, Su Li stood upright, gathering her 9 thick tails behind her. She lifted her head, her fox-like eyes looking up at Wang Yue in the sky. Classmate Wang Yue, hello, you're here. She smiled slightly, greeting Wang Yue. Wang Yue did not respond but looked into the distance instead. In the reed fields, a tremendous wave of mud was rushing towards Su Li. He believed a proper S rank would be able to handle such a non-tier giant creature. Why not take this chance to see Su Li's true strength and collect some of her skill effects? Su Li was still grinning, suddenly, her expression turned serious. She turned her head, gazing deep into the reed fields. Behind the tall reeds, a massive wave of mud splashed on both sides. The next second. Swish! Su Li's figure instantly vanished from her spot. Almost simultaneously. Boom! A giant mud catfish burst out from the reeds, covering the sky like a mountain of mud crashing down. It opened its gigantic mud mouth, aiming for where Su Li had just been, swallowing down. Wang Yue glanced and found Su Li had already reached the back of the mud catfish. The small golden figure was almost invisible on the mountain-like mud catfish. Wang Yue was taken aback. He opened the panel of the Heart Lotus Lord and found no record of Su Li's skills in the seed bank. This meant this girl purely relied on agility to dodge that giant mouth. On the mud catfish, Su Li's golden pupils suddenly lit up. Her hands became claws, and golden fierce light burst from her 10 delicate fingers. Clang! In the next moment, she pierced straight out from the mud catfish. Behind her, there was a golden afterimage. That afterimage moved just like Su Li, also piercing through the mud catfish in an instant. Then came the second afterimage, the third afterimage. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A total of 8 afterimages followed Su Li's trajectory, piercing through the enormous mud catfish within 0.5 seconds. If it weren't for Wang Yue's enhanced vision, he wouldn't have been able to see the details of these afterimages. In the next moment, 9-fold damage erupted. -115. -138. -165. -412. -495. 9 damage numbers, each one higher than the last. It should be known that this mud catfish had an 80% damage reduction against physical damage. Under normal circumstances, if Su Li's remaining golden afterimages did not dodge within 0.5 seconds, this skill could directly deal over 10,000 damage. Seeing this scene, the Heart Lotus Lord's skill activated instantly. Skill, Golden Hair Ninetales, passive using any attack skill with displacement will produce 8 golden afterimages, which will repeat the skill use, each time causing 20% more damage than the last. Skill, Malice Skill, consumes 50 mana, dashes forward a distance, and deals 150% attack, physical damage. Cooling, 0.8 seconds. The first skill, directly repeating the skill 8 times. And the effect of the second skill is simple, but with a cooldown of less than 1 second, it can be said to have full flexibility. Su Li fell to the ground, leaning forward to stop herself. She looked at the catfish with confusion, seemingly baffled by such low damage. Then, she glanced at Wang Yue in the air. It seemed to tell him that she wasn't weak and should not be underestimated. The next second, she suddenly transformed into a golden light, charging towards the catfish again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suli continued to attack and penetrate, and in just a few seconds, she forcefully used killer intent to carve away a chunk of the catfish's health. Only when the catfish's massive body completely sank underground did Suli stop her assault. She transformed into a golden light, rushing to Wang Yue's side. Her face was full of excitement, with a hint of fierce light. It was as if she had thoroughly enjoyed killing. Wang Yue. This big catfish is just perfect as a sandbag. Why don't you let me see? A student who can single-handedly fend off an S-rank escapee, what kind of strength do you really have? What are you going to use to fight it? Your legendary grade bug pet? Ha ha ha. Although legendary grade bug pets are very rare, they are not unseen by an S-rank capable of standing tall in the entire province. Suli's family possesses a piece of legendary grade equipment, passed down through generations. After Suli successfully awakened her S-rank profession, the head of the Su family decided to hand this equipment over to her soon. Wang Yue ignored this crazy woman. Instead, he manipulated the Blood River ant to fly away. Hey! Why are you leaving again? Suli spread her 9 foxtails wide, which somewhat slowed her descent. However, the next second, she widened her eyes and hurriedly used a skill to charge up to a higher altitude. Boom! In an instant, the huge catfish leaped out from the ground, once again attempting to swallow Suli. Its health was already full again. You stupid catfish, can you catch me? Suli's golden pupils narrowed to a point, with a face full of arrogance. You should go after that foolish insect trainer instead. That would be fairer for you. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. However, this expression only stayed on Suli's face for a second. The next moment, the giant catfish's entire body suddenly swelled up, instantaneously exploding into a mess. Chapter 60, The Divine Gun Comet. Bang! The catfish, already as large as a mountain, exploded completely, and the sky was instantly covered with flying mud. Suli, still in midair, was instantly engulfed by the mud. When the mud finally settled, Suli was completely wrapped in a mass of black soil. She struggled madly, her face showing panic for the first time. The catfish's self-destruct skill had completely trapped Suli, rendering her unable to use any movement skills. And beneath Suli, the falling mass of mud began to gather towards a heart-like mud ball, gradually forming a huge mud mountain, resembling the original catfish. It opened its huge mouth, aiming at Suli falling from the sky, ready to swallow her. No. No way. How could this happen? Suli opened her mouth wide, her face filled with disbelief, showing even her 2 sharp tiger teeth. She was plummeting rapidly from the air. Help, save me. At this moment, Suli finally put aside her earlier arrogance and shouted at Wang Yue. Go. Wang Yue extended a finger, and a black hole opened, with a blood river ant rushing straight towards her. It caught Suli in midair and then hesitated back to Wang Yue's side. Can you stay in the car and behave? Wang Yue gave the mud-covered Suli a speechless glance. Suli gritted her teeth tightly, her flushed face still showing signs of fear, but more so shame and unwillingness. The mud was slightly dry now, and she exerted all her strength to break through the mud ball. Then she leaped off the ant and transformed into a golden light rushing towards the ground. Wang Yue sighed slightly and continued to look at the catfish, finding that it had already started charging forward. It seemed to realize that the 2 people in front of it were not tasty, so it ran off to eat someone else. Wang Yue continued to control the ant guards, following closely behind. He had already discovered that as the mud catfish increased its number of victims, its health limit was slowly growing. Now trapped in this reed field, if left unchecked, he didn't know how things would develop in the end. Moreover, there was a core inside that mud catfish, which was heart-like, not small in size, and seemed to harbor some secrets. The fact that this fish could grow so large in the wilderness must have its reasons. Seizing this opportunity, he thought to break it open and take a look. However, this mud catfish was skilled at burrowing underground, and every time it entered the earth, its health would rapidly regenerate. Unless it was dealt a fatal blow to kill it instantly, there really wasn't a good way to handle it. Ahead, the mud catfish leapt up again, swallowing many students in one bite. The previously decent defense line collapsed instantly. Countless students ran away in panic, their fear palpable. Yet among the fleeing crowd, there was a girl who still faced the giant mud catfish head-on. She held a silver spear, stepping steadily forward. Around her, dirt was flying, but not a speck fell onto her high ponytail, fluttering in the wind. When the mud catfish leaped the next time, the girl timed it perfectly and crouched down. Her right foot stomped down, as if it was nailed to the ground. Her left shoulder pointed towards the mud catfish, holding the spear aloft with one hand. In an instant, the spear radiated a massive surge of energy. Break! With a loud shout, the girl twisted her slender waist, and the silver spear flew towards the mud catfish as if it had a life of its own. The silver spear, carrying immense energy, dashed forward, leaving a streak of silver like a shooting star, directly aimed at the giant mud catfish. Third form comet. Boom! The silver spear pierced into the mud catfish's body, instantly creating a massive vacuum explosion. The left side of the mud catfish exploded, leaving an astonishingly large tunnel, revealing the night sky behind it. At the same time, its health had already been decreased by a notch. Minus 3,741. With 80% physical damage reduction, it still struck nearly 4,000 damage. In normal calculations, that's nearly 20,000 damage. Skill information flowed into Wang Yue's sea of consciousness. Skill Third Form Comet, charge for up to 5 seconds, launching the spear in hand, dealing 100% attack, 500% attack power, physical damage to targets in its path. The larger the target, the higher the damage. Can be increased up to 330%? Cooldown, 15 seconds. Wang Yue then looked at the girl's profession panel. Name, Wu Linyue. Race, human. Profession, Divine Spear, S. Level, 9. Health, 8,900. Mana, 0. She was only level 9, yet could deal such massive damage, making Wang Yue unable to help but marvel slightly. If she developed into a powerhouse in the future, she would surely be terrifying. However, the girl was not facing a city wall but a mud catfish with a peculiar mechanism. After being injured, the mud catfish immediately burrowed into the ground, starting to recover health. Plus 221, plus 203, plus 215. Wang Yue could even see the green numbers rising from the ground. While recovering, the mud catfish crazily burrowed towards the girl named Wu Linyue underground. Due to its massive size, it reached Wu Linyue's feet in less than 10 seconds. As the mud catfish leaped out from underground, Wu Linyue also used the momentum to leap and barely dodged the mud catfish's monstrous mouth. She jumped into the air, turning to shout at the scattered students below, "Everyone, don't panic. This monster has an extremely strong healing ability, we need to work together to take it down. If we drag this out any longer, we will all die." Her voice carried a strong aura, resonating around them. However, the students on the ground still fled on their own, completely ignoring Wu Linyue. Seeing this scene, Wu Linyue's expression turned urgent. "Hey! Are you all hearing me? We don't have much time left. If we let this monster continue to grow, no one will escape this reed field." Hearing this, some students finally stopped in their tracks. They turned to look at Wu Linyue in the sky. What a joke! How can we cooperate? Do you really think everyone is like you, an S rank? Wu Linyue, you are S rank. With great power comes great responsibility. You are qualified to cover our retreat. Wu Linyue gritted her white teeth and couldn't help but shout, "Even if you get into the carriage, you can't escape this monster's big mouth. Ducking into the reeds is just waiting to die. Stop being stubborn. Listening to my command might save us." The surrounding classmates finally paused and looked at Wu Linyue, asking, "Then tell us, how can we kill this big mudfish?" Wu Linyue charged forward, narrowly dodging the mud catfish's massive tail swing. "I'll hold this monster back. You gather the nearby students. We will all attack together. If we have enough people, we might have a chance to kill it." The students on the ground looked serious, hesitating in place. At that moment, buzz! From the distant night sky, a terrifying giant ant with huge white wings, like a dragonfly, suddenly flew in. It dashed to the mud catfish and bit it hard. Minus 214. Even though the damage wasn't high, it was like a dragonfly touching water, biting and then running away. The mud catfish slightly turned its head to look at the flying ant. Yet it still focused its attention back on Wu Linyue. Half of its body submerged underground, swimming rapidly towards Wu Linyue. But halfway there, the blood river ant returned, biting the mud catfish's head again. The mud catfish's speed noticeably slowed, as it turned its head to glare at the flying ant, seeming very enraged. Just when it finally shifted its attention back to Wu Linyue, the ant struck again from the horizon. Minus 201. It bit into the dirt hard once more. The blood river ant was fully 4 to 5 meters long. While it was definitely not as large as the mud catfish, its massive impact still caused some disruption. This time, the mud catfish couldn't hold back anymore, turning its giant body and madly chasing after the flying ant. Seeing this scene, Wu Linyue, who had already taken a fighting stance, was stunned. A legendary insect pet. The students on the ground also froze instantly. The shock of seeing this legendary insect pet was no less than the first time they saw a living S-rank professional, perhaps even more intense. Before long, everyone noticed another ant in the sky. And Wang Yue standing on top. It's that white-haired insect master reported in the news. Wow! No wonder he could break into the ranks, turns out he has 2 legendary pets. What kind of background does he have? I even forgot he was on the carriage. If he can kill S-rank criminals, he should also be able to kill this strange mudfish, right? No. I find it mysterious. This mudfish can heal, and S-rank students are helpless against it. Everyone showed expressions of either surprise or worry, their eyes glued to the clash between the blood river ant and the mud catfish. However, after a while, the surprise on their faces faded away. The blood river ant wasn't fighting the mud catfish head-on, instead, it kept dodging its pursuit, only occasionally launching a basic attack. What's going on? What is he doing? Doesn't he know this mud monster can heal? I knew it, he's a D-rank professional, relying on his 2 legendary pets to mess around. With someone like this causing trouble, how can we cooperate? In an instant, everyone's various emotions shifted entirely to anxiety and anger towards Wang Yue. Hey! Stop messing around. Your itty-bitty damage can be healed up in a second. Dude, can you just listen to Wu Linyue's command? Playing like this, do you want to get us killed? Is your report real? Let your pet attack. Everyone looked up at Wang Yue in the sky with anxious faces, hands cupped around their mouths, shouting at him. Wang Yue looked down at the tiny crowd below and did not respond. Instead, it continued to control the distant Blood River ant guard, using its incredible speed to dance up and down in the reed fields, playing tricks on the mud catfish. The Blood River ant guard first dove to the ground, and when the mud catfish caught up, it soared high into the air. Every time it took off, it flew higher than the last time. The mud catfish was completely enraged, chasing after the ant guard's tail, desperately trying to swallow it, but every time it jumped to the highest point, it was just a bit too short. Going back and forth like this, it was clear to see that the mud catfish's mood was not as carefree as before, but it entered a state of furious rage. Even the waves of mud it stirred up were much higher than before. Finally, this time the mud catfish seemed to make up its mind and plunged deep underground. It seemed to be gearing up for something big. Hey, Wang Yue! What are you doing? This is useless. Suddenly, a voice came from below, it was Wu Linyue. Wang Yue looked down and found her standing directly beneath him, shouting up at him. I know you have done great things before, and your profession is quite special, so you might have your own understanding of combat. But now is not the time for you to experiment. Please listen to my instructions, we must cooperate to have any chance of survival. Wang Yue, expressionless, replied, is it necessary to cooperate? What? Wu Linyue, confused by Wang Yue's rebuttal, was even more at a loss. But in the next moment... Boom! From far away in the reed field, the enormous mud catfish soared up into the sky. Its colossal shadow covered the bodies of everyone. In that instant, all the gazes around focused entirely on the mud catfish in the night sky. This was the highest leap the mud catfish had made since its appearance. Above its head, there was another shadow, which looked smaller, and it was Wang Yue's Blood River ant guard. The ant guard flew up into the sky, rising at a frenzied speed. However, this time, the mud catfish clearly leaped after building up power. Its jump was nearly twice the height of before. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. This mud catfish was so gigantic, like a towering mountain rising under the pale moonlight, truly spectacular. And in that moment, Wang Yue's face showed an expression of a plan coming to fruition. The next second, a vast, profound black hole opened up beside him. The menacing and powerful Calamity Heavenly Centipede rushed out. In its larval stage, the Calamity Heavenly Centipede was as massive as the armored beast, Anwu. However, it was not as rigid and fragile as Anwu, instead, it radiated an aura of brutality and cruelty. Its body, covered in crimson battle armor, overshadowed the sky, even more shocking than the mud catfish. The students on the ground were left speechless in shock upon witnessing this scene. It was known that myth-level beings could only be seen in the subspace. Even the national-level SSS rank had very few in hand. At this moment, they could actually witness a myth-level creature with their own eyes, and many students forgot about the danger, completely mesmerized. Why you all see, there's something white on that centipede's back. A quick-reacting student, fixated on the giant above, suddenly pointed. At that moment, everyone noticed that on the back of the Calamity Heavenly Centipede, there were countless large white ants, arranged neatly like an army. These white ants were fully covered in armor, each with sharp, elongated jaws, looking like a well-trained battalion, exuding a murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, the mighty Calamity Heavenly Centipede, like a scarlet dragon from the sky, flew towards the falling mud catfish with hundreds of ant soldiers. The mud catfish, having jumped too high, was unable to return to the ground for a moment, and was instantly entangled by the 40 or 50 meter long Calamity Heavenly Centipede. It wrapped around, as if binding Zonzi, completely trapping the mud catfish. Since the Calamity Heavenly Centipede itself had the ability to fly, after wrapping the giant mud catfish, it forcefully used its powerful buoyancy to suspend it in the night sky. The ant soldiers on its body had already climbed onto the mud catfish, dense and covering its entire body. Two gigantic centipede catfish were crazily entangled in the sky, and with countless giant white ants. Upon seeing this shocking scene, the students on the ground stood frozen in place as if time had stopped. After a long time, a trembling voice finally rang out. Wang Yue, he's fishing. Chapter 62. Can we stop here? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Using the terrifying giant ant with wings as bait, with the towering red centipede as the line, to fish for the mudfish lurking underground. In the moonlit sky, the mud catfish struggled wildly but found it hard to break free from the binding of the Calamity sky centipede. Its body was covered in hundreds of ant soldiers, gnawing away incessantly. Wang Yue sent out a total of 200 ant soldiers, with the remaining 100 kept in the insect nurturing space just in case. -99, -102, -100, -97. Although the damage from a single ant was low, the simultaneous attack from 200 ants quickly made the mud catfish's health plummet. The battle between the two giant beasts could be seen for several kilometers around, and within seconds, the eyes of the several thousand surviving students were drawn to the sky. Damn! What is this? A gigantic mudfish just appeared, and now there's a giant centipede. That centipede seems to be able to subdue the mudfish. It looks like we are saved. No, something is flying towards them. As the words fell, everyone noticed that the egg masses scattered across the ground were flying towards the mudfish in the sky as if they had lost gravity. They slipped through the gaps of the Calamity sky centipede, merging their entire bodies into the mud catfish. 1, 2, hundreds and thousands of egg masses had already stopped their attack on the students, floating up to the sky, coming from all directions, contributing themselves to the mud catfish. Gradually, the mudfish, under the pressure of the 200 ant soldiers, actually managed to restore its health. The students closer to the mud catfish, including Wu Yue, seeing this scene, had shock frozen on their faces re-emerge into panic. What on earth is this mudfish? It clearly doesn't even have a rank. Why is its recovery ability so abnormal? With so many ant soldiers biting together, it hasn't even been bitten to death, let alone us students. It's impossible to win. This monster is invincible in the land environment. Wu Yue also looked at Wang Yue and shouted, Wang Yue, do you need my help? You all just stay safe. Wang Yue's voice was calm, not looking at her. In the next second, the Calamity sky centipede wrapped around the mud catfish suddenly lit up with red lightning. It was the new skill he had learned earlier, Minor Thunder. Around the Calamity sky centipede, countless flying egg masses were electrocuted into a pile of black soil when they touched the red lightning. All ant soldiers, use Blood River Devourer. With a thought from Wang Yue, the 200 Blood River ant soldiers immediately emitted a blood-red brilliance. In the next moment, they began to bite down on the mud catfish one after another. While causing damage, the maximum health of the mud catfish also instantly dropped. Level 11 Blood River ant soldiers had a magic power reaching 200 points, and a single Blood River Devourer could reduce the same amount of maximum health. These 200 ant soldiers used the skill almost at the same time, directly reducing the mud catfish's maximum health by 40,000 points. Even though the mud catfish had increased its health after devouring many students, it couldn't withstand such frenzied sucking. In just a few seconds, its health dropped to over 10,000. At this moment, the mud catfish could no longer contain itself, its body made of mud swelled again. Then, with a tremendous bang, its entire body exploded once more, exposing a heart-like ball of mud at its core. This heart-shaped mud ball seemed to have a soul, nimbly slipping out through the gaps of the Calamity sky centipede. In the next second, countless mud particles once again surged towards the heart-shaped mud ball. However, how could Wang Yue give up such an opportunity? Calamity Sky Wu used the Banquet of Frenzy. Hearing the command, Calamity Sky Wu turned its body and rushed quickly towards the heart-shaped mud ball. From its vast mouth, sizzling lightning surged forth, aiming straight at the heart. -9,276. A high amount of holy attribute damage instantly poured in. The blood bar of the mud catfish directly dropped to 0 at that moment. The large mass of soil originally gathering towards the heart suddenly fell from the sky as if it had lost its life, crashing into the reeds below. The once arrogant and domineering giant mud catfish could not be more dead at this moment. The students on the ground stared in disbelief at this scene. Everything happened so fast. In less than half a minute, the strange mud catfish that had previously left everyone helpless had been turned back into a pile of mud. Moreover, this skill that reduced maximum health was ridiculously terrifying. If it were just an ant soldier, it would be fine, but this was hundreds of them. It ignored armor and magic resistance, directly reducing health. Which profession could withstand that? And that mythical Calamity Sky Wu, measuring a full 40 to 50 meters long, was nearly the same size as the mountain-like mud catfish. Just a casual little skill was enough to zap all of the troublesome mud eggs dead. Among the shocked crowd, there were also S-rank Su Li and Wu Yue. They had seen Wang Yue's reports before, but thought the content was too exaggerated. Surely there was manipulation behind it. Because of this, Su Li earlier tried to tease Wang Yue, hoping to see a flaw. But now, both of them were completely convinced of the content in the reports. In less than a minute, they annihilated the mud catfish that left them helpless, and still did it with ease. Moreover, this Calamity Sky Wu and Blood River ant soldier were only a part of what Wang Yue summoned. Who knows if he still had tricks up his sleeve? With such strength, it was not just S rank that dominated the province, even the nationally renowned SS rank could hardly resist. The figure of the white-haired young man in the moonlit sky was deeply imprinted in the hearts of S-rank prodigies Su Li and Wu Linyue. Meanwhile, high in the air, Wang Yue stood on the ant guard, gazing towards the farthest train front. But he could only see a group of small, blurry figures of students. The active range of the mud catfish was between carriages 65 and 25, and it hadn't reached the front area. He had quickly killed the mud catfish and could only hope that Lu Jiani wasn't in trouble. At this moment, Calamity Sky Wu Wu also circled to Wang Yue's side. Its massive mouth slightly opened, and a yellowish orb floated out from within. Wang Yue was taken aback and reached out to catch the orb. This orb was still warm, smooth to the touch. Unlike an ordinary object, it must have burst from the heart of that mud catfish. Skill Shaman Orb consumes blue mana to generate a Shaman Orb, which can be used as a core to construct mud puppets using soil. The stronger the mud puppet, the more blue mana consumed. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Seeing this information, the look of surprise on Wang Yue's face intensified. This thing seemed to be a kind of derivative of a profession? In other words, this mud catfish was not wild, but was instead manipulated by someone behind the scenes. In that instant, Wang Yue recalled all the unreasonable details he had discovered after getting on the train. The fake train conductor, the hastily issued martial arts credentials, the stalled train, the endless reed fields, the indiscriminate collective attacks, and the artificial mud puppets. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Wang Yue's mind. Yes, it must be so, it can only be so. He immediately descended on the ant guard and flew down towards the crowd. His gaze swept across the shocked faces of everyone. Sure enough, a familiar skill appeared once again in Wang Yue's line of sight. The skill that forged fake appearances and profession panels, Earth's Garment. This skill first appeared on the train conductor. However, at this moment, it appeared once again on an ordinary student. So, everything makes sense now. Wang Yue manipulated the ant guard to land on the ground, then immediately drew it back into the bug nurturing space. Then, he slowly walked towards the student. Teacher, can this trial be over now? Hearing this, the student was initially stunned. Then, he suddenly laughed heartily. How did you recognize me? Under the curious gazes of those nearby, the student snapped his fingers sharply. In the next second, his appearance instantly changed. His height gradually increased, and his body became more muscular. His originally black messy hair instantly turned yellow and automatically slicked back into a handsome pompadour. At the same time, his features transformed, going from an ordinary face to one with sharp and resolute contours. He had narrow eyes, smiling brightly as he looked at Wang Yue. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students were instantly dumbfounded, hastily scattering in all directions. Whoa! What's wrong with this guy? Did he mutate? Who is this? I thought he came over from the next compartment to escape. I don't recognize him, I don't even know when he appeared beside us. The man stood in a vacuum area, a brand new professional panel appeared in front of everyone. Name, Yu Tairan. Race, human. Occupation, Earth Mother Shaman, S. Level, 39. Health, 36,100. Mana, 19,800. The student, originally a B-rank profession, had suddenly transformed into a graceful and tall S-rank awakener. Wang Yue calmly looked at the man before him and did not answer his question. Instead, he continued to ask, Teacher, can we go to school now? Upon hearing this, the man named Yu Tairan burst into laughter again. He looked at the students retreating around him, his tone steady. Dear students, I apologize for deceiving everyone, please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Yu Tairan, and I am a professor at the Annan Martial High School's Shaping Institute. I am also the chief examiner of your entrance trial. After speaking, Yu Tairan took out a small black box and projected a light blue ID card into the air. The surrounding students stared blankly at the ID in the air, momentarily unable to respond. Entrance trial? Chief examiner. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yu Tairan smiled even brighter. Boom! The compartment behind him instantly lit up with warm lights again. Yu Tairan pressed a finger on the small black box. Immediately, the blue projection he had thrown out magnified suddenly. A bright light illuminated the sky, spreading rapidly in all directions, until it filled the entire sky above everyone's heads. The light blue glow softly sprinkled down like the aurora, dreamlike and enchanting. Yu Tairan's voice was amplified, clearly reaching each student's ears. Now I announce, the entrance trial for Annan Martial High School, year 356, is officially over. As the words fell, the ground began to tremble slightly, and large, yellow-brown mud balls rose from beneath the earth in succession. Crack! The mud balls burst open, revealing the students who had been swallowed by the mud catfish and eggs earlier. Hey, Wang Yue, are you okay? At this time, Sui Shan and Nangang Jing hurried over from behind. Seeing the rising mud eggs, they were also startled. Entrance trial. What is going on here? Suishan looked astonished, staring blankly at Wang Yue and Yutairan. Seeing the two approaching, Yutairan smiled slightly and continued speaking in an amplified voice. Next, I will give everyone scores based on your performance during the unexpected events. After speaking, he extended his right hand and operated the small black box once again. In the next moment, a faint blue light illuminated from the students' pockets or chests one by one. Everyone looked down, and then pulled out the lightly glowing martial arts credentials. Whoa! I've got a score, I actually got 8 points. I got 10 points. Why did my credential light up, but the score didn't change? Wait, do you guys not take your credentials to bed when you sleep? My still in the private room. Wang Yue also pulled out his martial arts certificate, but it had not yet emitted any light. At that moment, Suishan's voice came from beside him. Damn. There really are scores, this is truly just a trial, it scared me to death. He turned to Nan Gongjing next to him. Why do I only have 45 points? Hey Nan Gongjing, how many did you get? Nan Gongjing said nothing, but took out his martial arts certificate, which clearly showed a score of 57 points. The scoring phase lasted for a few minutes. Yutairan gradually stopped his right hand's operation, looking at the small black box, nodding his head. Then he continued to announce, I will reveal the top 5 scores from this trial as examples for everyone to learn from. He waved his right hand and a light blue screen suddenly descended from the blue projection in the sky. 5th place, student Guoxinxi, killed 17 pudding eggs, and rescued more than 5 classmates, comprehensive score 58. As soon as Yutai's voice fell, a line of huge silver letters appeared at the bottom of the light blue curtain. 5th place, Guoxinxi, Holy Night A, score 58. 4th place, student Zhao Dezhu, killed more than 30 pudding eggs, the most enemies slain in a rank, comprehensive score 60. At the same time, another line of the same letters appeared above the previous silver text. 4th place, Zhao Dezhu, Blood Warrior A, score 60. 3rd place, student Su Li, caused massive damage to the mud puppet in a short time, and forced the mud puppet to use skills for the first time, comprehensive score 75. The silver lettering again filled the screen in the night sky. 3rd place, Su Li, golden-haired nine-tailed fox S, score 75. 2nd place, student Wu Linyue, caused immense damage to the mud puppet, pierced through the mud puppet, and remained calm during emergencies, organizing other classmates to fight back against the mud puppet, comprehensive score 80. Wu Linyue's ranking appeared above Su Li's score. 2nd place, Wu Linyue, God Gun S, score 80. Upon seeing this ranking, Su Li immediately shot a hateful glance toward Wu Linyue in the distance. Yutai paused and continued. 1st place, student Wang Yue, bold and meticulous, courageous and clever, rapidly killed the mud puppet by himself, and successfully identified the chief examiner, achieving the highest score in the whole place. Comprehensive score, full marks. 1st place, Wang Yue, insect breeder D, score 100. A line of dazzling golden letters suddenly appeared at the top of the curtain. Thanks to the plumber for the 3 love-powered gifts. Chapter 64, You Are the Second. As the broadcast ended, everyone's eyes focused on the night sky's canopy, on that line of golden letters. A D-ranked profession actually ranked above 2 S-ranked professions. And the score was drastically ahead of 2nd place. Such rankings, under normal circumstances, would certainly raise doubts. However, at this moment, nearly 10,000 students had no complaints about this score. Although he was just a D-ranked insect breeder, each insect under his control easily surpassed S-ranked. Having witnessed the exaggerated scene earlier, who would dare to object? Among the many students, Niu Wenbin was also there. He was Wang Yu's high school classmate, who awakened a C-ranked profession, forced his way into martial arts high school with a talent stone. At this moment, seeing the golden first-place big letters of Wang Yue, his face suddenly flushed with shame. He gritted his teeth, looking at the martial arts certificate tightly clenched in his hand, which clearly showed a score of 7 points. What a joke, he had personally experienced the strength of those pudding eggs. He had to exert tremendous effort to barely kill 3 pudding eggs, and almost got dragged underground. After learning this was a trial, he initially felt that he had performed fairly well, slightly looking forward to the scoring phase. After all, half of his other high school classmates were dragged underground by pudding eggs, scoring nothing at all. But when he saw the scores of the top 5 on the night sky curtain, his inner pride was completely shattered. Especially when Wang Yu's name appeared in 1st place, he suddenly realized that the crimson centipede in the sky and the army of termites on its back were actually Wang Yu's insect pets. Not to mention that disaster sky centipede, even that one-ant soldier is something 10 Niu Wenbin cannot beat. Why does every time I see Wang Yu's name, I have to look up in awe? Thinking back to when I graduated high school and actually provoked Wang Yue, Niu Wenbin felt like crying, wishing he could just drop out and go home. Meanwhile, in the middle of the train, Wu Linyue looked at the scores on the curtain, and a touch of shame appeared on her heroic face. Although she was somewhat satisfied with her score, it was still far from perfect. With such an exaggerated gap, she just realized how foolish she was to think she could command Wang Yue. Sure enough, even if she was lucky enough to awaken an S-class profession, she still needed to stay humble and strive for improvement. After this trial, Wu Linyue's mindset had already changed. And behind the crowd, Suli stood alone on the ground, her once proud head finally bowed down at this moment. Even the 9 tails behind her had wilted down. It's one thing to lose to Wang Yue, but she couldn't even surpass Wu Linyue, who was 10 levels lower than her. She stood there, lost and dejected, her fists clenched, her sharp long nails digging into her flesh. In Dongji City, when was she not the first place? Even the entire city, over 100,000 people had to serve her. However, entering this martial arts school, she found out that the world was full of geniuses. Thinking of her embarrassing state asking Wang Yue for help, Suli's tall and slender body couldn't help but tremble. Snap! On the ground, suddenly a spot was wet. Suli reached up to touch her face and found that she was actually crying. She quickly turned around, using her 9 tails to cover herself, avoiding others from seeing her disheveled appearance. However, everyone's attention was on Wang Yue in the distance, no one noticed her. Wang Yue, you performed excellently in this trial. When we arrive at the school, you can choose any item from the school's prop library as a reward for being first in this trial. Yu Taiyan squinted his eyes, smiling kindly at Wang Yue. Hearing this, Wang Yue's expression didn't change. If he hurriedly killed that muddy catfish only to not gain anything, wouldn't that be working for nothing? When they reached the school, he had to choose the best item. At this moment, a student walked up beside him. Teacher, I want to ask, how many martial arts points do we need to graduate smoothly? Yu Taiyan still maintained his smile and said slowly, regarding the school system, everyone will be informed about it after officially enrolling. However, about graduation, as the chief examiner of everyone's first trial, I can give you some information. After saying that, Yu Taiyan slowly raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers. To graduate smoothly, you need a total of 3,000 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding students collectively gasped. 3,000 points, even with perfect scores, that would require 30 trials. And some slightly more informed students knew that, apart from unexpected trials like today, each student could only sign up for a trial once a month, allowing for only a total of 48 trials in 4 years of school life. That meant in each trial, they had to score above 60. But it should be known that in today's trial, almost half of the students scored 0. Among the remaining half of the students, aside from the top 5 geniuses, most only scored 30 or 40 points. In an instant, an invisible pressure came down on everyone. At the same time, many students regretted why they hadn't performed better in the earlier trial. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yue also fell into thought. 3,000 points? If I get full marks in every trial, it would take 2.5 years. The Martial Arts Academy lasts 4 years, so wouldn't this last 1.5 years be wasted? Thinking of this, Wang Yue took a step forward and asked Teacher Yu Tairan, Teacher, can I graduate early if I reach over 3,000 points? The surrounding classmates were still recovering, and upon hearing this question, their faces showed expressions of astonishment. Are you kidding? People are worried about not having enough time in 4 years, but you're worried about having too much time? I know you didn't mean to, but isn't this a bit pretentious? For a moment, the air around them froze. The smile on Yu Tairan's face disappeared for the first time. He quietly examined Wang Yue. After a long time, he slowly said, what were you thinking to ask this question? Wang Yue was taken aback, is this question not allowed? Yu Tairan smiled faintly, his squinting eyes firmly fixed on Wang Yue. For a full 10 seconds, he continued, under normal student logic, this kind of question cannot be asked. His tone was filled with seriousness. I have been teaching at Nan Martial High for over 20 years. In all these years, you are the second person to ask such a question. He looked into Wang Yue's eyes, and a hint of brilliance flashed from his squinted eyes. The first person who asked this question is the only SSS-level awakeners in our Nan province in a century. He is also the pride of Nan Martial High. The celestial sovereign Yi Qingzi. Thanks to Bing Luobi, B for a gift of love power. Thanks to Daishan's sister Yi for a gift of love power. Chapter 65, Night Talk. It was late at night. The Enwu ship, which had previously broken down, was quickly repaired after the entrance trial ended. And the students who had fallen into a coma also woke up one by one under the treatment of professionals. The current time was a little past 3 in the morning. Boom, boom. The Enwu ship continued its journey, as if what had happened earlier had never occurred. In the dark corridor, a cool summer breeze lifted the curtains by the window, passing through the hall. Faintly, a few students' voices could be heard from a private room discussing. Have you heard, that bug cultivator named Wang Yue actually asked the same question as Senior Yi Qingzi? Yeah, no wonder he can get full marks. Do you think he might become a legendary figure like the Celestial Sovereign? Don't kid around, a stinky D rank wants to compare with SSS rank. He can mention 10 myth-level creatures first. Anyway, I won't accept him. Damn, keep your voice down. The sounds drifted with the wind, echoing throughout the corridor. In other private rooms along the corridor, similar discussions sprouted up as well. The main topic of discussion was, of course, Wang Yue. And in carriage 65, in a private room at the end, Wang Yue lay on the top bunk, staring out at the night scenery. In his mind, he recalled the words that teacher Yutairan had just said. The only SSS-level awakener in a century. The pride of a Nan martial high. The celestial sovereign. This senior, who was more than 30 years older than him, Wang Yue naturally had heard of him. Born from the lowest class of society, his father died young, and his mother had been bedridden for many years. Because his sister was exceptionally beautiful, the family suffered from incessant harassment and humiliation. On the day he awakened to the SSS-level profession, he single-handedly stormed the biggest gang in the city to save his sister. With an average level of 35, all having A-ranked professions, the 7 guardians of the gang couldn't withstand even 10 minutes against the level 1 Yiqingzi. Later, he was treasured by a Nan martial high, and they poured all the effort in the province to support his development. By the time he reached level 9, there were almost no opponents left in Nan. At level 19, he alone went to the capital of Long Country, achieving remarkable feats on the warfront, and the following year he was awarded the title Pillar of the Nation. At level 29, he single-handedly broke through the so-called most difficult to conquer Silver Desert subspace, earning the title of Celestial Sovereign. That year, he was 22 years old. After that, he formed his own team and set off towards the most dangerous and profitable subspace of Avila Bell. However, this expedition made him completely disappear. In that subspace of over 10 million square kilometers, no one knew what had happened to him, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. He thus became a legend, spreading throughout the Dragon Kingdom, especially among the people of Annam province. Wang Yue changed his posture, placing his hands behind his head, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. If the gap between S rank and A rank could still be compensated by a massive number, then even a million A rank warriors would be of no use against SSS rank. Only another SSS rank could fight against SSS rank. There are always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. His path to climb is still very long. Now, the only thing he could do was to quickly level up and expand his insect pet team. After all, as a D-rank profession, his only advantage was the lack of level breakthrough restrictions. SSS breakthrough stone might be hard to obtain, but a D-rank breakthrough stone could be found in abundance. So, everything else didn't matter. As long as he continued to level up, catch insect pets, and improve his insect army, there would definitely be a fighting strength in this talented world. However, how could he continuously gain experience? The dungeons in Annam province are limited, and with so many students, even if one performed excellently, it was impossible to be allocated everything. Thinking of this, Wang Yue couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, Wang Yue heard Suishan sigh from the lower bunk as well. And the next second, Nangong Jing's voice followed. So you guys aren't asleep? This sentence made all three chuckle differently. After laughing, Suishan's defeated voice came, come on, who can sleep after going through something like this? Wang Yue, I really didn't expect you to be this impressive. I was still thinking about protecting you back then, looking back now, it's quite funny. Wang Yue calmly replied, there's nothing funny about it, I'm really touched that you took the initiative. Touched? Suishan's voice trembled, Wang Yue, don't scare me, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Can't you just not be clever for once? Nangong Jing couldn't help but retort. Hearing these words, Wang Yue also burst into laughter. Suddenly, a warm light shone through the curtain of the room. Seeing this scene, the three sitting on the bed instantly straightened up. Having just undergone the admission trial, they all appeared exceptionally alert. Fortunately, it was only Yutairan's voice coming from behind the curtain. Wang Yue, are you resting? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. What's the matter, teacher Yu? Wang Yue asked softly. Do you have time right now? I would like to talk to you about something. Hearing this, Wang Yue knew he wouldn't be able to rest tonight. He flipped over and jumped off the bed, slipping his feet into his slippers. He lifted the curtain and saw Yutairan's tall figure blocking his way, holding an iron lantern in his hand. Seeing Wang Yue, Yutairan gave a slight smile. Wang Yue, please come with me. Wang Yue followed Yutairan's footsteps, walking through a corridor where the breeze blew gently. They arrived at the door of a simple room. Yutairan opened the door and made a gesture for Wang Yue to enter. Stepping inside, it was a dimly lit bedroom. On the narrow bed lay a bamboo mat. Beside it was a dark wooden table. Surrounding them were some bamboo plants. Only a few oil lamps emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Wang Yue raised an eyebrow. This Yutairan didn't seem very old and actually liked this kind of ambience. Wang Yue, please sit down. Yu Tairan pulled out a rattan chair for Wang Yue while he took a seat across the wooden table. Then, he showed a standard smile to Wang Yue. Wang Yue, I've taken up your rest time. I actually don't have anything very important to discuss with you this time. I just want to ask you, have you thought about how to develop in the future? Chapter 66, Choices and Traps. Hearing this question, Wang Yue fell into silence. Although this question seemed like a teacher caring for a student's growth. But calling someone here in the middle of the night, things definitely wouldn't be that simple. Wang Yue paused. There's nothing to think about, right now it's just about studying combat knowledge well, completing the trial, and getting the martial arts license as soon as possible. Yu Tairan kept smiling and continued to ask, what about after you get the martial arts license? After? Wang Yue was taken aback. He had never considered this question. Not because he didn't have a goal, but because there was only one goal, and there was no need to think. That was to head to the front line of war and gain further improvement. After all, the monsters respawning in the safe zone wouldn't exceed level 40. But the monsters on the front line of war often had levels of 70 or 80. As a beastmaster profession, Wang Yue had to support a whole family of insect pets. Although he currently had 5 million experience points stored up, once the number of insect pets increased later on, it would eventually run out. More importantly, the front line of war could directly connect to various subspaces. In the subspaces, there were countless treasures and artifacts. Ultimate weapons, class transfer altars, longevity potions, even resurrection pills. Just finding one of them could lead to a huge leap in strength. A place like this, Wang Yue surely wanted to see. However, even though he thought this way in his heart, Wang Yue didn't show it. He shyly smiled, well teacher, I haven't thought that far. Upon hearing this answer, Yu Tairan chuckled a few times. Wang Yue, the reason I called you for this conversation is actually to encourage everyone to relax and open their hearts. But I see you seem a bit nervous. In that case, I will be straightforward. Yu Tairan put away his smile, interlocked his fingers, and rested his elbows on the table. Your profession may only be D rank, but your strength is evident to all. Since the reason doesn't lie in the profession, I guess it's because your talent is quite special. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yue's expression changed. Yu Tairan laughed lightly a few times. Wang Yue, please relax. Talent or profession, we will not pry into the secrets of the students themselves. It's just relying solely on profession or talent won't take you far. For thousands of years, humans have been social animals, no one can survive alone outside of a group. I have seen many geniuses, but those who were stubborn and went their own way did not end well. Wang Yue leaned back in his chair. Teacher, what exactly do you want to say? Yu Tairan again chuckled awkwardly a few times. Then, he straightened his posture. Wang Yue, you know, our martial arts colleges in various provinces essentially belong to the lower organizations of various legions. Naturally, we have signed various cooperations with major legions. Now, I have a proposal. As he spoke, Yu Tairan pulled out a contract from the drawer beneath the wooden table. The school leaders have decided to cultivate you as the only reserve cadre for the Southern Martial Arts College. Once you obtain the martial arts certificate, you can directly join the Zhuke Legion, starting as a junior officer. At that time, a freshly graduated student like you could directly command a team of more than 50 people. It's fair to say you would be the youngest officer in the Zhuke Legion today. Moreover, during your years in school, the Southern Martial Arts College will spare almost all resources to help you grow. This kind of treatment is hard-earned. Yu Tairan sighed. This decision was made by the school leaders after an emergency meeting overnight. He placed the contract on the wooden table, his finger resting on the edge, pushing it toward Wang Yue. All you need to do is sign this contract to confirm your status as a reserve cadre in the Legion. The teacher's promises just now took effect immediately. Wang Yue leaned back in his chair. Looking at the contract in front of him, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. If I refuse, will I die here? As soon as these words were spoken, it startled Yu Tairan. He scratched his head and burst into laughter. A hint of helplessness showed in his squinted eyes. Wang Yue, what are you saying? We're not a bandit den here, you have the power to make your own decisions. It's just, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, there's no turning back later. You know, while martial arts schools have the task of nurturing talent, they also have their own plans. If you give up, the resources in this school can only be fought for by yourself. Do you really want to refuse? Don't you want to think about it some more? Hearing these words, Wang Yue nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I don't need many resources. As for the school's goodwill, let someone else have it. That girl named Wu Linyu, I think she would be quite suitable. What a joke. It sounds nice, being a reserve cadre for the army. In reality, it just means making oneself a naive fool. You must know, once you join the army, all the treasures found on the front line of war and in the subspace must be handed over and redistributed. How could Wang Yue sell himself for just a little bit of resources from the school? A trap, there's no doubt it's a trap. If some naive student believed it, then perhaps it would work. But unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. This kind of contract, Wang Yue absolutely would not sign. Hearing Wang Yue's answer, Yu-Tai-Ran pursed his lips and smiled slightly. Wang Yue, having your own thoughts is a good thing, but sometimes you need to think multidimensionally when making decisions. Do you have any concerns? No matter what the problem is, you can speak directly to the teacher. Wang Yue quietly looked at the other person, not saying a word. In the end, Yu-Tai-Ran let out a sigh. Since you are so determined, then I won't elaborate further. However, if you change your mind, you can come to this room to find me before the train arrives. Wang Yue stood up. No need, teacher, this isn't the path I want to take. Then I will go rest first, good night, teacher. After saying that, he pushed the door and left, leaving Yu-Tai-Ran alone in the room. Yu-Tai-Ran sat alone in the chair. After a long time, he scratched his head. Then, he let out a heavy sigh. He picked up the contract on the table, stood up. Then, turned around, facing the nearby folding screen. Principal, it seems I messed up again. A few seconds after the words fell, hearty laughter sounded from behind the screen. Clack! The screen suddenly opened. An old man with a long white beard and a bald head, wearing coarse cloth clothes, was sitting on the wooden bed behind it. Oh dear, first I was rejected by the Chu family, and just when I finally found a good seedling, before I could be happy, this clever kid ran away. It's so frustrating. Chapter 67, Enrollment Report. Principal. Hearing these words, Yu-Tai-Ran wanted to cry without tears. My shaman pearl took over 10,000 blue energy to make, I didn't even have the heart to ask him for it, yet still got rejected. Forget it, these little ones are really clever, I think we should stick to our usual practice and focus on cultivating S-rank students. Yes. Yu-Tai-Ran lowered his head in defeat. Still unwilling, he asked, Principal, what level do you think that kid's strength has reached? Upon hearing this question, the bald old man squinted his eyes, stroking his long white beard. Let's say he's barely touched the threshold of SS rank. Meanwhile, Wang Yue returned to the door of the compartment. Before he could enter, he heard the sounds of Nan Gongjing and Sui Shan arguing. Sure enough, these two guys hadn't slept at all. Pulling back the curtain. The two had been arguing so heatedly that it almost seemed like they were about to fight. But upon seeing Wang Yue, everyone was stunned. Wang Yue, you're back. Sui Shan stood up. What did that scam teacher want with you? Did he give you any rewards or good stuff? Wang Yue smiled helplessly. Sui Shan, though not very thoughtful, truly hit the nail on the head this time. Yu-Tai-Ran is a fraud. He almost tricked me into joining the army. Thinking of this, Wang Yue briefly recounted what had just happened to the two of them. Army reserve officer. Sui Shan frowned, stroking his chin. Why do I feel like that's a good thing? Wang Yue, that's all the resources from the whole school. You could be an officer in the Zhuke Corps. Are you really just giving that up? Wang Yue smiled slightly, I'm used to being free and unrestrained, I don't fit in a place like the army. Sui Shan nodded thoughtfully. Wang Yue, you're impressive. No wonder you can control so many powerful bug pets. He turned to Nan Gongjing beside him. Hey, what do you think? Am I the only one who feels this way? However, Nan Gongjing did not respond. He stood there in a daze, his black pupils widened, his whole body slightly trembling. Nan Gongjing. Sui Shan also noticed something was wrong and quickly turned around. Hey Nan Gongjing, are you okay? Hearing the voice, Nan Gongjing seemed to regain some composure. I'm just a bit tired. I'm going to sleep now. Saying this, Nan Gongjing climbed straight up to the top bunk and turned his back to sleep. This. Sui Shan looked at Nan Gongjing on the bed, then looked at Wang Yue, scratching his head. The next day. Due to last night's entrance exam lasting late, many students were catching up on sleep. Nan Gongjing seemed to have returned to normal. When Sui Shan asked him why, he simply remained silent. Sui Shan did not probe further. Maybe everyone has things they're unwilling to talk about. After catching up on sleep, Wang Yue took out books related to insect species and started reading again. The weather outside the train window was gloomy, and the scenery was changing rapidly. Lying on the bed, flipping through the books, he occasionally exchanged a few words with his friends nearby. Wang Yue actually enjoyed this feeling of stealing moments of leisure amidst busyness. As they chatted and laughed, the day hurriedly passed. The next morning, the train's broadcast sounded calm and steady. Dear students, good morning. Our train will soon arrive at the final destination Annan Station. Please prepare your luggage in advance, ensuring that you have everything and don't leave anything behind. Annan Station is about to arrive, wishing everyone a pleasant journey in Annan. After a day of rest, the students on the train had regained their vitality. Wow, really, we are arriving in Annan. Outside the compartment, students eagerly looked out the window. Bright sunlight streamed through the train window. Outside, the scenery was no longer fields, but instead tall concrete bridges and roads appeared. Wang Yue sat in the compartment chair, looking at the buildings outside. His heart couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After all, this was the farthest he had ever traveled. As the capital city of Annan Province, Annan City was definitely much more prosperous than Tianhai City. Suishan leaned on the window, deeply inhaling the outside scenery. I can smell it, it's the scent of wealth and luxury. The window isn't even open, what you're smelling is your own saliva, Nan Gongjing reminded him from the side. You guy, you just love to pour cold water on people. Suishan turned around, his previously excited face immediately cooling down. Wang Yue tidied up his backpack. There wasn't much in it, just some books and a change of clothes. At 9 a.m. the speed of the Anwu train began to gradually slow down. The scenery outside had transformed into a huge high-end platform. Dear students, the train has now arrived at Annan Station. Please take all your personal belongings and get off in order. After getting off the train, please gather in the designated area on the platform, where responsible teachers will guide you to the school. Please be sure to follow the arrangement and do not act on your own. The familiar broadcast sound came again. This should be the last broadcast. Wang Yue followed the other students, slowly walking out of the Anwu bus. As soon as he stepped out of the bus, the grand sunlight greeted him warmly. Many students opened their arms, enjoying this long-lost stretch. On the platform, numerous teachers were already waiting. Each leading teacher held a small blue box, projecting a number into the air. From 1 all the way to 30. Please, students, according to the class on your admission notice, go to the corresponding number. Class teachers will guide you to school. Wang Yue remembered that his class on the notice was class 16. I think I am class 3, Suishan looked down at the admission notice. I am class 5, Nan Gongjing said. The three of them looked at each other. Then we might see each other again at school? Suishan said this, but there was already some choking in his tone. Wang Yue and Nan Gongjing looked at him and nodded. In just 3 short days, Wang Yue had quite a good impression of these two. They met because of an Wu Gao and scattered because of it. There were nearly 10,000 new students in the martial arts high school, and it would depend on fate to see each other again in the future. After sorting out the classes, the leading teacher guided everyone to board 10 large buses in batches. Countless buses drove majestically out of the train station, carrying nearly 10,000 new students, heading to the northernmost part of the city, Wu Gao. Wang Yue sat on the bus, looking out at the scenery. As a provincial capital city, it was indeed different from his hometown. Skyscrapers, heavy traffic, the entire city radiated with vibrant energy. On the streets, various groups could be seen practicing in an organized and disciplined manner. Seeing this, Wang Yue felt somewhat dazed for a moment. Is this the place where he would live for more than 2 years? Thanks to the lazy person with a gift of 1 update charm. Thanks to Bing Luo B for the 4 gifts powered by love. Thanks to the jealous Su family head for the 1 gift powered by love. Chapter 68, The Fourth Person. The bus drove along the highway, heading north of the city. Gradually, Wang Yue noticed that other vehicles on the road began to decrease. Only buses with the school emblem remained, driving forward in rows. After passing an intersection, the bus Wang Yue was in lifted up, entering a wide overpass. In an instant, the view outside the window opened up. Clear skies, blue waters, and tall buildings standing in the distance. The students inside the bus couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, how did we get up on the bridge? You didn't know? Wu Gao is independently located on an island in the river, so we have to cross the river. Wow, our school is so impressive. Wang Yue, sitting by the window, also looked outside. On the river ahead, he could indeed see an island at the end of the road. Gray walls stood tall, and he could vaguely see various types of buildings inside. From time to time, flying objects could be seen taking off from the school. Seeing the students get excited, the leading teacher began to introduce actively, Dear students, welcome to the largest building complex in Annam City, Wu Gao. Our school covers an area of over 9,000 acres, almost creating its own small world. Dining halls, gymnasiums, hospitals, even cinemas, everything is available, and you can completely enjoy a full, convenient, and colorful campus life in Wu Gao. Except for some commercial shopping, all food, drink, and accommodation on campus are completely free, all contracted by the Annam Provincial Governing Office. Hearing this, all the students present were thrilled. All free. Wow, don't hold me back, I'm going to eat until the cafeteria goes bankrupt. So cool, so awesome. No wonder everyone eagerly wants to enter martial arts high school. Yes, even without obtaining a martial arts license, spending 4 years here for free is a huge gain. Listening to the teacher's introduction, Wang Yu's mood was also good. After all, if food, drink, and accommodation are all free, he could save quite a bit of money for other things. About 20 minutes into the drive on the bridge, the magnificent gate of Annan Martial Arts High School came into view. It was a gray gate with a metallic luster, at least 50 meters wide, engraved with some light blue charms. On both sides of the gate, there were two spire-like gray buildings, and staff peered out from the long windows on the second floor, checking each bus that entered. The bus entered the school. What caught the eye was an incredibly wide central avenue. The lush, smooth lawn occasionally had a few wintergreen trees, appearing elegant and clean. Along the side of the road were energetic students, some holding bottles, some having a strange beast on their shoulders, and some training spells on the lawn. In the distance, several white towers stood tall, with some training platforms scattered around, and one pair of students could even be seen sparring on one of the platforms. Numerous buses lined up in a convoy, slowly driving into the school. During this time, Wang Yue saw many buildings he had never seen before, almost too many to count. After more than 10 minutes, the bus finally stopped. Stepping out of the bus, a community-like cluster of high-rise residences appeared before them. With smooth white walls, unobstructed floor-to-ceiling windows, and vertical greening running from top to bottom, almost every building and every floor had these features. Fellow students, the student dormitory has arrived. Please follow the building number, unit number, and room number on your admission notice to your respective dormitories and settle your belongings. Further activities will be notified later. Seeing such a high-end dormitory, the students were almost stunned. Then, joy flooded their faces, and they hurriedly rushed towards the various buildings. Wang Yue also observed the dormitory community briefly. From west to east, there were nearly 20 buildings. Each building had 10 floors, with 8 rooms on each floor. It seemed that this year, nearly 10,000 new students at Annan Martial Arts High School would all be living here. Wang Yue took out his admission notice and, according to the directions on it, found his building. His dormitory was on the 8th floor, a position with a relatively open view. He took the elevator all the way up. When the elevator door opened, he saw a straight corridor outside. On the left side of the corridor was a row of iron railings facing the sky. On the right side were the dormitories where students lived. Wang Yue walked straight to the end of the corridor. This was his dormitory, Building 12, Room 808. According to the admission notice, one dormitory was divided into a lounge, 2 bathrooms, and 4 rooms. That meant he would have 3 roommates. Although it wasn't like the bunk beds in vocational schools, sharing a room meant that the relationship between roommates was still very important. He hoped not to be assigned any odd roommates. Thinking this, Wang Yue walked into the room. Inside was a cozy living room, warm yellow lights showered down, shining on vibrant green plants, and some basic furniture was also arranged. Suddenly, a familiar backpack caught Wang Yue's eye on the table. Before he could react, a tall, upright man with short hair walked out from the adjacent bedroom. Wang Yue. A familiar voice rang out, and the newcomer was none other than Suishan, whom he had just parted with. Wow, this is amazing. We actually got assigned to the same dormitory. Suishan's face lit up. I was worried that I might get a weird roommate and then it would be a disaster. Having you here is great. At least we can form a common defense. Seeing Suishan, Wang Yue felt a bit happy. After all, his character was beyond question. It definitely won't break out in conflicts like at the Tianhai Comprehensive Technical School. So, he stepped forward and had a simple chat with Suishan. Just as the two were chatting. Knock, knock, knock. The clear sound of knocking came. The two turned around and saw Nangong Jing standing at the door. In an instant, both Wang Yue and Suishan were a bit surprised. Nangong Jing. It's you, this guy. Suishan's tone couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes shining. This isn't right, is it? What a coincidence. Ha 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 ha. He immediately rushed forward and slapped Nangong Jing on the back. Seeing the two, Nangong Jing was also a bit surprised. He scratched his face and smiled at them. I didn't expect to meet again so soon, ha ha. Suddenly, Suishan slapped his thigh. I got it, maybe the distribution of compartments on the train is the same as our dormitory distribution. Hearing this, Nangong Jing rubbed his chin and thought, but if that's the case, how do we allocate our 4th roommate? Hiss, Suishan scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Well, that seems to be the case. I guess it should be based on our performance in the entrance trial to distribute the dormitories. Wang Yue said quietly. As soon as he said this, both of them were enlightened. That makes sense. Suishan punched his palm. It should be like this, after all, students who get along well in the entrance trial would be more suited as roommates. Nangong Jing nodded. But, he suddenly frowned slightly, speaking of which, did only you two stay in the dormitory before I arrived? Chapter 69, Watering the Experienced Fruit Tree. Suishan nodded. I was the first to arrive. Before I came, there was no one else in this room. Hearing this, Nangong Jing narrowed his eyes and turned to look outside the room. Then it's strange. The bus I was on was the last one to stop, and I was also the last student to get off. Yet, on my way here, I didn't see anyone else entering our building. Suishan was stunned. Are you saying our dormitory has only the 3 of us students? That shouldn't be the case. Nangong Jing shook his head. All the new students divided by 4 should only leave one dormitory underfilled, but that dormitory can't be the central 13th building. Suishan sighed. Why do you care so much? Maybe someone just went to the bathroom. Hearing this, Nangong Jing smiled slightly. Maybe I was overthinking it. Listening to the two's discussion, Wang Yue also felt a little curious about their 4th roommate. The 3 of them chatted for a while, then returned to their respective bedrooms. After simply tidying up his belongings, Wang Yue left the dormitory with a black token. This was the token that Yu Tairan gave him after the entrance trial. With this token, he could choose one item as a reward from the school's prop store. Following the direction indicated by the landmark, Wang Yue arrived at the door of the prop store. Choose quickly and come out. If you don't choose, don't touch anything. If you break it, you have to pay the full price. The guard glanced at Wang Yu's token and let him through. The hall was very spacious, with black ceilings and walls, giving off a mysterious vibe. The smooth marble floor further highlighted the upscale nature of the place. On the floor, stacked layers of black panels stood, neatly displaying various props of all sizes. They were divided into equipment area, weapon area, potion area, treasure area. For Wang Yue, equipment and weapons were actually not important. After all, he fought using bug pets, so he didn't need them at all. Wang Yue arrived in front of the potion area, carefully examining each potion. Most of the props were at the rare and precious level, with only one reaching the epic level. Item: Endless Blood Potion. Grade: Epic Purple. Effect: after use, instantly restore 1000 points of health, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Can be used indefinitely. Seeing this effect, Wang Yue frowned. Although it was epic grade, this thing was really useless. For ordinary people, it just means saving some money on blood medicine. Not to mention that Wang Yue has the Blood River and Queen, which he wouldn't need to use for nearly 800 years. No wonder, being an epic rank, he has stayed here for so long. Sighing, Wang Yue walked to the treasure area. At a glance, he spotted a level 20 D rank breakthrough stone in the corner. Normally, taking this reward is the safest choice. However, the safest choice also means the most conservative. Wang Yue looked elsewhere. Suddenly, a pot of plants on the upper shelf caught Wang Yue's attention. The plant's branches were thin and twisted, with no leaves, and hung 2 blood-red fruits. Wang Yue took down the pot of plants. Item: Experience Fruit Tree. Rank: Rare Blue. Effect: regularly bears experience fruits. After eating the fruits, one can gain certain experience points based on the fruit's ripeness. Watering with a liquid containing life energy can accelerate the fruit's ripening speed. Seeing this, Wang Yue quickly picked the 2 experience fruits off. He swallowed them whole. Experience fruit consumption successful, experience points plus 346. Experience fruit consumption successful, experience points plus 215. They were sweet and warm, but the experience points were only a few hundred. It was better to kill a few more wild monsters. However, the last line of the effect, watering with a liquid containing life energy can accelerate the fruit's ripening speed, caught Wang Yue's attention. Liquid containing life energy. Wang Yue stared blankly at this sentence, suddenly recalling how the Blood River ant soldiers used Blood River Devourer to reduce others' life limits. Wang Yue remembered that when the skill hit, the blood threads at the enemy's wounds connected to him as if drawn. Thinking of this, Wang Yue directly opened a wormhole the size of a bottle opening. He released some of the blood water from the breathing space of the Blood River ant Queen to water this experience fruit tree. In the next second, the experience fruit tree seemed to absorb some heavenly nectar, beginning to grow vigorously. Though it still hadn't grown leaves, the entire trunk was visibly thicker. Then, an experience fruit slowly grew from the trunk. Followed by the second, third. Within minutes, the sizes of these experience fruits increased continuously, and their colors deepened until they turned dark red, finally stopping their growth. Wang Yue stared blankly at the experience fruit tree full of fruits. He really guessed right. He immediately picked the large fruits from the tree and swallowed them in a few bites. Experience fruit consumption successful, experience points plus 1781. Experience fruit consumption successful, experience points plus 1454. After being watered with Blood River blood water, the experience fruit tree produced 4 to 5 fruits. As he ate, Wang Yue suddenly found he had leveled up. His level had clearly reached 15. Wow, this thing is a solid divine artifact for early stages like himself. After finishing all the fruits, Wang Yue opened the wormhole again and continued to water the experience fruit tree with Blood River blood water. However, this time, even after the soil was somewhat soaked, the experience fruit tree remained still. It seems this fruit tree also needs time to rest before it can bear fruit again. But, even just this, Wang Yue was already very satisfied. Usually, he would let the Blood River Ant soldiers suck some blood and then use the blood water to water this fruit tree, gaining several thousand experience points at once. This was still very useful in the early stages. Due to the existence of the insect breeding advancement talent, his insect pets could also level up further. Wang Yue used the experience from the experience pool to raise all 3 of his insect pets to level 19. Correspondingly, the professional level of Heart Lotus Master also rose to level 19. Suddenly, a system prompt announced that Heart Lotus Master learned a new skill. Wang Yue immediately opened the Profession panel. Profession, Heart Lotus Master, S. Level, 19, 50%. Talent, Sea of Consciousness Amplification, Epic Purple. Health, 6460. Mana, 10,200. Attack, 170. Magic Power, 2660. Armor, 38. Magic Resistance, 122. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 20%. Attack Speed, 0.31. Agility, 225. Seed Bank, Pink Skull, Magic Barrier, Frenzied Blade Slash, Flame Explosion. Skill, I see, I hear, I gain, Heart Lotus Blooms, Cultivate Seeds. Skill, Heart Moth, passive every 30 seconds, generate a moth that accompanies me. The moth can attack targets and steal the target's blue energy, with a maximum of 6 moths existing at the same time. Upon reading this, Wang Yue looked around. 6 little white moths, radiating a soft glow, are flying around him. Thanks to the Jealous Egg Lover Su Family Master for the 2 flowers and 3 love-powered gifts. Thanks to Ice Luo B for the 3 love-powered gifts. Thanks to those waiting for the future for the 3 love-powered gifts. Thanks to Summer Rong, who loves spicy hot pot chicken, for the 1 love-powered gift. Chapter 70, Heart Moth and Mask Stone. Name, Heart Moth. Race, Insect. Rank, None. Level, 19, 50%. Health, 810. Blue Energy, 0. Attack, 640. Magic Strength, 0. Armor, 0. Magic Resistance, 50. Physical Penetration, 80%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 1.82. Agility, 280. Skill, Blue Energy Drain, passive while dealing damage, can absorb an equal amount of blue energy from the target, replenishing the summoner. The size of the heart moth is similar to an ordinary moth, almost too tiny compared to other insects. However, the stats are quite decent, especially in attack, physical penetration, and attack speed, making it terrifically powerful. With its passive skill, once it contacts an enemy, it becomes a living blue energy extractor, compensating for the rapid blue energy loss of the Heart Lotus Lord. Moreover, its rank is also none, similar to Utairan's mud catfish, indicating it is a skill-derived entity, not an insect pet. Wang Yue stretched out his right hand, and a heart moth slowly flew over, landing on the back of his hand. Its whole body was covered with white fluff, and it radiated a faint halo around it. Could such a small thing really have such high attack power? Just as Wang Yue thought about this, the heart moth on his hand suddenly lifted its head sharply. Hiss-ha! Its mouth opened wide, revealing circles of blade-like sharp teeth, looking extremely fierce. Seeing this scene, even Wang Yue was startled. Though its size is indeed small, it looks too terrifying. With such bizarre sharp teeth, combined with an astounding 80% physical penetration, it's hard to imagine how frightening it would be in actual combat. He waved his right hand, wanting to recall the heart moth into the insect nurturing space. However, the heart moth remained on the back of Wang Yue's hand, showing no signs of moving. Wang Yue then remembered that this moth is not considered an insect pet, nor a derivative of one, so it definitely can't be recalled into the nurturing space. So, he waved his hands, and the 6 heart moths split into 2 teams, promptly diving into the sleeves of Wang Yue's robe. Under Wang Yue's command, they became quiet instantly, lining up obediently in the sleeves, feeling soft and giving no sense of foreignness. After settling down this family of insect pets, Wang Yue opened his Insect Master career panel again. The insect nurturing space has now expanded to 4. He can finally contract another insect pet. However, this time, Wang Yue was not as rushed as last time. What insect pet to choose, he would take his time to think it over. With this thought, Wang Yue hugged the experience fruit tree and walked out of the item storage room. After returning to his dormitory, Wang Yue placed the experience fruit tree on the counter in the living room. After having lunch in the cafeteria, he stayed in the bedroom, studying how to choose the next insect pet based on that insect control manual. According to the records of myth-level insects in the book, Wang Yue discovered that social insects like ants, bees, and aphids generally correspond to myth-level insects that have the ability to produce offspring. In contrast, solitary insects like centipedes, spiders, and mantises correspond to myth-level ones, which have strong individual strength. Looking at the various insect races in the book, Wang Yue couldn't help but start to contemplate. He currently does not lack survival ability. In terms of quantity, having over 300 ant soldiers is plenty enough. As for the heart moths, they provide him with analytical capabilities. The only thing missing might be a strong individual combat power. Although I already have the disaster sky scorpion, it actually leans more towards being a tank and protector, and its size is too large. In some small spaces, it may not be able to show its true strength. The insect pet I need should be small in size and born entirely for battle. With this goal in mind, Wang Yue continued to study in the book. An entire afternoon passed in a hurry. Until he could see the evening glow on the horizon outside the window. Wang Yue then heard Sui Shan's voice coming from outside. Wang Yue, are you going to eat dinner? Do you want me to bring you some? Eating irregularly is not good for your health. Hearing this, Wang Yue closed the book. After reading for an afternoon, it felt a bit stuffy, so Wang Yue was ready to go out for a walk. When he arrived at the living room, he saw Sui Shan and Nangong Jing standing at the door together. No need, let's go eat together. Saying this, Wang Yue walked to the door and started changing his shoes. At that moment, a boy's voice came from outside the door. Hey! Who is this guy? How did he come to my school without awakening? How did he get in? The three of them turned to look outside in unison. There stood a tall, curly-haired boy with his hands in his pockets, wearing a pair of silver headphones, chewing a pink bubblegum as he walked down the corridor. This is hilarious. Bro, are your parents teachers at Ananwugao? Teachers can't come and go as they please. Do they think Ananwu is a free entry school? This guy seems pretty cool. He must be rich. After all, headphones aren't something an ordinary family can afford. Facing the crowd's discussion, the curly-haired boy seemed used to it. He walked through the crowd and came to Wang Yue and the other two. He took off the headphones, nodded slightly to the three, and gave a faint smile. Then, he walked straight into the dormitory. Nangong Jing and Sui Shan turned around, their eyes fixed on the boy. Who is this guy? Sui Shan immediately furrowed his brow. Hey, there's not even a profession panel, why did he just barge into our dorm? Wang Yue also looked at the boy. Indeed, there was no profession panel popping up on him. Seeing the boy sit down on the living room sofa, Sui Shan hurried over. Hey, who are you? Who let you come here? The curly-haired boy was taken aback, looked at Sui Shan, and silently said, I am Chu Hao. Sui Shan was stunned. Chu Hao. That's not what I meant, I think you may be mistaken. This is the martial arts university student dormitory. You, someone who hasn't awakened, cannot just come and go here. Chu Hao blew a big bubble with the gum in his mouth. Then, with a pop, it burst near his mouth. I have already awakened my profession, this is my dormitory. Hearing this, Sui Shan's confusion deepened. Oh. Glancing at the experience fruit tree on the counter to the side, Chu Hao suddenly turned his head. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. It's an experience fruit tree, I didn't expect to see it here. However, this one is just a branch, a real experience fruit tree is very tall and large. These words made Sui Shan even more bewildered. Nangong Jing stepped forward and calmly asked, have you seen this before? Chu Hao nodded, there's one in my family's hall. To grow this kind of tree, you need the freshest corpses to take care of it. Although yours is just a branch, its growth condition is surprisingly good. As soon as he said this, Nangong Jing and Sui Shan both changed their expressions. Nangong Jing continued to walk forward. You say you have awakened your profession, but we can't see it at all. Could it be that you used a masking stone? Chu Hao's eyes turned to Nangong Jing. After looking for a few seconds, he finally answered, Oh? You are quite knowledgeable. Chapter 71, Ancient Temple Market, Chu Family. Nangong Jing's expression became serious, although the reason for your use is private, as your roommate who spends all day with you, I still want to ask, why use such a thing in the martial arts high school? Must I say it? Chu Hao's tone was a bit aggrieved. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Sui Shan felt lost and couldn't help but ask. Masking stone, this is a very valuable material, produced from various subspaces. After using it, you can hide your jaw panel, and when attacked, only the remaining health percentage will be displayed. Such a thing has an annual output of less than 1,000 pieces, usually used on the warfront to deal with evil creatures. Ordinary people hardly come into contact with it. Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Sui Shan's face. Chu Hao, why do you want to use such a thing? Is your profession special? Seeing that Chu Hao was unwilling to answer, Sui Shan scratched his face awkwardly and said, that's okay, even if your job is strange, we will try our best to get along with you. Hearing this, Chu Hao let out a deep sigh. He looked at the three people in front of him and smiled helplessly. Because I am SS rank. As soon as these words came out, the entire living room instantly turned cold. Sui Shan looked at Chu Hao in disbelief. SS rank. Chu Hao crossed his legs and nodded. Silence. The entire living room fell into a dead silence. Impossible. According to this year's report, there hasn't been a single SS rank awakened in Anan province. After a full 10 seconds, Suishan finally erupted with a shout of surprise. Looking at Suishan's astonished expression, Chu Hao closed his eyes and crossed his arms. I don't know, maybe my dad has kept the news too well. After all, I awakened at home, and there wasn't anyone watching. Suishan looked at Chu Hao on the sofa, his face twitching, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. Chu Hao, this kind of joke can't be made. I can't believe it, an SS rank that is rarely seen in the province for over 10 years, actually appears right in front of me. Nangong Jing, on the other hand, appeared very calm. He walked forward and came to Chu Hao's side. You must be from the Chu family of Guchan City. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chu Hao's face gradually faded. He glanced at Nangong Jing and silently nodded. Whoa. Suishan felt as if struck by lightning and kept retreating. Wait, are you guys really not joking? His voice trembled. Chu Hao, are you really from the Guchan City Chu family? What is the Guchan City Chu family? Wang Yue, who had been listening on the side, finally couldn't help but ask. Nangong Jing turned to look at Wang Yue and said steadily. That is the largest gang family in Anan province, with 2 SS ranks, Chu Hong and his son Chu Jiang, dominating. Their business covers half of Anan, and even the provincial government has to give them some face. Not only are they the real underground emperors of Anan province, but they also play a significant role on the warfront of Long Country and in the exploration of subspaces. At this point, Nangong Jing looked at Chu Hao again. I didn't expect, the young master of the Chu family also inherits the legacy, awakening an SS rank occupation as well. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue finally understood. This curly-haired boy is a young master of a gang family. According to Nangong Jing's description, the Chu family must be very powerful, far beyond the small family like the Wan family in Tianhai City. No wonder they previously announced that there were 3 S-rank students in the province, but only saw Su Li and Wu Linyue on the train. The third one must be Chu Hao, and since the family was worried about drawing unnecessary attention, they falsely claimed he awakened as an S-rank occupation. It was quite surprising for Wang Yue that such a gang young master was his 4th roommate. Chu Hao scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. Actually, it's not that impressive. Chu Hao, welcome to our dormitory, and I hope we can get along well in the future. Although Nangong Jing said this, there was still a hint of vigilance in his tone. Yes, Chu Hao, if there is anything you like or dislike in the future, feel free to tell us. Suishan scratched his head. He pointed to the door. Well, we're going out to eat first. Saying this, he patted Wang Yue's shoulder. Hearing the signal, Nangong Jing also took the initiative to leave Chu Hao's side. You guys go ahead. Chu Hao smiled slightly. Nangong Jing and Suishan exchanged a glance, then turned around and walked towards the door. Halfway there, they suddenly stopped. Because the two of them noticed that Wang Yue was still standing in place. Wang Yue. Suishan whispered, calling out to Wang Yue. However, Wang Yue seemed not to hear. Let's go together. He reached out his hand to Chu Hao. In an instant, Chu Hao was momentarily stunned. Me? He pointed to himself with his finger. Yes. Wang Yue was indeed quite interested in this young master from the underworld family. Not to mention anything else, just that complete experience fruit tree was enough for Wang Yue to study for a while. If combined with his blood river and blood water, perhaps he could achieve a bountiful harvest of experience fruits. At that time, collaborating with the Chu family would solve the problem of experience points. Chu Hao stared blankly at Wang Yue. In that moment, he finally took a good look at this white-haired boy. In his pupils, there seemed to be a hint of disbelief. After a long while, he stood up. Then, let's go together. On the way to the cafeteria, Wang Yue couldn't wait to chat with Chu Hao about the experience fruit tree. So that branch of the experience fruit tree in the living room is yours? Chu Hao placed his hands behind his head and walked alongside Wang Yue in the back row of 4. Wang Yue nodded. So I want to see what a real experience fruit tree looks like. Chu Hao sighed long and shook his head. It's not easy to handle. After all, I am currently in a state of semi-breakup with my family. But if you really want to see, I can sneak you into my house. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue fell silent. Sneaking into the largest underworld family in the province? No wonder he's a young master, such a thought is naive. However, Wang Yue also found it strange that he had a D-rank profession panel, which Chu Hao should be able to see clearly, yet he hadn't seemed very surprised at all. Thanks to the 1 urging update symbol and 1 gift for love from Wang Wang who loves blueberry jam. Thanks to the 3 love gifts from Bing Luobi Abi. Thanks to the 3 love gifts from Runzone who always gets lost while walking. Thanks to Fu Guang Zhao Sanyuan, Jioxing Shang, and Fu Chang who loves to eat Fuan light pancakes for 1 love gift. Chapter 72, Looking for Insect Pets. Nangong Jing and Suishan walked in the front row. Hearing the conversation of the two behind, they relaxed their vigilance towards this young master of the underworld a little. Although his family background is hard to describe, at least what he said was quite sincere and kind, without the airs of a second-generation heir. In his conversation with Chu Hao, Wang Yue also felt that the other was a bit naive and lively. Although he was already 18 years old, he still seemed a bit childish. Moreover, he had an overly strong desire to share. Once he opened his mouth, he could not stop talking, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone for hundreds of years. In the blink of an eye, the four arrived at the nearest cafeteria to the dormitory. This cafeteria was 6 stories high, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, exuding a warm glow inside, instantly igniting one's appetite. Wow! Suishan rushed to a billboard at the door, drooling, "Ghost catfish sashimi, limited supply today." He excitedly rubbed his hands together. This is a variety produced in the Endless Coast subspace. Just catching one requires at least 3 A-rank awakeners of level 50 or higher. I never expected I could eat it one day, hee. Suishan turned around, his face flushed. Hey, let's hurry up. If we go late, there won't be any left. Prompted by Suishan, even Wang Yue and Nangong Jing were a bit expectant. However, Chu Hao barely glanced at the poster, instead casting curious looks at the students coming in and out around. After finishing their meal, the four strolled around the school to scout the general layout before returning to their dormitory. The school did not arrange any activities for tonight, but scheduled the freshman class meeting for tomorrow night. Perhaps they thought that the new students had just gone through the entrance trials and still needed rest and to acclimate to the environment. On the first night at the martial arts high school, Wang Yue slept quite soundly. Here, he could feel a sense of safety. The next day, in the morning, Wang Yue took the Insect Master's journal and headed straight to the school's computer room. He opened a shopping website and entered the insect breeding section. Last time, he purchased a disaster sky centipede from this website. After filtering through options yesterday, Wang Yue set his sights on a combat-type insect recorded in the Insect Master's journal, the ancient collapsing star, dominant horned beast. It was entirely black like black iron, standing on 2 legs, with arms like 2 sharp spears, and a powerful giant horn extending from its back covering its head, instantly capturing Wang Yue's attention. According to the records in hand, this dominant horned beast excelled in dueling, with both attack and defense fully maxed out, and most importantly, it was only slightly larger than an average adult. It was simply perfect for Wang Yue's current needs. So Wang Yue wanted to see if there were any insect species on the website that matched its characteristics. However, after browsing for a long time, he did not find a target. After all, the insects sold on the website were mostly of medicinal value, with barely over 20 types. But among these 20 types, either the colors were wrong, or they lacked the corresponding features. After a whole morning, Wang Yue had ruled them all out. At noon, after grabbing a quick bite, Wang Yue, unwilling to give up, went to the school's pet secondary market. This was a market set up by students in the Beast Master program to trade and purchase their pets, which naturally included some insect pets as well. Wang Yue started checking them one by one again. During this time, he even saw a rare-level insect pet. The vendor, noticing that Wang Yue was an insect breeder, even flaunted it, but Wang Yue was not interested at all. However, after an afternoon, Wang Yue still couldn't find a target. Dragon Country is so vast, who knows where there are insect species with similar traits? Could it be he has to search nationwide? Indeed, finding insect pets is something that can only be stumbled upon, and one mustn't be impatient. Seeing the sky gradually darken, Wang Yue decided to return to the dorm and join his roommates for the freshman welcome meeting. That evening, the 4 of them from Wang Yue's dorm set off toward the classroom building. Wang Yue, where have you been today? Chu Hao asked curiously, noticing Wang Yue had disappeared for a day. Nothing much, I was just checking to see if there were any insect pets I wanted in school. Did you find any? Chu Hao tilted his head. Wang Yue shook his head, I'll search some more later. As they chatted, the 4 found their classroom using the guide signs. The freshman orientation meeting was held separately in each building, with a counselor responsible for each one, so the meeting place for Wang Yue's group was the same classroom. As soon as they entered the classroom, Wang Yue saw a dazzling light. Then, a huge space came into view. The podium was extremely wide, covering more than 100 square meters, entirely made of wooden flooring with a glossy, transparent varnish. Opposite the podium was a series of student seats, gradually rising. Packed closely together, at least 700 or 800 students could sit down. At that moment, many students were already seated. The 4 exchanged glances and walked up the steps to sit in the last row, which was also the highest row. Gradually, the seats in the classroom filled up. Students chatted and laughed or closed their eyes to rest. Until a young man in a white t-shirt with frameless glasses walked in and headed straight for the podium. He held a microphone and smiled at the students. The noise in the classroom gradually quieted down. Hello, everyone, I'm glad to meet you all. The kind voice immediately resonated throughout the classroom. My name is Zhou Shuchen, and I will be your counselor for the next 4 years. You can call me Teacher Zhou. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Our counselor is surprisingly young. Yeah, he seems like he's only a few years older than us. He looks a bit handsome too, hee. Wang Yue also looked at the man named Zhou Shuchen. In his 30s, with an A-class profession, if he were in Tianhai City, he would definitely be a pillar of some family. But in Anan City, he was just a martial arts counselor. This is the difference between a regular city and a provincial capital. Zhou Shuchen smiled at everyone until the discussions gradually quieted down. Students, how was your first day at Anan Martial Arts High? In the face of new surroundings and a new pace, you may feel some excitement or small doubts. This is all very normal. Please remember, starting today, I will accompany and assist you to face every challenge ahead. Any problem you encounter will be my concern. My office is at. Ha! Listening to the counselor's lecture, Suishan leaned back in his seat and yawned. Again with this boring stuff, it makes me sleepy. However, next to Wang Yue, Zhu Hao's attention was completely focused on the podium. I believe that on your way to school, you may have already learned something about our graduation system. In short, everything revolves around the so-called trials and points. While listening to the teacher's explanation, Zhu Hao suddenly looked at Wang Yue. Hey Wang Yue, haven't you already participated in a trial? Chapter 73, Let's go make some money. Looking at Zhu Hao's excited expression, Wang Yue nodded. Speaking of this. On the podium, Zhou Shuchen's voice suddenly rose. I heard that in the entrance trial, there was a student in our building who scored full marks in first place. I haven't seen this kind of situation for years. The name seems to be Wang Yue? Wang Yue, are you here? Hearing this, Wang Yue had no choice but to stand up from the back row. It seems that in the future, I still need to keep a low profile, otherwise, I can be called out in a meeting. In an instant, all the students turned their heads, their eyes focused on Wang Yue. There was admiration from many, jealousy from the boys, and blushing from the girls. Beside him, Zhu Hao's mouth slightly dropped open. Wang Yue performed very well, everyone should take him as a model and learn from him. Just as Wang Yue sat down, Zhu Hao eagerly leaned over. Wang Yue, quickly tell me what the entrance trial was like. Wang Yue paused. Actually, it's nothing special, it was an impromptu trial conducted by the school leaders on a train. Zhu Hao's eyes went blank. What a pity, I wish I had been on the train too. Actually, it's not that useful. It would have been better to let us do the next dungeon, at least then we could gain some experience. Wang Yue was telling the truth. If it hadn't been for the reward for coming in first, that trial on the train would have been a complete waste of effort. Zhu Hao furrowed his brows. Are you really lacking experience? Wang Yue nodded. After all, he only had a bit over 40,000 yuan left in his pocket and had turned down Anan Martial Arts High's recruitment. Leveling up could only rely on himself. Although Anan Martial Arts High provided students with 3 free designated dungeon opportunities each week, for Wang Yue, it was still not enough. Zhu Hao stroked his chin and stopped talking. After the meeting ended, the 4 returned to their dormitory. Suishan yawned. These meetings tire me out, I'm going to wash up and sleep now. Zhu Hao sat on the sofa, chewing gum, as if he was thinking about something. Wang Yue checked his experience fruit tree and also prepared to return to his room to rest. Passing by the sofa, Zhu Hao's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Yue, how about I take you to make some money? Wang Yue thought he had misheard for a moment. So late, still at the martial arts high, to make some money? What do you mean by making money? Zhu Hao smiled mischievously. Of course, let's go to Anan City and get some money back. I was bored to death at school all day, so while it's dark and windy, let's go out and have some fun. You aren't planning to kill someone, right? Wang Yue joked. Zhu Hao fell into deep thought. Well, kind of, but the payment is huge. If we're lucky, we can make a few million in one night. Hearing this, Wang Yue was completely stunned. Is it really killing someone? And earning millions? To be honest, for a moment, his heart stirred slightly. After all, having a few million means he could freely explore the Anan City dungeon. Seeing Wang Yue's strange expression, Zhu Hao's smile grew wider. He. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe and won't affect our studies. Wang Yue turned around. First tell me where exactly we are going? Underground fighting arena. Underground fighting arena. Zhu Hao nodded. Exactly, I'm very familiar with that place. If you come to Anan City and don't visit the underground fighting arena, it's like you haven't been here at all. Listening to Zhu Hao's excited chatter, Wang Yue frowned. He had never heard of this place before. Is this place legal and compliant? No matter what, he's still a student at Anan Martial Arts High, and he should be careful with things like killing and arson. It would be troublesome if someone recognized him. In a city, where there's light, there's dark, where there's black, there's white. As long as you're powerful enough, you can claim to be legal and compliant. Seeing Wang Yue deep in thought, Chu Hao continued, it's actually a place for underground fighting. You fight, take the money, and no one cares who you are. Plus, this place has been around for decades in Anan City. My dad took me there to play when I was a kid. Those people have their own rules and won't randomly leak the contestants' privacy. Wang Yue was already a bit restless, and hearing this made him even more shaken. If he could really earn millions, this risk might be worth taking. Besides, even if he doesn't participate in the competition, it wouldn't hurt to scout the place in advance. Who knows, he might need the information someday. Thinking of this, Wang Yue's gaze became firm. How do we get there? Wang Yue, I knew you would definitely come with me. Chu Hao said, his mouth curling into a smirk. At night, there's a bus from Anan Martial Arts High to the city. We can sneak on it, and once we arrive in the city, just follow me. No need to make it so complicated. Just follow me. Saying this, Wang Yue walked to the door and opened it. He looked around and found no one else. He summoned a Blood River Ant Guardian and made it hover in the air. Wow! Seeing this, Chu Hao's eyes lit up, and he instantly jumped off the sofa. Is this your insect pet? I love its design. He ran to the door and stood beside Wang Yue. Carefully examining every detail of the Ant Guardian, his eyes filled with admiration for this alien-like insect creature. Let's take this to go, just point the way for me. With that, Wang Yue climbed over the railing and jumped onto the Ant Guardian's back. Chu Hao then also climbed over the railing and leapt onto Wang Yue's back. Let's go, let's go. In the next moment, the Blood River Ant Guardian roared to life and shot rapidly into the sky. Ha ha ha. Chu Hao's eyes sparkled as he gazed down at the campus. Wang Yue, your insect pet is so cool. Is it this way? Wang Yue looked at the distant night sky, the cool summer breeze blowing over him, making him feel chilled. That's right, just keep flying south. Wang Yue maneuvered the Ant Guardian, soaring over tall walls. Across the river, there was a vibrant nightlife filled with lights and colors. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue felt a thrill. After all, he had moved straight into the school upon arriving in Anan City, and he hadn't properly experienced the prosperity of a provincial capital. Might as well take this opportunity to explore a bit. Thanks to 02 for a letter and 2 gifts of love. Thanks to Darko for a thumbs-up gift. Thanks to Ice Luobi B, the extremely spooky Luzu, and San Muja Si Dian for 3 gifts of love. Chapter 74, Underground Fighting Arena. Guided by Chu Hao, Wang Yue controlled the Blood River Ant Guard and quickly flew over the river, reaching the bustling city on the opposite shore. Since it was night and the flight height of the Blood River Ant Guard was high enough, Wang Yue continued flying forward for a while. Eventually, he landed on a high mountain. Chu Hao jumped off the Ant Guard, his face still full of excitement. Wang Yue, your bug master profession is so interesting. We won't need helicopters to travel anymore. Wang Yue smiled and looked down the mountain at the distant, hazy neon lights. Is the underground fighting arena over there? Chu Hao also looked and nodded, yes. It's a mixed crowd over there, remember to stay close to me. Wang Yue silently observed this area that stretched for over 10 kilometers. With the visual enhancement from the Heart Lotus Master, he could see quite clearly. Compared to the bustle of the main city, the area at the foot of the mountain appeared to be much dirtier and more chaotic. Red, green, pink, yellow, various colorful lights formed countless points of light, completely mixed together. The narrow road was littered with garbage, with crowds of pedestrians and a stream of cars. It was extremely lively. In such a place, there were surely all kinds of people. Let's go. Chu Hao turned to Wang Yue. Wait a moment. Wang Yue said while looking at a wild boar devouring a dead animal beside him. Such wild monsters could occasionally be seen in desolate mountains. Although they were only level 1, they posed a considerable threat to some support occupations. Go. With Wang Yue's command, the huge and terrifying Blood River Ant Guard immediately pounced and killed the wild boar in one bite. Where it had been eating, a pool of blood suddenly appeared. With this pool of blood as an anchor point, Wang Yue could anytime use the ant's passive skill Blood River Envoy to return directly to that spot after killing an enemy in the underground fighting arena. Although Wang Yue believed that Chu Hao wouldn't deceive him, he was still a bit too naive and surely didn't consider many things thoroughly. In case of special situations, this pool of blood could serve as his escape route. Let's go. Wang Yue retracted the Blood River Ant Guard back into the bug nurturing space. Although Chu Hao didn't understand Wang Yue's actions, he didn't ask many questions. He directly leaped down to a large rock below. Then he jumped continuously, quickly descending the mountain. Wang Yue closely followed behind Chu Hao. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yue and Chu Hao had arrived at the mixed area at the foot of the mountain. Walking on the garbage-filled street, a thick smell of dust hit their faces. Shops selling cheap clothes, deep-fried stalls swarming with flies, disabled people begging on the street. Although it was already past midnight, the level of chaos was extraordinary. If one did not see it with their own eyes, who could imagine such sights in the capital city of Annam province? Hey two little brothers, do you want to come play with the big sisters? A few flashy and exaggeratedly dressed women blocked Wang Yue and Chu Hao's path, smiling brightly at them. Their outfits were extremely revealing, practically unbearable to look at. Considering how handsome you two little brothers are, we can make an exception and let you in for free. One of the heavily made-up women leaned closer to them. Suddenly, her expression changed. Get lost. Chu Hao's face turned grim, his eyes emitting a murderous intent. The women's faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated to the sides. Here, don't trust any strangers. As Chu Hao walked forward, he spoke to Wang Yue. Wang Yue observed his surroundings and silently nodded. In no time, the two arrived in front of a uniquely designed building. The building covered an extensive area. The height is only 2 or 3 meters, and the pure black dome is like a huge pot lid, firmly pressing down on the surrounding iron walls. Through the barbed wire gate, one can faintly see some dim orange-yellow light shining through inside. This is the place. It really hasn't changed after 4 or 5 years. Chu Hao stopped at the doorway and smiled at Wang Yue, saying, when we go in, you don't need to talk, just follow me. Wang Yue nodded. Following Chu Hao's pace, they walked into the gate. Welcome to both guests, may I ask if you want to watch a fighting match? The reception at the front desk was a small, creepy old man, with a pair of sly, narrow eyes sneaking glances at Wang Yue and Chu Hao. Chu Hao did not answer but pulled a pitch-black emblem out of his pocket. We want to go to the 10th floor. Seeing the emblem, the old man's face changed. He respectfully took the emblem and examined it closely. He then returned it to Chu Hao with great respect. Young masters, please follow me. The old man led the two through a messy corridor to a worn-out elevator at the end. He took out a diamond-shaped stone covered in carvings and touched it to the elevator door lock. A faint blue light lit up, and the elevator door immediately opened. Boom, boom. The elevator dropped down layer by layer. Through the barbed wire, one could see the scene of each layer outside. The first floor was just ordinary arena fights, with even referees and judges present. The audience section was sparse, not even filling the first row. On the second floor, the fighting scenes became a bit brutal, with more audience present. Each layer down increased the level of violence significantly compared to the previous one. And the audience area, including the arena size, was much larger than the one above. Finally, the elevator shook and reached the last floor. The elevator door opened, revealing a long, dark corridor outside. Wang Yue and Chu Hao walked down, leaving the old man in the elevator. Young masters, if you need anything, please contact the receptionist directly. I hope you have fun. After the old man finished speaking, he closed the elevator door and slowly went up again. Wang Yue breathed a sigh of relief. There are quite a few tricks inside here, if not for Chu Hao leading him, he definitely wouldn't have found his way in. Are you surprised? I also felt like this the first time I came. Chu Hao said, folding his hands behind his head while leading Wang Yue deeper into the corridor. I didn't expect it to be this big. Wang Yue couldn't help but sigh. Hee, this place is home to tens of thousands of people. Chu Hao turned his head to look at Wang Yue. Wang Yue widened his eyes slightly. You didn't expect it, did you? This place not only has a developed lodging industry but also complete secondary industries like food, shopping, and leisure, all specially prepared for those gambling addicts. Gambling addicts? Wang Yue squinted, feeling more and more confused. Chu Hao chuckled, Wang Yue, it's clear you've never been to a place like this. Just relying on that little ticket fee, this underground fighting arena can't possibly make money. The real profit comes from thousands of spectators, betting according to the two fighters in the arena, no matter who wins or loses, the fighting arena makes a big profit from the gambling. So, it's more of an underground casino than an underground fighting arena. Chapter 75, Life and Death Arena Fighting. Listening to Chu Hao's explanation, Wang Yue gradually understood the operational logic of this underground fighting arena. So how do we make money? Is it betting or competing? Of course, it's competing. Chu Hao moved his shoulders, betting is not interesting, plus we can't control the wins or losses of both sides in the match. Don't worry, the people here are all weak, not as strong as the bodyguards back home. Chu Hao looked at Wang Yue, with your strength that scored full marks in the entrance trial, this place is simply an open gold mine, dig as much as you want. And? Chu Hao rubbed his hands, I'm also quite curious, what level I'm at after awakening, it's just right to test it out here. You want to sign up too? Wang Yue asked. Of course. When I was a child watching their matches, I wanted to try it myself. Chu Hao chuckled and said, now that my annoying dad is not around, I will definitely have some fun. As they laughed, the two had already walked to the end of the corridor. At this moment, Wang Yue could already hear waves of cheers coming from his ears. At the same time, he felt the ground slightly tremble. At the very end of the corridor was a large, tightly closed door. Chu Hao took a few steps forward and pushed the door open with all his strength. In an instant, dazzling lights shot in. Along with it came a wave of cheers like the ocean. Wang Yue followed Chu Hao and walked out. His vision instantly opened up. On both sides of the road were towering stands filled with crazy spectators. Some held glow sticks, some were dressed messily, and some even held bottles of alcohol, gulping them down. The whole environment was incredibly noisy, looking like there were at least 10,000 spectators. Colorful lights rotated and scattered from the overhead disco balls, illuminating the entire huge venue. In the center of the venue stood a ring the size of a football field. In the middle of the ring, two duelists were fiercely battling. One of the duelists, holding a long bow, was already covered in blood, limping at the edge of the ring. He kept drawing and firing arrows, wildly shooting at the other duelist, who moved like a shadow. However, in the next second, the shadowy duelist dashed forward and suddenly appeared right next to the archer. The dagger in his hand flashed with a dark light and plunged directly into the archer's throat. -364. Damage numbers popped up, and in an instant, the archer's blood spurted out, staining the entire ground below. The archer wobbled and finally fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. Seeing this scene, nearly 10,000 spectators in the stands erupted with cheers even louder than before, like a tsunami. Won! Shaoli, Daddy won. You don't have to drop out. Ha ha ha. Scorpion is awesome. I really didn't misjudge you, love you. I love you, Scorpion. Damn it, this stinky archer struts around like a big shot and even calls himself Hoi, but he didn't last 10 minutes. Now I've really lost every penny. The assassin duelist on the ring waved to the audience and walked straight down the platform. At the same time, a team of cleaning staff in blue uniforms walked onto the stage and dragged away the archer's corpse. Then a bucket of water was splashed onto the ring, and they began to mop up the blood. Wang Yue silently watched the scene on the stage. This underground fighting ring was indeed dangerous, both sides were basically intent on killing each other. If it weren't for desperation, these people probably wouldn't stand in this ring. However, judging by the damage dealt, it was indeed a bit of child's play. It really is original and hasn't changed at all. Chu Hao also looked at the ring, his gaze playful. Let's go, we should sign up too. Chu Hao tugged at Wang Yue's sleeve. Wang Yue followed Chu Hao, winding around the vast audience area. They walked into an open doorway. Inside was another scene altogether. It was a square hall, bright light shone down from the ceiling, falling onto the reflective floor tiles. In the center of the hall, a large screen hung down, displaying the times and odds for the upcoming matches. Under the screen, a crowd of people held tickets, looking up with expressions of joy or worry. Across from the crowd was a row of service windows. In front of each window, there was a long line. The only exception was the center window, which was wide and empty, with no one there. Chu Hao pulled Wang Yue over to the middle window. Hey, young man, that's the window for signing up for the fighting ring, don't get it wrong. A middle-aged man waiting in line nearby kindly reminded. We're not getting it wrong, uncle. We just want to enter the arena. Chu Hao grinned. As soon as these words came out, the people around him were frightened. Young man, don't be impulsive. Is there something you can't figure out? Oh no, you lost a bet, didn't you? You've experienced this, there's no need to do something so extreme. You're both in D rank, and you haven't even awakened. Isn't going up to the arena just asking for death? However, some people began to cheer wildly. Hey, you two, hurry up and sign up. Those who don't sign up are cowards. A couple of clowns, don't think anyone will pity you for doing this. Ha 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 ha. You have to go to the arena, I just happen to bet you'll lose. Chu Hao smiled slightly. Oh? Uncle, I hope you lose your pants too then. Saying this, he pulled Wang Yue to the window. The counter girl had clearly heard the conversation and smiled awkwardly. Gentlemen, do you understand the rules of the life and death arena? This is not a joke, once you sign the contract, you cannot regret it. Even though there has been a shortage of participants recently, her manager had instructed them to accept all sign-ups, even those who haven't awakened. After all, one-sided slaughter can also be quite a spectacle. However, at this moment, the counter girl looked at Wang Yue and Chu Hao and felt a pang of pity. Most of the previous sign-ups were some ruthless, sinister characters. She really couldn't bear to see these vibrant young men turn into a pile of meat. How did you get in here? Have you talked to your parents? The counter girl said patiently. Why don't you go back first? Anna. Just then, a sharp male voice broke in. Behind the counter girl, a man in a suit with a handlebar mustache emerged. The counter girl's face instantly stiffened, turning to look. Manager. Did you forget what I told you? The manager shot a narrow-eyed glance at the two. Go back to the lounge. The counter girl nodded in a panic and quickly left her seat. You two young brothers, are you really going to sign up for the arena competition? The manager sat down and smiled as he scrutinized Wang Yue and Chu Hao. Stop with the chit-chat, just sign us up. Chu Hao slammed the table. Hearing this, the manager's smile grew even brighter. His eyes darted, glancing at the two little heroes. I know you're eager to prove yourselves in the arena, but our one-on-one matches are fully booked today. How about this? I'll sign you up first, and you can come back next week? Ha! Chu Hao's face twitched. Next week? How could we wait that long? We want to fight tonight. Seeing Chu Hao's reaction, the manager revealed a look of success. I understand. Since you two are so pressed for time, I'll do my best to arrange tonight's match for you. The manager pretended to take the mouse and clicked on his office computer. We actually have some openings for tonight's defending battle. I wonder if you two are interested in challenging the champion. Challenge the champion? Chu Hao frowned slightly. Does this defending battle have a reward? The manager immediately nodded, of course. If you successfully defeat the champion, there will be at least 2 million in prize money, and based on the audience's bets, there will also be additional shares of various amounts. Even if you fail to challenge, as long as you sign the contract now, you can immediately receive 10,000 as a participation fee. 2 million, huh? Chu Hao stroked his chin, turning to Wang Yue. Wang Yue, what do you think? Wang Yue looked at the manager's sleazy demeanor, feeling that he wasn't being honest. 2 million, if the champion's level was like what he had seen in the arena before, the return would indeed be quite good, plus the betting profits. If planned well, it should be possible to use this money to reach level 19. In case of an accident, just kill someone randomly to leave through the blood. Thinking of this, Wang Yue nodded. Alright, then let's participate in the defense match. Chu Hao turned back and said to the manager. Hearing this, the manager crazily suppressed his rising smile. You two little heroes, although I believe in your strength, I must say a harsh word first. He leaned down and pulled out 2 bundles of thick cash from the counter, slamming them on the table. Once this contract is signed, it cannot be reversed. If you take this entry fee and do not compete, the consequences will be very serious. Okay, stop dilly-dallying, bring me the contract. Chu Hao extended his hand and directly reached through the conversation hole to snatch the 2 contracts. He handed one to Wang Yue while picking up a pen to fill out the other. Wang Yue looked at the registration contract in his hand. Apart from some basic information, at the very bottom of the contract, there were 7 photos printed. In these 7 photos, there were 7 oddly-looking men. Some had fierce expressions, some looked effeminate, and some even appeared unrecognizable as human. Hey, uncle, what are these 7 strange shapes down here? Chu Hao had already filled out the form and asked the manager. These 7 fighters are currently the 7 champions of our underground fighting arena. The manager smiled coldly. You need to choose one as tonight's challenge target. Chu Hao nodded and glanced at the contract. Which one of them is the strongest? Hearing this, the manager let out a laugh and slowly said, these people have similar strength, and the differences are not big, but if we are talking about the strongest, it must be the 7th champion, codenamed Killer Rabbit Man. So far, he has successfully defended his title 11 times, continuously killing 77 challengers. The manager paused and continued, next, it should be the 3rd champion, the bloodiest and most violent presence in our fighting arena, Chainsaw Butcher. Apart from these 2, the remaining fighters have similar strength, and you can choose freely. Chu Hao made a mark on the contract with his pen and then handed it to the manager. The manager checked the contract and suddenly his expression froze. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I really underestimated this little hero. Good. I will register your match with the Killer Rabbit Man right now. At this moment, Wang Yue also completed the form and stepped forward to hand it to the manager. Wang Yue chose the opponent Chainsaw Butcher. There were 2 reasons. First, the Chainsaw Butcher looked like a pure brute, he probably lacked strategy, so killing him wouldn't require much thought. Second, as a newcomer, if he went to challenge the 2nd strongest champion, the audience would definitely bet on his loss. This way, after winning, he would get more betting funds based on the odds. The manager looked at the 2 contracts, then at Wang Yue and Chu Hao, with an expression as if he was looking at fools. Ha 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 ha. Good. Today, our fighting arena has encountered 2 guests, truly a rare occasion. He picked up the nearby 20,000 yuan, split the bundles, and handed them to Wang Yue and Chu Hao. The match time will be notified later, please go to your room to rest for now. You two are not young anymore, I hope you participate seriously in the match and don't play any tricks. The manager's expression was cold, and his tone revealed a hint of threat. Hey Wang Yue, let's go. Chu Hao didn't even glance at the manager and dragged Wang Yue to leave. Wang Yue looked back at the 2 contracts one more time but was pulled away by Chu Hao. A line of gamblers who were queuing to place bets turned to stare blankly at the 2 leaving. Once the manager left, they began to chatter loudly. Hurry, 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 let me place a bet. I want to bet on Killer Rabbit Man and Chainsaw Butcher. I've lost several rounds, I need to turn my luck around. He, a good show is coming. I love watching one-sided massacres. Sigh, that manager is really cruel, such good kids, and they're going to die here tonight. Meanwhile, Shu Hao had already pulled Wang Yue out of the hall. Outside the hall, there was another noisy and chaotic underground street. The street was filled with sallow-faced passers-by, and many drunkards were sitting and lying by the roadside, while numerous vendors shouted desperately. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue was slightly surprised. He did not expect that this underground fighting arena was so impressive, managing to carve out an underground district centered around itself, and it seemed to have formed a self-sufficient economic system. Wang Yue followed behind Shu Hao, arriving at a small alley beside. Let's rest for a moment first. After the match, we should be able to get back to school before dawn. Shu Hao tossed the 10,000 yuan cash in his hand and said to Wang Yue as he walked ahead. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yue suddenly felt something slip from his hand. Xiao Jia, run! A hoarse girl's voice suddenly rang out, followed by a flurry of flapping wings. Wang Yue turned around and saw a black beetle soaring high in the alley. The beetle's 6 legs were tightly grasping a small, thin figure, flying upwards into the sky. The 10,000 yuan entry fee that vanished from Wang Yue's hand had appeared in that small figure's grasp. Chapter 77, Contract and Oath. In the next moment, the terrifying white figure of the Blood River Ant Guard flashed out instantly. In the blink of an eye, the massive body intercepted both the black beetle and the small figure. Ah! That figure let out a terrified scream, losing stability and falling from the sky. However, the black beetle seemed to have a mind of its own. It bravely twisted its body and desperately flew toward the falling small figure, despite its fear of its high-ranking kin. Finally, at the very last moment of the small figure's descent, it arrived beneath her, using its soft, rounded underside to catch her. Wang Yue's eyes lit up, and he quickly examined the black beetle's panel. Name: Black-horned rhinoceros beetle. Race: insect. Grade: common white. Status: larva stage. Level: 2. Health: 65. Mana: 0. Seeing this name, Wang Yue grew increasingly excited. Because it greatly resembled the ancient star crippling dominant Gallic horned ruler he had seen in a book before. The same black shell, the same 2 curved spikes. More importantly, a mighty big horn grew at the very center of its head. Even the name contained the word horn. Wang Yue hurriedly stepped forward. Shu Hao followed from behind, raising his right hand, and a ball of dark blue airy flames instantly burst forth. Upon seeing this scene, the small figure trembled all over, and began to bow wildly to Wang Yue and Shu Hao. Young masters, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't kill me. I will do anything you want, anything at all. Please don't kill me. Bang, 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 bang. While speaking, she had already banged her head against the dirty concrete ground 4 or 5 times. Without hesitation, Shu Hao reached out, ready to strike her. Wait. Wang Yue raised his arm, blocking Shu Hao. Wang Yue, why are you pitying her? People like this should be killed directly, Shu Hao said lightly. Wang Yue was still somewhat angry about the thief's actions. Although 10,000 yuan wasn't much, Wang Yue had always followed the principle, I can give, but you can't take it proactively. If it weren't for his interest in the black-horned rhinoceros beetle, Wang Yue wouldn't have stopped Shu Hao. Where did you get this black-horned rhinoceros beetle? Wang Yue looked down at the still bowing small figure. Not being able to see a profession panel indicated that this little girl most likely had not yet awakened. Hearing Wang Yue's voice, the small figure finally stopped her actions. She trembled all over and slowly raised her head. What entered Wang Yue's eyes was a pale little face. Light yellow curls, big eyes, small mouth. This little face was covered in dust and bruises. Young master, are you talking about Xiao Jia? The girl's face was full of tears and snot. I found it when I was 5 or 6 years old near my home. At that time, it was injured, and after I took care of Xiao Jia, It has always accompanied me. Where is your home? Wang Yue pressed further. However, upon hearing this question, the girl's expression froze. Home. The light in her pupils gradually faded, as if she was trapped in a distant memory. I don't know, I only know that it's in a very, very southern place. Listening to the girl's description and combining it with her appearance, Wang Yue guessed that she must come from a province at the southernmost part of the Dragon Country. For some unknown reason, she had ended up in Annam province. However, if this is the case, then this black-armored unicorn, I'm afraid, couldn't be found within Annam. Sell me this black-armored unicorn, how much? Wang Yue said flatly. The girl trembled all over. As small armor. No. I can't, small armor is my best friend. After saying this, the girl's face turned even paler. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the black-armored unicorn that was lying obediently on the ground beside her. Oh. Is that so? Wang Yue moved forward, following the girl's gaze, looking into her eyes. Didn't you just say you would do anything? He slowly crouched down. You must know, even if you don't buy, I can still kill you and take the black-armored unicorn. Hearing the word kill, the girl trembled all over. She bit her lip tightly, tears gushing, shaking her head frantically, and no. Please, young master, spare small armor. Small armor is my only good friend. I don't want it to become medicine or food. I can do anything else. My organs are still intact, or let me do heavy work. Although I'm small, I'm very strong. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue couldn't help but sigh. You misunderstand, I can assure you, I won't do anything to harm small armor. On the contrary, it will have a bright future in my hands. The girl trembled as she looked into Wang Yue's eyes. She pressed her lips together, wanting to say something, but did not speak. Wang Yue adjusted his expression to be gentler, smiled slightly, and continued to ask, why did you steal my money? The girl's face showed a look of despair, and she lowered her head. My sister is dying, I must raise the money, or she will die. How about this? Wang Yue leaned forward, supporting the girl's bony frame, looking into her big eyes. You entrust small armor to me, and I will do my utmost to save your sister. The girl with tear-filled eyes stared at Wang Yue's silver pupils. But my sister has a strange illness. You can't lie to me. If I lose small armor, I really have nothing left. Wang Yue smiled. How could I deceive you? If I were really a bad person, wouldn't I just kill you and take small armor? Upon hearing this, the girl barely stopped crying, stammering, then how can I find you again? Wang Yue glanced at Chu Hao, then turned back to the girl. Just wait for us here in 4 hours. Since he had already encountered this black-armored unicorn, Wang Yue was certainly going to establish the contract on the spot. The girl turned to look at the quiet black-armored unicorn beside her, tears welling up again. But. Wang Yue placed a hand on the girl's narrow shoulder, his tone gentle. Small armor will be happy knowing that sister can live. As soon as these words came out, the girl cried out again. She wiped her tears frantically with her arms, keeping her head down. I'm sorry, small armor, but I want sister to live. I'm sorry, sob. The black-armored unicorn, seeing the girl crying non-stop, hurriedly nudged her with its black shell. Seeing the girl's attitude, Wang Yue stopped saying anything. He stood up, looking down at the black-armored unicorn, which was about the same size as the girl, and directly activated the insect contract. Insect contract successfully used. Contract established with the black-armored unicorn. Wang Yue's fourth breeding space was already full. He looked at the little one who was still crying and said solemnly, don't worry, just wait for me here for 4 hours. Chapter 78, Making Money to Pay Off Debts. Although this girl stole Wang Yue's money, he couldn't bring himself to harm a child who hadn't yet awakened their profession. What was more important was that the black-armored rhinoceros beetle seemed to have a certain spirit. Wang Yue feared that if he killed the girl in front of it, it would turn against him in the future. Although a successfully contracted insect pet had 100% loyalty to its contractor, they would also develop their own emotions as they grew. So, considering everything, Wang Yue made this decision. After all, he had collected some medical profession skills during the entrance trial, and hoped to upgrade them to see if he could heal this girl's sister. After letting the girl take one last look at the black-armored rhinoceros beetle, Wang Yue put it back into the breeding space. Little armor. Even though she was mentally prepared, the girl cried uncontrollably upon seeing this scene, as if she had lost her support, collapsing to the ground. Wang Yue let out a sigh and bent down to help the girl up. You can take this 10,000 yuan for now. Remember to come find me here in 4 hours. He patted the girl's shoulder. We don't have much time, so please don't be late. With her eyes red from crying, the girl rubbed her face with her arm, sobbing, okay, you mustn't lie to me. Wang Yue nodded and turned to leave. Chu Hao glanced at the crying girl and also turned around to follow Wang Yue. After the two left, the girl stood all alone in the alley, her crying still not stopping. As she cried, she leaned against the wall, hugging her legs and sobbing endlessly. Sister is sick, and little armor is gone. Now I really am all alone. The girl tightly clutched the bundle of cash, sniffling. After crying for a while, the girl trembled as she stood up. She wiped away her tears and snot, patting her cheeks with both hands. Come on, little Li. That big brother definitely won't lie to you. Sister's illness will be cured, and life will get better. The girl's pale face forced out a smile. She slowly walked out of the alley. Just then. Where are you going, little Li? A disgusting voice came from ahead. At the end of the alley, a man in a black suit with slick back hair walked out. He stared at the girl with a pleased expression on his face. When the girl saw the man, her pale face nearly turned blue. She suddenly turned and started to run frantically. However, at the end of the hallway behind her, another well-fed man in a suit stepped out, with a mocking smile on his face. The girl instantly stopped dead in her tracks, her face showing a look of despair. How could this happen? Hey, little Lee. The slick-haired man shouted loudly, startling the girl, causing her to shiver all over. Weren't you pretty capable before? Weren't you good at stealing? You stole a full 50,000 from us. He pulled out a sack and slowly approached the girl, his face twisted in a terrifying way. You were living it up, while we were scolded by the manager for a whole week. The girl looked at the approaching man and kept backing away. I will pay it back. I will work hard to earn the 50,000 back. No need to be so troublesome. The slick-haired man extended his tongue, his face menacing as he glared at the girl. Uncle will take you to make money to pay off your debts right now. Saying this, he swung the sack and swiftly threw it over the girl. A few minutes later, the slick-haired man tossed the sack onto his back and walked toward his accomplices ahead. Inside the sack, a figure could be seen struggling desperately, making muffled sounds. Sizzle, Zhu Hao opened a can of red soda and handed it to Wang Yue. He picked up another can from the table, sat down on the hotel bed, and stared at the blurry television image. Zhu Hao, when are we going to enter the competition? Wang Yue drank a sip of soda and asked. Zhu Hao crossed his legs and drank the soda in one gulp. He let out a refreshing long sigh and then said, someone will come to notify us soon, usually during peak viewing hours, between 2 and 3 a.m. All right, Zhu Hao stretched out a finger, seeming to remember something, giggling. Wang Yue, wait for me a moment, I'm going out to buy something. Saying that, he jumped off the bed and rushed toward the door. I'll be back in about half an hour. Watching Zhu Hao's excited back, Wang Yue furrowed his brow slightly. He had a feeling it wasn't anything serious. However, with only Wang Yue alone in the room, he still felt a bit itchy inside. Using I see, I hear, I got, he carefully observed the room, confirming there were no spying devices. Then, Wang Yue summoned the black-armored horned beetle he had just contracted. The black-armored horned beetle lay quietly on the ground, its two spikes and a big horn glistening under the orange-yellow light. Although knowing that the appearance of mythological-level creatures would be accompanied by certain anomalies, Wang Yue couldn't help but want to verify whether his guess was correct. After all, he was the only one in the room now. Wang Yue's heart moved, and he directly activated the Infinite Metamorphosis talent. Do you want to use Infinite Metamorphosis to elevate the black-armored horned beetle to rare level? Yes. The familiar red light appeared again. After a transformation, a brand new insect appeared before Wang Yue. Its shell turned gray, and its size slightly increased. It used to be about the size of a skinny girl, but now it was as big as a bed. Seeing this, Wang Yue was taken aback. Could he be wrong? After all, after upgrading, the color, size, and even posture of this insect seemed to develop in the wrong direction. Thinking of this, Wang Yue clenched his fists and used Infinite Metamorphosis again. Do you want to use Infinite Metamorphosis to elevate the city-breaking cannon beetle to exotic level? Yes. The red light appeared and then faded again. The horned beetle became even larger, almost filling the entire room. Wang Yue felt a chill in his heart. It was over. It seemed he was truly mistaken. After an unwillingness settled in, he used Infinite Metamorphosis again. If it grew bigger this time, he would just retract it back to the nurturing space. The red light enveloped the horned beetle, and the next second, its size began to slowly shrink. Wang Yue felt a slight joy in his heart. After the red light disappeared, what appeared before him was an insect with its forelimbs slightly raised, and its shell had turned somewhat darker. Wang Yue's eyes instantly brightened. This appearance matched up. Forget it, let's directly evolve to mythological level and see. He moved his mind and continuously used Infinite Metamorphosis. Power Bearer, Azura Horned Beetle. Time after time of advancement, the original black-armored horned beetle's shell became increasingly jet black, while its forelimbs were raised higher, and its form became more imposing and magnificent. Until the last time. Wrapped in red lightning, the light appeared, signifying the upgrade to mythological level. Chapter 79, The Appearance of the Great Bodyguard. The figure wrapped in red light rose again. Moreover, its body became lighter. Buzzing, buzzing. At the same time, various items in the hotel began to tremble irregularly. Teacups, tables, televisions, and even the beds began to shake as if they had fallen into invisible boiling water. Wang Yue knew this was a sign of the black-armored horned beetle's anomaly approaching. He hoped it wouldn't make too much noise. After all, even though this place was in a lawless underground area, there were still some people around. The red light, accompanied by lightning, illuminated the entire room, and this time, the glow was exceptionally bright. Then, endless light was compressed, gathering toward the center. Crackling. In the next moment, the items around Wang Yue, as if under a strange pressure, suddenly surged upward. Boom! In the entire room, apart from Wang Yue, all objects slammed against the ceiling, making a muffled sound. Wang Yue looked up, staring blankly at this scene. The Calamity Sky Centipede is thunder, the Blood River Ant Mother is blood, and the Heart Source Moth is light. This time, is it gravity? In front of Wang Yue, the insect race wrapped in red light is constantly compressing, already forming its final form. Gradually, the red light recedes, revealing a gigantic figure that completely envelopes Wang Yue. And Wang Yue finally gets to see its full appearance. This is a powerful black beetle. It stands on 2 legs, over 2 meters tall, with a very solid and robust body. Its entire body is covered with thick black armor, shining with a heavy metal luster, reflecting a high-quality texture under the light. The 2 forelimbs have transformed into 2 long, sharp javelins, looking extremely dangerous. From its back, a mighty large horn extends, resting on its head. Its compound eyes are not visible, but a pair of terrifying chewing mandibles slowly opens and closes. Hiss. A sound of steam escaping erupts as 2 thick white streams burst out from behind the powerful beetle's long javelins. Boom! In the next second, many items in the room fall from the ceiling, crashing back to the ground. Wang Yue reveals a satisfied smile. The image of this powerful beetle is exactly the same as the chaotic horn tyrant described in Insect Chronicles. I guessed right. Wang Yue hurriedly checks its profession panel. Name, Ancient Falling Star Chaotic Horn Tyrant. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Colorful. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 1, 0%. Health, 5000. Mana, 1250. Attack, 815. Magic Power, 10. Armor, 375. Magic Resistance, 200. Physical Penetration, 50%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 1.09. Agility, 410. A level 1 Chaotic Horn Tyrant has stats comparable to a level 1 Calamity Sky Centipede. The Chaotic Horn Tyrant has slightly higher health, while the Calamity Sky Centipede has better defenses. It seems the positioning is similar to the Calamity Sky Centipede, being a monster with strong single-target combat ability, able to withstand and deal damage. Wang Yue then checks the skills of the Chaotic Horn Tyrant. Skill Profound Chaotic Force, passive when taking damage. If the damage value is less than 10% of its own health, it is immune to that damage. If it exceeds, it reduces damage by the same amount. Immune to stun, imprisonment, knockback, poison, paralysis, curse, petrification, and paralysis negative effects. Skill Chaotic Cannon, costs 50 mana, uses the long spear in its hand for a charge attack, dealing 100% attack, plus 50% of the total damage immunities from Profound Chaotic Force in the last 15 seconds, as physical damage. After use, clears the accumulated damage immunity from Profound Chaotic Force. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Seeing these 2 skills, Wang Yue's eyes light up. The first passive skill is equivalent to giving the Chaotic Horn Tyrant a shield mechanism. Damage below 10% of its 5000 health can be completely immune. As its health increases, the value of this shield will continue to grow. Moreover, it is immune to numerous abnormal states, especially control effects. This way, the Chaotic Horn Tyrant can fight freely without fear of being controlled. The second skill accumulates the damage taken and returns it to the attacker. The more aggressive the opponent, the higher the reflected damage. Just seeing these 2 skills, Wang Yue is already quite satisfied. With this strong bodyguard, he no longer has to rely solely on the Calamity Sky Centipede when facing powerful single enemies. Wang Yue then opens his profession panel and pours the experience from the experience pool into the Chaotic Horn Tyrant. In an instant, the Chaotic Horn Tyrant directly levels up to level 19, entering the young larval stage. Whew! The heavy armor on it thickens once more, and similarly colored muscular fibers grow at some joint points. Name, Ancient Falling Star Chaotic Horn Tyrant. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Colorful. Status, Young Larval Stage. Level, 19, 50%. Health, 20,700. Mana, 5,200. Attack, 3,250. Magic Power, 35. Armor, 1,500. Magic Resistance, 400. Physical Penetration, 50%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 1.09. Agility, 1600. A level 19 Chaotic Horn Tyrant has its health starkly reaching 20,000. This means that damage below 2,000 is practically negligible for it. Moreover, this skill applies to all damage types. Even when facing the desecration damage possessed by the blood remains true lord at that time. After reaching level 19, the Dominator learned 2 new skills. Skill, Ancient Gravity, consumes 10 blue energy per second, activates a gravity field, applying a slowing effect on enemies within a 10-meter range centered around itself. The closer the enemy is, the more significant the slowing effect, with a maximum slow of 99%. Can be turned on off at any time. Skill, Ancient Star Collapse, consumes 500 blue energy, after a 2-second chant, locks on a target, launching an unstoppable charge that deals physical damage between 200% attack and 600% attack. The further the charge travels, the higher the damage. The charge will not stop until it hits the target. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Seeing these two skills, Wang Yue's face grew even more satisfied. The first skill, Ancient Gravity, once in close combat, can limit the opponent's movement, preventing them from bypassing the Dominator and directly causing trouble for Wang Yue. A 99% slow basically means a complete inability to move. Sticking to the opponent like this is quite disgusting to think about. And the second skill gives the Dominator the ability to lock on and track the opponent. No matter how fast the opponent runs, as long as the Dominator hasn't hit, the chase will continue. Once the target is caught, the Dominator can activate Ancient Gravity and continue to stick to and fight the opponent. It's safe to say you can't shake it off at all. The only flaw might be that Ancient Gravity is not a passive skill. If the battle lasts too long, it might drain blue energy completely. In the future, if there's a chance, I need to find a way to solve its energy consumption problem. Chapter 80, Defense Competition. After carefully observing for a while, Wang Yue waved his right hand and returned the Dominator to the bug space. At that moment, crack, a sound of unlocking rang out. The door opened, and Chu Hao peeked his head out, grinning, and jogged over to Wang Yue. "Wang Yue, are you okay?" In his hand, he was holding a bag made of black plastic. "What's going on?" Wang Yue looked at him in confusion. Chu Hao made a strange expression. "Did you not know?" Just now, everyone around suddenly floated up. "Fortunately, we are underground, the ceiling isn't too high, or a lot of people would have gotten hurt." Hearing this, Wang Yue's face tensed up. Maybe someone is performing a formation, ha ha ha. He glanced at the plastic bag in Chu Hao's hand. "What are these?" Chu Hao laughed proudly and dumped the contents of the bag onto the bed. It was 5 or 6 masks of various colors. "I was just thinking, although it's unlikely anyone could recognize us here, as students of a martial arts academy, it's better to cover our faces." Chu Hao took out a red devil mask and put it on his face. "How do I look, cool or not?" He grinned mischievously, suddenly remembering something, and said to Wang Yue, "Oh, by the way, when you go on stage later, carry my mask stone with you. After we finish a match and get the prize, we'll just leave." After saying that, he waved his hand, and suddenly a strange stone appeared. The stone had no specific color, it flowed with a pattern resembling a moire, making it easy to get dizzy if stared at for too long. Item, Mask Stone. Grade, Legend Orange. Effect, carrying it can hide the awakened ones and their derivatives panel attributes. Seeing this effect, Wang Yue narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that not only could it hide the awakened one's panel, but it could also hide the panels of derivatives. His bug pet counts as his derivative, so this would avoid many unnecessary troubles. Wang Yue still clearly remembered when he summoned the Calamity sky insect in the Zenith prison and was questioned by the chief guardian. If he had this stone, similar troubles would not arise again in the future. After all, just based on appearances, within the safe zone, it's almost impossible for anyone to recognize the grade of Wang Yue's bug pets. If someone could recognize it, then Reg's bug manual wouldn't be categorized as mythical fantasy. "Hey, Wang Yue, you should give it a try first." Chu Hao threw the mask stone to Wang Yue. Wang Yue caught the mask stone and suddenly felt an invisible force field enveloping his entire body. But this feeling quickly vanished. In front of him, Chu Hao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. It's working, now I really can't see your panel." However, Chu Hao's own panel was exposed. Name, Chu Hao. Race, human. Occupation, Ember Officer, SS. Level, 9. Health, 9,600. Mana, 8,000. From the occupation name, it seems to be a fire-using profession. Although he was only level 9, his health had already reached nearly 10,000 points. Wang Yue opened his own occupation panel again. In the upper right corner of the panel, there was a small eye, crossed out by a diagonal line. Mask status, other units cannot view the Awakener's related occupation panel. Wang Yue summoned a Blood River Ant Soldier. He saw that its panel also had the same mark in the upper right corner. It was indeed a good item. Wang Yue wanted one for himself. However, with the legendary quality item, it was very hard for Wang Yue to come across in his current circumstances. Wang Yue walked to Chu Hao's side and returned the mask stone to him. Although it was quite useful, it was still more important to mask Chu Hao's panel, since an SS-level profession walking openly on the street would definitely stir up a commotion. It was enough just to use it while competing. Wang Yue looked at the mask on the bed, picked up a black mask, and put it on his face. "I'll take this one." Knock knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Chu Hao turned his head to glance at the door, then turned to open it. Outside stood a plump woman dressed in a maid uniform. Upon seeing Wang Yue and Chu Hao, she stiffened her body. Until she noticed that both were wearing masks, she relaxed slightly. "May I ask if this is Mr. Chu Hao and Mr. Wang Yue?" "What is it?" Chu Hao asked. Your matches are about to begin, Mr. Chu Hao at 2 o'clock, and Mr. Wang Yue at 2:30. Please head to the martial arts arena as soon as possible. Alright, I got it. Chu Hao closed the door. He turned to Wang Yue, let's get ready to leave. Underground martial arts arena, 10th floor, arena. A sea of people, the sound like waves. Dear audience friends. Today's 1v1 combat match is coming to a temporary end. The thrilling fighting has truly delighted the eyes. Many first-time visitors, can you feel it, the charm of our underground martial arts arena? A man in a suit, wearing sunglasses, held a microphone and shouted loudly. Next, the underground martial arts arena will bring you the most anticipated match, the defending match. As soon as the words fell, the audience erupted with a wave of crazy cheers. Tens of thousands of gamblers waved their betting slips, shouting frantically. At the same time, a huge iron cage slowly descended from the ceiling of the arena. As the chains fell, the iron cage gradually lowered to the ground. Bang! The terrifying weight shook even the small arena, making it tremble. With this huge iron cage looming over, the originally spacious arena was suddenly restricted to only the size of a basketball court. According to tradition, the defending match is limited to the area inside the iron cage. No death, no rest. The suited man raised the microphone high, and in an instant, the cheers of the audience rose even higher. The audience's eyes turned red, excitedly waving their arms, some even taking off their clothes and swinging them around. Chains slowly rose, lifting the dome of the cage, allowing the audience to better observe the bloody scene inside. The first defending match is the 7th champion, the Killer Rabbit defending. It is said that tonight his 7th challenger is a level 30A rank combat professional, so can he maintain his undefeated record? Audience, please look forward to it. The suited man opened his arms. The first battle's challenger is a young lad who fears no tiger. As he spoke, the man glanced down at the prompt card in his hand. Codename Terror Flame Man. As soon as these words were spoken, laughter erupted from the audience. Here it comes, one of those little fools who don't know they're walking to their doom. I can't believe they actually fell for it. Is this a joke? Terror Flame Man? The more ridiculous the name, the weaker the strength. What strength? I heard one of those guys has only a D-class career, and the other hasn't even awakened. At the same time, in the ring surrounded by an iron cage, 2 passages suddenly opened on the ground. 2 figures slowly rose from the passages. Chapter 81 Terror Flame Man. One of them was Chu Hao, wearing a red devil mask. Opposite him stood a tall, strange man with long limbs. He wore a tight outfit that looked out of place and had a rabbit ear mask on his head. With a scruffy beard, his oversized front teeth were particularly conspicuous. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Chu Hao, filling one with dread. The funding channel will close in 10 seconds. Spectators who haven't placed their bets, please act quickly. In the back of the audience, Wang Yue sat on the ground, hiding his body in the darkness, silently watching the ring. That Killer Rabbit man was a 35 level A-class professional butcher. In Tianhai City, such power could be considered top tier. But in this underground martial arts arena, Wang Yue was almost certain that at least 3 or 4 powerful figures lurked behind him. However, for Chu Hao, this should be nothing to worry about. In the ring. The Killer Rabbit man raised his long arm and licked his sharp claws. His gaze held a hint of melancholy as he looked at Chu Hao. Little friend, meeting me, you really are unfortunate. In the next 10 minutes, I will let you truly feel what hell is. Chu Hao stood opposite him, behind his mask, without saying a word. Funding channel closed. The suited man outside the cage waved his hand, and instantly, a large number appeared on the digital screen in the ring. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. A whistle cut through the air, and the next second, the Killer Rabbit man revealed a twisted smile, dragging his sharp claws towards Chu Hao. Chu Hao remained motionless, standing his ground. This kid is scared silly. Ha 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 ha. Little brat, he probably peed his pants. The audience's mocking laughter undoubtedly fueled the Killer Rabbit man's assault. Go die obediently. With bloodshot eyes, the Killer Rabbit man aimed for Chu Hao's lower abdomen. However, in the next instant, Chu Hao's figure flashed, pulling back half a meter in an instant. The Killer Rabbit man's claws missed completely, almost causing him to fall. He looked up, astonished, at Chu Hao. And in the audience, the thousands of spectators fell silent in an instant. After a long moment, they began to chatter again. This kid really is lucky, just stepping back casually managed to dodge the attack. It's useless, just a second late death, let's see how the Rabbit Man tortures him next. In the ring, the Killer Rabbit Man's expression was completely different. Because he had just realized that he couldn't see Chu Hao's movements at all. Mind you, he was an agile assassin class with over 400 agility. Without some teleportation skills, what could he possibly not see? And this kid, who hadn't even awakened his profession, how could he possibly move so fast without using skills? Moreover, his claws had just brushed past Chu Hao, the distance no more than 1 centimeter. Seeing the calm and composed Chu Hao, a terrifying thought surged in the killer rabbit man's mind. This kid was deliberately playing with him. Just like a cat plays with a mouse after catching it. The powerful sixth sense made the killer rabbit man erupt in panic. He suddenly pulled back, staring intensely at Chu Hao. Cold sweat had already slipped from under his mask. Kid, maybe I underestimated you too much. Since that's the case, let me try this move. The killer rabbit man gritted his teeth, eyes wide. In the next second, he turned into a shadow. Towards Chu Hao, the killer rabbit man charged. At the moment of almost touching Chu Hao, he suddenly veered, rushing towards the iron cage. Then, he stepped on the iron cage and dashed to the side again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gradually, the killer rabbit man's figure became faster, forming several afterimages around Chu Hao. Seeing this scene, the suited man outside the cage was instantly stunned. It's the death afterimage. This is the killer rabbit man's signature skill. Even when facing someone without any awakening, he doesn't take it lightly. No wonder he is our champion with consecutive victories. Inside the cage, the voice of the killer rabbit man echoed from all directions. Ha 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 ha. Kid, weren't you fast? Can you see me now? Where will I attack from? Is it from the front? Or from behind? Or right on your forehead? After using this skill, I can't even predict my own exact position. No matter what tools you have, you will die under my claws today. Die. With a loud shout, the killer rabbit man rushed towards Chu Hao in an instant. Bang! Chu Hao directly extended his right hand and instantly locked the killer rabbit man's throat, slamming him hard to the ground. His eyes under the mask showed no emotion at all. Boom! Suddenly, a huge dark blue flame erupted from his hand, completely engulfing the killer rabbit man. Ah-ha-ha! The killer rabbit man's shrill cry echoed throughout the martial arts arena, reaching the ears of every spectator. His health rapidly plummeted in less than a second. The blazing dark blue magic flames gradually extinguished. Chu Hao stood up, and beneath his feet lay a mountain of ash. The entire arena fell into silence. This time, it was not broken for a long time. Hey, Wang Yue. Wang Yue was sitting on the ground when he suddenly heard Chu Hao's voice. He turned his head and saw Chu Hao running towards him with a big smile. How much can I get for you? Chu Hao grinned, the odds are outrageous, I should be able to get 8 million. Wang Yue nodded. Just now, he also witnessed the battle between Chu Hao and the killer rabbit man and analyzed it using the skill of the Heart Lotus Master. The magic flames displayed by Chu Hao were also extremely powerful. Not only was the damage ridiculously high, but once he came into contact with the opponent, it would continue to burn until the opponent was dead. At the same time, it would continuously weaken the target's health and mana limits and put the target in a state where health couldn't recover. No wonder its SS rank, it can be said to reach the pinnacle in terms of offense. Wang Yue, this match is over, the next one should be your turn. Chu Hao stood at the back of the audience, overlooking the arena from a distance. On the arena, inside the cage, the ashes of the killer rabbit man had been completely cleared. And on the ground, 2 dark passages opened up again. 2 new competitors appeared on the stage. Suddenly, Chu Hao frowned. Hey Wang Yue, look. Hearing Chu Hao's voice, Wang Yue also looked up. He saw an incredibly small girl slowly rising from the passage. Chapter 82, Human Emotions. Unlike the normal stance of competitors, the tiny girl was completely kneeling on the ground. She was wet all over, wearing a coarse short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her face full of terror. Wang Yue's pupils slightly contracted. This girl was the original owner of the Ba Gang Jiao Zun. Goodness, they clearly said to meet 4 hours later, how did she end up on the stage? On the stage. Uncles, little curate will repay the debt. Little curate still has very important things to do, I beg you, uncles, give me a chance. The girl, little curate, trembled all over like a sieve, her cheeks sunken from fear. Suddenly, she froze, shocked by her surroundings. No 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 no. Little curate's lips had lost all color, and her teeth couldn't help but chatter. How did I end up here? As a child who grew up in this chaotic zone, how could she not know what this place was? She had come here before, stealing money from those gamblers. The bloody scenes of slaughter on the stage. Especially the championship match, the brutal scenes of slaughter in the cage cast a huge shadow over her young soul. But in order to treat her sister's illness, she still forced herself to endure the discomfort and entered the fighting arena multiple times. However, no matter what, she never thought that one day the person trapped in this cage would be herself. Even if she were to be burned to death, she didn't want to be cruelly and bloody slaughtered. An unbearable terror suddenly left little Curry frozen to the ground. And opposite little Curry, A tall, muscular man wearing only shorts stood on the ground, holding a huge iron baseball bat, with a lewd expression. The size of the baseball bat was outrageous, almost as big as the muscular man himself, and it was stained with black blood. And this man was not ordinary, he looked very manly, but he wore thick lipstick and long false eyelashes. As soon as he appeared, many spectators felt sick. Oh my, today is such a lucky day. The muscular man covered his mouth with his big hand painted with nail polish and giggled. Don't worry, little sister, I will enjoy killing you properly. I promise to entertain everyone here, he. And at the back of the audience, Chuha placed his hands behind his head, watching the scene on the stage. This is going to be tricky. As he spoke, a flash appeared in his hand as he took out a mask stone. He directly tossed it to Wang Yue. How to act, you can choose for yourself. I need to hide for now, go to the passage I came from. Just bring me the prize when you're done. After speaking, Chuha turned around and walked towards the door at the back. Wang Yue caught the mask stone, and his panel entered blocking mode. At that moment, the referee's voice came from afar. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. On the stage, in the cage. Little Curry's tiny body frantically ran towards the iron cage. Uncle, Aunt. Please save Little Curry. Little Curry doesn't want to die. Little Curry hasn't cured her sister yet. She was almost out of tears, suddenly kneeling on the ground, gripping the cage bars tightly, her face twisted in fear, shouting hoarsely to the audience. However, the people in the audience only mocked her. As if the plea of this young girl was merely a side dish for this feast of slaughter. Scared of death? I love watching people who are scared of death. Haven't seen such a small girl in a long time, her meat must be so tender. Don't kill her right away, take your time. That ghost fireboy just made me lose my pants, I'm really mad. Behind Little Curry, the muscular man swayed his way over. Want to live? Of course. The boss said, as long as you can defeat me, all the stolen money can be forgiven. He grinned coldly, don't worry, little sister, your older sister will crush every inch of your underdeveloped bones very thoroughly. Wang Yue stood at the back, silently watching this scene. This girl was indeed pitiful. But this had nothing to do with Wang Yue. After all, his promise only required them to meet in the alley 4 hours later. The girl's carelessness that led her to miss the appointment should not be something Wang Yue has to bear. Whether she lives or dies, she could only leave it to fate. Suddenly, Wang Yue felt a strong will from the nurturing insect space. This will was not aggressive, but more like a humble plea. As if begging Wang Yue to fulfill her last wish. Feeling this power, Wang Yue was slightly stunned. Unlike the vicious brutality of the disaster, this Bagan horn had not yet leveled up, displayed a human-like sensitivity. And now, it could even show emotions that humans possess. It truly opened Wang Yue's eyes. He let out a slight sigh. Alright, I'll permit you this last time. On the stage, the muscular man slowly approached Little Curry, a look of delight on his face. And Little Curry was already cornered, with nowhere else to retreat. Around her, the audience's frenzied voices could be heard. Abuse her, hurry and smash her to death. Smashed into pulp. Do something flashy. I'm tired of one-sided slaughter. A strong man stepped in front of Curry, his massive frame blocking her. He licked his red lips. Little sister, don't move, I'll smash your left foot first, if the calf gets involved, it wouldn't be good, he. Curry's tear-streaked face, with a mix of snot, had turned completely red from adrenaline. She thrashed her legs, her back pressed against the corner railing, sniffling hoarsely. Here we go. The strong man smiled broadly, his muscles bulging as he lifted the huge iron rod high. Just as he was about to bring it down. Thud 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 thud. He suddenly saw a giant, muscular black beetle, swinging multiple pairs of wide, transparent black wings, appearing above him. Boom! In an instant, carrying tremendous weight, it crashed down from the sky. The entire ground of the venue shook as if an earthquake had struck. Ah! What the hell? What is that thing? Did a demon break in? Don't push me, I'm going to fall. The strong man also flew backward, landing on the ground. He propped himself up with the iron rod and struggled to stand. At that moment, he finally saw the full appearance of the giant beetle. Its pitch-black armor reflected a dazzling light under the harsh glow. 2 imposing long horns exuded a strong aura of murder. And the dark horns on its head were intimidating and awe-inspiring. Hiss. White steam poured out, filled with endless fury. What is this thing? The strong man stared wide-eyed, clutching the iron rod, cautiously facing the great beetle. Meanwhile, the suited man outside the iron cage and the audience of tens of thousands were also instantly stunned. Then, a wave of astonished shouts erupted. Monster! How did a monster get into the arena? This thing is way too cool. Where did it fly in from? Is it a special program designed by the organizers? Cool. I think that giant insect is terrifying and scary. At the top of the venue, in a room jutting out from the wall, a middle-aged man with a mustache sat in a reclining chair. He silently watched the scene below through the window. Chapter 83 Heart of Protection. Boss, this. Beside him, an elderly man with graying hair nervously glanced at the mustached man's face. Did you see where it came from? The mustached man did not turn around, he stroked his mustache, his tone calm and casual. This. The gray-haired man instantly looked back at the group of younger men behind him. Did you see? How did this giant bug appear? I didn't see anything, Brother Zhang. I was focused on that dead girl, so. It seems to have flown out from the audience area, too fast to see clearly. The gray-haired man turned back, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Boss, this is truly too sudden, and it seems that the giant beetle can't even be seen on the panel. The mustached man snorted coldly and slowly said, have Ducey lead the team to capture it. Meanwhile, on the ring, Curry stared blankly at the enormous black beetle before her, unable to regain her composure for a long time. A familiar figure gradually surfaced in her heart. Little Jia. Although this dark black beetle was worlds apart from Little Jia, Curry couldn't help but say this. Under the shining light, the great beetle slightly turned its head, glancing at Curry. Little Jia. Is that you? In that instant, Curry burst into tears. Sometimes, recognizing someone doesn't require relying on their appearance, a feeling is enough. The great beetle did not respond. It turned its head, its giant horn aimed at the strong man before it. Compared to the great beetle, the previously towering strong man appeared miniaturized instantly. What are you? I was about to have fun, why are you interrupting me? The strong man glared at the great beetle, extending his slender fingers. Seeing the great beetle unmoved, the strong man's face reddened further. Get out of the way. Do you think being big is enough? After speaking, he raised the iron rod with both hands, mustering all his strength, and struck the shell of the giant beetle. Boom! In that instant, the strong man felt a twinge of regret. He suddenly realized that the creature before him was beyond his comprehension. Damn! His face turned pale, he threw the iron rod away and turned to run. However, it was too late. The long spear on the right side of the giant beetle shot out thick steam from the back. It lunged forward fiercely, the terrifying spear stabbing straight at the strong man. Bang! The spear, carrying horrifying momentum, instantly pierced the strong man's belly. Minus 3,108. In an instant, red and white splattered everywhere, mixed with a massive amount of blood. The strong man rolled his eyes, his severed head and arms falling to the ground. Zayagori, hiding behind, shivered at the scene but did not cry anymore. Meanwhile, the audience went wild. Damn! Did you see over 3,000 points of damage? Over 3,000 damage. I think we should run, this giant beetle is too abnormal, I feel like no one here can handle it. It should be fine, this is probably a pet from the match organizers, right? On the ring, after killing, the giant beetle turned to glance at Zayagori. It took a few steps to her side and scooped Zayagori into its embrace. Then, with a bang, it opened its back shell. Flapping several pairs of huge black membranous wings, it charged towards the ceiling. With a loud crash, a big hole appeared in the ceiling. And the giant beetle vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene, all the audience started to discuss wildly again. Wang Yue stood silently in a corner of the audience, listening to the chaotic chatter, sighing helplessly. He had already commanded the giant beetle to take the girl to a safe place before returning to meet him. This monster was developing feelings, it was indeed tricky to handle. Going along with it could easily lead to trouble. Going against it, he feared it might get depressed. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang in Wang Yu's mind. The giant beetle's loyalty to the contractor has reached its peak, awakened skill, Heart of Protection. Wang Yue was taken aback. He didn't expect such an effect to exist. He then opened the insect rearing space to check the new skill effect. Skill, Heart of Protection. When the contractor's total health drops below 50%, enter Blood Combat Mode, base attributes plus 200%, skill cooldown speed plus 60%, lasts for 60 minutes. Automatically triggered. Cooldown, 6 hours. Seeing the effect, Wang Yue nodded slightly. Although this skill can enhance things further, it can provide essential help. Even though he had the resurrection mechanism of the Blood River Queen and he might encounter life-threatening danger someday, the giant beetle would definitely fight fiercely to carve a blood path for him. Meanwhile, on the stage, cleaners had already started to clean the arena. The man in the suit, holding a microphone, looked somewhat pale as well. The wind generated by that giant beetle's charge had directly blown him away. In all his years, he had never seen such a terrifying monster. Just one strike, the damage soared over 3,000, killing a contestant in an instant. Struggling against his fear, he picked up the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. There was an unexpected incident in the venue, all bets will be fully refunded. Please take a short break, we will start the next match soon." Hearing this, Wang Yue adjusted the mask on his face and walked towards the preparation room. As soon as he entered the preparation room, a man rushed over. "Oh my god, you finally came. Did you not see the accident caused by that giant bug? Still dawdling around?" The man looked impatient, glanced at his watch, and said sharply, "Hurry up to the lift. It's time to go on stage." He then turned his head and shouted, "Tell number 3 not to come up, I found number 2. Wang Yue said nothing and quietly walked onto the lift. As soon as his feet stepped on it, the lift made a puff sound and began to rise slowly. As the platform rose, Wang Yue felt a beam of light shining down on him. That was the light from the ceiling of the ring. In just a few moments, Wang Yue arrived on the stage. Opposite him stood a creature that could be described as bizarre. It was half human, half machine, with its right hand transformed into a chainsaw. From its overweight stomach down, its legs were covered in dirty oil, resembling numerous crab-like prosthetics. A pair of mechanical eyes darted around, sizing up Wang Yue, letting out a creepy, chattering laugh. It was indeed the chainsaw butcher that he had seen on the registration form. A level 31A ranking profession. To Wang Yue, it posed no threat at all. With that in mind, Wang Yue planned to use the simplest method to defeat it. Chapter 84, The Bug Keeper. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the third match of tonight's Grand Arena Challenge. Outside the cage, the man in a suit and sunglasses had already adjusted his state. Wearing a standard professional smile, he waved to the audience. Introducing the third challenger, the Chainsaw Butcher. Facing off against the stage newcomer, the Bug Keeper. As the words fell, wild discussions erupted in the audience. Bug Keeper? What kind of codename is that? It sounds so weak, haha. Exactly, if he's really powerful, he should go and keep the huge beetle from earlier. But I heard this guy seems to be a companion of that terrifying flame man. At this remark, the surrounding audience instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, one person exclaimed, "Oh no! Could he also be a hidden expert? I've already placed my bets." The person next to him laughed, "Relax, that terrifying flame man couldn't even see his information panel, he must have used some method to hide it and pretend to be weak." However, in the hall, we clearly saw that the other guy was a solid D-ranking professional, that much is clear. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed. Damn, gave me a scare, what is a useless profession coming here for? Haha, probably thought his brother was strong, and his competitive spirit kicked in. Too many young people don't know their own limits. That flame man is most likely an A-ranking profession, this D-ranking guy doesn't get it and is here to seek death. He can't think others can do what he can. Similar conversations unfolded throughout the audience. In just a moment, the odds on the big screen diverged even more. Clearly, many had chosen to bet on the Chainsaw Butcher to win, hoping to recover losses. At the same time, in the observation room above the audience area, a man with a mustache sat in a recliner, looking down at the ring through a wide glass window. Behind him, a man in formal attire was yelling at a subordinate. "Are you all idiots? How can you lose track of such a huge beetle?" Next to him stood a gray-haired man, tense all over. With him stood a sleazy old man at the entrance of the fighting arena, along with the manager at the front desk. "Boss, that guy is a companion of the flame man," the gray-haired man swallowed hard. The mustachioed man spoke in a low voice, "Have you investigated the true identity of that terrifying flame man?" The sleazy old man shivered and quickly stepped forward. "Boss, that guy has our VIP badge, that's why I let him in, didn't expect it to turn out like this. As for the true identity, it's like that kid's information doesn't exist at all." Before the mustachioed man could speak, the gray-haired man snorted coldly, "Do see, any customer who accumulates consumption of 10 million can get that VIP badge." He shifted his tone, "But do you know how long it takes us to cultivate a hard-working challenger?" As he spoke, the gray-haired man looked at the manager beside him, raising his voice sharply, "How could you let two strangers come in and kill our challenger? Including that huge beetle. We have already lost 2 champions, who will bear the loss?" As soon as these words were spoken, the old man and the manager immediately knelt on the ground. Zhang Gu. I truly didn't know the 2 young ones had no panel and were D-rank. The man with white hair glared fiercely at the 2, "Once this matter is resolved, I will settle the score with you properly." He turned his head, and his tone instantly became gentle, asking the man with the mustache, "Boss, do you think in this match, we should?" The man with the mustache raised his hand, interrupting the other's speech. He silently stared at the 2 people on the stage below. "Tell the chainsaw, make it a bit bloodier, but don't kill them immediately. I refuse to believe that the flame guy will just watch his friend get brutally killed." On the stage. Funding channel closed. The man in the suit shouted loudly and then began to count. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Buzz, 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 buzz. The chainsaw butcher pulled the chainsaw in his hand, instantly creating a huge noise and a choking smell of machine oil. He grinned at Wang Yue. Kid, you took your friend's mask stone, right? You didn't think such a little trick could fool me into voluntarily quitting, did you? Ha 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 ha. The chainsaw butcher laughed loudly, his mechanical eye popping out sharply, researching opponent's info before the match is basic common sense in the martial arena. Don't you agree, D-rank bug breeder? Wang Yue helplessly shook his head inside. Let's just fight, why do we have to trash talk before it? At that moment, Wang Yue noticed the chainsaw butcher seemed to hear something. He pressed his left hand against his ear and nodded slightly. Then, a more perverse smile appeared on his face, his mechanical eye fixated on Wang Yue. Kid, you're lucky. Ha ha ha. It looks like tonight, you'll help me create history. Remember, my last record was to split my opponent into 36 pieces while he was still alive. He licked his lips. I wonder if I can break the record this time. Wang Yue couldn't be bothered with him at all. With a wave of his right hand. Suddenly, a glowing moth flew out from his sleeve. Slowly, it flew towards the chainsaw butcher. It was the derivative he had obtained earlier, the heartborn moth. Seeing this scene, not only were the people in the audience stunned, but even the chainsaw butcher was momentarily taken aback. Then, his loud laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha, kid, this can't possibly be your insect pet. Are you here to make us laugh? I could see dozens of these in my room. Meanwhile, voices of relief rose from the audience. It's alright, this kid can pull out such a thing, so just wait to die next. D-rank professions are truly pitiful, as a beast master, he can only contract such an ordinary little moth. See? I told you, let's bet on chainsaw to win, you didn't listen, now look at how envious I am. On the stage, the chainsaw butcher's mechanical eye turned red in an instant. Brutal mode. He swung his 6 mechanical legs rapidly, raising the bloody chainsaw across his chest, charging fiercely at Wang Yue. I'll take your little arm first. As for that moth, he didn't even bother to look at it. In the audience, a wave of shouts suddenly erupted like a tsunami. However, as he charged, the chainsaw butcher's speed gradually slowed down. Until finally, he stopped less than 20 meters away from Wang Yue. His massive body came to a halt, gasping heavily. A drop of blood welled up on the tip of his nose. Chapter 85, Must Give an Explanation. Seeing this scene, the audience no longer shouted, but furrowed their brows, filled with confusion in their thousands of eyes. Then, discussions surged like a tide. What's the chainsaw butcher doing? Did the power go out? Can we get to the point? Is this still an underground martial arena? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed audience member shouted, no. Look, the chainsaw butcher's health bar is dropping steadily. At this moment, everyone finally realized that the chainsaw butcher's health bar was decreasing at an astonishing rate. In just a few seconds of crowd discussion, it dropped by another 1/5. Ah. Ah. On the stage, the chainsaw butcher began to tremble all over, seeming to realize where the pain was coming from. Ah. Ah. He screamed in pain, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, ignoring the still-running chainsaw in his hands, desperately scratching at his back. On his back, a huge bloody hole appeared. And a small, glowing moth was frantically biting inside it. Like a miniature meat saw, wherever it passed, it turned the chainsaw butcher's strong muscles into loose flesh and blood. The chainsaw butcher shouted and then suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. PFF. Then blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and ears. His health bar was nearly empty. But even so, the strong desire to survive still made him scream wildly, desperately pounding his back. Ah! What's wrong with me? What have you done to me? But his pounding became slower and slower. Put! The heartborn moth directly drilled out from his chest, carrying out a spray of blood. The chainsaw butcher's health bar was empty, and he could no longer make any sound, completely losing his vitality. His huge body shook and then fell heavily onto the blood-soaked stage with a loud bang. This sound shocked all the spectators present to the utmost degree. The once noisy martial arts arena was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The thousands of spectators stared intently at Wang Yue, sweating profusely. It was only at this moment that they understood why this young man named himself the Bug Keeper. A tiny flying insect could kill a level 38 grade profession without any resistance. What kind of bug is this? What kind of D-grade profession can raise such a brutal bug? And that heartborn moth, having killed the chainsaw butcher, slowly flew towards Wang Yue. It was spotless, radiating a holy halo under the lights. Finally, it obediently drilled into Wang Yue's sleeve. In this instant, the terrified screams and excited shouts from the audience mixed together, erupting into the loudest sound of the night. Above the venue, in the observation room. In stark contrast to the frenzy of the audience below, the room was terrifyingly quiet. The man with the mustache quietly watched the stage below, his expression dark and silent. Beside him, everyone was already sweating profusely. After a long time, the mustachioed man finally spoke softly. "Call all the brothers, tonight, these two must give me an explanation." Behind his calm words, there was a raging storm. In the long corridor, Wang Yue walked alone. He had just asked the staff in the lobby, and due to the surge in bets in the last 10 seconds, he should be able to receive a 10 million bonus, 2 million more than Chu Hao. Clearly, with Chu Hao's previous experience, these gamblers were still so crazy. Perhaps it was because they lost too much. Even if they went bankrupt, they wanted to reclaim the money they lost earlier. But this mindset ended up allowing Wang Yue to make a profit. In just one night, he turned from having only tens of thousands in his pocket to becoming a millionaire. According to the staff, the reward collection place was on the first floor, and he could quickly transfer it to his bank card or take the cash and leave. With this money, Wang Yue should be able to enter various dungeons in Annan City. Combining his ant soldier army and blood transportation, a crazy leveling plan had roughly formed in Wang Yue's mind. If this plan could succeed, he would wrap up almost all the dungeon experience in Annan City. At the same time, Wang Yue could sense that the Insect King had successfully helped that girl escape and was now converging towards him. Now, Wang Yue just needed to find Chu Hao and then go collect the bonus together. He continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a messy sound of footsteps quickly came from the front. Ahead, a uniformed team appeared, blocking Wang Yue firmly. There were about 70 or 80 of them, all in suits and leather shoes, many wearing sunglasses. Although the main professions were B and C ranks, each person held a submachine gun in their hands. The man with the crew cut stepped slowly toward Wang Yue. "Do you have any business?" Wang Yue slightly raised his head, calmly looking at the man in front of him. A level profession at level 39 was indeed different from the stinking fish and rotten shrimp behind him. But for Wang Yue, there wasn't much difference. "Sorry, sir, you can't leave yet." The crew cut man's voice was steady, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, making it impossible to see his expression. "We offer you two choices. First, accept your 10 million prize, and debut as a bug handler, becoming our new champion. Second, die here." Hearing this, Wang Yue felt a bit amused. "How could I die here?" "Thanks to your efforts?" The crew cut man's expression remained unchanged. Then he tore open his sleeve and stretched out his right hand. The skin on it was instantly covered with a layer of bronze plating. "I know how powerful your moths are. However, my profession is the bronze body Arhat, which seems quite effective against your bug pets. Moreover, every person behind me is equipped with rare-level firearms, and each bullet inside is specially made armor-piercing ammunition. Firing together, it is enough to suppress several A-level awakened ones. I hope you think this over. It's a win-win situation, and we don't want things to get too stiff." Wang Yue ignored the man. Instead, he looked at the armed crowd ahead and coldly said, "In 3 seconds, anyone who stands in my way will die." Beside him, the crew cut man's face instantly fell. A powerful pressure suddenly formed around him. "Since you refuse to drink my toast, I can only personally send you on your way." In the next second, his posture suddenly changed, pressing his body down, and a punch carrying tremendous force struck towards Wang Yue. Boom! A huge sound spread throughout the corridor, instantly like an earthquake. The crew cut man's bronze body had completely deformed, twisting into a bizarre state, and smashed against the top of the corridor, his health bar at 0. And beneath him, the ground cracked widely, emitting swirling smoke. A pitch-black, powerful horn suddenly stretched out from within. Chapter 86, The Pressuring Presence of the Dominant Horned Respect. Crack, crack. The black horn twisted, causing more soil to break apart. The enormous, fierce dominant horned respect, carrying deep and heavy energy, appeared before everyone. A body over 2 meters tall, paired with thick, pure black armor, exuded a powerful pressure. "Captain, damn. What the hell is this thing? It seems to be that big beetle. This guy isn't just that one muff." Seeing the A-level 39 captain killed in one blow, everyone showed fear on their faces. They hurriedly retreated, aiming their guns at the dominant horned respect. In an instant, a dense barrage of fire poured forward. Boom, 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 boom. The entire dark corridor was suddenly illuminated by the firelight shooting from the gun muzzles. Die for me. Captain. Avenge the captain. Try my armor-piercing bullets. The ultimate fear turned into fury. A squad of 70 or 80 people, each holding 70 or 80 submachine guns, transformed into a devastating storm, wildly venting their anger at the dominant horned respect. In such scale, if it were in on Yuan City, it would be enough to shoot through a street, causing fear among all the city's residents. However, ding, 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 ding. At this moment, the frantic ammunition striking the dominant horned respect's deep black armor only produced a crisp sound, then bounced off directly, leaving not even a small dent. -0. -0, -0, -0, -0. The dominant horned respect, as if nothing had happened, strode forward under the dense hail of gunfire. Step by step, it pressed forward towards the crowd. Meanwhile, Wang Yue walked behind with an expressionless face. As the bullets gradually ran out, everyone's faces changed from gritting their teeth to being utterly shocked, their faces pale. These bullets were specially made armor-piercing rounds, with 30% armor penetration. Combined with a rare-tier submachine gun, even when facing some tank professions, a single shot could deal over 100 points of damage. But against the strange and terrifying black giant beetle ahead, it barely scratched the surface, having no effect at all. "Get out of the way!" Suddenly, a fierce voice came from behind. A stocky man emerged, a rocket launcher slung over his shoulder. "Bugs! Come taste my cannon!" His expression was wild as he let out a loud shout. Instantly, a flaming RPG shell shot forward. Boom! Watching the burning flames, the stocky man revealed a proud smile. This was a rare-tier rocket launcher, and even the shells fired were of the rare tier. Each shell worth over 1 million, enough to blast an A-tier awakened one to near ruin. However, his smile vanished in less than a second. 0. In the smoke, the unscathed figure of the Boggang Jiaozun re-emerged, but this time, it had crouched down, pulling its long spear back, preparing to charge. Behind the spear, a burst of white steam erupted. "Monster, monster! No, this thing is beyond our handling. Run! Quick, call the other leaders over." The crowd scattered in a panic, but at the same time, the long spear of Boggang Jiaozun, carrying rotating fierce energy, smashed forward in an instant. Boom! Where the black spear passed, severed limbs flew everywhere. The fleeing group of 70 or 80 people was blasted apart. Damn! Damn it! The remaining survivors were weak all over, frantically fleeing backward. Watching the panicked crowd, Wang Yue let out a helpless sigh. Goodness, Zhu Hao is getting himself into trouble. It was promised that after finishing the arena, they could leave with money. Why was this fighting arena still playing tricks? He didn't even know if he could still get that 10 million. Just as Wang Yue was pondering, a dark blue wall of flame suddenly ignited in front of the passage, blocking everyone's path. In an instant, a magical flame leaped out, bouncing between people, devouring body after body in just seconds. Whoosh! The magical flame shot towards Wang Yue, landing on the ground. It gradually extinguished, revealing Zhu Hao's figure, pressing a trembling member to the ground with his right hand. His eyes revealed a strong intent to kill. "Call Jin Long over." The man on the ground had deep-set eyes, too scared to speak, just nodding desperately. Zhu Hao let go, and the man immediately stumbled away in fear. Standing up, Zhu Hao awkwardly smiled at Wang Yue, scratching his head. Seeing Zhu Hao, Wang Yue felt somewhat speechless. What exactly is going on? Can we still get the prize? Zhu Hao cleared his throat a few times, patting his chest. "Don't worry, it's on me. If Jin Long dares to swallow our prize, I'll tear down his underground fighting arena." Hearing this, Wang Yue felt a bit reassured. However, looking at Zhu Hao's confident demeanor, Wang Yue shook his head helplessly. It could have been taken directly, but he insisted on killing 2 arena masters. Zhu Hao really had his principles. Wang Yue put the Boggang Jiaozun back into the breathing space and chatted with Zhu Hao for a while, when suddenly a group of people appeared ahead. At the front stood 2 A-tier level 39 awakened ones. They were extremely vigilant, as if each step taken was a decision to face death. Upon seeing Wang Yue and Zhu Hao, their steps hesitated even more. Behind the two was the mustached man from the observation room. At this moment, he no longer looked relaxed but had a dark, grim expression on his face. Behind him stood many fierce-looking members, no longer holding submachine guns but various kinds of weapons. The crowd remained at a distance of 100 meters from Wang Yue and Zhu Hao, their bodies tense as if facing a great enemy. Seeing that the other side was unmoved, the man with the mustache restrained his anger and spoke first. "Brothers, I don't know how I, Jin, have offended you, to deserve such cruelty, continuously killing 4 of my capable men and so many brothers." Zhu Hao's gaze turned cold, and he took a step forward. "According to the rules of your fighting arena, we defeat the champion and take the money. What's the problem? It was your underling who blocked my friend and wouldn't let us leave. We killed him in self-defense, so what's the issue?" His tone was icy as he fixed his stare on the man with the mustache. "What? You come to challenge at your fighting arena, lose, and then you accept it? But when you win, you flip the table and stop playing? It's just a few useless A-ranked fighters that we killed. Jin Long, are you really that petty?" At these words, the man with the mustache froze for a moment. It was only then that he clearly saw Zhu Hao's profession panel. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Chapter 87, Young Master Comes to the Capital. 2 blaring S's caught the mustached man's eye. More terrifying than these SS ranks was the name of the opponent. One character, Chu, instantly stirred up a storm in the mustached man's heart. Others might not be clear, but as one of the underworld figures in Annam province, he definitely knew what this surname represented. In a flash, memories flooded back to him, recalling years ago when the old master of the Chu family visited Gucha City, bringing his young grandson along. And this young man with curly black hair before him looked strikingly similar to that young grandson of the old master. No wonder he had failed to gather any information about his opponent. It turned out to be the young master of the Chu family? The mustached man swallowed hard. Cold sweat now covered his entire forehead. He looked back again, examining the white-haired young man. Extraordinary presence, calm yet sharp. Before the young Master Chu, he was still so composed. Even making the young Master Chu step forward to explain the situation. This guy's true identity might be even higher than the young master of the Chu family. Thinking of this, the mustached man began to tremble uncontrollably. Higher than the Chu family? That would mean an unspeakable existence? What could have brought these two young masters to play in his small fighting arena? Were they hurt? Did they feel wronged? Did their parents know? A series of worries generated in his mind, and the mustached man felt his body go weak. His voice trembled as he hurriedly said, young Master Chu, I didn't know it was you coming to play. If I had known, even if I had to kill all the arena champions for your entertainment, that would be just a word. Hearing these words, the crowd of underlings froze. They had been ready to fight, yet their leader had surrendered first? Moreover, when had they seen their fierce and cruel boss display such weakness? In an instant, strange expressions of fear, shock, and breakdown appeared on the faces of all the underlings. Stop with the nonsense. According to the rules of the fighting arena, just transfer the prize money to our cards, Chu Hao said, still with a cold face. Yes. The man with the mustache nodded, bowing, and seemingly terrified. The prize money for the two young masters will definitely be transferred without a single cent missing. Then, he glared at one of the underlings beside him. Why aren't you going yet? Seeing the mustached man's reaction, Wang Yue understood that he must have recognized Chu Hao's identity. That's good, it would prevent the situation from escalating further. If Chu Hao really demolished this fighting arena, it would be quite troublesome. However, although they now knew the Chu family's power, Wang Yue was still somewhat surprised. After all, this underground fighting arena was not small, yet it displayed such a humble posture before Chu Hao. Having achieved their goal, Chu Hao no longer spoke. He looked at Wang Yue, and the two continued to walk straight past the crowd. Young masters, if you need anything in Annam City in the future, just a word will suffice. Jean will definitely do his best to handle this. The mustached man bent his body and tried hard to squeeze out a smile. Although this evening suffered heavy losses, if he could climb up the branch of the Chu family, it would not be a loss for the mustached man. Hearing this, Chu Hao suddenly turned his head. By the way, the girl you captured, she is our friend. In this place, I don't want anything to happen to her. As soon as these words came out, the mustached man's expression became even more rigid. But just for a second, he forcibly relaxed and revealed a flattering smile. Young Master Chu, you mean Xiaoli, right? Please rest assured, as long as I'm still in charge here, if she says east, no one will dare to go west. Anyone who tries to harm her will have to step over my dead body first. Chu Hao grunted and then turned to Wang Yue, his icy face instantly melting as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. First make it clear to them, to avoid any disturbances when treating her sister later. Wang Yue nodded, not expecting Chu Hao's consideration to be so thorough, and then he walked forward with Chu Hao. What Wang Yue didn't know was that after he walked far away, the mustached man revealed a look of wild joy. He turned around and looked at his little brothers, regaining the imposing demeanor of a boss. What young Master Chu just said, you all heard it, right? Although he said our friend on the surface, I believe no one can see through this? Miss Xiaoli is that white-haired young master's friend. Young Master Chu is concerned about the white-haired young master. If even young Master Chu treats him with such flattery, and can casually summon such terrifying insect pets, the status of this young master, I'm afraid it already involves the capital. Hearing this word, all the little brothers changed their expressions. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, who does not know how deep the waters of the nation's capital are? Even powerful SS ranks must obey when they come to the capital. Although the Chu family is located in Annan, everyone in the underworld knows they have intricate connections with the capital. No wonder that young master of the Chu family, being an SS rank, can call a D rank awakener his brother. The mustached man continued, this is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our fighting arena. If we can successfully cling to that white-haired young master through Miss Xiaoli, then all of us here can take it to the next level. The position we once dared not believe is not so unreachable. His expression turned cold, so if someone dares to ruin the young master's instructions, don't blame Jean for being ruthless. Order all brothers to set out quickly to find Miss Xiaoli's whereabouts. Remember, do not disturb the young lady, but definitely provide the closest protection in secret. All of Miss Xiaoli's wishes must be fulfilled as much as possible. If it cannot be done, report it to me, and I will find a way. In the passage, Wang Yue and Chu Hao walked side by side. Wang Yue. I'm really sorry. Chu Hao scratched his head and finally spoke up. What's wrong? Wang Yue was a bit confused. Out of nowhere, why was he apologizing? Chu Hao sighed. I said I would bring you to make money, but just now, it led to you being attacked. That team of armed men was quite a threat. If it weren't for your powerful strength, I would have truly been afraid. Hearing this, Wang Yue smiled lightly. It's okay. I had already considered these things before I came, and I left a backup plan. If there was really an unmanageable danger, I wouldn't have come. Chu Hao was stunned. Then, his eyes revealed even more admiration. Wang Yue, you're just amazing. Wang Yue sighed helplessly. I can't compare to you, young Master Chu. That gangster boss saw you, it was like a son meeting his father, it truly opened my eyes. Chu Hao was taken aback, then he was happy instead of angry, suddenly hugging Wang Yue tightly. Alright, are you purposely mocking me? The two walked and joked, gradually walking out of the tunnel. They arrived at the underground street outside. Chu Hao raised his hand to check the time, yawned and said, It's almost time, let's heal that girl's sister and then go back to school. I really need to catch up on my sleep. Wang Yue nodded as well, following the same path and arriving at the small alley where he first encountered the girl. Chapter 88, Dispersing the Four Disasters. Wang Yue walked into the alley, looking around, but he did not find any trace of the girl. Could it be that she ran into trouble again? Chu Hao couldn't help but complain. Wang Yue also frowned slightly. He had already warned the people at the martial arts arena. Logically, the girl's situation should be quite safe. Brother! I am here. Suddenly, a voice, as tiny as a mosquito, came from around the corner. A roll of grass mat in the corner slightly shook, and the skinny girl peeked out from behind. She nervously looked around and, after realizing no one was there, hurriedly walked towards Wang Yue. I was afraid someone would catch me, so I hid first. Wang Yue nodded. No one will catch you now. Please take me to see your sister. The girl answered with a soft and led Wang Yue to the side of the alley. Brother, thank you for saving little Curry tonight. As they walked, the girl suddenly said. Wang Yue paused slightly, not saying anything. Little Curry knows, if it's something I shouldn't ask, I won't ask. Little Curry just wants to thank brother, not only for being willing to help my sister, but also for saving little Curry's life. As she spoke, the girl began to sniffle. Besides Mom, Dad, and my sister, no one in this world has ever been this good to little Curry. Saying this, she wiped her tears. Whatever brother wants little Curry to do, I will do it even if it means dying. Wang Yue smiled helplessly. I don't want you to die for me. Just live well with your sister. It's not about who owes whom. He looked at the girl again and asked, You haven't awakened your profession yet, right? The girl nodded. I'm not old enough yet, and even when I am, no awakening master would awaken someone like me. Hearing this, Wang Yue's expression became a bit heavier. At that moment, Chu Hao suddenly leaned in. Little sister, when you are of age, go to the martial arts arena to get help with your awakening. We already explained, those people will not bully you anymore. The girl was slightly stunned, but when she heard the words martial arts arena, a hint of fear unconsciously appeared on her face. Explained. But. If you awaken a strong profession, your life and your sister's life will be better, right? Even though the chance is very slim. Chu Hao continued. The girl fell into thought and finally nodded. Little Curry understands. With the girl's guidance, the three arrived at a more dilapidated and poverty-stricken area. Most of the houses here had collapsed, and garbage was piled high. However, surprisingly, in many unexpected corners, one could still vaguely see some disheveled residents. The girl led Wang Yue and Chu Hao through the collapsed buildings, eventually arriving in front of a shabby cement house. She gently walked to the door, reaching her hand through the crack to pull out a note. After carefully checking it, she was relieved and pushed the door open to enter. Wang Yue also stepped into the house. The room was pitifully small, the remaining oil lamp dimly lighting the dark environment. The wooden table and chairs were already moldy, looking as if they were scavenged from a garbage heap. A young woman with long black hair lay on the wooden bed in the innermost part of the room, her face pale. In her hand, she held a faint white flower. Though she looked extremely unwell, her noble demeanor could still be recognized at a glance. Upon seeing the three arrive, the woman immediately became somewhat tense. It's okay, sister, these two brothers are good people. The girl quickly ran to the bedside. They are here to help. Maybe they can cure your illness. Hearing this, the black-haired woman let out a faint sigh. She furrowed her brow tightly, reached out her hand, and gently stroked the girl's hair, which had turned yellow from malnutrition, her voice a bit choked. Don't waste any more money, little Curry. This is not an ordinary illness for your sister. Wang Yue said nothing, but walked over and directly activated the Heart Lotus Master's skill. The status bar of the black-haired woman immediately came into view. Above it, there was a peculiar debuff icon. Pestilent remains, all attribute caps minus 60%, the plague will gradually grow within the target, continuously weakening the target's base attributes until death. After the target's death, the first unit to come into contact will receive the corrupted plague effect. Currently weakened, 98% base attributes. Seeing this description, Wang Yue frowned slightly. This negative state did not seem to be naturally formed, but was instead inflicted by some unit on the woman. Beside him, Chu Hao narrowed his eyes. Wang Yue, I really haven't seen this kind of debuff before. Hearing Chu Hao's voice, the black-haired woman looked at the two of them, a hint of pleading on her pale face. Doctors, how much did little Curry pay you? Can you return a portion to her? My illness doesn't need treatment. Chu Hao also patted Wang Yue's back, saying, let's go. This kind of thing can only be resolved by support roles of S rank or higher, otherwise, there's no way. Upon hearing this, little Curry immediately burst into tears. She tightly clung to Wang Yue's arm. Brother, don't go. I beg you, think of another way. Wang Yue said nothing, but silently opened the seed bank of the Heart Lotus Master and began to search within. After a simple search, he found a basic dispelling skill. This must have been released by some student during the entrance trial, and he had just happened to collect it. Skill, Basic Dispelling, consumes 150 mana, dispelling the target's stun, immobilization, poisoning, and paralysis effects. Cooldown, 60 seconds. However, this effect was indeed too weak, only able to dispel the most basic debuffs. Wang Yue directly used the Cultivation Seed. Instantly, a seed appeared in Wang Yue's hand, its surface shimmering with radiant light. Seeing this, the three people around were stunned. Wang Yue, how many secrets do you have? Chu Hao's eyes sparkled, and he unconsciously opened his mouth wide. Little Curry finally released her grip on Wang Yue and, feeling relieved, cried even harder. Only the black-haired woman still had a gloomy expression. Doctor, there's no need to try anymore, your friend is right, the negative effect on me can only be lifted by an S-rank support class. I know that bug cultivators are good at making medicine, but this is completely different from my current state. Wang Yue glanced at the woman. Whether it will work or not, I have to try. Just give me 10 minutes. At this moment, the skill in the seed bank had transformed into advanced dispelling, but the range of dispellable effects only included a few rare debuffs. Once the cooldown was up, Wang Yue used the cultivation seed again. The radiant light reappeared, and the skill changed from advanced dispelling to purification. It was the same negative effect dispelling, only this time the list of effects was vast, almost becoming a small essay. However, Wang Yue still did not see any terms related to plague among them. Since it still wasn't effective, then let's cultivate again. As the 60-second cooldown ended, Wang Yue used the cultivation seed again. However, this time the mana cost for cultivation was astonishingly high, the previous costs were several hundred to 1,000 mana, while this time it needed over 6,000 points. But for Wang Yue, it was still manageable, since his mana had already exceeded 10,000. As the radiant light shifted, a new skill appeared in the seed bank. Skill, for Calamity's Dispelling, consumes 800 mana, dispelling the target's bloodshed, plague, desolation, and dead curse states along with their related effects. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Chapter 89, Bless Land. Seeing this skill description, Wang Yue was a bit stunned. Why, after spending so much mana to cultivate, did the types of negative effects it could dispel decrease? Now there were only 4 categories. Moreover, the 4 Calamity's Dispelling was already a final skill, unable to be cultivated further. But luckily, it already included the plague effect on the woman. Though not completely the same, it should be a similar type of thing. Hopefully it will have an effect, otherwise, Wang Yue wouldn't know what to do. As Wang Yue operated, a glimmer of hope sparked in the black-haired woman's eyes. But this hope was soon drowned in a tide of despair. Doctor, if I take this seed and it doesn't work, can I get some of my money back? Wang Yue smiled, I didn't take any money, I only took your sister's black beetle. At these words, the black-haired woman looked at Xiaoli, her eyes filled with a trace of pain. And also, Wang Yue extended his hand, and the seed slowly floated up from his palm, this thing is not for eating. As he finished speaking, the seed suddenly blossomed into a lotus flower and shattered. In that moment, the gaze of the other 3 instantly locked onto Wang Yue's palm. In an instant, a ring of colorful radiance burst forth from the broken lotus, illuminating the entire dim room. And on the surface of the black-haired woman's body, a faint golden wave emerged, renewing her condition. Checking the black-haired woman's status bar again, Wang Yue let out a sigh of relief. The previous plague-inflicted body debuff had vanished, and her basic attributes had returned to normal levels. It seems that rare status was indeed one of the 4 disasters. This top-level debuff, he truly didn't know how she had contracted it. The black-haired woman hadn't reacted yet. It was only when she saw Wang Yue's relaxed expression that she suddenly looked down at herself. In an instant, she froze. Then, tears filled her eyes. The buff that had been declared impossible to remove, that had haunted her like a nightmare for over a decade, had disappeared. It really worked. I must not be dreaming again. Xiaoli, though still unawakened and unable to see the panel, instantly understood everything just from her sister's complexion and condition. She suddenly threw herself on the bed, tightly embracing her sister, and cried out loud. Let's go home. Wang Yue glanced at Xu Hao and turned to leave. Benefactor, please wait a moment, a woman's voice came from behind. Wang Yue turned back to see the black-haired woman had gotten off the bed and was hurriedly walking toward him with Xiaoli. She came in front of Wang Yue, holding Xiaoli's hand, and both deeply bowed to Wang Yue, choking out the words. We sisters will never forget this kindness. I know, a black beetle is far from enough to repay you. Saying this, she seemed to make some kind of resolution. Since the benefactor can cure my plague. I have something else I want to give you. As she spoke, she stood up and walked to a nearby wooden cabinet, opening the bottom drawer and taking out a yellowed map. She came back to Wang Yue's side and handed it to him with both hands. Wang Yue frowned slightly and began to check the content on it. On the paper, many strange place names were written, and a long route was drawn with curves. At the end of the curve, the 4 words Land of Blessing stood out. What is this? Wang Yue looked at her. The black-haired woman lowered her head and said softly, This is a map my father brought back from the Domain of Filth 12 years ago. Domain of Filth? Xu Hao beside him was stunned. Isn't that the subspace where the evil seeds are located? The black-haired woman nodded. Although my father is only an A-rank awakened one, since that time he returned from the Domain of Filth with the adventure team, his strength has skyrocketed. In just a few months, he defeated the major families there, even the S-rank awakened ones fell to my father. In less than a year, our family had become the uncontested leader of the entire city. At this point, the black-haired woman paused. Her voice began to tremble. However, this situation didn't last a year, and the heavenly punishment came down. Heavenly punishment. Wang Yue's expression grew increasingly puzzled. The black-haired woman seemed to fall into memories, her body beginning to tremble. That's right, the subspace passage to the Domain of Filth opened up in our city. Hearing this, Xu Hao's mouth dropped open, and his frown deepened. Wait a minute, 2 years after 12 years ago, you wouldn't be a resident of Hive City, would you? The black-haired woman didn't answer but instead let out intermittent bitter laughter. What happened in Hive City? Wang Yue asked Xu Hao. Xu Hao scratched his chin. I remember that a significant accident occurred in that city 10 years ago, causing many deaths. In the end, they had to call people from the capital to barely control the situation. He shook his head. I never thought that it was actually a breach in the subspace channel. It seems that the real situation must be far more serious than what was announced. Xu Hao moved in front of the woman and continued asking, What did you see that day? The woman was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, Eyes. A sky full of many flying eyes. Hearing such a bizarre description, Xu Hao scratched his head, his expression becoming hard to describe. Those strange eyes, they are also awakeners, with their own professions, and many of them are S-class or even SS-class strong individuals. In just one short day, they spread a plague and slaughtered over 1 million of our citizens. At this point, the black-haired woman was already in tears, trembling uncontrollably. At that time, my father desperately tried to protect my younger sister and me, but he died fighting against the corrupt beings. The negative effects I carry on me are the aftereffects of that moment, haunting me for a full decade. I vaguely feel, the opening of that subspace channel must be related to my father's encounter in the filthy land. So, after the situation was brought under control, I returned to the ruins of my home to search. Finally, I found this map in my father's safe. Chapter 90, Kill 1 or 5 Dead. She sniffed and glanced at the map again. The moment I saw it, I could be sure that the invasion of corrupt beings must be related to this map. I wanted to burn it, but this is, after all, my father's hard-earned achievement, so I kept it until now. She lifted her gaze to Wang Yue and said, If you can handle this strange negative effect, perhaps you also have a way to deal with those corrupt beings. Giving it to you would also be a way to explain my father's death. Wang Yue did not take the map, but continued to ask, Why not hand this map to the authorities? The black-haired woman smiled bitterly. Ever since the divine punishment fell, my father's entire expedition team, and even their guild, have been severely dealt with. As the family members of the expedition team, the people sent from the capital quickly began to hunt us down. At this point, the woman's voice trembled. I heard that the higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. They would rather wrongly kill than let anyone go, and those who were caught never heard from again. The woman was a bit agitated. I don't understand why they are treating us this way. We clearly did nothing. After sobbing for a while, she managed to calm herself. She continued, we came to Annam City also because my father told us the vice captain's information before he died, saying that if we were truly helpless, we could seek him. The woman sighed, however, this vice captain was naturally afraid of being found, and my sister and I have searched for years without any information about him. If it weren't for your rescue, I might have died under that terrible plague this month. Hearing this, Wang Yue nodded, folding the map and putting it in his pocket. Since that's the case, I will accept this map. Although the map may not be useful right now, the way the woman's father valued it shows it must have some significance. If one day he went to the front lines of war, it might yield unexpected results. The disease has been cured, so we should return, Wang Yue said, glancing at Chu Hao, and the two turned to leave. Thank you, brother. I will never forget your kindness, big brother. The girl's youthful yet determined voice came from behind. In the sky above. The sky was already somewhat bright, and Wang Yue and Chu Hao stood above the Blood River Ant Guard, flying toward Annam Military High School. Wang Yue looked at the shrunken city beneath him. Caught in thought. This trip to the martial arts arena can be said to have exceeded expectations. Not only did I successfully obtain the 10 million prize, but I also gained the Bug King, a new insect pet, and a mysterious map. Furthermore, I formed some connections in the dark side of Annam City. Next, I must make good use of this 10 million to carry out my side quest plan. If luck is on my side, the levels I can upgrade to will definitely not be lower than in the Celestial Peak prison. Wang Yue, what do you think is in that blessed land to cause such a big stir? From behind, Chu Hao's voice rang out. Wang Yue snapped back to reality and turned to glance at Chu Hao. The boy was sitting at the edge of the Blood River Ant Guard's back, swinging his legs over the air, gazing at a hint of morning light rising in the distance. It's probably nothing good, Wang Yue murmured. Chu Hao turned his head. Why? Do you think the authorities would handle related personnel so seriously for something trivial? Wang Yue retorted. Chu Hao thought for a while and answered, Maybe they discovered some secrets, killing people to silence them, I'm familiar with that. Wang Yue frowned slightly, there may be part of this reason, but if it were only that, there wouldn't be any need for such widespread pursuit. Handling related personnel so seriously, even executing people at the edge of the incident, seems a bit inhumane. Chu Hao also frowned, pondering for a few seconds, then nodded, that's true. Generally, only people in our line of work do such things. Wang Yue continued, I suspect the higher-ups must have encountered a problem similar to the trolley problem. Trolley problem? An out-of-control train is racing toward a track with 5 people tied up on it. You can pull a lever to divert the train onto another track, but on that track, there is also one person tied up. Hearing this, Chu Hao laughed, hey. Is that even a dilemma? Of course, if you do nothing, whether those people live or die has nothing to do with me. Wang Yue smiled slightly, however, the way the authorities chose to handle it clearly was to pull that lever. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao's smile faded. He rubbed his chin, I think I understand what you mean now. In other words, those sisters didn't do anything wrong, but they must die. Wang Yue nodded. While the two were chatting, the Blood River Ant Guard had already crossed the river, arriving at the river island where Annam Wuga was located. Seeing the school getting closer, Chu Hao stretched out a lazy yawn, so annoying. Let the authorities handle those things, I just want to go back and sleep. Wang Yue felt a bit sleepy too, after all, he hadn't closed his eyes all night. It was still early, and there shouldn't be many people outside the school at this hour. Wang Yue maneuvered the Blood River Ant Guard to fly around a small hill on the campus. This small hill was located behind the freshman dormitories and was the best path to avoid being seen. As they flew, Chu Hao suddenly shivered. Hey! Wang Yue, that person over there won't be our instructor, will he? Hearing this, Wang Yue turned his head. He looked in the direction pointed by Chu Hao. In the woods, a figure in a white shirt was digging in the soil with an iron shovel. Wang Yue was also taken aback. Looking at his appearance, it really did resemble him. Could it be that I'm really this unlucky? What's this guy doing getting up early to dig in the mountains instead of sleeping? Chu Hao quickly stood up. Wang Yue, quickly fly back. We can't let him see us, we could get punished for sneaking out of school. Wang Yue nodded and immediately raised the height of the ant guard while reducing the sound of its wings. However, the man in the white shirt below seemed to have sensed the disturbance above. He looked up at Wang Yue and Chu Hao. In an instant, their eyes met. Wang Yue clearly recognized that man's face, it was the instructor he saw during the meeting. Chapter 91, Expanding the Copy Quest. When Wang Yue met his counselor's gaze, he felt a sudden tremor in his heart. No way? This person is crazy. Digging in the mountains this early? Chu Hao couldn't help but whisper from behind. Forget it, let him be. At most, they'll just deduct some points. Wang Yue said nothing, just silently operated the ant guard, flying toward the dormitory along the original route. The counselor stood in the forest, also motionless, merely watching the two in the sky. Until the two returned to the 8th floor of the dormitory. Wang Yue hovered the ant guard in the air and jumped onto the corridor. When he saw Chu Hao jump down too, Wang Yue quickly recalled the ant guard. I'm tired. Wang Yue, I want to sleep well, call me at noon, okay? Chu Hao pushed open the door and headed straight to his room. Wang Yue stood in place, looking back toward the small mountain, but could only see a dense forest. Lying on the dry bed, Wang Yue was still thinking about the counselor's gaze just now. It felt like there was a hint of warning in his gaze. Could it be that he feared his strange behavior would be spread around? Wang Yue couldn't quite understand, only feeling an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. Struggling to think in his mind, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Wang Yue, wake up, it's time for lunch. A series of knocks on the door jolted Wang Yue awake. Hearing Suishan's voice outside, he rubbed his eyes. He got out of bed and opened the door. There stood the tall Suishan at the door, holding a bag of packed meals. What were you and Chu Hao doing last night? Why are you both still asleep at noon? Today is the first day of class. During the morning class, the teacher called your names. I told them you two were not feeling well, so you didn't come. Wang Yue scratched his hair and took the food from Suishan. Thanks, I went to bed a bit late last night, let me take a moment. Suishan showed a puzzled expression. Oh, by the way. Wang Yue continued to ask, did the counselor come looking for me? The counselor? Suishan scratched his face. No, I saw him this morning. Don't worry, he doesn't know about your skipping class. Oh, right, he raised a finger. There's one thing I need to tell you. We've scheduled the next trial for a month later. It's said that students with high rankings can receive certain rewards. Wang Yue, don't miss it. Seeing the serious look on his face, Wang Yue nodded. Suishan really had a good personality and always thought of his friends. Okay, I'll eat now. I just woke up, so I need to clear my head. Hearing this, Suishan smiled lightly and closed the door. Wang Yue sat by the table, opened the food packaging, and enjoyed the delicious meal while looking at the sunny campus outside the window. What the counselor wanted to do, Wang Yue was no longer prepared to guess blindly. Endless guessing would only slow down his development pace, he could just deal with it when it came. Now his focus should be on leveling up. As for the trial a month later, Wang Yue was not worried, he would just go and get the rewards he deserved. Wang Yue took out a bank card from his pocket. This card currently held 10 million, serving as his startup capital. Wang Yue's upgrade plan was actually very simple. Generally speaking, the next instance would have a set time limit imposed by the management. Exceeding this time limit, adventurers must exit the instance to prevent anyone from overstaying and farming monsters. However, Wang Yue had found a way to exploit this bug. That was to use the blood water produced by the Blood River Ant Guard to set an anchor point in various instances, then continuously transport ant soldiers into it. Although instances belonged to a subspace, at the end of the day, they were still concrete locations that should meet the conditions for blood water transportation. In this way, even though Wang Yue was not in the instance, he could use the ant soldiers. The wild monsters in various dungeons are all taken care of. As soon as the wild monsters respawn, they are killed by the ant soldiers. Thinking of this, Wang Yue couldn't help but smile slightly. Once he decided to do it, he acted right away. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Yue sat at the back row of the bus, watching the cars passing over the overpass. Leaving school during the day is still quite simple, you just need to register at the guard's desk. Having learned from the experience of the previous night, Wang Yue still felt that flying out of school through the ant guards was a bit too flashy. So this time, he decided to take the school bus out. The bus drove steadily on the road, and after 40 minutes, it entered the downtown area of Anan City. Although it was noon and the sun was quite harsh, the streets were still bustling. The assembled adventure teams, dressed in various outfits, were weaving through the streets, seemingly heading to the next dungeon. Some suited office workers were sipping coffee, lounging in roadside recliners, enjoying their precious lunch break. A few vibrant young girls, with travel bags on their backs and snacks in hand, laughed and chatted, walking side by side down the road. After getting off the bus, Wang Yue headed to a nearby dungeon point. The first dungeon he chose was the medium-sized dungeon, Dishi Forest, mainly filled with Beast Clan monsters, and the cost for one entry was 500,000. Wang Yue did not rush to the large dungeon, he wanted to first verify whether his idea was feasible. Wang Yue, right? The receptionist was a short man who glanced at Wang Yue and did not take out the 3 items for dungeons as usual. Instead, he took out a contract from under the desk and handed Wang Yue a pen. Seeing this, Wang Yue looked at the man in confusion. Why are you looking at me? Just sign it, the man said impatiently. What is this? At this question, the man showed a look of astonishment. Young man, you don't even know what a developing dungeon is, and you dare to come here? Wang Yue was taken aback. Developing dungeon? That was the first time he had heard this term. After all, the high school textbooks were full of theoretical knowledge, with hardly anything applicable to real life. The short man sighed, shook his head, and had a hint of barely noticeable mockery in his expression. Go back, my little young master, if you die in our dungeon, who knows how much trouble it will cause. Hearing this, Wang Yue smiled slightly. You don't need to worry, I shouldn't die. He stepped forward. Since this dungeon is open to all awakened individuals above level 15, then I naturally have the right to enter. I also want to ask, brother, what is so special about this developing dungeon? Seeing Wang Yue's attitude, the man's tone softened a bit. Well fine, let me first ask you, what is a dungeon? It refers to a subspace area that has been developed and is stable. Not bad, the short man nodded slightly, so this developing dungeon naturally refers to a subspace area that has not been completely developed. Although there are various treasures within, if you recklessly cross the safety limits, it's filled with dangers out there. The man's expression turned grim. Moreover, the most important thing is both the alarm symbol and the teleportation symbol will be invalid. So, to enter the developing dungeon, you first have to sign this exemption agreement. Chapter 92, Dishy Forest. With that, Wang Yue picked up the contract and glanced over it briefly. He saw several disclaimers printed on it. The general meaning was that if explorers encounter unforeseen events outside the safety range, the dungeon party bears no responsibility. At the very bottom, there were many case dates and events printed. In 348, the gluttonous bear attack incident, an A-rank girl was tragically killed, her corpse not to only half left. In 351, the bone spirit wolf hunting incident, a whole B-rank adventurer team was wiped out, with no remains left. In 354, the corrosive tiger head snake false trigger incident, a couple died, turning into corpse water on the spot. Each real case was shocking to the eyes. No wonder the Dashi Forest, although a medium-sized dungeon, costs significantly more than other medium-sized dungeons. It turns out there's this layer of reason. However, those so-called areas outside the safe zone sparked a glimmer of interest in Wang Yue. He picked up a pen and quickly signed his name on the agreement. Young man, you really need to think carefully. The short man looked at Wang Yue and said earnestly, this is a place where even A-rank awakeners can crash. You, a D-rank, must not step outside the safe zone. Wang Yue nodded. Don't worry, I know my limits. The man sighed and took the agreement, carefully checking it, then took Wang Yue's bank card and swiped it on the machine. Next, he handed Wang Yue an alarm charm, a teleportation charm, and a dungeon map. As Wang Yue walked toward the teleportation point, he began to examine the dungeon map. The area of the safe zone was roughly the same size as that of an ordinary medium-sized dungeon. However, outside the safe zone, there was a dangerous area nearly 10 times larger than the safe zone. It seems that if the Dashi Forest is fully developed, it could at least be considered a large dungeon. Wang Yue stepped into the blue teleportation array, instantly wrapped in blue light. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yue found himself on a lush green lawn. A sun-like star hung high in the sky, casting brilliant golden sunlight. Not far away, towering and sturdy pine trees stood tall, their layers of needles displaying a healthy dark green. On the lawn where Wang Yue stood, he could faintly see several adventure teams and a few individual adventurers, most of whom were between level 20 to 30. This environment felt too safe to be a dungeon. It was more like a wild park for vacationing and tourism. Following the guidance of the map, Wang Yue walked toward the dangerous area. Since there were quite a few awakeners around, Wang Yue did not summon his ant guards to hurry. After all, he still needed the worker ants to farm monsters later. It wouldn't be good if he attracted attention. According to the map markings, to enter the dangerous area, he first needed to reach a ferry. Wang Yue entered the lush forest of pine trees. Stepping on the soft ground, mottled sunlight fell through the needles. From time to time, he could see some beast-type wild monsters around, all relatively low level, around level 15. But a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat, so Wang Yue immediately released 6 heartborn moths from his sleeve. The 6 little moths instantly scattered, flying in all directions. They followed Wang Yue while slaughtering the wild monsters that appeared within a kilometer nearby. Kill giant horned boar, plus 115 experience. Kill piranha, plus 85 experience. Kill big-eared demon bunny, plus 105 experience. As the system announced more and more notifications, Wang Yue's experience bar began to gradually grow. After walking for about 40 minutes, Wang Yue finally saw a wide river. At this point, he was only 1 kilometer away from the ferry location on the map. Kill piranha, plus 85 experience. With another announcement sounding, Wang Yue successfully leveled up to 16. With a thought, he recalled the 6 heartborn moths. Since this was a place leading to the dangerous area, there should also be a lot of awakeners here, so it was better to be cautious. After walking a little further, Wang Yue saw a wooden platform stretching across the river. Under the wooden platform, a round boat floated. On the platform stood 5 to 6 adventurers dressed in various styles, gathered together talking. They must belong to the same adventure team. There were also a few staff members nearby. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue hurriedly walked over. However, as he got closer, his brow suddenly furrowed slightly. Because he saw that among the adventure team, there was an S-rank level 19 awakener. Name, Bai Yufeng. Race, human. Class, Dragon Knight, S. Level, 19. Health, 14,600. Mana, 5,600. The team consisted of 4 men and 2 women, and the one named Bai Yufeng had 3 other teammates, all being A rank. Except for a girl who had not awakened, there was only one seemingly ordinary boy who was B class. The overall quality of the adventure team was not low. Wang Yue walked over quietly. The conversation among the team members immediately reached his ears. Yufeng, I heard that many bad things have happened in this quest, I'm so scared. A pure-looking girl hooked her arm around Bai Yufeng's, speaking in a delicate tone. Through the panel, Wang Yue learned that her name was Xinting and her profession was an A-class holy healer. Can I sleep in your tent tonight? I'm really scared. The girl named Xinting kept shaking Bai Yufeng's arm. Tingting, I can protect you too. Come with me. Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary boy shouted. Xinting stopped, glancing at the boy with a slight look of disdain. Lin Yang, I believe you have the determination, but you're a level 15 B class, it's better to sleep with everyone else. Otherwise, if wild monsters come at night, they could bite you in just a few bites, I'm saying this for your own good. Hearing this, Lin Yang clenched his fists tightly and looked down, saying nothing more. Bai Yufeng, who had not spoken, smiled slightly and said to Xinting, Don't worry, Tingting, tonight I will summon my moonchasing young dragon to guard beside our tent. No wild monsters will dare to approach us. Xinting smiled sweetly and leaned against Bai Yufeng. Yufeng, you are the best. Seeing this, the boy named Lin Yang's face turned greener. Bai Yufeng, however, was oblivious. He turned to the staff and asked, Is your equipment ready? We only applied for 10 days, so we're in a hurry. The staff member being asked immediately nodded, It's ready, I will take you all up now. Hearing this, Wang Yue did not hesitate and directly walked towards the crowd. Wait a moment, I want to enter the danger zone too. The crowd preparing to board the ship paused, then turned to look at Wang Yue in unison. Bai Yufeng, who was closest to the ship, showed a surprised expression, then chuckled. He immediately stifled his laughter, but still had a suppressed smile on his face. Sorry, brother, I couldn't hold it in, Bai Yufeng waved at Wang Yue. Chapter 93, Self-Exposure. Several staff members also reacted, their faces showing expressions as if they were joking. Young man, are you serious? Wang Yue stepped onto the wooden platform and walked over to the crowd. Of course, I'm serious. The danger zone isn't something you just enter, one staff member came up to Wang Yue, patting his arm, people can die there, didn't the front desk tell you? I am aware of the risks. Just let me in, Wang Yue said as he directly jumped past everyone and was the first to leap into the circular boat below the platform. Seeing this, Bai Yufeng, who was standing in the front row, clearly darkened his expression. Alright, if I want to go, I will go. I paid for it, I just want to see what's going on. Bai Yufeng forced back his anger and turned back to shout at the staff. Seeing this, the staff had no choice but to give in, some looking regretful, others mocking. After Bai Yufeng finished speaking, he also jumped down from the wooden platform. He walked over to Wang Yue and looked him up and down. You even dyed your hair white, brother, you're quite unique. Wang Yue stared at the towering cliff ahead and did not respond. Bai Yufeng scoffed and turned away, leaning against the ship's railing. The remaining teammates also jumped onto the ship one after another, gathering around Bai Yufeng. Alright, hold on tight, we're setting sail. The staff shouted from the platform. Then he took out a stone engraved with carvings and waved his hand. Suddenly, the circular boat beneath Wang Yue's feet kicked up waves and rushed forward as if stimulated. Whoosh! Wang Yue faced the slightly dwindling afternoon sun, the sound of rushing wind ringing in his ears. The dark green pine forest on both sides swiftly swept past before their eyes. On the opposite side, a few members of the adventure team were chatting and laughing joyfully. Hey, Lin Yang, finally there's a profession lower than yours, and it's 2 ranks lower. Seeing Lin Yang stay silent, Bai Yufeng patted his shoulder, not hiding his laughter at all. Hearing the term lower rank, Lin Yang's arms twitched obviously, but he couldn't refute it. Perhaps out of frustration, he secretly glanced at Wang Yue. Looking at the other person's resentful eyes, Wang Yue was also a bit speechless. If there was truly some resentment, then why not vent it on Bai Yufeng instead of looking at him like that? TSK, Bai Yufeng leaned against the railing, shaking his head and saying, Hey, can you believe it? A girl who hasn't awakened for 2 years turns out to be an A rank. What do you all think, isn't this a waste of talent? Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. A tall and sturdy man at the edge, making a foolish expression, scratched his head and said, Yeah, when the captain helped Xiaoting awaken, we all thought she would be a C rank at best, I was stunned to find out she's an A rank holy healer. Another woman in the team, though she hadn't awakened, stood in the middle of the group. She pushed her frameless glasses up her nose and agreed, Xiaoting, you really should thank Captain Yufeng, he's changed your life. The girl, Shinting, shyly lowered her head and stammered, Thank you, Captain. Bai Yufeng clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Oh, it's just a simple task. If you need anything in the future, just tell the captain. Suddenly, he changed his tone. Hey, but Lin Yang, how come you only awakened at AB rank, even though we grew up together? If you had awakened at an A rank too, our team would really be well known in Anan City. Hearing this, everyone laughed again. Oh no. Only Shinting seemed a bit unhappy. She gently stomped her little foot and scolded, What childhood sweethearts? To me, Lin Yang has always been a pure and good friend, and now you made it sound different. Standing outside the crowd, Lin Yang could no longer hold back. Ting, is that really how you feel? Shinting stood her ground. What's wrong? Don't you think the same? Lin Yang clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. You should know, I did everything I could to introduce you to the captain, only then did you have the chance to awaken. Don't you have any gratitude towards me? Well, it was the captain who helped me awaken. This statement completely enraged Lin Yang. Do you have any idea that before your awakening, the captain didn't even look at you once? He only talked to you because you awakened to a rare A-rank support profession and looked good. Lin Yang, that's enough. Shinting immediately darkened her face, glaring at him coldly. Don't you realize, I'm no longer in the same rank as you? I'm the much-needed support in the team, while you're just a common B-rank axe warrior. If you speak to me like this again, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Yufeng furrowed his brows slightly. Lin Yang, if you have any issues with me, just tell me directly. Don't use your dirty thoughts to speculate about my relationship with Ting. If you don't want to stay in this team, you can leave. Hearing this, Lin Yang finally fell silent. He stepped aside, not saying another word. After a long time, he angrily said, Why should I? That treasure map was discovered by me. If I leave, it should be after I get the treasure. Once these words left his mouth, all the team members showed shocked expressions. Wang Yue was also taken aback. What a mess. You guys can argue all you want, but why let the team's secret slip out? Now, even if I'm not interested in that so-called treasure. Some are entangled and cannot escape. For this kind of trouble that actively sticks to him, Wang Yue also feels quite disgusted. Sure enough, the next second, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Yue. Bai Yufeng was the first to react. Lin Yang, it's just some breakthrough materials, do you really need to be so excited? Hearing this, the other team members also echoed in agreement. But Wang Yue knew that since he could say such a thing, this treasure must be more than just breakthrough materials. Since that's the case, he could take the opportunity to inquire a little while leveling up. However, the primary goal must still be to level up. This fundamental goal cannot waver. After waiting for the experiment in the Dashi forest to finish, he still needed to go to other dungeons to set up Bloodwater, so he didn't have much time to get involved in their mess. While the team members were discussing how to deal with Lin Yang, the circular ship arrived at the foot of a steep cliff. In the towering cliff, a straight pipe was embedded. The circular ship followed the river and entered the pipe. Bang! The entire ship was snugly wedged in the pipe. The next second, the edge of the ship lit up and instantly transformed into a lifting platform, rising straight up from the pipe. The book has been rated. I kindly ask all readers to give a good review and boost the rating, which is very important for the moth monster. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Chapter 94, Danger Zone. As the height increased, the forest below shrank further, until the entire safe area was in full view. At this time, the sun was almost setting on the horizon. Wang Yue could see the vast sky with a few sporadic birds flying. At an altitude of 1623 meters. The ship finally reached the top of the cliff and came to a stop. The view above the cliff was a land resembling a primeval forest. Dense woods, rolling mountains, and an occasional eerie beast howl echoed. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Yue was the first to step out of the ship and onto the ground. Looking at the map in his hand, he planned to head to the mountainous area. According to the information on the map, the mountainous area had many deep caves, rarely visited by humans, making it a good hiding place for Bloodwater. As for the exploration team, let them cause their own trouble. The 6 members of the exploration team saw Wang Yue leave like this and their expressions turned sour. Bai Yufeng silently looked towards a stylishly dressed man in the team. Wang Yue walked alone in the woods. The surroundings darkened more and more. Although he couldn't see a single wild monster, he could sense many pairs of eyes staring at him nearby. It seemed the wild monsters here followed the cruel laws of the forest, unlike those stupid wild monsters in the safe zone that would easily expose themselves. As he walked, Wang Yue suddenly turned sharply and waved his sleeve. A heart moth quickly darted out. Bang! Behind him, a small burst of sparks erupted. A mini-machine fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Wang Yue's expression darkened. The 6 members of the exploration team may not be too arrogant. He didn't really care much about their treasure, yet they had still sent monitoring machines to track him. If they dared to push their luck any further, Wang Yue would not mind making sure they came and went with nothing. Meanwhile, on the exploration team's side. Captain, that guy actually discovered it, the stylishly dressed man exclaimed as he walked ahead, suddenly startled. Bai Yufeng paused. His face was frosty as he snorted coldly, forget it, he should be heading in a different direction from us, a D-rank profession can be dealt with by the wild monsters here. On the other side of the forest, Wang Yue continued to advance. 6 heart moths circled around him, killing some blind beasts that attacked in an instant. Kill Hell Wild Boar, plus 180 experience points. Kill Gluttonous Bear, plus 205 experience points. The monsters in the danger zone were already at level 20 and occasionally, one could even see monsters over level 30, granting much more experience. Gradually, the light ahead grew brighter and brighter. Emerging from the woods, a bare hill came into view. On the rock surface of the hill, some moss was still growing. Wang Yue opened the map. His current location was on the far west side of the entire map. According to the guidance, ahead was a deep cave, just where Wang Yue aimed to go. He quickened his pace and started climbing on the rocks. In less than 10 minutes, he found a cave entrance of moderate size, which was pitch black inside. Wang Yue crawled into the cave entrance, and 6 radiant spirits gathered around him, emitting a holy light that illuminated the dark environment. The tunnel was not narrow, wide enough for Wang Yue to move forward. However, in such a suitable hiding environment, there were strangely no wild monsters, which puzzled Wang Yue. After all, creating Bloodwater required defeating a unit. If there were really no wild monsters, he would have to expend a lot of effort to catch one outside. After about 500 meters of forward movement, Wang Yue arrived at a spacious cave hall. Looking around, he found no other passages. No wild monsters at all? Wang Yue scratched his chin, feeling it was ridiculous. Perhaps it was a little confusing, he inexplicably felt a wave of humidity, as if the entire cave hall's temperature had risen. A gigantic figure slowly rose behind Wang Yue. The next moment, it suddenly lunged at Wang Yue. In an instant, Wang Yue turned his face to look behind him. Boom! The monster, like a giant snake, opened its huge mouth and bit straight at the ground. Wang Yue rolled onto the side of the ground. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively dodged the monster's attack at the utmost limit. At the same time, 3 black holes opened around him. Buzz, 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 buzz. 4 or 5 Blood River ant guards rushed out, catching the giant snake monster and biting fiercely. Minus 1432, minus 1481, minus 1477. The giant snake monster struggled wildly but could not shake off the ruthless ant guards on its body. At that moment, Wang Yue also clearly saw its panel. Name, Tiger Head Snake King. Race, Beast. Grade, Rare Blue. Level, 46. Health, 20,300/26,500. Mana, 3,400. Wang Yue smiled slightly. It turned out to be a king. What a stroke of luck this was. This is great, I can use you as a flag. Under the frenzied biting of several Blood River ant guards, the Tiger Head Snake King's health continued to decline. In less than a minute, it was completely reduced to 0. The huge body arched back and slowly fell down. Boom! It landed on the ground, turning into a large pool of blood. Killed Tiger Head Snake King, plus 5,100 experience points. Wang Yue's experience points grew significantly, nearly reaching level 17. Seeing so much experience, Wang Yue couldn't help but gasp. If only there were Tiger Head Snake Kings everywhere, I wouldn't have to be stuck on this official bug. He withdrew the ant guards, walked forward to observe a few times, and nodded slightly. With this, the Bloodwater inside the dungeon was already set up. Next, all he needed to do was to arrange a pool of Bloodwater near his school, and he could try to transport the ant soldiers. He took out the teleportation talisman and activated it with his mind. However, the next second, the talisman showed no reaction at all. Wang Yue took out the alarm talisman, which also proved ineffective. It seems that the man at the front desk was not lying. Outside the safe zone, the talismans would lose their effect. The corner of Wang Yue's mouth slightly curled up. Such rules indeed provided him with more operational space. Returning to the safe zone, Wang Yue directly used the teleportation talisman. A blue light column appeared. The next second, Wang Yue appeared directly in the dungeon hall of Dashi Forest in Annan City. The short man at the front desk was taken aback. Seeing Wang Yue, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, kid, you're still alive. I was worried you'd be done for. Wang Yue scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. No, the wild monsters in the danger zone were indeed scary, so I wandered around in the safe zone before coming out. The short man nodded. That's right. Everyone should do what they're supposed to, or it will lead to trouble. Wang Yue smiled at the short man and then left the hall. Catching the last bus, Wang Yue returned to school. In the dormitory room, Wang Yue looked at the pool of blood on the ground. He waved his hand to summon an ant soldier. Just now, he caught a level 1 land turtle from behind the dormitory and summoned the ant guard to kill it, creating this pool of blood on the floor of the room. Wang Yue controlled this ant soldier and slowly crawled into the pool of blood. The ant soldier easily burrowed into the blood water, as if it were diving into an overflowing well. In the next moment, Wang Yue immediately sensed the ant soldier crawling out of the blood water on the other side of the instance. However, this perception disappeared once the ant soldier left the blood water. For bugs that are too far away, Wang Yue could only vaguely sense their existence and issue some vague commands. But for Wang Yue at this moment, this was already enough. The command he gave the ant soldier was only one: avoid the awakeners and kill the wild monsters. Chapter 95, Fully Automated Monster Grinding. 15 minutes later. Wang Yue looked at the pool of blood in front of him, lost in thought. Why has it been so long without any feedback? Just as Wang Yue was about to order the ant soldier to return, a system notification popped up. Killed Hellboar, plus 180 experience points. Seeing this notification, Wang Yue immediately felt delighted. It worked. Although the ant soldier's actions were a bit slow, it proved that Wang Yue's plan was feasible in principle. Wang Yue immediately opened the black hole. He summoned a continuous stream of ant soldiers, lined up to head into the blood water. Since it was just the first instance, Wang Yue didn't want to attract too much attention, so he only released 50 ant soldiers into the Great Stream Forest. After all, epic-level bug races all over the mountains would definitely draw attention. It was already an improper method, so it's better to keep a low profile. These 50 ant soldiers entered the pool of blood neatly, and crawled out from the blood water on the other side of the instance. About 10 minutes later, system notifications began to pop up one by one. Killed Gluttonous Bear, plus 205 experience points. Killed Bone Spirit Wolf, plus 165 experience points. Killed Ape Monster, plus 430 experience points. Each notification was about 4 to 5 minutes apart. The efficiency was still very high. The plan was a success. With this, as long as this operation was replicated in each major instance, it should be able to reap benefits for a while. After all, the blood water could be voluntarily closed at any time. If it was discovered one day, it would be easy to erase the traces. Only a little while later, Wang Yue broke through his level again, reaching level 17. He tore a square cloth from the table and covered the blood water on the ground. He then lay down on the bed, enjoying the benefits gained while sleeping. Tomorrow he would go to a few more instances, set up the blood water inside, and the experience gain should double again. He also needed to prepare the level 20 breakthrough stone as soon as possible, otherwise, getting stuck at the breakthrough threshold would waste the experience earned later. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Yue opened his eyes in bed. He opened the panel and found that the experience bar was almost full, just under 1,000 points away from reaching level 18. However, the frequency of system kill notifications noticeably slowed down. Wang Yue got out of bed, walked out of the room, and went to the bathroom to wash up. As for why the notification frequency slowed down, Wang Yue could somewhat guess the reason. First, the 50 ant soldiers had likely killed all the wild monsters nearby overnight, and now they were expanding into other areas. Second, as it became daytime, the adventurers in the instance began to move, causing the ant soldiers to take some time to avoid them. However, Wang Yue was already very satisfied with this leveling speed. It's fine if it's 3 or 4 levels, but if the level rises too quickly in a short time, it might attract others' attention. Meanwhile, in the Great Stream Forest instance, Bai Yufeng and his group were walking in the forest. Yufeng, with your moon-chasing young dragon, those wild monsters really don't dare to come close. Shinting walked beside Bai Yufeng, beaming with joy. Bai Yufeng laughed heartily, of course. My moon-chasing young dragon is a legendary tier, even though it's still in its juvenile stage, it can't be compared to the wild monsters here. Hearing this, Shinting smiled even more. Yufeng, it's so happy to sleep with you. Lin Yan walked at the back, looking sorrowfully at the two people in front. However, there are indeed fewer wild monsters here. The glasses-wearing girl looked around. I remember when I last came here, it wasn't as quiet as it is now. Could it be that your dragon pet scared them away, Yufeng? Look at what you're saying, what else could it be? Bai Yufeng scoffed. As the group chatted happily, suddenly their steps paused. Then, they all looked toward the ground ahead. On the ground, there was a patch of red and white, some parts too tragic to bear. Why Yufeng, what is that? Shenting stuttered. Bai Yufeng didn't speak, instead moving forward by himself. Seeing the captain charge ahead, the remaining teammates followed one by one. When everyone saw what was on the ground, they all gasped. There lay the corpse of a gorilla monster, its abdomen split open as if it had undergone surgery, intestines and various internal organs scattered everywhere, blood soaking the entire ground. Moreover, there were also multiple wounds on its body, with sharp gashes and ragged bite marks. Upon seeing this scene, the faces of the teammates twisted into masks of pain. Yufeng, who did this? It's so cruel. Bai Yufeng frowned slightly. The wounds on this gorilla monster suggested a wild desire for destruction, not like those created by awakening humans, but more like a beast of some kind. But as far as he knew, there were no wild monsters in this dungeon that could inflict such injuries. The glasses-wearing girl stepped forward, picked up a severed hand next to the gorilla monster, and examined it closely. This gorilla monster should have been attacked and killed by at least 2 units. The girl looked at the chaotic footprints on the ground and silently stated. One subdued the gorilla's upper body, while the other rushed from behind and eviscerated it. Based on the wounds, this kind of unit not only possesses strong cutting ability, but also has some biting capability. From the shape, it looks somewhat like a chewing mouthpart. She threw the severed arm on the ground. More importantly, this kind of unit does not compete with each other over the same prey, instead, they coordinate so well, which indicates a high level of socialization. The girl's eyes darkened. Regardless, it's certain that this kind of unit has never been encountered before. She looked at Bai Yufeng. What do you think, Yufeng? Hearing this question, Bai Yufeng was stunned. Then he stuttered, what do you want me to think? No matter how powerful they are, can they be more powerful than my moon-tracking young dragon? He calmed his emotions and looked at the teammates behind him. I say, you guys aren't scared, right? One corpse doesn't mean anything. Suning has a point, but that's just a guess. Whether we encounter such a creature is still uncertain. Upon hearing these words, the teammates relaxed a little. Yeah, Sister Suning is right, the captain is also right. Rather than wasting time here, let's hurry up and find the treasure and leave. A tall, sturdy man said cheerfully. Russell, just then, suddenly a commotion arose from the jungle beside them. Chapter 96, Swarm Consciousness. The few members of the team froze, looking towards the jungle behind them. However, after a few seconds passed, none of them dared to move. Lin Yang, go see what's happening. Bai Yufeng said calmly. What? Lin Yang's expression changed. This. Captain, it should be a wild monster, don't waste time, getting the treasure is more important. Bai Yufeng coldly stared at him. Lin Yang, don't you even listen to me, your captain? Lin Yang gritted his teeth tightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he unsheathed a long-handled battle axe. He stepped towards the jungle, step by step. When he was just a few steps away from the jungle, Lin Yang's whole body trembled noticeably. He took a deep breath, held the battle axe in front of his chest, and rushed forward quickly. He raised the battle axe and brought it down hard. Thud. A chopping sound echoed, and Lin Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his head, a look of surviving a disaster on his face. Captain, I said it's just a wild monster, a seriously injured hellboar. Hearing this, everyone crowded over. In the grass, there lay a completely dead hellboar. Behind it trailed a long bloodstain. Bai Yufeng laughed out loud. Lin Yang, look how scared you are, I told everyone not to be so tense. Everyone laughed, except for the girl with glasses, whose face darkened even more. 50 meters away, in a bush. A Blood River ant soldier hid in the shadows, silently observing the laughing exploration team. And Nan Wu Gao. Wang Yue spat the mouthwash into the basin. Behind him, Xu Hao rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Wang Yue, his eyes brightened. Wang Yue, where did you go yesterday afternoon? I woke up and couldn't find you. Leveling up. Wang Yue turned around. Xu Hao eyed Wang Yue, showing no surprised expression. D rank is great, no worries about breaking through, unlike me, I can't even find a level 10 breakthrough stone. Wang Yue looked at the innocent Xu Hao, feeling he was showing off. At level 9 SS rank, it could be said that no student in the school could fight against him. And with his family background, as long as he got a breakthrough stone, he could reach level 19 in less than a month. At this moment, a prompt for leveling up sounded in Wang Yu's mind. He opened the job panel, his level already rising to 18. Xu Hao was instantly stunned. Leveled up? Wang Yue, you actually leveled up. What kind of operation is this, leveling up just by breathing? Wang Yue smiled slightly. What's wrong, young master? Is it only allowed for you to cheat? Reaching level 18, Wang Yue, the insect breeder, learned a new skill. Skill, sensory, swarm awareness, passive. The contractor can share the vision of all insect pets and their derivatives. With just a short sentence, it startled Wang Yue deep inside. If this skill were on an ordinary insect breeder, it might seem plain. But with the support of the Blood River Ant Mother, this was undoubtedly a divine skill. Whether it's scouting for treasure or monitoring and eavesdropping, it was extremely convenient. In an instant, the skill activated, and scenes flooded into Wang Yu's mind. This was the vision of 50 Blood River Ant soldiers in a dungeon. Though the number was high, Wang Yue didn't find it hard to handle. These images were like surveillance screens, flipping through in Wang Yu's mind with just a thought. There were ant soldiers exploring on cliffs, ant soldiers fishing in a stream, and ant soldiers hunting in the forest. Suddenly, one of the scenes caught Wang Yu's attention. The image was in a bush, dense leaves blocking the vision around. Not far in front of the scene, shadows of 5 or 6 people could be vaguely seen. Wang Yue stared blankly at these people, memories flooding back. These were the adventurers he met yesterday in the dungeon, searching for treasure. Sure enough, they had run into his ant soldiers. Since this was the case, why not take the opportunity to follow them and see what happens? If they could track him, then he could track them in return. After seeing the insect pet's vision, Wang Yue could issue his orders more clearly. He immediately ordered the ant soldier to track these people without being discovered, and report back immediately if anything happened. In the image, the ant soldier paused, then slowly followed the steps of the exploration team, crawling forward. Wang Yue checked the visions of other ant soldiers, then closed these images. At that moment, Nangong Jing and Sui Shan also walked out of the bedroom. Oh. Wang Yue, Zhu Hao, you two are up early today. Sui Shan walked over, grinning at the two. Let's go, we can have breakfast together and then go to class. Looking at Sui Shan's sincere eyes, Wang Yue nodded. Coming to the martial arts high school, skipping class often wouldn't do. And today's lesson belongs to a practical training course. It is said that some useful things will be taught, and Wang Yue also wants to see what exactly will be taught. As for going to the instance to arrange the blood water, it can be done in the afternoon and evening when there are no classes, so there is no rush for this half-day. Teaching building. In the giant classroom. Many students densely filled every seat. On the wide podium, a tall and strong man stood. A professional panel stunned all the students into silence. Name, Gu Xiaotian. Race, human. Profession, Martial King, S. Level, 36. Health, 65,400. Mana, 0. Wang Yue and his 3 companions sat at the back, also sizing up the middle-aged teacher named Gu Xiaotian. An S-ranked profession, combined with a stern expression, indeed has a powerful deterrent. Good morning, everyone. Just as everyone focused their attention, Gu Xiaotian suddenly shouted. His loud voice instantly penetrated the entire classroom, colliding against the wall at the far end and creating a continuous echo. In an instant, all the students in attendance hurriedly covered their ears. Even Wang Yue, sitting in the last row, felt a buzzing in his head. The originally quiet classroom suddenly became chaotic because of this shout. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiaotian on the stage was not angry, instead, he laughed loudly. My name is Gu Xiaotian, and I am a professor at the Yan'an Martial High School. You can call me Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu, your voice is too loud. From the audience, quite a few students expressed their complaints. Gu Xiaotian continued to laugh heartily, looking at the complaining students. Loud? That's right. I came to teach at Yan'an Martial High to make you as big as the teacher. Hearing this, the students in the audience were even more confused. Looking at Gu Xiaotian, Wang Yue also felt a bit speechless. Are the teachers at this martial arts high school all this abstract in personality? Seeing that the students gradually calmed down, Gu Xiaotian turned his strong body and picked up a piece of chalk, beginning to draw on the huge blackboard behind him. With strong arms swinging continuously, he wrote 3 big characters on the blackboard, basic style. Chapter 97 The Gift of the Human Race. Seeing the big characters on the blackboard, the students were all stunned. Gu Xiaotian turned around, checking the students' reactions. Does anyone know what this is? Everyone remained silent. Seeing everyone's puzzled reaction, Gu Xiaotian let out a hearty laugh again. The great secret the teacher has is hidden in these 3 words. He turned around again, drawing 6 lines centered on basic style. At the end of each line, he wrote a word, a total of 6 words. They were strengthening style, sensing style, moving style, defensive style, controlling style, and explosive style. Upon seeing this, Wang Yue was shocked. Because he remembered that the new skill he learned in the morning seemed to start with the sensing style. And the faces of the students also showed serious expressions. Smart people knew that the teacher was about to start talking about real content. I know, everyone might find these 6 terms a bit strange. To explain these terms, I first need to ask you a question. And that is, what are the ways for us awakeners to learn skills? Upon hearing this, many students raised their hands one after another. You speak. Gu Xiaotian walked over to a student in the front row. Teacher, I think there are 3 ways to learn skills. First, learn professional skills with level upgrades. Second, learn skills through skill books probability. Third, learn skills through some special items or biological methods. The student who was called upon stood up and answered confidently. Gu Xiaotian nodded. Not bad, very precise answer. However, he then switched his tone. But, aside from these 3 methods, you have forgotten the most basic one. The standing student was taken aback. Gu Xiaotian looked at the many students. Do you know where the fundamental difference lies between those wild paths outside and us martial arts students? All the students were silent. Gu Xiaotian suddenly raised his hand, pointing to the big words on the blackboard. These are the 6 fundamental styles. These 6 fundamental styles are the basic skills for everyone in future battles. They will play a crucial role even on the front lines of future wars. Gu Xiaotian surveyed the students and said seriously, "The 6 fundamental styles are a gift from the heavens to our human race. Every awakened person can learn their own 6 fundamental styles through specific training. According to each person's talent and efforts, the number of awakened fundamental styles will differ. Some may have 3 or 4, while others may have only 1. More importantly, the 6 fundamental styles of humanity are skills that can grow with training. In the later stages, if one awakened person has mastered the fundamental styles while another has not, the result will be overwhelming." Hearing these words, all the students below had serious expressions. Wang Yue also focused, looking at Gu Xiaotian, with many thoughts racing in his mind. He seemed to have heard about the theory of these 6 fundamental styles somewhere before, but it was just a casual mention. At that time, he thought it was a specific skill of a certain profession. Now it seemed that it was a skill everyone in humanity could learn. And if what Gu Xiaotian said was true, then these 6 fundamental styles indeed played an extremely important role, even comparable to a second awakening. For some unknown reason, he had accidentally learned a sensing style skill. On stage, Gu Xiaotian held a teaching stick and pointed at the blackboard. The strengthening style generally manifests as a boost to one's own attributes and skills. For some summoning or beast mastery professions, it can also strengthen their summoned creatures or pets. This kind of strengthening is usually continuous and mostly belongs to passive skills. He moved his finger on the teaching stick, continuing to point to the next one. The sensing style generally focuses on sensing changes on the battlefield and feeling the opponent's state. Most assassination and archer professions will awaken this fundamental style. Gu Xiaotian explained one by one, and the students below listened attentively. Wang Yue was also sitting up straight for the first time, listening closely to the explanation on stage. As Gu Xiaotian explained, Wang Yue gained a general understanding of the 6 fundamental styles. Each fundamental style, like its name, played a different role. As time went by, Gu Xiaotian finished explaining the last fundamental style. He put down the teaching stick. Suddenly, he bent down, striking a fighting pose on the podium. In the next second, a tremendous stream of air erupted from his body. Boom! A light red stream of air enveloped his strong body, and even Wang Yue sitting at the back row could feel the rush of air. "This is my strengthening style, unmatched force." Gu Xiaotian's voice was like a bell, shaking the entire classroom. At the same time, Wang Yu's skill of Lotus Master activated instantly, capturing this effect. Skill strengthening style unmatched force, enter a 15-second strengthening state, attack power plus 150%, control time received minus 70%, and every time ordinary attacks deal damage, this state can be extended by 1 second. Cooldown, 60 minutes. My strengthening style is quite special, it's an actively triggered skill that currently lasts only 15 seconds. But with training, this duration will continue to extend. As long as we persist, I believe one day it will exceed 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Watching the shocking scene in front of them, the students burst into applause. Many students had excitement shining in their eyes. These 6 fundamental styles were equivalent to giving them a chance to turn things around. After all, powerful professions might learn worthless fundamental styles, while relatively weaker professions could also have a chance to learn powerful styles. More importantly, this can be improved with effort. Wang Yue looked beside him and suddenly noticed that Nangong Jing was staring wide-eyed with an unusual fervor at Gu Xiaotian on the stage. On the stage, Gu Xiaotian's violent aura gradually faded away because he did not attack. The light red energy around him shrank, eventually merging back into his body. He stood up straight, withdrew his arms, and took a deep breath. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" The students were still lost in shock, unable to come back to their senses. After a long time, a student finally raised his hand. "Teacher, isn't this unfair to those low-tier professionals? I remember during the high school awakening ceremony, we only tested professions and talents, nothing to do with the basic styles. What if an awakener has a useless profession but a heaven-defying basic style? Wouldn't that be a waste of talent?" Hearing this question, Gu Xiaotian laughed heartily. "You guy, instead of worrying about yourself, you're thinking about others?" He looked at everyone and said loudly, "The 6 basic styles are just icing on the cake, the profession is the foundation of an awakener. For example, an E-rank craftsman will typically awaken basic styles like control style, precision repair skills. Do you really think this kind of basic style is a waste of talent?" As he spoke, the students burst into laughter. Gu Xiaotian paused for a moment and continued, "Moreover, basic styles require long-term cultivation, unlike awakened professions that are swift, the time cost is too high, and no country can afford that." Chapter 98, Detection. Alright, does everyone have any more questions about the basic understanding of styles? Gu Xiaotian patted the student who asked the question on the shoulder and glanced at the others again. The audience was very quiet, no one raised their hand anymore. Then we will. Teacher. Just as Gu Shaotian was about to proceed to the next step, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Yue looked to the side. He saw Nangong Jing raising his right hand high, slowly standing up. Teacher, I have a question. You just said that the number of basic styles awakened by each person is different, so how can I determine how many styles I can learn? Gu Shaotian looked at him, a smile creeping onto his lips. He pointed at Nangong Jing and said, You brat, you're really impatient. This question is exactly what we're going to solve next. Saying this, Gu Shaotian put his hands on his hips and began to walk slowly around the podium. Generally speaking, the basic styles an awakener can learn are related to their personality and experiences. For example, an awakener with a strong competitive spirit can usually learn enhancement skills, while a sensitive and suspicious one is likely to learn sensing style and movement skills. However, Gu Shaotian stopped with one foot, turned his body, and looked at the students. This method is too primitive, we can't generalize it. We also can't train everyone based on such guessing. If the training direction goes wrong, that would be a waste of time. After speaking, Gu Shaotian walked to the side of the podium. He bent down and took out an instrument resembling a compass from a cardboard box on the ground. Fortunately, our ancestors have worked hard and developed an instrument that can measure the 6 basic styles of an awakener. He held the instrument high, showing it to everyone. Wang Yue sat in his chair and focused his gaze on the instrument. He saw that the center of the instrument had a depression, from which 6 measuring scales extended around the compass. All you need to do is place your hand on the depression, Gu Shaotian said, pressing his large hand on the center of the instrument. Immediately, a bright light shone from his palm, gradually flowing into the 6 measuring scales. Concentrate your mind, and you can measure which basic styles you can learn. Gu Shaotian's data varied in length, stopping at different positions for each measuring scale. The enhancement style stopped at 60%, the defense style stopped at 40%, and the explosive style stopped at 65%. As for the other 3 basic styles, everything is at 0%. Gu Shaotian turned his head and glanced at his own data, nodding slightly, and continued. For example, if my measurement results train towards enhancement and explosive styles, significant results can be achieved. Conversely, if training is towards sensing, movement, and control styles, no matter how much time is wasted, corresponding skills cannot be learned. But remember, the values here only represent the efficiency of learning the basic styles. A high value does not guarantee the acquisition of powerful basic skills. Seeing this scene, the students below nodded in agreement, understanding the measurement method of the instrument. Gu Shaotian placed the instrument upright on the lecture platform. Then, he took out a stack of lists. This morning, I will measure the basic potential of each person. When your name is called, please come up for the test. Of course, our school also values everyone's privacy. If you don't want others to know your potential, you can choose to refuse. Deng Kai. Wang Yue, Nangong Jing, and Suishan sat in their seats, their expression somewhat solemn. Chu Hao looked at the 3 in confusion. What's wrong with you guys? Why do you look like you're facing a great enemy? Hey, this is a moment that will decide our fate in the future. How can we not be nervous? Suishan clenched his fists, looking at Chu Hao with a bitter expression. Wang Yue agreed with Suishan's words. If an awakened one achieves a good profession and talent, it ensures their lower limit. But when it comes to the upper limit, that is determined by the basic styles. Although he had already learned the sensing style, it did not mean his basic style talent was good. If he learned fewer basic styles than others, he would need to make up for it with more effort. Chu Hao showed a look of realization, so you guys are worried about this. Seeing Chu Hao's nonchalant appearance, Wang Yue knew this kid probably tested it at home already. Suishan. At this moment, Gu Shaotian shouted loudly from the stage. Suishan shivered, slowly standing up, looking at everyone with one last glance. Brothers, I'll go ahead. He clenched his fists tightly, stepping down step by step. On stage. Gu Shaotian looked at the serious-faced Suishan, grabbing his arm and pressing it onto the instrument. Concentrate your mind. Suishan closed his eyes, and suddenly a beam of light lit up on the instrument. Gu Shaotian glanced at it and nodded. Not bad. Control style 50%, explosive style 30%, sensing style 30%. Hearing this, Suishan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the instrument in his hand and exhaling. Gu Shaotian made a simple note on the paper and then called out, Nangong Jing. Nangong Jing had been silent, quickly walking up to the stage. Explosive style 80%, sensing style 80%. Although the types of skills that can be learned are not many, if you persist in training, the upper limit is also very high. Gu Shaotian continued to record on the paper. Nangong Jing's expression remained somewhat serious. He silently looked at the numbers on the instrument, and in the end, still withdrew his hand. Wang Yue. When Gu Shaotian called Wang Yue's name, he was already on the stage. Gu Shaotian glanced at Wang Yue and asked with a smile, I heard you were the top of the entrance exam? Wang Yue nodded, extending his hand to the center of the instrument. The next second, he concentrated his mind in his hand. A faint blue light suddenly rose, gradually overflowing towards 6 measuring scales. However, this light only entered 2 of the scales before stopping. Enhancement style 80%, sensing style 20%. Gu Xiaotian recorded on the paper without saying another word. Wang Yue looked at the numbers on the instrument, slightly frowning. He could only learn 2 kinds of basic styles. And among them, one was only 20%, making it difficult to practice. Teacher, can this talent for basic styles improve? Wang Yue asked unwillingly. Gu Xiaotian shook his head, very difficult. Very difficult indeed. However, you shouldn't lose heart. If the enhancement skills you learn are strong, then with your 80% talent, it's enough to make up for the gap with others. The most important thing in the foundation style is still the strength of the skills, talent only affects the training speed. Hearing this, Wang Yu's eyebrows did not relax. But he noticed that Gu Xiaotian's answer was very difficult, not impossible. This means there is still a way to strengthen his foundational talent. At this moment, some discussions came from the audience below. Isn't that Wang Yue, the top scorer of the entrance trial? I see his talent is just ordinary, besides having a higher enhancement talent, he is not that different from me. It's not that simple. Even if he only has 2, if he learns a powerful skill, that one skill is worth 6 of others. Nonsense. Useless is just useless. What kind of powerful skills can D-ranked students learn? Classmate Wu Linyue from S rank can learn 4 foundation styles. No matter how amazing Wang Yue is, if he really develops late, the sheer number will crush him. Chapter 99, Blood of the King. Wang Yue listened to the discussions below but did not say anything. This wasn't his first time experiencing such a thing. And this result is not particularly bad for him, at least, he still has a special skill. As long as the strength of the skills he learns is qualified, there is still fun to be had. As for the later stages, he could only look for ways to improve his foundational talent. Back at his seat, Suishan immediately threw a concerned glance. Wang Yue, none of this matters, as long as it's not extremely low, it's fine. When it comes to combat power, it still depends on the strength of the skills learned. Wang Yue smiled, I know, I'm okay. Chu Hao also leaned over, my grandfather only knows 2 foundation styles, but it doesn't stop him from tearing through the subspace. Hearing this, Wang Yue was slightly taken aback. What foundation styles does your grandfather know? 100% enhancement style and eruption style. Forget I asked. Wang Yue silently watched the students being tested on stage, lost in thought. The foundation style is important, but according to Gu Xiaotian, most of it needs training and generally plays a role in the later stages. Right now, his primary goal is still to level up. As long as his level increases, he can naturally obtain more resources and be more likely to get items that can improve his foundational talent. Thinking of this, Wang Yue opened his profession panel. He saw the experience bar had increased again, he had just leveled up that morning, and in just one class, he had already reached January 6. He activated the sensing-type swarm consciousness, and immediately various monitoring-like images flooded his mind. Wang Yue flipped through, locating the ant soldier tracking the exploration team in the Great Creek Forest. At this moment, the sun was high in the Great Creek Forest, pouring down dazzling golden sunlight. In the foreground of the image, the 6-member exploration team was steadily advancing. Bai Yufeng spread his arms, feeling the vibrant air of the forest, looking quite happy. Suning, I told you, you think too much. Even if there are some new species in this dungeon, it hasn't disturbed us. On the contrary, those creatures have wiped out all the wild monsters here, speeding up our progress. The person known as Suning, a bespectacled woman, still had a gloomy expression. As they walked, she suddenly stopped. Yufeng, just to be safe, I need to confirm something. After saying that, she turned around to look at the other 4 team members. Everyone, it's not that by Suning, don't trust you, but there have been too many special circumstances on this journey, so I have to be cautious. When she mentioned the word cautious, the bespectacled woman deliberately glanced at the one at the back, Lin Yang. Please cooperate with me and don't resist, otherwise, only you will get hurt. After saying that, the bespectacled woman raised her right hand, and 4 silver needles instantly manifested between her fingers. In an instant, the 4 needles were thrown at the other 4 team members. The 4 needles all pierced into the foreheads of the 4 people. In the next second, the pupils of the 4 lost their brilliance, their mouths slightly open. Is always worth it. Like losing consciousness. Seeing this scene, Wang Yue was also stunned. This woman in glasses is also an awakener. Earlier, Wang Yue had found it strange why a person without awakening could stand in the C position of the team and give many guiding opinions. Now it seems she, like Chu Hao, carries a mask stone. In that case, this woman in the picture doesn't want others to see her profession panel. Could it be that she is also an SS rank like Chu Hao? As soon as this thought came to mind, Wang Yue immediately rejected it. The number of SS ranks is extremely few. Even counting unannounced awakeners like Chu Hao, there are no more than 10 in an province. Such a small chance absolutely wouldn't let Wang Yue encounter it. But if that's the case, why is she specifically carrying a mask stone? Watching the actions of the woman in glasses, another idea popped up in Wang Yu's mind. That is, this woman's profession is very special, so once her profession name is seen, others would immediately take precautions, causing her to lose the first opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yue felt this possibility was the greatest. In the picture, Bai Yufeng looked at the actions of the woman in glasses, feeling speechless. Do we really need to do this, sis? Yifei and Yishuan are my trusted subordinates. That little bitch has already been charmed by me, and as for Lin Yang, you think he can plot anything? The woman in glasses closed her eyes and calmly said, finding such a treasure, you don't report it to father, but now not only have you leaked the secret to others, but so many strange things have happened. How can I not worry? Bai Yufeng widened his eyes, report it to father? Come on, are you kidding me? Do you know how many eyes are on us? The bastards are fighting for status. How much good have they ruined for us? Have you forgotten? I didn't tell father, just to personally get the blood of the king and hand it over to him. Only then can we secure our position. Having said this, Bai Yufeng almost shouted out. Are we really going to have internal strife as the only pair of biological siblings? A key term fell into Wang Yu's ears. Blood of the king. It seems this thing is the treasure they mentioned. The woman in glasses said nothing. After a long time, she sighed, forget it, I was overthinking. Finished speaking, she pulled with her right hand, and the silver needles on the foreheads of 14 members instantly fell off. The members regained consciousness. How is it, did you find any problems, Sister Suning? Asked a tall and sturdy man quickly. The woman in glasses shook her head, everything is normal, it seems there is no problem within us. Though she said this, she still cast a venomous glance at Lin Yang. The 6-member exploration team continued to advance forward. Seeing this, Wang Yue ordered the ant soldiers to continue tracking, then closed the screen. Afternoon. After the classes were over, Wang Yue finally had some free time. He immediately boarded a bus, left the school again, and headed to various major dungeons. Chapter 100, Then Let's Kill. Since the application for stay wasn't long, the fees Wang Yue submitted weren't much. 7-Star Canyon cost 700,000. Thunder Mountain Range cost 850,000. Tortoiseback Island cost 1,210,000. The other dungeons in Anan City were all fully developed dungeons, so they didn't take much of Wang Yu's time. In one afternoon and one night, Wang Yue arranged the Bloodwater in various concealed positions of the major dungeons. In total, he arranged in 6 dungeons, costing over 5 million. During this time, Wang Yue also visited Anan City's largest trading market, spending 500,000 to buy a D rank level 20 breakthrough stone. Although it was just D rank, level 20 is considered quite high among the general public, so it wasn't cheap. Simply calculating, Wang Yu's original 10 million savings had surprisingly reduced to over 4 million. Watching the white silver flow out of his hands, Wang Yue couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Upgrading and breaking through really costs a lot. But for an awakener, problems that can be solved with money are always worth it. The problems have already reached their simplest form. Returning to Anan Wogao, it was already deep into the night. After a quick shower, Wang Yue lay down on his bed, feeling the thrill of a full automatic upgrade. Slain Nightmare Werewolf, plus 235 experience points. Slain Fiery Slime, plus 135 experience points. Slain Bullhorn Monster, plus 280 experience points. Wang Yue deployed a total of 300 ant soldiers, leaving the rest in the nurturing space for backup. Since the new dungeons were not exploration dungeons, there were more awakeners inside, so Wang Yue had to instruct the ant soldiers to be more careful. Thus, the speed of gaining experience points was slower than in Dashi Forest. However, this growth rate was already very satisfying for Wang Yue. Watching the continuously rising experience bar, he estimated that by tomorrow morning, he would reach level 20. Just as Wang Yue was checking, a picture from an ant soldier suddenly popped up in his mind. It was the view of the ant soldier tracking the exploration team in Dashi Forest. At this moment, Dashi Forest had also entered the deep night, the starry sky looking somewhat romantic. In the distance, 2 tents stood high. A bonfire burned in the center. A team of 6 sat around the bonfire on the grass, chatting and laughing while cooking some food. Yufeng, I'm so scared, I want to sleep with you tonight. Xinting leaned against Bai Yufeng's arm, her voice sweet and soft. Meanwhile, Lin Yang remained silent beside them. Got it, no one is stopping you from coming in, Bai Yufeng chuckled. At that moment. Whoosh. Under the moonlight, a huge shadow suddenly covered everyone on the lawn. The next second, a blue dragon descended from the night sky. It was enormous, at least 4 to 5 meters tall, but its landing was exceptionally light. Aside from the sound of its wings breaking the air, it made no other noise. The blue dragon leaned down next to Bai Yufeng, lowering its head and extending it towards his hand, allowing him to pet it. Wang Yue focused his thoughts and observed the giant dragon. Surely this must be Bai Yufeng's pet, the moon chaser young dragon. Unfortunately, the view was from the ant soldier, so he couldn't see the dragon's stats. How is it, haven't found any other awakeners, right? Bai Yufeng asked while stroking the moon chaser young dragon's head. Huff. The moon chaser young dragon shook its head, blowing a stream of air through its nose. Bai Yufeng giggled and looked at the bespectacled woman. Bai Sunning, I told you. The wild monsters you suspected probably came from another subspace, there's no secret mastermind behind it. Bai Sunning still wore a serious expression. Sigh. Bai Yufeng suddenly sighed and said frantically, what are you even guessing about? We shouldn't even look for treasure, let's just stay here and analyze things with you. As soon as these words came out, the other members showed awkward smiles, too scared to join the discussion. Yufeng, I need to talk to you about something tonight. Bai Sunning said plainly. After saying this, she stopped speaking, instead picking up a box of food to eat. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu's intuition told him that this pair of siblings was likely planning something. He commanded the ant soldiers to notify him when they observed the two plotting. In the deep night, Wang Yu felt a thought penetrating his mind. He immediately opened the ant soldiers' view located in Dashi Forest. In the distance, both tents had extinguished their lights, and the giant moon chaser young dragon lay next to one tent, soundly asleep. Closer, a man and a woman stood together. It was Bai Yufeng and Bai Sunning, the siblings. Sis, why did you call me out so urgently? I haven't had enough fun yet. Bai Yufeng said impatiently, several hickeys on his neck. What time is it, and you're still thinking about that? Bai Sunning said with a serious tone. Bai Yufeng sighed, what time? Isn't everything going smoothly now? Once we get the blood of the human king and have father unlock the new foundation style, our Bai family's position in Longwu will surely advance even further. And we can completely secure our place. Father will enter the filthy land in a year, then the entire family will not be under our control. Hearing these words, Wang Yu's drowsy spirit instantly perked up. Open up a new foundation technique? He was not interested in other family struggles, but when it came to foundation techniques, Wang Yu was wide awake. Gu Xiaotian once said that it is very hard to improve foundation techniques, so even S-level powerhouses hardly get such chances. No wonder the siblings were so nervous. At this moment, Bai Sunning in the video spoke up. What do you mean it's going smoothly? Can't you see? That guy called Lin Yang looks like he wants to kill you. Bai Yufeng chuckled, I slept with his woman, so isn't it normal for him to want to kill me? It's different now. Bai Sunning declared decisively. The blood of the human king relates to our future, this matter must not be taken lightly. We must ensure the elimination of all unstable factors. Bai Yufeng helplessly pouted, then what do you suggest we do? Kill Lin Yang to prevent future troubles. Ha? Bai Yufeng was taken aback. Not only Bai Yufeng was surprised, but Wang Yu outside the screen was also slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, this woman named Bai Sunning was quite ruthless, saying to kill her own teammate just like that. However, being able to make such a decision, combined with their previous conversation, Wang Yu was sure their family background was not ordinary. Isn't this too extreme? In the video, Bai Yufeng looked at her. Extreme? Bai Sunning smirked slightly, I hope that day when you were pushed off stage by those brothers of yours, they can think like you. Bai Yufeng crossed his arms and pondered. Then, let's kill him. Chapter 101, Encountering a Fortuitous Adventure? Saying this, the two nodded. They walked towards the tent behind. In a while, Bai Yufeng brought Lin Yang out of the tent. Captain, did you need something from me? Lin Yang had dark circles under his eyes, clearly not having slept well. Bai Yufeng hugged his shoulder, Lin Yang, as the team captain, I've noticed your recent attitude towards me. As he spoke, he pulled Lin Yang away from the tent. I know you have complaints, feeling that I took away your childhood sweetheart. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. After thinking for a long time, I still want to clear things up with you. Lin Yang remained silent, just following Bai Yufeng forward. Since Xinting awakened her A-level profession, she has been sticking to me. Brother Feng, I have experienced many storms, and I can see her true nature at a glance. I think if such a woman stays by your side, she will only harm you in the future, even ruin your life. So I simply turned the tables, making you see her true colors, that way you can completely let go and develop better. Lin Yang still remained silent. Bai Yufeng patted his shoulder, Lin Yang, to express my apology, I've prepared a compensation for you. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang was slightly taken aback. Look over there. Bai Yufeng pointed his hand. Lin Yang looked towards the woods ahead. In an instant, a silver needle flew towards him. It struck Lin Yang right on the forehead. However, this time Lin Yang seemed to be prepared, not getting dazed but showing a pained expression. Bai Yufeng's right hand flashed, and a long spear inlaid with gold and silver appeared. He took 2 steps back, the spear in his hand burst with golden light, and without saying a word, he thrust it towards Lin Yang's abdomen. Puff! Minus 1934. The spear hit instantly, and the damage number popped up immediately. However, Lin Yang's health bar surprisingly still retained a small sliver of health. Bai Yufeng clearly did not anticipate this situation. He immediately gathered strength again and lunged towards Lin Yang. However, after receiving the attack, Lin Yang immediately freed himself from the silver needle's hold and dashed towards the cliff. Damn! Bai Yufeng cursed under his breath, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yang leaped off the cliff. Are you useless or what? Can't even take down a B rank with a full skill burst? Bai Suning's angry shout echoed through the woods. That kid was ready for this, he just activated his defensive skill. Bai Yufeng's face darkened, and the moonlit young dragon behind him soared into the sky. Don't worry, this is a danger zone, he can't escape. After saying that, he jumped up and landed on the soaring moonlit young dragon. Tonight, even if I have to turn the Dashi forest upside down, I will find him. At the bottom of the cliff, Lin Yang fell heavily to the ground. With just a sliver of health left after the huge impact, he was barely alive. He lay on the ground, breathless, his body unable to move even a little. Above him, the moonlit young dragon had already burst forth. In the dormitory, Wang Yue stared blankly at Lin Yang. The reason he could still see him was that, where Lin Yang fell, there happened to be one of his own ant soldiers scouting the area. What a coincidence! Seeing Lin Yang, who was on the verge of death, Wang Yue immediately commanded the ant soldier to drag him into a nearby cave. Since fate led him here, Lin Yang must not die. At the very least, he couldn't die now. From his observation, Wang Yue was sure that the woman named Bai Suning was also an S-rank awakener. And her professional skill was very special. With 2 S ranks and 3 A ranks, this exploration team's strength should not be underestimated. Now that there were cracks forming in their team, Wang Yue was determined to take advantage of it. At the bottom of the cliff, Lin Yang watched the Blood River ant soldier struggle to drag him, his face filled with terror. The epic level rank, combined with those sharp and monstrous mandibles, created an impact he couldn't express. To die at the hands of such a terrifying monster, Lin Yang immediately regretted it. If he had known he would die without a whole corpse, it would have been better to die at Bai Yufeng's hands. However, after pulling him into the cave, this fierce-looking monster did not attack him, it simply held his clothing tightly. Only after the moonlit young dragon soared away did it release his clothes. Lin Yang stared blankly at the ant soldier in front of him, noticing it seemed to bear no malice. Does this thing not like to eat human flesh? Lin Yang was confused, but still let out a long breath tinged with blood. He pulled out a bottle of life potion from his inventory and drank it. After a while, his health began to slowly recover. Damn it! I knew those dogs had bad intentions calling me out at midnight. Good thing I was prepared. Ah, but it's a pity this cliff is so steep, I can't go anywhere. Do I really have to hide here for over 10 days? I would starve to death. Lin Yang slammed his thigh in frustration. Unexpectedly, the Blood River ant soldier immediately crawled out of the cave upon hearing this. In no time, it dragged in the corpse of a hell boar. Seeing this scene, Lin Yang was instantly shocked beyond measure. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the Blood River ant soldier. You can understand what I'm saying? The Blood River ant soldier nodded. Of course, all these actions were controlled by Wang Yue. But Lin Yang had no idea and was trembling with excitement. Spin around. Wang Yue sighed silently and made the Blood River ant soldier spin around in front of Lin Yang. I damn. At that moment, Lin Yang was filled with disbelief. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that I have an ant bloodline, allowing me to resonate with this Blood River ant soldier? Saying this, he suddenly burst into laughter. That's right, it must be like this, it must be like this. In the dormitory, Wang Yue felt speechless. Laughing so loudly, if he attracted Bai Yufeng, this fool would be dead in no time. But to make use of him, Wang Yue could only play along for now. Laughing and laughing, Lin Yang's voice gradually faded. Then he looked at the Blood River ant soldier in front of him and let out a sigh. It's a pity you're just an epic level. That dog thing Bai Yufeng's moon-chasing young dragon is legendary, I don't know if I can beat him. Hearing this, the Blood River ant soldier fell into contemplation. Then, in a flash, it darted out of the cave. Gee. Why did you run away? Lin Yang's face was full of regret. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that about you. Come back. However, the entrance was met with only silence. Ah. Lin Yang showed a pained expression and struck his thigh hard with both hands. I am truly a worthless fool. I let the opportunity slip away. At that moment, a crackling sound came again from the cave entrance. Lin Yang instantly shut his mouth and nervously looked outside. He saw 4 or 5 Blood River ant soldiers crawling in from the entrance. Chapter 102, Team Upgrade. In that instant, Lin Yang's mouth opened wide. Then, an extreme joy spread across his face. No, not just 1? 4, 5, no. All the ant soldiers in this whole dungeon can resonate with me. He clenched his fists tightly, a hint of coldness mixed with his smile. By Yufeng, I really have to thank you. You definitely didn't expect that I'm not dead, and I encountered such a fortune, right? With these ant soldiers, I will absolutely return this gunshot revenge. Saying this, Lin Yang took out a map from his pocket. These idiots think I don't know they want to take me down. Fortunately, I had a backup map ready beforehand. If they treat me like this, I'll snatch the blood of the human king before them. Once I get the blood of the human king, I'll join the ancient temple's Chu family. I can at least become a cadre. In the dormitory, Wang Yue saw the map in Lin Yang's hand and finally revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. Finally, he took out something useful. It wasn't a waste to save him. In this way, as long as he controlled the ant soldiers to escort Lin Yang safely, he could let him reach the treasure point first. Thinking of this, Wang Yue opened the dark hole again, summoning a Blood River ant guard to enter the Bloodwater and reach the Great Stream Forest. The Bloodwater he set up was still quite far from the expedition team, and now sending an ant guard to follow Lin Yang would allow him to directly kill Lin Yang once they found the blood of the human king, using his generated Bloodwater to come nearby. In the picture, Lin Yang checked the map and again tucked it into his chest. He didn't care about the blood on his body and directly lay down in the cave. He seemed scared of being discovered if he went out now, so he decided to hide in this cave for the night. Seeing this, Wang Yue ordered the 4 or 5 ant soldiers in the cave to guard Lin Yang. At the same time, he ordered the ant soldiers on the cliff to continue tracking the expedition team, notifying him immediately of any anomalies. After doing this, Wang Yue felt a bit sleepy and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Yue found that his level had surprisingly reached level 19 max. He quickly took out a level 20 breakthrough stone and used it immediately. Do you want to use the D-class level 20 breakthrough stone to advance your level to 20? Yes. Wang Yue concentrated, and suddenly a dazzling light burst from the palm of his hand. Level has been upgraded to level 20. Common grade talent, Blue Energy Transfer, has awakened. With the advancement in level, Wang Yue learned another new talent. However, unlike the rare grade last time, this one was just common. Blue Energy Transfer, the contractor can transfer blue energy to insect pets. Wang Yue couldn't help but smile faintly. Goodness, as expected of a common grade talent, for the insect breeder profession, it can be said to be of no use at all. His insect breeder level was already level 20, but the blue energy was still less than 400. Even he couldn't use it all, how could he give it to his insect pets? However, Wang Yue had a second profession. Moreover, it was a massive blue energy one. In this way, the two extremes instantly flipped. Using the high blue energy of Xin Yuan Zun's to supply insect pets while also using the blue energy draining from Xingxing Moth to restore Xin Yuan Zun's blue energy. As long as Xingxing Moth could bite the enemy, then all his insect pets. There will always be endless blue energy. An eternal engine has been created. It seems that the strength of one's talent is not only about the effect but also about which profession awakens it. Wang Yue opened the insect nurturing space again, leveling up the 4 insect pets to level 26. The 4 insect pets rose from level 19 to level 26, needing a significant amount of experience, a total of over 800,000. The 5 million experience points originally snatched from Xie Juqing instantly dropped to 4 million. Although this experience is abundant, there will always be a day when it runs out, so it's best to plan for experience points early. As the level increased, the 4 insect pets also learned new skills. However, the stage still remained at the larval stage. It's unknown how many levels it will take to enter the adult stage. Wang Yue first checked the panel of the Blood River Ant Queen. Name, Blood River Ant Queen. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Color. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 26, 0%. Health, 21,500. Mana, 4,250. Attack, 180. Spell power, 930. Armor, 350. Magic resistance, 380. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Attack speed, 0.31. Agility, 80. Number of ant soldiers, 380/520. Number of ant guards, 19/26. Skill all things return to Ant Queen, Ant Guard production. Skill Soldier Ant Production ++, immediately produce 1 Soldier Ant Egg, with a 5% chance to produce a mutant, automatically triggered. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The soldier ant production of the Blood River Ant Queen has upgraded again, with the cooldown reduced from 1 minute to 10 seconds, and it can now also produce mutants. However, the skill description does not mention what effects the mutant will have. It seems we'll have to wait until the Blood River Ant Queen actually produces a mutant to see. With the increase in the Ant Queen's level, the level of the offspring ants also rose from level 13 to level 18, enhancing their capabilities. Wang Yue then opened the panel of the Catastrophic Sky Centipede. Name, Catastrophic Sky Centipede. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Color. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 26, 0%. Health, 42,100. Mana, 6,400. Attack, 2,050. Spell Power, 2,200. Armor, 1,470. Magic Resistance, 1,080. Physical Penetration, 40%. Magic Penetration, 20%. Attack Speed, 1.09. Agility, 2,100. Skill Disaster, Armor EX, Recovery A, Slight Lightning. Skill Frenzy Plus, consume 50 mana, immediately devour the target, causing 400% attack, holy attribute damage. If the target is killed, gain 200 health and 0.5 meters in length. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Not only has health surpassed 40,000, but the infinite growth effect of Frenzy has also increased by 4 to 5 times. With other insect pets, Wang Yue rarely took out the enormous Catastrophic Sky Centipede anymore. Mainly because its size is too large, while it should be effective in the vast subspace, it is indeed too conspicuous in the city. Until he acquires items like the Mask Stone, it's better not to let it reveal itself easily, as it could easily cause a sensation. However, when he has the opportunity, Wang Yue still decides to properly nurture the Catastrophic Sky Centipede and strive to develop it into the team's tank. Wang Yue's Heart Lotus Master profession also learned new skills. Profession, Heart Lotus Master, S. Level, 26, 0%. Talent, Sea of Consciousness Amplification, Epic Purple. Health, 8,250. Mana, 15,800. Attack, 230. Spell Power, 3,220. Armor, 50. Magic Resistance, 160. Physical Penetration, 0%. Magic Penetration, 25%. Attack Speed, 0.31. Agility, 275. Skill I see, I hear, I obtain, Heart Lotus Blooms, Nurture Seed, Heartspawn Moth. Skill Radiant Dust Explosion, immediately detonate a Heartspawn Moth, causing 300% spell power, light attribute damage to nearby targets while stealing an equal amount of mana from the target. Cooldown, none. At level 26, the Heart Lotus Master finally learned a spell attack skill. Although before he could also steal other spell skills for use, the damage was still calculated based on his own spell power, but that kind of skill could only be used once and was too unstable. Learning this Radiant Dust Explosion means his over 3,000 spell power has not been wasted. Finally, Wang Yue opened the panel of the Ancient Collapsed Star Supreme Horned Master. Name, Ancient Collapsed Star Supreme Horned Master. Race, Insect. Rank, Mythical Color. Status, Larval Stage. Level, 26, 0%. Health, 37,600. Mana, 8,800. Attack, 4,750. Spell Power, 50. Armor, 2,100. Magic Resistance, 500. Physical Penetration, 55%. Magic Penetration, 0%. Attack Speed, 1.09. Agility, 2,000. Skill Profound Dominance Chi, Supreme Cannon, Ancient Gravity, Ancient Collapsed Star. Skill Ancient Explosion, passive when health drops below 30%, immediately reflect all negative effects back to enemies within 50 meters and deal the total physical damage of Profound Dominance Chi immunity over the last 60 seconds. Using the Xuanba Genqi immunity, clear all accumulated damage and immediately recover 30% of maximum health. Cooldown, 60 seconds. After reading this skill, Wang Yue was instantly stunned. Goodness, this Bagang Jiaozun is really fierce. It's been a long time since I've shown the bug pet panel, I hope the readers won't mind. Chapter 103, Arrogant Lin Yang. A small burst every 60 seconds, and it can also reflect negative effects back to the opponent. Moreover, it requires the opponent to fill Bagang Jiaozun's 60% health within 60 seconds. If not enough, even if it's just a little short, they will have to bear all the damage dealt before, and Bagang Jiaozun's health will immediately restore to 60%. Indeed, it's an immortal cockroach. So scummy, really too scummy. Wang Yue inspected all 4 of his bug pets and then closed the breeding space. He continued to use sensing to check on the adventure team's situation in Dashi Forest. He saw 5 people in the team walking neatly beside a stream. They probably thought that since they didn't find Lin Yang last night, he might have been eaten by wild monsters and decided to search for the human king's blood first. Facing the missing Lin Yang, everyone seemed to understand without saying a word. No one asked anything. Only Shinting showed a bit of confusion. Wang Yue switched his perspective and observed Lin Yang in the cave. He saw Lin Yang lying on the ground, snoring loudly. A feeling of speechlessness surged from Wang Yue's heart. Goodness, this guy is so lazy. He was counting on Lin Yang to find the location of the treasure before everyone else. At his speed, by the time he reached the destination, Bai Yufeng would have already offered the human king's blood to his dad. Thinking of this, Wang Yue immediately commanded the ant soldier to nudge Lin Yang with its head. Lin Yang smacked his lips, scratched his belly, and turned to sleep on the other side. A surge of anger ignited from Wang Yue's heart. If he weren't worried that the map was too abstract for him to understand, Wang Yue really wanted to kill him, snatch the map, and go find the human king's blood himself. Wake him up for me. The ant soldier, hearing the command, immediately bit down on his arm. Ah! With a loud shout, Lin Yang immediately woke up. He looked around, seeming a bit dazed. It was only when he saw the ant soldier beside him that he had an expression of realization. Right, I was messed up by that bastard Bai Yufeng. Lin Yang rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "Hey? Why do I feel like the Blood River ant soldiers have leveled up? Could it be because I have the ant clan bloodline, and they leveled up just by sleeping with me? Hee, this is so awesome, I don't have to do anything to level up." He stretched and walked towards the cave entrance. It was already morning, and golden sunlight spilled in from outside. Lin Yang cautiously stuck half of his head out, looking up. After observing for a while and not finding any traces of the crescent dragon, he carefully walked out. Looking at the steep cliff, Lin Yang's face showed a hint of fear. But he still took a few deep breaths and began to climb up. In a distance of just a few hundred meters, it took him over 10 minutes to climb halfway. Lin Yang's entire face was flushed, and his chest heaved violently. He struggled to reach out his next hand, grabbing at the vines above. However, his foot slipped. Suddenly, he began to fall downward. Damn! Ah! Lin Yang flailed his arms wildly, but it was of no use. Bang! Just when he thought he was doomed, he suddenly felt himself land on a very resilient cushion. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, he heard a roaring sound like an engine in his ears. He glanced around and saw that he was lying on the back of a strange-looking giant white flying insect. Lin Yang's heart tightened immediately. However, when he clearly saw the name of this flying insect, he felt a bit relieved. Blood River Ant Guard? Could it be that you are also a part of our ant clan? The Blood River Ant Guard paid him no mind and took him up to the edge of the cliff. Seeing this scene, Lin Yang became even more certain of his guess. He continued to check the panel of the ant guard, joy suddenly overflowing on his face. Legendary level. It's legendary level. I never expected that as a B-rank axe warrior, I could one day obtain a legendary pet. Even the level is only one rank lower than that moonchasing young dragon. Although Bai Yufeng, as an S-rank profession, has some powerful skills, with you as the legendary powerhouse and those epic ant soldiers, I won't be weaker than him. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yue looked at Lin Yang's arrogant demeanor and sighed helplessly. He had already anticipated that the other party wouldn't be able to climb such a high cliff, so he specially had an ant guard wait nearby, just in case. However, Lin Yang was unaware of this. He still sat comfortably on the back of the Blood River ant guard, pulling out his map from his pocket. That moonchasing young dragon is huge, but its weight is not enough to carry the entire exploration team. As he spoke, he patted the ant guard below him. On the contrary, with you, my speed will definitely not be slower than the exploration team. The Blood River ant guard seemed to have a bit of temper. Feeling Lin Yang's pat, it suddenly shook its body, sending Lin Yang wobbling above. Wang Yue was somewhat surprised and quickly ordered the ant guard. Don't move around, bear with it for a moment. Once he finds the human king's blood, I'll give him to you as a snack. The Blood River ant guard finally quieted down a bit. Lin Yang finally steadied himself, but he looked down at the Blood River ant guard and no longer dared to touch it recklessly. Brother ant guard, what's wrong? Do you doubt my ant clan bloodline? He laughed heartily, extending his hand and pointing to the north of the Great Stream Forest. Alright, I won't hold it against you for now. Let's go and grab the human king's blood. I want Bai Yufeng to know what it means to change fortunes in 30 years, don't underestimate the youth. Chapter 104, Finding Resonance. In the dormitory, Wang Yue showed a smile of success with his plan. He quickly ordered the ant guard to follow Lin Yang's guidance for flight. At the same time, he instructed the other 49 ant soldiers on the ground to follow in the footsteps of the ant guard while avoiding the awakened ones. Finally, he commanded all the sub-ants that if any special situation occurred, they must notify him immediately. After giving these orders, Wang Yue closed the monitoring screen. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of Wang Yu's room. Chu Hao's voice came from outside the door. Wang Yue, there's a reinforcement training class this morning. Let's go to class together. Wang Yue opened the door. He saw Chu Hao with his silver headphones around his neck, smiling at him, his white teeth showing. At that moment, Wang Yue remembered that during class yesterday, Gu Xiaotian had informed the students that over the next month, the teachers of various subjects would conduct 6 major basic training classes in succession. This morning was the first course, a reinforcement training class. Wang Yue felt it was necessary to attend this course. After all, learning a reinforcement skill for the bug breeder job would be very helpful for his many bug pets. Wang Yue walked out of the room. In the living room, there was only Chu Hao alone. The doors of Nangong Jing and Suishan were still tightly closed. Their innate talents for reinforcement were both 0%, so they didn't have to attend the corresponding course, essentially having no classes today. After washing up briefly, Wang Yue left the dormitory with Chu Hao. Training ground. Occupying 14,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of 2 football fields. This is the largest outdoor area of a Nan Martial High School. The weather was clear with a light breeze. At this moment, many students were already standing on the training ground. Some were alone, while others gathered together, laughing and joking. On the edge, 2 young figures walked in. One had white hair and the other black. It was Wang Yue and Chu Hao. As soon as Wang Yue stepped onto the training ground, many eyes with various expressions turned towards him. There were surprise, joy, and more than anything, a begrudging scrutiny. Wang Yue knew this was a manifestation of his classmates' unwillingness to accept. Even though he secured first place in the entrance trial, shocking everyone around him. The youthfulness is a time full of strong competitiveness, after all, in a martial arts academy, surrounded by the best elites from the province, who would willingly fall behind. Moreover, when everyone learned about the existence of the 6 foundational styles, they felt an intense challenge towards someone who was only a D rank yet claimed the top spot. Wang Yue getting first place was like taking a hot potato into his hands. As soon as he stepped onto the playground, he could hear some whispers coming from the crowd. Wang Yue, it's Wang Yue coming. Wang Yue is still handsome, but I wonder how his understanding of the foundational styles is. Hey man, you don't really think you can compare yourself to Brother Yue, do you? What's wrong? Isn't Wang Yue a person too? Why can't I compare with him? Well said. Wang Yue is just a lousy D rank, he can't learn as many foundational styles as I can. I really don't understand why you guys worship him so much. Some people were also sneaking glances at Chu Hao, who was beside Wang Yue, quietly discussing him. Who is that curly-haired guy? Why hasn't he awakened yet? He's quite handsome, but still not as good as Brother Yue. I heard he's Wang Yu's roommate. I heard he actually awakened but hid his panel with props. Bull. What kind of nonsense is hiding a panel? Does he really think everyone cares what his job is? Wearing headphones, acting all laid back, he's practically in the same group as Wang Yue. During the conversation, a few students started to clash over their opinions. Dude, do you really need to refute everything I say? The sourness is showing on my face. What the hell are you saying? Spineless fool, come at me. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Wang Yue sighed helplessly. He looked at Chu Hao, who was listening to music with headphones, feeling a sense of admiration for his foresight. Looking towards a corner in the distance, Wang Yue decided to hang out there. With fewer arguments, it would let his ears enjoy some peace and quiet. Just as Wang Yue was about to take a step forward, suddenly, a remarkably beautiful girl rushed in front of him, skidding to a stop. She was tall, wearing a pink sweatshirt and jeans, showcasing the curve of her beautiful legs, radiating youthful vitality. Behind her were 9 shimmering golden foxtails. It was the S-rank female classmate he had met earlier on the high-speed train, Suli. Seeing her again, Wang Yue felt a little dazed. He remembered that since that time she sought his help and fled in front of the mud cat, she had never come to find him again. Is there something you need? Suli clenched her fists, her little face slightly flushed. Wang Yue, I'm here to tell you. Last time, I had a problem with my mindset, and from now on, I will never embarrass myself like that again. I want you to know that I am the true first place in this batch. Hearing this, Wang Yue was taken aback. What's wrong with this girl? Is she mentally unstable from being stimulated? Well, I wish you success, Wang Yue said, and walked straight around Suli, continuing on his way. Hey! Seeing that Wang Yue completely ignored her, Suli grew increasingly anxious but felt too shy to follow him. Make way, don't block the path, Chu Hao, following behind, pushed Suli aside and caught up with Wang Yue. You guys! Behind them, Suli's little face turned bright red, and she stomped her foot in anger. In the corner, Wang Yue and Chu Hao sat on the grass. Before long, Wang Yue saw a tall, burly figure walking towards them from a distance. He scanned the surrounding students, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Then he opened his arms and shouted, "Classmates! It's been a night since we've seen each other. Good morning, everyone. The thunderous roar traveled from afar straight to the corner, instantly capturing the attention of all students. Wang Yue and Xu Hao also stood up, focusing their attention. Seeing the noise on the playground disappear, Gu Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction. This morning, we have only one goal. And that is to master the methods of training the enhanced styles. He looked around slowly and raised a finger. I know many classmates have some doubts about how to learn the 6 basic forms. Generally speaking, we might learn a certain basic form ourselves during our usual battles, training, and skill usage. But this method requires a combination of timing, advantage, and cooperation. Moreover, there is no inherent rule. Relying on oneself to awaken a basic form requires luck. However, now that you are at the martial arts academy, the teachers will naturally not let you take this wrong path. Here, we have more advanced and professional training methods. So, teacher will not waste time. After he finished speaking, Gu Xiaotian crossed his arms tightly, and his face instantly became extremely serious. Buzz. In an instant, a faint red wave emitted from his body. Chapter 105 Genius? Or 2. In the next moment, his voice seemed to become louder. Classmates, please seriously feel the wave I emit. Whether you can resonate with this wave is the key to whether you can learn the enhanced skill. Gu Xiaotian maintained a serious expression. He stood upright and walked to the center of the playground. At the same time, his strong body continued to emit faint red waves. Some students close to Gu Xiaotian had already closed their eyes, feeling the divine wave. But soon, they swayed and opened their eyes in pain. Seeing this, Gu Xiaotian let out a hearty laugh. Classmates, can you feel the power of this wave? This is the most basic method of teaching basic forms, the concerto method. Everyone need not be impatient, I will be here to concerto with you all morning. As long as you resonate with this wave carefully, you will discover its secrets. Hearing these words, Wang Yue and Xu Hao, who were standing in the corner, also began to feel. Xu Hao, haven't you trained like this before? Wang Yue asked while closing his eyes. I just awakened, and although I know there is this training method, I haven't experienced it yet, Xu Hao's calm voice came. Wang Yue didn't respond but focused on feeling the waves coming in. In less than 10 seconds, a trace of pain appeared on Wang Yue's face. He felt that the more he tried to grasp the pattern of this wave, the hotter it clashed throughout his body. 1 minute later, Wang Yue slowly opened his eyes. This was the limit he could handle. The world before him appeared a bit hazy. He looked around. To his astonishment, he found that all the students next to him had fallen to the ground. Some were holding their foreheads, some were sweating profusely, a scene of suffering. In that moment, Wang Yue was stunned. Seeing everyone's reaction seemed to surpass his own. Thinking about it, his training talent should be pretty good? At least he could still maintain a standing position. Wang Yue looked at Xu Hao next to him. He saw the other person's expression was calm, arms raised, and hands clasped together into a ball shape. Around him, faint red waves had already started to form. At this moment, Wang Yue felt a choking sensation in his throat and could not help but cough. Wow, is he cheating? Who? In the next second, a huge figure enveloped Wang Yue. Gu Xiaotian had already arrived beside Xu Hao. He reached out his thick hand and pressed it on Xu Hao's shoulder. The waves around Xu Hao instantly dissipated. Your name is Xu Hao. Gu Xiaotian silently assessed the other. Xu Hao opened his eyes, startled for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, you don't need to continue practicing for now, Gu Xiaotian patted his shoulder, his tone gentle. Okay, Xu Hao replied obediently. Gu Xiaotian looked up and observed the students lying in disarray around him. His voice suddenly rose. Classmates, a student has already achieved resonance. Successfully mastered the training method of enhancement skill. I hope everyone can learn from him. While overcoming your own discomfort, find the pattern within the waves. As long as you can conquer yourself, everyone can grasp the training method of enhancement skills. As this was said, thousands of eyes on the ground immediately turned to Wang Yue and Xu Hao. In each pair of eyes, there was a strong sense of disbelief. Damn! Is this guy for real? I can't even last 10 seconds. Who the hell is this? He must have some powerful bloodline. No wonder he hides his profession. I'm out. I won't accept this. I won't accept it. Just you wait. Listening to Gu Xiaotian's guidance, Wang Yue prepared to try again. He closed his eyes, trying to connect with the fluctuations around him. Gradually, a strong sense of discomfort hit him again. Wang Yue's body shook. Dizziness, nausea, and difficulty breathing surged over him like a tide. But he understood that he must hold on now. Because according to what Gu Xiaotian just said, the first step was to overcome physical discomfort. Slowly, Wang Yue felt this discomfort easing little by little. until he could actually start thinking about other things. He took a deep breath, feeling the continuous flow of fluctuations. His heart involuntarily began to resonate with them. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. At this moment, Wang Yue surprisingly felt a refreshing sense of pleasure. He felt as if he were being assimilated by these fluctuations, his physical body had disappeared and become part of the wave. Wang Yue, you succeeded. It was only when Chu Hao's voice came that Wang Yue suddenly woke up. Gentle sunlight shone in from outside. Wang Yue then remembered that he was on the training field. Before him, Gu Xiaotian's large hand was covering Chu Hao's mouth. At the same time, he raised the index finger of his other hand to his lips. Wang Yue looked around again. He saw that the surrounding students all had their mouths agape in astonishment. If it wasn't for Gu Xiaotian's gesture, they would probably have shouted in shock already. Seeing that Wang Yue had woken up, Gu Xiaotian lowered his hands. His face couldn't hide the expression of appreciation. But at the same time, it also carried a hint of helplessness. 5 minutes, second attempt, even for an 80% enhanced talent, it seems a bit too fast. Sigh. It seems this year, our Ainin Martial High has many geniuses indeed. Gu Xiaotian patted Wang Yu's shoulder, then looked at the surrounding students. In an instant, his expression became extremely serious. You all saw it. There is already a second student who has successfully mastered the enhanced training method. I hope everyone can take Chu Hao and Wang Yue as examples. Overcome your fear and pain, and enter the door as soon as possible. Hearing these words, the students showed expressions of either collapse or laughter. I'm done. I'm done. This is too damaging to my pride. It still has to be Brother Yu, I truly admire him. Why? Why can Wang Yue, a D rank, learn so fast? 2 monsters, I'm not satisfied. Gu Xiaotian shook his head and sighed. He looked at Wang Yue and Chu Hao, his tone somewhat awkward. Ahem, once you master the training method, you can meditate anywhere at any time, and in about a week, you can learn the initial form of the enhanced skill. However, during training, you will also produce fluctuations, which will conflict with my current fluctuations. He rubbed his square chin. I really didn't expect you to learn so fast. I'll give you an early dismissal, if the leaders catch me, I'll be fined. Ahem, you two can do whatever you want. Chapter 106, Underground Forest. Gu Xiaotian smiled to himself and walked away. Wang Yue and Chu Hao exchanged smiles and sat down on the lawn to rest. After recovering from shock, almost every student around gritted their teeth and started the next round of training. Not far away, Wang Yue suddenly spotted a stunning figure, with a heroic face and a black high ponytail swaying gently in the wind. He remembered that this girl was named Wu Lingyu. The last time they met, she was level 9, but now they met again, and she had already reached level 16. It seems she has successfully obtained the S-rank level 10 breakthrough stone, and her upgrade speed is almost catching up with mine. Could it be that she truly reached some kind of cooperation with the school? Wang Yue carefully observed the other party. Her posture was stable, her breathing steady, but her brow furrowed slightly. Though there were no fluctuations around her, compared to other students, she was already extraordinarily gifted. Little did Wang Yue know, while he was watching Wu Lingyu, Chu Hao was also gleefully watching Wang Yue. Hey Wang Yue, do you like her? Ha? Wang Yue turned to Chu Hao in surprise, immediately exclaiming. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just paying attention to the upgrade progress of those around me. He, Wang Yue, that's perfectly normal. If you really like her, I can help you pursue her. Wang Yue closed his eyes speechlessly, clenching his fist. You young master, just focus on your music. Oh. Chu Hao replied quietly and stopped talking. Wang Yue let out a sigh. What was this Chu Hao always thinking about? He adjusted his mindset and opened the monitoring screen of the sub-ant in Dashi Forest again. The first thing he checked was the situation of the Blood River Ant Guard. In the bright blue sky, the ant guards were still flying forward, and above them came Lin Yang's leisurely humming. Lin Yang was in a good mood, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Oh. I see it. This lightning-shaped crack looks exactly like what's drawn on the map. Brother Ant Guard, let's take the initiative before that dog by Yufeng arrives. Lin Yang's voice rang out overhead. At this moment, Wang Yue noticed a crack had suddenly appeared on the ground ahead in Dashi Forest. With Wang Yu's previous promise, the ant guard seemed obedient this time, slowing down its flight and descending directly towards a patch of woods. Wang Yue immediately ordered the remaining 49 ant soldiers to gather towards this patch of woods. Lin Yang arrived at the crack and began to examine it closely. A faint, cold smile appeared on his face. Oomph, Bai Yufeng, I didn't expect you to have a day behind me, since you can sneak attack and set me up, how can I not design something for you? With Brother Ant Guard and a group of ant soldiers protecting me, what do I have to fear? Saying this, Lin Yang spread his arms and dramatically shouted, Where are the ant soldiers? Sha sha. As his voice fell, the surrounding grass began to sway, and then one by one, the white and fierce Blood River ant soldiers continually emerged from within. When Lin Yang saw this, he was immediately overjoyed, his whole face twisted into a grinning flower of joy. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it's not just 5 or 6, there must be over 20, no. There must be 40 or 50. Bai Yu Feng. And you, Shinting, you bitch, I must make you two pay the price. Lin Yang waved his hand and stepped into the crack. Warriors, follow me to battle. On the playground, Wang Yu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Cooperating with Lin Yang's over-the-top antics was truly too embarrassing. However, it was good that the other party was somewhat smart, knowing to set traps in advance. This way, it could weaken the exploration team's combat power. Wang Yue once again used the sensing method to peek into the perspective of the ant guard. Lin Yang stood among the group of ant soldiers and had already entered the crack. Although the crack looked small, the space below was exceptionally large. The ground's inclination almost reached 50 or 60 degrees. Every step Lin Yang took sent some gravel and sand sliding down. Gradually, some stalactite-like formations appeared ahead, and he could faintly see some glowing crystals. Though they looked somewhat beautiful, the road conditions were terrible. The way forward spiraled downward while occasionally hearing sounds of flowing water. Wang Yue controlled the ant soldier army, keeping Lin Yang protected while continuing to move forward, and after about 10 minutes, they had barely descended over 500 meters. Suddenly, a huge crimson spider appeared in the distant cave roof. Although the panel was invisible, just looking at the spider made Wang Yue realize that its danger level was far beyond those monsters on the ground. Lin Yang obviously realized this too. He stopped, took out his battle axe, and cautiously stared at the giant spider. Brother Ant Guard, could you please help me kill this monster? Wang Yu's thought moved, and the Blood River Ant Guard instantly spread its wings and flew away, clawing at the spider monster in a fierce battle. Lin Yang watched the two insects fight, let out a long sigh of relief, and a proud smile appeared on his face. The beast control system is indeed great. I don't even have to take risks to kill monsters, hee hee hee. In less than a minute, the Blood River Ant Guard returned to Lin Yang's side, covered in dark green juices. Lin Yang looked left and right, and then at the several ant soldiers beside him, subtly grinning. This place is not bad. You guys hide in this rock crevice and wait for the Bai Yufeng team to arrive, then jump out to ambush them. Having arranged this, Lin Yang continued to walk forward. Looking at the road that stretched out below, Wang Yue estimated that it would take at least half a day to reach the place where the King of Humans' blood was stored. He simply closed the perspective of the sub-ant and opened his eyes. The playground of a Nan Wu Gao appeared before him again. Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. Teacher! Something's wrong, student Suli has fainted. The gazes of all the students instantly focused in that direction. Suli lay on the lawn, her willow-like brows furrowed, and 9 tails were also spread out. Gu Xiaotian walked over and helped Suli up. Shaking his head, he said, everyone must master the steps. The first step is to overcome physical discomfort. If you forcefully search for patterns before overcoming discomfort, your body won't be able to bear it. Then, he looked at Wang Yue and Chu Hao. You two, help the teacher take student Suli to the infirmary. Hearing this, Chu Hao immediately hummed a tune, pretending not to hear. Wang Yue was stunned and had to stand up and walk to Gu Xiaotian's side. He bent down and picked Suli up. Suli's beautiful legs, too long in her jeans, hung straight down from the side. Wang Yue. At this moment, Suli's consciousness was slightly clearer, and an extremely beautiful face showed an unwilling expression, with a tear even falling from the corner of her eye. Why am I still not as good as you? Wang Yue gently sighed. You should just rest. I never thought of competing with you. Goodness, this girl is too strong-willed. With so many classmates around, she insisted on putting herself down, only to suffer for it. At night, Wang Yue sat on the bed in the dorm room, legs crossed, hands placed in front of his chest in a rounded shape, and faint red ripples emerged around him. After an afternoon of training, he felt somewhat accustomed to this training method. Suddenly, a consciousness drilled into his mind. Chapter 107, The Attack of the Ant Soldiers. It was the report from the ant guard located underground in the Dishi forest. Wang Yue lowered his hands, and the faint red ripples around him gradually dissipated. He then opened the ant guard's perspective. Instantly, a dim scene appeared before Wang Yue's eyes. At this time, Lin Yang had a torch in his hand. In front of him was a collapsed cave hall. The ground looked as if it had been deeply gouged by a meteor. The rock layers collapsed inward into a funnel shape, cracking from the center to the surrounding area. Above the collapse, a pale beam of light was shooting straight down. Lin Yang was covered in dirt but had a flushed complexion. He staggered down toward the collapsed area. Arriving at the deepest part of the collapse, Lin Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. On the ground in front of him, a patch of soil emitted an extremely strange red glow. Ha 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 ha. Yes. It must be this. This is the blood spilled over 300 years ago when one of the kings of humans fought against the evil species. I don't know which human king this is. Hopefully, it's a creator focused on control or defense. I heard the old man and the family head of the Chu family are both offensive types, so they must be lacking in this aspect. Lin Yang said as he reached down to touch the red soil on the ground. Sizzle. Just like that, he instantly pulled his fingers back. Hot, 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 hot. How is it that after over 300 years, this blood is still so hot? Lin Yang turned back and looked at a soldier ant beside him. Hey, you come try it out. The soldier ant stepped forward and jabbed its long, sharp jaws into the soil. In an instant, Wang Yue saw the soldier ant's health drop by a large chunk. The soldier ant, feeling pain, immediately pulled out its jaws and retreated to the side. Wang Yue was also a bit surprised. This human king's blood is so sinister, even ordinary units are taking massive damage just by touching it. Can it really lead to unlocking a new foundational talent? But Lin Yang was a bit impatient and looked at the soldier ant. Look at you, continue digging out the bloody soil for me. This sentence made Wang Yue laugh. This guy really thought he was acting along with him? He immediately ordered the soldier ant to dig out a piece of ordinary soil and fling it onto Lin Yang's face. Damn! Lin Yang was furious and spat out the soil he just got in his mouth. He glared at the soldier ant, but for a moment, he didn't dare to explode in anger. After all, if a real fight broke out, he wouldn't even be able to beat a soldier ant. Helpless, Lin Yang had to stand up. Damn it, I didn't expect the human king's blood to be so difficult to extract. No wonder Bai Yufeng brought those two lackeys along. Forget it, we'll just have to wait for him to get here and extract the human king's blood first. His expression darkened as he looked at the many soldier ants behind him. Perfect, we'll ambush for a while. When that dog Bai Yufeng has extracted the human king's blood, we can all jump out and kill. After saying that, he climbed up the slope and hid in the darkness. At the same time, on the surface of Dashi Forest, the expedition team led by Bai Yufeng, consisting of 5 people, was walking through the dense forest. Suddenly, Bai Yufeng's figure paused. In front of him was a crack leading underground. Everyone stay alert, ahead should be the entrance marked on the map. Ishuan, send a machine down to scout ahead. The trendy-looking man nodded, and from his hand emerged a finely crafted mechanical box. After entering the password, the box opened with a click. A small insect-like robot floated out and headed towards the crack. Let's set off as well. As soon as the words fell, the 5 stepped towards the crack. Captain, this place doesn't seem that creepy. Just like up there, not even a wild monster in sight. The trendy man called Ishuan joked while looking at the underground's beautiful scenery. Bai Yufeng didn't respond. Ever since he failed to kill Lin Yang, he felt more and more that this place was not as simple as it seemed. The lowest-ranked member, Xinting, walked at the back of the team. She observed the mysterious structure around her and felt an ominous premonition rising, growing more reluctant to continue the deeper she looked. After all, she was only at level 9 and had just awakened an A-rank support profession. The future was bright, and she didn't want to die in this dark underground. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At this moment, she suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind. Xinting's heart jumped to her throat. She slowly turned her head and looked back. The small path behind her was empty, only the cold underground wind passing through, making a chilling whistling sound. Xinting released a breath and turned back around. In the next second, creak! A pale, violent head, with 2 long sharp jaws, rushed directly at her. Clang! Xinting didn't even have time to scream, she felt the world spinning and thudded onto the ground. The remaining members of the team heard the noise and turned around one after another. Then, they let out terrified screams. What the hell? What is this? Bai Suning reacted the quickest, immediately manifesting several multicolored flying needles and throwing them at the Blood River soldier ant. All the flying needles hit, but only took away half of the soldier ant's health. A tall and strong man stood in front of the crowd, crossing his arms instantly turning into layers of fibrous ancient bark. Captain, quickly kill this thing. Bai Yufeng gasped for breath, finally realizing what was happening. He immediately took out a long spear, charging it with golden light, and lunged at the charging ant soldier. Plop! This strike completely pierced through the ant soldier's body, dealing nearly 2,000 points of damage. The 6 legs of the ant soldier stopped struggling and turned into a puddle of blood on the ground. Yet everyone still did not relax, remaining vigilant and observing their surroundings. After a long while, they finally relaxed their battle stance. Ting ting. Looking at the dismembered body of the woman in front of him, Bai Yufeng gritted his teeth tightly. As the young master of the Bai family, he never imagined that one day he would be unable to protect his own woman. Although he understood Xinting's character, feelings had developed over time, and he did feel some reluctance. Damn! What the hell is this evil creature? Could it be that wild monsters have appeared nearby because of the blood of the human king? Yi Xian stroked his chin. After all, these wild monsters turn into puddles of blood when they die. Not quite. Bai Suning's cold voice rang out. The various characteristics of this wild monster are very much in line with the mysterious creature I analyzed earlier, so it cannot possibly have appeared here because of the human king's blood. If this monster has no master, it can be simply understood as an invasion by wild monsters. But if this monster has a master, it means that there are awakened ones who came here before us. Chapter 108, The Ant Soldiers Do Not Move. Bai Suning's gaze swept over each team member's face, continuing. Moreover, this white ant monster has been hiding from us on the surface, never revealing a single one. Yet after entering this underground crevice, it began to attack actively. Such behavior does not seem like something they could do on instinct alone. The remaining squad members fell into deep thought. Sister Ning, I think the possibility of awakened ones is very low. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. After all, we have kept our information very secure along the way, and the terrain of the Dashi forest is very complex. Without a treasure map, it's hard to find this place. The only time we had a slip-up was when Lin Yang leaked the secret to that white-haired kid. I remember his profession is indeed a bug breeder. However, a D-rank profession cannot possibly command so many epic insect pets. Boom. Just as Yi Xian was seriously analyzing, Bai Yufeng suddenly lifted his spear, piercing through a section of the stone wall, his eyes filled with killing intent. It doesn't matter if it's a wild monster or an awakened one, I will make him pay the price. Everyone keep your spirits high, no matter what secrets are in this cave, I'll uncover them. The exploration team was reduced to 4 members, but their momentum was even stronger as they headed down the spiral path. With a detailed treasure map in hand, the team's progress was much faster than Lin Yang's. In just over an hour, they were almost at the bottom layer. Captain, the blood of the human king should be nearby. Yi Xian looked at the treasure map in his hand. Humph, these white ant monsters are nothing. After all, they are simply dark products born from the underground. Bai Yufeng's spear tip was already soaked in blood. During their descent, they encountered several ant soldier attacks, but with the teamwork of the squad, they resolved them all safely. Yi Xian, is that thing up ahead? Bai Suning's voice suddenly rose, stopping and looking forward. Yi Xian also stopped, putting down the map in his hand and looking ahead. There was a huge collapse, and from the deepest part of the soil emerged a red glow. This was indeed the place where Lin Yang had laid an ambush before. It is, definitely it. It's exactly as recorded in the ancient texts. As soon as Yi Xian said this, the team members all showed joy on their faces and hurriedly walked toward the collapsed area. Yi Xian, quickly extract the blood of the human king from the soil. Bai Yufeng's face was flushed, staring intently at the reddened ground. Let me give it a try. Yixuan nodded and stepped forward, taking out his mechanical box again, pulling out a vial of reagent, and pouring it onto the soil mixed with the blood of the human king. Hiss. Suddenly, thick white mist began to rise from the ground. Yixuan carefully observed the changes in the soil, and after a while, he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, numerous precise and intricate mechanical parts wrapped around his entire right arm. Yixuan crouched down, using his mechanical arm to grip the solidified blood soil beneath him. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as it clamped the whole piece of solidified soil. With his other hand, he took out an empty bottle and placed it under the clump of soil. At the same time, the entire mechanical arm turned red, and extreme heat instantly transmitted to the soil block. Thus, it heated for over 10 minutes, and finally, a stream of dark red blood dripped down from the soil block, falling straight into the empty bottle below. At this moment, Bai Yufeng and Bai Suning both showed excited expressions. We've succeeded. We really succeeded. Bai Suning shouted out excitedly, disregarding her previously aloof image. The mobile version, it's the mobile version that father needs the most. Ha 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 ha. Just as the 4 members of the team focused on the blood of the human king. Vroom vroom vroom. A deafening roar of an engine suddenly echoed. Bai Yufeng turned around and saw a giant, terrifying flying insect opening its huge mouth, charging directly at him. Damn it Extreme fear made him instinctively retreat to the side. And this retreat instantly created a gap around the solidified human king's blood for the tightly clustered team. Snap! The boy sitting at the front of the flying insect reached out his big hand, snatching the bottle from Yixuan's hand, then quickly lifted it upwards. Ha 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 ha! Bai Yufeng, you filthy beast, you'll show such a cowardly expression one day. A cocky sneer came from the sky. Lin Yang, damn it! Bai Yufeng shouted loudly, and suddenly, a dark blue black hole opened beside him. Boom! A loud sound of breaking air rang out as a massive moonchaser hatchling shot straight upwards. Tear them apart. Bai Yufeng's eyes turned blood red as he raised his right arm upwards. However, the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing an expression of shock. Because he found that the huge, strange white flying insect controlled by Lin Yang was moving just as fast as his moonchaser hatchling. What a joke, the Moonchaser dragon is a real legendary pet, especially famous for its incredible speed. How could it be slower than a hideous flying insect I've never heard of? What is that thing? How could Lin Yang have such a fast pet? However, the flying insect was moving too fast, and no one could clearly see its status, so no one could answer this question. At the same time, around the adventure team, they heard the rustling sound of external exoskeletons colliding. In just a few breaths, over 40 ant soldiers rushed in from all directions, surrounding the team tightly. Bai Yufeng gritted his teeth tightly, his entire face turning red. The next second, a golden spear suddenly shone in his hand. Damn! You waste! How dare you scheme against me? Bai Yufeng's expression twisted as he aimed upward, forcefully bending his arm. Explosive, dragon tooth. In an instant, the golden spear emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire cave. The next second, like a missile launch, it shot upwards like a beam of light. Lin Yang, who was sitting on the back of the Blood River ant soldier and climbing up, felt the bright light below him and quickly turned to look, revealing a look of fear. He saw that the golden spear's speed had far surpassed that of the Moonchaser hatchling, hurtling towards him at high speed. No, it's over. In that instant, the Blood River ant soldiers seemed to be under some control, desperately dodging to the side. Whoosh! The golden light streaked past him. Boom! It directly struck the layers of rocks above, and the already not-so-strong rocks began to crumble and fall. Smashed down. Many giant stones blocked the exit upwards, and some larger boulders continued to fall. More importantly, that golden spear seemed to sense Bai Yufeng's call, trembling a few times before stabbing downwards. Bai Yufeng is crazy. Lin Yang had no choice but to escape into a side cave below. Clang! Golden light flashed again as Bai Yufeng flipped the spear. Seeing Lin Yang stop running, he shifted his attention slightly to the dozens of Blood River ant soldiers around. All epic levels, no wonder that bug flying with Lin Yang is so fast, it must have reached legendary status. Yi Xian looked around, his mechanical arm filled with cold blue energy. You deal with these ant soldiers, I'm going to kill Lin Yang. Bai Yufeng said angrily. Hearing the voice below, Lin Yang also leaned out from the side wall above, shouting down. You dog! You want to kill me? First deal with my blood ant army. Ant soldier army, kill them all. The order to slaughter echoed in the cave hall. At that moment, the 14 members' faces tensed, taking up a fighting stance. Just at this critical moment. Whoosh! A cold, eerie wind swept through the cave hall. The ant soldiers did not take any action. Chapter 109, He Wants to Kill Us All. Seeing the scene, not only the exploration team was stunned, but even Lin Yang above was also frozen in place. He stubbornly stood up, exposing himself fully to everyone, and shouted again, Ant soldier army, don't you recognize me anymore? Take a good look, I am Lin Yang, the Lin Yang who has ant clan blood. However, the ant soldiers just stared blankly at Lin Yang above, still showing no signs of movement. Bai Yufeng laughed weirdly and pointed his spear. Lin Yang, look at your pathetic self, do you really think you can turn the tide? Lin Yang's face instantly flushed red. Bai Yufeng, just you wait, once I rally the ant soldier army, I will definitely tear you apart. Although there were only 4 people watching, such clown-like behavior undoubtedly made Lin Yang furious. He raised his voice, scanning the ant soldiers, shouting, What are you all doing? Are you betraying me at a critical moment? Screw it. On the ground, the ant soldiers remained unmoved. However, a trace of astonishment appeared on the faces of Bai Yufeng and the other 3. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Lin Yang thought they were scared. A hint of joy appeared on his awkward face as he continued pointing at Bai Yufeng. How about it? Now you can go back, I might spare your life. What Lin Yang didn't know was that behind him, the terrifying Blood River ant guard had opened its bloody mouth and was quietly rising. Poof! In an instant, the massive body enveloped Lin Yang like a white whirlwind. Damn! Feeling the pain, Lin Yang finally turned his head and discovered the Blood River ant guard was fiercely biting him. Ant guard bro. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I am Lin Yang Gah! Yet the Blood River ant guard completely ignored him and became even more ferocious. Its bloody brutality left everyone below dumbfounded. None of the 4 spoke, only swallowing hard subconsciously. Only after seeing Lin Yang's health bar drop to 0 did they recover slightly. What the hell is that? Even Bai Yufeng, who was well informed, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Bai Suning also looked stunned, and after a long time, replied, Quick, get the blood of the king from above, we need to leave here. As the few of them were about to act, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, from where Lin Yang had died, a stream of crimson blood threads began to emanate, seemingly heralding the arrival of disaster. Then, a tall blood-red figure slowly emerged from it. As the blood on the figure rapidly dried up, it revealed the appearance of a white-haired young man. At that moment, the 4 members of the exploration team. Everyone's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the white-haired boy above. In this less than 1 minute, what had happened had far exceeded their understanding. First, the ant soldiers refused commands, then the pet killed its owner, and now another strange boy emerged from Ling Yang's corpse. This bizarre scene, if not experienced personally, who would believe it? Wang Yue opened his eyes, looking down at the shocked expressions of the crowd below, and did not pay them any mind. He bent down, picking up the bottle that contained the blood of the King of Men. Item: Blood of the Assassin King, Weiss. Grade: Mythical, Colorful. Effect: when a human awakener drinks it, their mobile talent will immediately increase to 100%. Wang Yue was taken aback for a moment. This was the first time he had seen something mythical, apart from his own insect pets. While feeling a hint of surprise, he couldn't help but wonder. Who exactly was this Assassin King Weiss, and how could his blood reach a mythical level? What kind of extraordinary physical condition did he have? In his thoughts, Wang Yue stored the King of Men's blood in his item panel. From earlier observations, this King of Men's blood was rather domineering and might have some side effects. If drinking it affected his ability to kill the 4 people in front of him, it would be a big loss. Better to wait until he returned to school to use it. This adventure team of 4, Wang Yue was determined to kill. They had seen his job panel. And through the earlier conversation, Wang Yue also learned that the 2 siblings at the forefront came from a very powerful family background. If he let them go, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. At this moment, the 4 people below also reacted. You are the one from the boat earlier. Bai Yufeng forced out a smile. Brother, I don't know what conflict you have with that Lin Yang, but that King of Men's blood is something we worked hard to obtain. If you return it to us, we won't interfere with you. Seeing Wang Yue unmoved, Bai Yufeng's forehead throbbed with veins. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice: don't mess with what doesn't belong to you. You can't handle it. You might not know. Our team has more than one S-rank awakener. This lady beside me is also an S-rank awakener and has already reached level 29. Even if your Blood River Ant clan is strong, you can't possibly defeat our Bai family's double S-rank talents at the same time. Now, hand over the King of Men's blood, and we can spare your life. If you still refuse to understand, don't blame us for taking action ourselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Bai Yufeng was still persuading, several colorful flying needles suddenly shot up towards the white-haired Wang Yue. Stop talking. Can't you see? This guy has already decided to swallow the King of Men's blood. Bai Suning's sharp voice rang out. Ding ding ding. Wang Yue gently waved his hand, and the flying needles in midair hit an invisible wall and fell down. Everyone was stunned, only then realizing that 6 small, glowing moths had unknowingly been hovering along the path of the flying needles. Bai Suning's expression was a bit dazed. Everything experienced in these days had been too strange. Including the white-haired boy in front of her, although he was a D rank, he could easily knock down her flying needles. A surge of unease spread rapidly within her heart. Yufeng, let's go. What? Upon hearing his sister say such words, Bai Yufeng immediately turned his head and looked at her in disbelief. This guy is not here because he can't leave, but because he wants to kill us all. Chapter 110, Meteor Falling from the Sky. As soon as this was said, not only did Bai Yufeng freeze in shock, but even the other 2 turned their heads in surprise. Kill us, all? Sister Suning, what makes you think that? The 3 of them were stunned for a few seconds, and Bai Yufeng finally laughed awkwardly. Suning, you're not joking, right? You're saying a level 20 D rank is going to kill all 4 of us? This guy is definitely not a normal D rank. Since he dares to come here, it means he is well prepared. Bai Suning's face was dark. Forget about the Blood King, let's go back home and tell everything to father. Bai Yufeng stared blankly at Bai Suning's serious face. After a long time, he solemnly said, Listen to Suning, we should leave here first. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped onto the back of the chasing moon young dragon. With his right hand holding the golden spear gone, a golden shield appeared in his left hand. The golden spear burst forth with light, and the chasing moon young dragon spread its wings, diving towards the swarm of ants. Boom! The golden light pierced through, unexpectedly sending dozens of Blood River ant soldiers flying. However, some of the ant soldiers took the chance to clamp onto the body of the chasing moon young dragon with their sharp, long jaws, directly using Blood River bite, and streams of blood immediately surged out from the young dragon. Bai Yufeng's pupils shrank sharply, and he patted the chasing moon young dragon beneath him. Quick, use the Bayou Guard. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bright moonlight burst forth around the chasing moon young dragon, instantly shaking off the Blood River ant soldiers on it. At the same time, Bai Suning spun her body, instantly throwing out dozens of pale red flying needles, hitting a circle of blood ants, and then they exploded with a bang. Wang Yue stood at the cave entrance above, examining the blue dragon's panel. Name, Chasing Moon Blue Dragon. Race, Dragon. Grade, Legend Orange. Status, Juvenile. Level, 19. Health, 13,900/14,100. Mana, 6,200. Not only a legendary pet, but also of the dragon race, it can be said to be extremely rare. However, in the end, it is just a legendary creature. Wang Yue thought for a moment, causing 4 or 5 black holes to open around him, from which 6 or 7 Blood River ant guards drilled out again. They opened their bloody mouths, their compound eyes full of murder and cruelty, rushing towards the chasing moon young dragon. Damn it! This bug breeder is indeed not right. Bai Yufeng showed fear on his face and controlled the chasing moon young dragon to flee in all directions. However, under the siege and pursuit of dozens of Blood River ant guards, they were ultimately forced into a corner. In a desperate moment, Bai Yufeng raised his golden shield, and instantly 3 magical shields unfolded layer by layer, wrapping him and the chasing moon young dragon. Bai Yufeng's face turned red, and he shouted, "Everyone get the hell out of the way. Xiang Tian, use meteor technique." As soon as he said this, the chasing moon young dragon below immediately raised its head and began to chant. The remaining 3 people revealed shocked expressions. The captain has gone mad, quickly hide. They fled in all directions as if they were facing the apocalypse. Seeing this momentum, Wang Yue also realized that the other side was planning something big. He must kill the dragon pet before its chant was complete. He immediately commanded nearly 10 Blood River ant guards to concentrate their fire and attack the magical golden shield. Clang clang clang. At the same time, several flying needles in the air were again shot down by the heartspawn moth. Bai Suning was breaking through the blockade of the ant soldiers, suddenly pulling her hands. In an instant, dozens of silver needles that had fallen to the ground circled around the path of the heartspawn moth and flew towards Wang Yue again. Wang Yue's gaze sharpened, and his right hand waved, summoning the massive bog-gang-horned beast to block in front. The flying needles hit the thick exoskeleton of the bog-gang-horned beast, bouncing back once more. And below, Bai Suning, upon seeing the bog-gang-horned beast, displayed an even more astonished and fierce expression. Wang Yue commanded the bog-gang-horned beast and the heartspawn moth to protect himself, and looked towards Bai Yufeng on the other side. The magic golden shield had already shattered 2 layers, leaving only the last layer, stubbornly resisting the attacks of countless Blood River ant warriors. And inside, the young moon dragon continued to chant. By now, it had been chanting for nearly tens of seconds. One can see that the power of this skill is extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a violent restlessness came from above, entering Wang Yue's ears. Wang Yue quickly retreated into the side cave while summoning the ant warriors to return hurriedly. In the next second, the entire underground space violently shook, rock walls crumbled, and debris rained down like a storm. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive meteorite fell from above. Boom! It crashed straight into the ground, causing a violent explosion, shockwaves surged, and dust filled the air, almost devouring everything. Everything in front of Wang Yue was engulfed in the shockwave, turning into a sea of white. Minus 10,942. Minus 9,947. Minus 11,023. The shock from the explosion dealt 3 segments of damage to Wang Yue, hitting him one after another. 3 Blood River ant soldiers, who were hunting elsewhere in the instance, immediately transformed into blood, taking on the 5-figure damage for Wang Yue. As the brilliant light gradually faded, Wang Yue barely managed to see some of the scenes before him. What was once the underground space had turned into a deep pit, completely exposed under the night sky. And dozens of ant soldiers had almost all suffered casualties in that instant. Dozens of ant warriors, due to their proximity to the center of the damage, had already been reduced to critical health. The Dominator horned beast in front of Wang Yue had just shielded its master, enduring a massive impact, and its health had dropped to 80% as well. Wang Yue estimated that if it weren't for the coverage of the Dominator horned beast, the shockwave's damage would have been several segments more. Similarly, the other 3 members of the exploration team were not in very good condition either. The previously mentioned sturdy man named Yifei had now turned his entire body into ancient, heavy trees, with roots spreading out, intertwining and stretching, wrapping around Bai Suning and Yixian, bearing a large amount of damage alone. Even with defensive boosts, his health had fallen to only 30%. And inside, Yixian was left with only a sliver of health, while Bai Suning had lost about 10% of her health. Wang Yue couldn't help but frown. Bai Yufeng was indeed reckless, in a fit of rage even killing his own people. Such a wide area skill, if the ancient tree man had reacted any slower, that mechanical arm would definitely have died directly. As the smoke and dust cleared, Bai Yufeng looked at the messy battlefield around him, revealing a slight smile of pride. However, when he looked up at Wang Yue, that smile froze instantly. "Why, are you still?" He gritted his teeth and did not hesitate any longer, immediately controlling the young moondragon to fly upward into the sky. Chapter 111, Hunting Ground. Want to run? Wang Yue looked at Bai Yufeng flying upwards and summoned 6 Blood River ant warriors to follow and pursue him. Damn! Why? Why? Why do you have so many legendary pets? Bai Yufeng's eyes were about to burst with rage, however, seeing endless Blood River Ant warriors coming, he had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. Suning sister, let's hurry and leave. Below, Yi Xian's back erupted with countless mechanical parts, assembling into a pair of mechanical wings in just a few seconds. Then he scooped up Bai Suning in a princess carry, and both of them soared into the night sky. Wang Yue summoned another Blood River Ant warrior, leaped onto its back, and pursued the two. Flying out from the underground cave, the view suddenly opened up. The night sky of Dashi Forest was filled with stars. Bai Yufeng and Yi Xian fled in opposite directions, one south, one north. Wang Yue released 6 more ant warriors to chase after Yi Xian to the north. He charged towards Bai Yufeng in the south. Just when Wang Yue was getting closer to Bai Yufeng, an abnormal change suddenly occurred below. Vines were spreading densely across the ground, covering the surface completely. Then, those vines began to grow upwards, at an incredible speed. It unexpectedly surpassed the speed of the Blood River Ant Guard's chase. In just a few breaths, a huge thick wall woven from vines suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yue. However, Wang Yue had no intention of dodging, continuing to charge forward. The wall continued to grow, with vines as veins and solid wood as its body, gradually transforming into a towering tree man, while branches extended to the sides to become 2 enormous hands blocking out the sun. Explosive gigantification. The giant tree man stared with its hollow eye sockets, its massive mouth opening and closing, emitting the voice of that tall man. Evil person, even if I die today, I will hold you back. As it spoke, the giant tree man spread its arms wide, wrapping the flying Wang Yue within. At the same time, countless vines stretched out, attempting to bind Wang Yue. My gigantification state will not be undone even in death. Captain, when you return to the Bai family, you must avenge me. Just as the vast vines were about to completely envelop Wang Yue. Shut up. Wang Yue's eyes glinted fiercely, and instantly, an incredibly large black hole vortex burst open right in front of him. The giant and fierce disaster skyworm shot out from within. Boom! The powerful impact, like a steel train carrying immense force, directly pierced through the entire body of the giant tree man. Crimson steel flesh continuously drilled out from its back, continuing to rush forward. The giant tree man completely lost its vitality, its body rapidly wilting and collapsing downwards. In front, Bai Yufeng turned back, shocked as he looked at the scene behind, cold sweat already covering his forehead. Mythical level, damn. Is this really a person? Why can they even bring out mythical level pets? He slapped the slightly fatigued crescent moon young dragon below him, speaking in a panicked tone, Xiang Tian, hurry up, go faster. Otherwise, we might really die here today. Wang Yue stood atop the disaster skyworm, with no restrictions of space, and the disaster skyworm unleashed its full power, dragging its terrifying body of 40 to 50 meters through the night sky, madly chasing Bai Yufeng. In just a few seconds, the distance shortened to less than a few hundred meters. Damn it, what the hell is this speed? Seeing the horrific size of the disaster skyworm and the thousands of creepy legs, Bai Yufeng's skin crawled. He gripped the crescent moon young dragon tightly, a few drops of tears flinging out, while a hint of cruelty appeared on his face. Xiang Tian, I'm sorry. If we don't do this, we will all die. Good child, I will bury you. After saying this, his hands released a golden light, wrapping around the entire body of the crescent moon young dragon. Reinforcement, forced growth. As soon as the words fell, the crescent moon young dragon below began to undergo unnatural transformations. It struggled in pain, its bones, muscles, and wings rapidly swelling within seconds, twisting its dragon head and letting out a sharp howl. Seeing this scene, Bai Yufeng gritted his teeth, leaped down from its back, and jumped into the woods below from the high sky. Wang Yue quietly observed the mutated giant dragon ahead, noticing its attributes had changed. Name, Crescent Moon Blue Dragon. Race, Dragon. Grade, Legend Orange. Status, Adult. Level, 19. Health, 46,900. Mana, 19,200. While the level did not change, the status shockingly advanced from juvenile to adult. Such a twisted form even made Wang Yue squint slightly. Roar! The crescent moon young dragon, or rather the crescent moon blue dragon, now had chaotic dragon eyes, turning its head to let out a furious roar at the disaster skyworm. The disaster skyworm showed no mercy, opening its massive mouth, dark red lightning surging out, accelerating explosively. With a loud noise, the two giants collided, the powerful impact pushing the crescent moon blue dragon backward. The sharp giant teeth of the disaster skyworm deeply embedded in its abdomen, dealing a ravenous amount of damage. Minus 8,032. In just one hit, the crescent moon blue dragon lost a fifth of its health. However, the crescent moon blue dragon had already lost its rationality. It completely ignored its own pain and opened its giant mouth, also biting towards the Calamity Heaven insect. Bang! Minus 548. The sound of steel clashing rang out, and after the Calamity Heaven insect's armor was reduced, the Moonlight Blue Dragon only dealt 3-digit damage. It seemed to be enraged even more by the hard armor of the Calamity Heaven insect. The Moonlight Blue Dragon violently shook its body, breaking free from the giant mouth of the Calamity Heaven insect, and retreated. At the same time, a pair of eerie blue giant wings spread out, emitting a mysterious glow under the moonlight. Its nearly 20,000 mana suddenly decreased by half. At the same time, dozens of bright points suddenly lit up in the night sky. Wang Yue focused his gaze and saw those bright points growing larger, flying straight towards the entire forest. They were dozens of falling meteors. Skill Dragon Star Shower consumes 0.61.2 W mana, immediately summons 612 meteors, each meteor causing 800% magic power, magic damage. After the meteors explode, they will produce 8 shockwaves, each shockwave causing 500% magic power, magic damage. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Looking at the skill description in the seed library, Wang Yue was also a bit surprised. The destructive power of an adult legendary dragon was actually this strong. Once the skill was unleashed, it would affect almost half of the Great Creek Forest.